In the beginning, the protagonist acquires a divine-level sign-in system. Ding! A system notification chimes. As the memories of the seven celestial sisters gradually resurface, the protagonist's journey unfolds step by step, presenting a plethora of luxurious rewards that promise to lead him to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. The sign-in with the fiery goddess, Sister 7 Fong Chun, in a state of panic, stands before a Ferrari Roma, clad in a striking blue uniform emblazoned with the phrase, "Have you eaten?" His small electric scooter lies crumpled before the luxurious vehicle, whose front bumper is utterly destroyed. A cursory estimate suggests that repairs would likely exceed 100,000. From the car emerges a stocky man with a face like a bulldog. Roaring, "You brat, I just picked up this new car." Wang Jinda, notorious in the area as a rich second-generation heir, had just taken delivery of the Roma and was distractedly engrossed in his phone when he collided with a delivery rider. He had hoped to impress women with this vehicle. What happened? After Wang Jinda's outburst, curious onlookers gathered around. It seems there was a collision. This delivery guy appears to be in quite a predicament. Isn't that Wang Jinda? He's no pushover, the spectators murmured, sympathy evident in their gazes directed at Fong Chun. Ding! Congratulations on binding the sign-in system. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Fong Chun responded instinctively as an electronic prompt echoed in his mind. System notification. You have received a wealthy elder sister, Sister 7, Fong Jiran. Sister 7 is hurrying to your side. In a daze, Fong Chun heard Wang Jinda continuing his tirade. You little brat, do you even know what kind of car this is? It's a Ferrari. Can you afford to pay for it? But you crashed into me. Fong Chun protested, feeling wronged. His modest speed could hardly have damaged a Ferrari, let alone killed a turtle. This is a Ferrari, and yours is merely a shabby electric scooter. Even if I were to compensate you, buying you a new scooter would be generous. Wang Jinda retorted angrily. Do you know how much my Ferrari costs? It's 1,000 times more than yours. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar. Boom! A dazzling Ferrari LaFerrari entered the scene, igniting gasps of astonishment among the crowd. What the hell? A LaFerrari? Is that a 20 million Ferrari? As they beheld the approaching spectacle, their expressions morphed into sheer disbelief. This was the same model favored by the celebrity Jia Nilyang. A limited edition of just 499 units globally, the LaFerrari finally came to a halt, leaving a trail of brilliance in its wake. At last, I found you, dear Chunner. A voice brimming with excitement rang out from within the vehicle. As the butterfly doors opened, a pair of long, fair legs emerged, clad in alluring black stockings. The woman who stepped out wore a white dress, her cascading black hair flowing effortlessly behind her. With a swan-like neck, an enviable figure, and skin as delicate as jade, she exuded an ethereal grace. Oh my! A white dress and black stockings. The onlookers gazed at the enchanting woman with ravenous eyes, their breaths growing heavier. As the crowd stood mesmerized, the stunning beauty approached Fong Chun directly. So fragrant, Fong Chun, momentarily forgetting his troubles, became entranced by her delightful scent. Chunner, I missed you so much this past year. The breathtaking woman exclaimed, her red lips parting in excitement as she pinched Fong Chun's cheek. Your skin is still as flawless as ever. I wonder how many women have fallen for you. At her words, a look of melancholy crossed her face. Fong Chun, indeed, possessed remarkable looks. Had he been tossed into any university, he would likely be regarded as a campus heartthrob. However, in this society, who would value a man's appearance without the allure of wealth? Gulp. Fong Chun instinctively swallowed hard. Miss, have you mistaken me for someone else? He asked, bewildered. He had never encountered such a stunning woman, yet she claimed to be his sister? Unfortunately, Fong Chun's memories only spanned the year since he turned 18, with the previous 18 years completely erased. He had lived solely with a middle-aged man who had adopted him, named Yu Chio Shan, who barely scraped by selling wilted vegetables. The beautiful woman laughed heartily at his bewilderment. She retrieved 2 identification cards from her pocket, saying, Are you daft? Have you run away from home and lost your memory? I'm your sister, Fong Jiran. This is your ID card, Fong Chun. As Fong Chun took the card and examined it closely, he confirmed its authenticity. Fong Jiran produced a business card that bore the name of Tianding International Real Estate Development Company. Tianding? Isn't that the most renowned real estate company in the capital? Even more prestigious than Tangchun Yipin. Fong Jiran flashed a playful smile, her eyes assessing Fong Chen's attire. Chunner, did you leave home for a year to experience life? Fong Chun stammered, feeling incredulous. Suddenly, he remembered the electronic prompt he had heard moments ago. He gulped again. Could it be that signing and granted me such a perfect sister? What happened? Fong Jiran asked, glancing at Fong Chen's injuries and then at the damaged electric scooter on the ground. Recollecting himself, Fong Chen slowly suppressed his astonishment and replied honestly, I was driving normally when this guy's car suddenly crashed into me, and now he's demanding compensation. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiran turned to the fuming Wang Jinda, her gaze icy and resolute. Wasn't it just a Ferrari Roma? Wasn't her brother's safety far more important? Bully my brother? You got a death wish. Who? Who are you? Wang Jinda, sensing the chilling intensity in her eyes, instinctively took a step back in fear. Who am I? Fong Jiran. Surely you've heard of me. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. What? It's actually Fong Jiran? The CEO of Tianding Group. Fong Jiran? My heavens! To meet the goddess in person, Wang Jinda's lips twitched, clearly having heard that name before. What? What do you want? Seventh sister raised her red lips and replied, What do I want? Isn't it obvious? You just said my brother's electric bike is worthless. Very well. Fong Jiran immediately hopped into the sleek LaFerrari. Virum. With a powerful acceleration, the car shot off and collided with the Roma. Bang! With a deafening crash, the Roma was reduced to a crumpled heap of metal, and the LaFerrari fared little better. My Ferrari! Wang Jinda felt as though his heart was bleeding. Both Ferraris were utterly unrecognizable. How thrilling! It's been ages since I've played bumper cars like this. Fong Jiran excitedly stepped out of the vehicle. She then turned her gaze directly at Wang Jinda and said, All right, now tell me, how will you compensate? My LaFerrari isn't cheap, it's worth about 20 million. Fong Chun, watching from the sidelines, swallowed hard, realizing how straightforward his sister was. What a fiery temper. A single disagreement led to a car crash. Seventh sister is fierce and speaks little. Wang Jinda's lips twitched in pain. 20 million? Wasn't that a bit excessive? He retorted, You crashed into me. Why are you turning this around and demanding money from me? I crashed into you? Had you not parked your dilapidated car improperly, would I have hit it? Do you take me for a fool, driving a car worth over 20 million just to scam you? A car worth less than 5 million? Her words mimicked Wang Jinda's previous tone when addressing Fong Chun. What a tragedy. Onlookers initially thought Fong Chun would be extorted heavily by Wang Jinda. Yet this delivery boy unexpectedly transformed into the brother of the female CEO of Tianding Group. Just the annual revenue of Tianding is in the billions. Why would such a wealthy young master be delivering food? Is this some sort of experience? What exactly do you want? Wang Jinda's face twitched, his small eyes filled with fear. Confront the female CEO of Tianding? Whether or not he had the capability, he feared that with a mere flick of her finger, she could bring ruin upon him. Wang Jinda's heart trembled as he bitterly smiled. Why would such an impressive brother be delivering food? Is it merely a rich person's quirky pastime? Is he pretending to be a fool to catch a tiger? I want nothing. If you dare to offend my brother, be prepared to face the consequences. To be honest, I'm rather protective of my brother. As she concluded, a hint of allure flashed across Fong Jiran's exquisite face. This girlish demeanor made Fong Chun swallow hard. The next moment, Fong Jiran coldly commanded, Kneel and apologize to my brother. Will consider this matter settled. Such dominance. So imposing. Fong Jiran gazed down at Wang Jinda with a cold, disdainful stare. Fong Chun, beside her, was nearly overwhelmed with admiration, pinching his own arm. He had already accepted the reality brought by the system, but now felt an unreal sensation. How did he come to have such a stunning and affluent sister? His life seemed almost too perfect. Wang Jinda understood he had encountered an immovable obstacle today. Compensating for the LaFerrari. Selling himself would not even cover a fraction of that cost. He certainly couldn't produce that amount. Thud. The next moment, Wang Jinda truly knelt down. Unable to confront Fong Jiran, he had no choice but to submit. Fong Chun couldn't help but want to shout, Sister, you're magnificent. Sister, you're powerful. Fong Jiran had no desire to bicker with someone like Wang Jinda. Seeing him bow in submission, she snorted coldly, then turned to Fong Chun, her frosty demeanor instantly melting away. When facing Fong Chun, Fong Jiran's autumn-like eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a gentle smile. At that moment, she exuded an indescribable tenderness. As this scene unfolded, Fong Chun couldn't help but think. His sister must have studied Sichuan opera, truly mastering the art of facial expressions. The next moment, Fong Jiran stepped forward, and before the young man could regain his composure, She opened her arms and enveloped Fang Chun in a long-awaited embrace. Realizing this was the glamorous sister bestowed upon him by the system, Fang Chun's face flushed a bright crimson. "Sister, please. Let go, I can't breathe." "Seventh sister, you are breaking the rules, charging in like a bull." "Come on, brother. Let my secretary handle these matters." Fang Jiran, oblivious to the young man's peculiar reaction, spoke. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped toward them from a distance. Wait a moment." Wang Jinda, stumbling to his feet, stammered, "Miss Fang, what about my car?" "What? Still want to extort me? Fine. My secretary will bring a professional legal team to escort you away." Hearing this, Fang Chun burst into laughter. A specialized team, starting with a 3-year sentence for poor performance, would surely be locked away. The way she used escort away was brilliant. As the music played, had his parents raised him in vain? Cold sweat broke out on Wang Jinda's forehead. He was skilled at cunning tactics, and his ability to adapt had been a unique survival skill. Well, as a gesture of apology, how about you choose something from our family's gold shop? If he could turn this misfortune into a blessing and establish some connection with Fang Jiran, why would Wang Jinda worry about a mere Ferrari? However, Fang Jiran merely replied, "No need." What a joke the female CEO of Tianding Group would care about a trinket from an ordinary gold shop owner. With that, she took Fang Chun by the arm and turned to leave as a woman in professional attire descended from the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Dressed sharply in white, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Yet, before Fang Jiran, even the sun lost its luster. This secretary named Xiao Bai could only serve as a mere backdrop. "Miss, your Phantom has arrived. Is there anything else you need?" Fang Jiran nodded, took the car keys, and waved to Fang Chun, saying, "Chun, let's go." Fang Chun suddenly turned back to glance at the little electric scooter lying silently on the ground. "By the way, sister, I still have deliveries to make." Chapter 2. Experiencing life. "By the way, seventh sister, I still have to deliver takeout." At this remark, the onlookers nearly burst out laughing. Delivering takeout? The younger brother of a billionaire CEO is going out to deliver food to experience life. Has he become addicted to it? What takeout? I'm leaving now. However, I still have a few orders to complete. The customers might be waiting anxiously. Fang Chun, upon hearing this, shook his head. One must have a sense of responsibility in their work. Despite losing his memories from the first 18 years of his life, his inner resilience was remarkably strong. Suddenly transforming from a poor child into the younger brother of a famous corporate CEO, Fang Chun found it difficult to accept. Well, in that case, let Xiaobai help you deliver them. Upon hearing this, Secretary Xiaobai nodded without further inquiry. She retrieved the food from the nearby delivery warmer, while Fang Chun was forcibly pulled into the luxurious car by Fang Jiran. With a roar, the engine of the Phantom roared to life. The car sped away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. The young master is quite willful. Even when experiencing life, he needn't go to such extremes. Xiaobai pouted and dialed a number, ordering, "Bring the Maybach from the garage. I need to help the young master deliver takeout." Inside the Phantom, Fang Chun briefly recounted his experiences over the past year to Fang Jiran. Though it felt somewhat surreal, he quickly adapted to his current identity. "So, you didn't disappear to experience life, but rather because of amnesia?" Fang Chun forced a smile, thinking to himself, "Have you ever seen someone abandon their wealthy upbringing to go deliver takeout? Besides, you are the system's designated sister. Perhaps I wasn't even your brother for the first 18 years. By the way, seventh sister, could you lend me some money?" Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Chun. For the past year, he had been living with the kind-hearted middle-aged man who had taken him in. Old Yu had shown no disdain for him, generously offering him shelter for an entire year. This kindness made Fang Chun eternally grateful. The old man was not his biological father, yet treated him as if he were his own son. Now that he had acquired this miraculous system, it was time to alleviate some of Old Yu's burdens. At the very least, the old man shouldn't have to slog through the market every day, dodging the gaze of city officials. Fang Jiran, without asking for a reason, directly handed Fang Chun a bank card. "Here, there are 200 million inside. Spend freely. Don't save for seventh sister. Otherwise, if you suffer any grievances, your 6 older sisters will surely tear me apart." At this, Fang Chun was struck dumb, momentarily stunned. "What? I have 6 older sisters? What? Did your memory loss also affect your brain? I am your 7th sister, so naturally, you have 6 older sisters." Upon hearing this, Fang Chun gasped in surprise. 6 older sisters? Goodness, if each of them were as stunning as Fang Jiran, his family could easily rival the 7 fairies. Ahem, 7th sister. Can we first go see Old Yu? Fang Chun calculated the time. Old Yu was likely still busy at the market. Fong Jiran, gripping the steering wheel, smiled, of course. Old Yu usually sets up his stall in the urban village. There's south no other place with such low management fees. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, White Dove Village. After calling Old Yu, Fong Chen learned he was at Chirian Market. Along the way, countless eyes were on them, predominantly male. Most of them were casting greedy glances at Seventh Sister, while those who looked at Fong Chen wore expressions of jealousy, envy, and disdain. It seemed puzzling that a poor boy delivering takeout could walk alongside such a sexy, mature beauty. Seventh Sister, could you please not dress so provocatively in the future? Fong Chen felt slightly uncomfortable and instinctively voiced his concern. Fong Jiran paused for a moment, then covered her mouth and let out a silvery laugh. Leaning her elegant frame against Fong Chen, her enchanting eyes shyly replying, "Little guy, are you jealous? Then fine, you can buy my clothes from now on." Noticing Fong Chen's bashful demeanor, she continued softly, "Size 36, don't forget." Fong Chen stared blankly down, inwardly lamenting how she was indeed a size 36. No wonder he felt compelled to give her a red card when she bumped into him earlier. Soon, they arrived at the market, and Fong Chen wandered around until he finally found Old Yu's stall. He had rented a shop with a carpet at the entrance, laden with fresh vegetables. Old Yu had many regular customers and was currently busy. Seeing this, Fong Chen rushed over. "Old Yu, why did you change stalls? And why are you doing fruit and vegetable wholesale now?" Not long ago, Old Yu had mentioned he had a minor accident while cycling and had been bedridden for 3 days. Today was his first day back at the market, and Fong Chen was surprised to see him starting a wholesale business. Previously, Old Yu primarily sold homegrown vegetables. Fong Chen skillfully picked up a scale to help, but Old Yu waved him off with a warm smile, saying, "I'm fine. Didn't you just get a girlfriend? Expenses are high, so I thought I'd help you earn a little." About half a year ago, Fong Chen had met a girl while delivering takeout. They got along well, and recently they naturally grew closer. Wiping his sweat, Old Yu glanced up and suddenly noticed Fong Jiran greeting him. "Is this your girlfriend?" Fong Chen was taken aback, unable to explain before Old Yu continued in a hushed tone. "Your girlfriend looks like a lady of high society. How could you bring her to a place like this?" Old Yu had never seen such a breathtakingly beautiful girl and feared she might look down on Fong Chen. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen was momentarily stunned. Old Yu had clearly misunderstood. However, their conversation caught Fong Jiran's ear, and the next moment, she stepped forward in her high heels, wrapping her arms around Fong Chen and displaying her dazzling white teeth. "Hello, I'm his girlfriend." Her brilliant smile instantly attracted numerous gazes in the market. Fong Chen sighed, realizing that having a stunningly beautiful older sister was not always a blessing. Feeling the hostile stares of the men around him, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go make you some tea and get some chairs," Old Yu said, slightly reproachful, worried about neglecting Fong Jiran. He hurried inside, leaving his work behind, presumably to fetch water for tea. Fong Chen chuckled at the situation, unable to intervene before Old Yu vanished from sight. Now he had no choice but to take over Old Yu's duties, helping customers pack their orders, while Fong Jiran came to assist as well. After a while, Old Yu emerged with a cup of hot tea. Upon witnessing Fong Jiran's unexpected assistance, Yu Laodao was taken aback and quickly interjected, "My dear girl, this laborious task is not suited for you. How could a refined young lady like yourself engage in such menial work?" "Uncle, it's quite all right," Fong Jiran replied nonchalantly, deftly packing for the customers with seamless grace, leaving Fong Chen utterly astonished. Noticing the bewilderment in Fong Chen and Yu Lao's eyes, Fong Jiran smiled and explained, "During the university's street stall craze, I helped my elder sister." Hearing this, Yu Lao's initial impression of Fong Jiran softened, and he felt genuinely fortunate for Fong Chen. What a splendid girl. Fong Chen is indeed blessed. It is rare to find a young lady willing to endure hardship these days. He understood that setting up a stall referred to selling agricultural products. However, Fong Chen discerned that Seventh Sister was likely seeking a taste of life's realities, perhaps even selling high-end luxury goods. Chapter 3. Management fee. The presence of this stunning beauty attracted a throng of customers, causing Yu Lao's stall to be nearly inundated. "Ergu is here." A shout reverberated through the market, and the atmosphere fell silent momentarily. Fong Chen looked up to see a group of 7 or 8 young men swaggering into the market, exuding an intimidating presence. Leading the pack, Ergu, chewing betel nut, had a young lackey behind him brandishing a QR code for payments, swinging it past each stall. Who are these people? Fong Jiran frowned, inquiring. As the stall owners saw the gang saunter by, they hastily retrieved their phones to scan and enter the required amounts. Those with poor sales had to pay 1,000, while those faring slightly better coughed up 2 or even 3,000. They're collecting stall management fees. Don't worry, I'll handle them, Yu Lao said hesitantly, trembling slightly as he opened his wallet to extract a few red bills. Uncle, your vegetable stall probably makes only about $100 in a morning, Fong Chun interjected, raising an eyebrow. They demand 500 for protection. It's outrageous. And wasn't the leader, Ergu, a friend of Yu Xiaofeng? Yu Xiaofeng was Yu Lao's nephew, but the elder preferred not to divulge too much about family matters. Fong Chun had learned that Yu Lao initially chose to set up shop at Chaoyang Market because of his tenuous familial connection with Yu Xiaofeng, hoping for some preferential treatment. At that moment, a loud crash erupted from a nearby fruit stall, revealing the gang had overturned it, as the owner, frustrated by poor sales, engaged Ergu in an argument, only to be brutally kicked to the ground. Oranges rolled across the floor, and it was only when the owner's daughter produced a wad of cash that they ceased their intimidation. Dare to oppose our Xiaofeng? You don't want to do business anymore? Fong Jiran narrowed her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, they are utterly lawless. Ergu, noticing Fong Chen's glare, sneered, what are you staring at? Kid, keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Fong Chen suppressed his fury, sipping hot tea. You're quite perceptive. By the way, old man, your vegetable stall seems to be doing well today, Ergu declared, holding up 3 fingers towards Yu Lao. He then kicked the stall sign, urging, hurry up, don't waste my time. Yu Lao was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it agreed upon for 500? Xiaofeng is my nephew, Ergu retorted. Oh, you're the old man Xiaofeng said to take special care of? Fine, we're all family here. I'll give you some face today. I'll settle for 20,000. What? Yu Lao's complexion changed dramatically. 500 had escalated to 20,000? This had nothing to do with sales performance. No stall could earn 20,000 in a single day, regardless of the business. You are too much. Call Yu Xiaofeng to talk. Fong Chun could no longer hold back. At that moment, a young man on a motorcycle revved into the market, coming to a halt right in front of the vegetable stall. It was Yu Xiaofeng. Hey, Ergu. Collecting fees for my uncle today? How much? Ergu grinned wickedly. 20,000. Yu Xiaofeng burst into laughter. Yes, that's the number. Just for good luck, right, uncle? Fong Chun clenched his fists. What? You got married, and the old man didn't give you a gift? Am I supposed to let you off easy for 2,000? Married? This scoundrel managed to find a wife? Fong Chun frowned. Who did you marry? I was unaware. Why, the big star Fong Xiao. Just the other day, we held our wedding in a dream. Nonsense. Utterly shameless. This brat was clearly deluding himself, and he dared to seize the opportunity for a gift. Huh, 2,000 ISNT enough. How about I buy this stall? Just then, Fong Jiran, who had remained silent, spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Upon her utterance, Yu Xiaofeng's gaze was riveted upon her, unable to look away, and he gulped. Wow, a goddess. Fong Chun felt a surge of disgust at Yu Xiaofeng's expression. He positioned himself protectively in front of Jiran. Yu Xiaofeng scowled. Hey, is this the girlfriend of Fong Chun? Tisk truly a gem. How about this, Fong Chun? I want to ask for any money. Money matters among relatives are too vulgar. Just let this beauty dine with me, and I'll waive your protection fee for a year. What do you think? Quite a bargain. ISNT it. Fong Chun coldly scoffed. Dream on. Get lost. As a man, Yu Xiaofeng's insidious thoughts were all too apparent to Fong Chun. Oh, Fong Chun. A beauty of this caliber is not someone of your ilk can aspire to. It's just a dinner, not a loss of flesh. Besides, you're merely a poor delivery boy. What good life could come from following you? ISNT that right, beauty? After Yu Xiaofeng's remarks, Jiran shot him a blank stare. You think you're worthy to dine with me? Then she mockingly retorted. Yu Xiaofeng attempted to grab her, a sinister grin on his face. Oh, fiery temper, huh? But whether I'm worthy is not for you to decide. You're on my turf now, and everything goes by my rules. Before he could finish, Fong Chun delivered a punch squarely to Yu Xiaofeng's nose. He had endured long enough. This brat dared to covet his 7th sister? The blow was powerful. Yu Xiaofeng staggered back, blood streaming from his nose. Damn it. Very well, Fong Chun. You dare to hit me? You're finished today. Not only will I take your woman, but I'll have Dege and the others join in as well. Even if you kneel and plead with me, I shall not spare you today. Fong Chun, who spends his days delivering food, may lack other skills, but he possesses considerable strength. If it comes to blows, perhaps the few men behind Yu Xiaofeng would not stand a chance. I wonder how a mere big shot from the Chaoyang vegetable market dares to threaten my brother. Yu Xiaofeng's face was filled with rage as he pointed at Fang Jiran. Hurling insults, a woman with a large chest and a small mind. Tonight you shall witness what a true man is like. What nonsense! Fang Chen stepped forward boldly, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Yu Xiaofeng's face. Ergu, observing Fang Chen's imposing stature, felt a twinge of trepidation. You've heard of Brother Da, right? The contractor of this market? I'm curious to see if he can still speak so boldly when he arrives. Chapter 4. The gift. A moment later, a long wheelbase Land Cruiser rolled in. A man clad in a black trench coat emerged, his face bearing a menacing demeanor. It was clear he was no benign character. Brother Da, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, this brat might have turned your market upside down. Yu Xiaofeng quickly switched to a humble tone upon seeing the man. It was indeed Brother Da, the contractor for this entire area, controlling all the territory within a 10-mile radius of White Dove Village. Who would have thought that we would provoke such an important figure today? We should retreat swiftly. Indeed, I've heard that Brother Da was once a notorious figure in the underworld, ruthless in his methods. This delivery guy might be in grave danger. Fang Chun cast a glance at Brother Da, who, guided by Yu Xiaofeng, approached Elder Yu's stall. Upon exiting the vehicle, Brother Da remained silent. Brother Da, this old man not only refuses to pay the management fee, but also resorts to violence. Yu Xiaofeng sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Jiran and Fang Chun. Brother Da observed Fang Jiran and then Fang Chun, his expression suddenly shifting. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaofeng continued to rant. Hey, Fang Chun, Brother Da is here. You're finished today? I'll tell you, not only will Brother Da take the woman next to you, but he will. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed throughout the market, silencing all the vendors. Yu Xiaofeng, in disbelief, held his face, staring blankly at Brother Da. Why did you hit me? Brother Da, they're the troublemakers. Brother Da's face darkened, seemingly ready to burst. Just then, Fang Jiran coldly remarked, it seems contracting this land to you was a grave mistake. At her words, Brother Da trembled, nearly collapsing to his knees, his voice quavering. Mr. Fang, this is all a misunderstanding. Mr. Fang? The anticipated scenario where Fang Chen's family would suffer did not unfold. Instead, it was Yu Xiaofeng, relying on Brother Da, who received a slap first. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Brother Da, this Fang Chen is merely a delivery boy adopted by my uncle. He has no background. After receiving the slap, Yu Xiaofeng's expression turned resentful as he glared at Fang Chun. Brother Da shouted in fury, Shut up, you fool. Do you even know who you've offended? At that moment, Fang Jiran stepped forward and calmly addressed Brother Da. Here, a $2 million check. Consider it our token of goodwill. Accept it. Were you not seeking my management fee? Upon hearing the amount, the crowd gasped, astonished that the vegetable seller had found a wealthy girlfriend. Brother Da, however, gulped audibly. You must be joking. Who would dare accept your money on this land? Fang Jiran was no ordinary woman. She was the CEO of Tianding Group, worth billions, with land holdings that spanned much of the capital. It was said that anyone in real estate knew this fiery and beautiful woman. Moreover, Brother Da was merely renting land from Tianding. To demand management fees from her was tantamount to courting disaster. Yu Xiaofeng was taken aback and turned to Brother Da, saying, What Mr. Fang? Where did this Mr. Fang come from? Brother Da, don't let this brat deceive you. Fang Chun, quickly tell Brother Da you are merely a delivery boy adopted by an old man, a worthless errand runner. Once the truth comes out, both you and this old man will suffer. Yu Xiaofeng yelled, You continue to put on airs, and I swear I will not spare you. Idiot, you are trying to get us killed. Brother Da, enraged, seized a nearby stool and smashed it against Yu Xiaofeng's back. With a crunch, Yu Xiaofeng fell to the ground, and seeing Fang Jiran's indifference, Brother Da gritted his teeth and kicked Yu Xiaofeng a few more times until he finally fell silent. Brother Da yanked Yu Xiaofeng's hair, exclaiming, You are trying to get us killed. This Mr. Fang is the CEO of Tianding Group. This land belongs to her. If you want to die, do it on your own. Don't drag me down with you. The CEO of Tianding Group, the woman beside Fang Chen. In an instant, Yu Xiaofeng trembled with fear. Bow down. Everyone kneel. Brother Da shouted at the gang behind Yu Xiaofeng. The gang quickly dropped to their knees. Mr. Fang, Please show mercy and grant us another chance. A few small-time thugs echoed. We will never dare provoke you again. Grant you a chance? Did you give anyone else a chance? Fong Jiran glared at the other vendors, stating, disputes over management fees resulted in violence and chaos. These people rely on their small businesses for survival, yet you bled them dry. Did you ever consider their livelihoods? Fong Jiran's demeanor exuded an overwhelming pressure. Fong Chun, watching from the side, nearly leapt in applause. Sister 7, you are magnificent. You lot, slap yourselves 10 times and return the management fees. This matter shall be overlooked. As her words fell, the Chuyang vegetable market erupted with the sound of crisp slaps. With Brother Da's gang fleeing in disarray, Fong Chen's family received applause and cheers from the entire market. Seated atop the stall, Fong Chun sighed with a wry smile. Elder Yu's temperament was truly something to contend with. Originally, Fong Chun had intended to give Elder Yu some money for a peaceful life, but Elder Yu had refused, choosing to remain in the market. Having lived a life without children, Elder Yu found more joy in Fong Chen's happiness than in material wealth. He had grown accustomed to his current lifestyle. Changing the elderly man's mindset would not be an easy feat, Sister 7. Where shall we go next? Fong Chun rubbed his brow, looking at Fong Jiran with a puzzled expression. Everything that had transpired today felt surreal to him. Acquiring a system out of the blue was already thrilling enough. To his astonishment, he also had a remarkable and indulgent seventh sister. Brother, do you remember the gift I mentioned? Over the past year, she had meticulously selected a match for him, promising his 6 sisters that she would find him a beautiful bride. Otherwise, they would surely tear her apart. Matchmaking? Fong Chun was momentarily taken aback. He was only 19, and already at the age for such arrangements? Sighing, he thought of his brother eventually settling down, which saddened Jiran. You are my precious one. A hint of melancholy crossed Fong Jiran's brow. This sorrowful, rain-like expression was something Fong Chun had never witnessed before, causing his heart to tremble. Truly, this was quintessentially Jiran. The vehicle gradually entered a shopping mall, and Fong Chun felt a flutter of recognition. He was quite familiar with this place, having delivered takeout here before. The Saipan International Shopping Center was the most bustling commercial street in the capital, and one wouldn't dare wander around without several tens of thousands in their pocket. After parking, Fong Jiran's lovely face was veiled in sadness. If it weren't for the fact that you are already of marrying age, I truly wouldn't want to give you to anyone else. How wonderful it would be to hold you close. As she spoke, Fong Jiran leaned in to unbuckle Fong Chen's seatbelt, an affectionate gesture that made the young man blush. Wait, sister, who is my match? Snap back to reality. Fong Chen looked at Fong Jiran with a bewildered expression. Jiran paused for a moment, then rubbed her head. Look at me. I was so upset that I forgot this important detail. She pulled out her phone and said, Table 12 at Starbucks. Her name is Su Ming Yao. Introduced by a friend of mine. I've seen her photo. She's a beautiful girl. All right, I'll go take a look. After all, it was a reunion gift from his sister, and it would be disrespectful not to see it. Chapter 5. The Ever-Changing Sakura, Fong Jiran. Stepping out of the car, Fong Chun walked straight into Starbucks. Hello. May I ask who you are looking for? A server approached him with a polite smile upon noticing his searching demeanor. Fong Chun sighed inwardly. The service here was indeed commendable. Previously, he rarely indulged in such high-end establishments, often only entering to pick up takeout. Could you please direct me to table 12? Following the server, Fong Chun arrived at the designated table. A girl sat there, stirring her coffee with a spoon. If his sister's beauty could be rated a perfect 10, this girl was at least a 9. Her casual outfit and charming smile easily garnered favorable impressions. Yet, that smile struck Fong Chun as somewhat strange and awkward. Hello, are you Su Ming Yao? He asked instinctively. The girl raised her gaze, scrutinizing him, and frowned slightly. Did my cousin not say she was introducing a wealthy person? You look like a delivery worker. Is this a joke? You're my cousin's friend's brother, my match? Fong Chun nodded, assuming that this so-called cousin must be his sister's friend. Su Ming Yao's brow furrowed again. In that case, let's get straight to the point. She paused, fixing her gaze intently on Fong Chun. Internally, she lamented, he looks quite handsome. But it's unfortunate he's just a delivery guy. Having encountered various individuals during his time as a delivery worker, Fong Chun was adept at reading situations. Su Ming Yao's disdainful gaze was apparent. He nodded in acknowledgement. You, a delivery worker, might not be suitable for me. Fong Chun smirked. How do you know we aren't compatible? Huh, a delivery guy? Do you even know who I am? I have 100,000 followers as a major internet celebrity. Su Ming Yao glanced dismissively at him. her expression suggesting that if each of her followers donated $1, she'd earn 100,000 in a day, far more than what he could earn in a month. As she spoke, Su Mingyao turned her phone screen towards him. It became clear that she was live streaming during this matchmaking endeavor. Fang Chun glanced at the comments flooding in, rife with hostility and venomous remarks. Humph, a filthy delivery worker thinks he can date our goddess? Not a chance. Yao Yao, don't waste your time with him. He is not your destined one. Su Mingyao showed no mercy, making it clear that a delivery worker had no right to pursue her. She continued coldly. Let me ask you a very realistic question. Do you have a car? A house? Any savings? A car? Observing Su Mengyao's mocking expression, Fang Chun burst into laughter. Just a moment, let me make a call. Hello, sister, do I have a car? He asked, bemused by the absurdity of the question. Isn't my car yours? Well, I just wrecked a LaFerrari. Now I only have a Lamborghini Veneno, a Ferrari Enzo, and a Pagani Huayra left. As Fang Jiran spoke nonchalantly, Fang Chun glanced at Su Mingyao, repeating with indifference, Lamborghini Veneno, Ferrari Enzo, Pagani Huayra. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyao scoffed, and the live stream erupted in disbelief. This guy is insane. He bragging without a care. The Lamborghini Veneno costs over 80 million, and he just throws it around like it's nothing. Ignoring Su Mingyao, Fang Chun continued, Sister, do I have a house? You silly brother, I work in real estate. Under the Tian Ding Group. Which property do you want? Cise de Villa, Mansion, or Courtyard House? I can arrange it immediately. Fang Chun's voice was loud enough for Su Mingyao to hear. Upon hearing the name Tian Ding Group, Su Mingyao's expression shifted. That was the largest real estate developer in the capital. Who is your sister? She asked, momentarily stunned. It's me, Fang Jiran. Before Fang Chun could respond, a striking figure entered Starbucks. It was none other than his sister, Fang Jiran. Sister, why did you come in? Come, brother, I'm here to take you home. As for this matchmaking, I believe it is best to put an end to it here. Upon the appearance of the woman, Su Mingyao was taken aback momentarily, only to have her expression change dramatically. It was Fang Jiran, the esteemed female president of Tianding Group. At that moment, the live stream's barrage of comments erupted into chaos. Initially, there were barely 30,000 fans in the room, but within less than 30 seconds of Fang Jiran's entrance, the number skyrocketed to over 100,000, and the audience continued to swell rapidly. Gifts flew in abundance, with rockets appearing as frequently as fireworks during the New Year celebrations. It was unexpected that this delivery boy was actually Fang Jiran's brother. This was utterly unbelievable. Please tell me where you are. I must seek an autograph from the goddess. I will send you 10 rockets. Please help me get her contact information. Su Mingyao was astonished by the rapidly increasing popularity of the live stream. Deep within her heart, her initial impression of Fang Chun, which had been one of a poor, downtrodden individual, dissipated in an instant. The light blue delivery outfit he wore suddenly appeared to exude a unique charm. As Fang Chun and his sister were about to depart, Su Mingyao quickly donned an enthusiastic demeanor, saying, Wait, I believe we are quite compatible. We should reconsider this. Her emotions were now beyond her control, overwhelmed by excitement. She envisioned herself gracefully adorned in an exquisite qipao, standing on the balcony of seaside residence with a glass of red wine, gazing out at the ocean. The coffee in her hand lost its appeal in an instant. Fang Chun observed the shift in Su Mengyao's gaze with keen clarity. If he were to become the brother-in-law of Fang Jiran, he could potentially save himself 3 decades of hard work, if not more. The viewers in the live stream, who had initially looked down upon Fang Chun, now perceived him as a presumptuous frog yearning for a swan, had to re-evaluate their stance upon learning he was the brother of the celebrity CEO. It became evident who was truly ignorant and who was superficial. This woman is utterly shameless. I am unfollowing. Indeed, just moments ago, she dismissed him as a mere delivery boy, but upon discovering his affluent background, her demeanor changed in an instant. How disgraceful. Damn, I have spent considerable money in this woman's live stream. What a waste. Fang Chun cast a mild glance at Su Mingyao, then shook his head, replying, I actually think we aren't suited for each other. As a delivery boy, it would be a waste of your time. After this statement, Fang Chun led Fang Jiran out of the CAF. Su Mingyao was filled with regret, and those who witnessed the entire scene directed disdainful glances at her, clearly mocking her superficiality. Just moments ago, she had scorned others, but upon realizing his substantial background, her facade changed faster than one could turn a page. Once outside Starbucks, Fang Jiran tugged at Fang Chen's shoulder, "Brother, are you upset?" Her cousin was quite amiable, and given her nature, Fong Jiran had assumed Su Mingyao to be a straightforward girl. Fong Chun chuckled softly. "Seventh sister, you are overthinking. I am not angry. However, your sudden arrangement for a matchmaking event has taken me by surprise. I am not quite ready to settle down." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiran pouted her lips, her innocent demeanor leaving Fong Chun momentarily spellbound. "Ah, your 6 sisters believe it is time for you to find a girlfriend. They prioritize lineage greatly. I simply wish for my dear brother to be happy every day. Finding a girlfriend is merely a formality." Just as Fong Chun took a sip of coffee, he spat it out in surprise at his sister's casual remark. "What do you mean merely a formality?" "Well, since you, my beloved brother, do not wish for me to interfere in your lifelong endeavors, I shall refrain from doing so. I will help shield you from the other 6 sisters. However, we must agree that you cannot be wronged. No one is allowed to bully Fong Jiran's brother, or else." As she concluded, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, causing Fong Chun to swallow hard. His 7th sister's temperament was indeed captivating and changeable, oscillating between fierce and charming. A true brother's keeper, she was a veritable chameleon. Chapter 6. The heart's delight of the 7th sister Fong Jiran opened the door to her luxurious car, a contemplative expression crossing her face as she slowly spoke. "Oh, by the way, brother, speaking of which, it is about time for you to take on some responsibilities in managing the company." "The company?" Fong Chun was momentarily taken aback. Jiran's company was none other than the illustrious Tianding Group, renowned throughout the nation. He felt utterly unprepared. Could it be that she intended for him to gradually take over and work at Tianding Group? The vast enterprise supported hundreds of thousands of employees. As a real estate developer, its business encompassed engineering, development construction teams, and various related industries. Any misstep could potentially lead to the downfall of this colossal company. Fong Chun was hesitant to meddle in corporate affairs and waved his hands frantically, chuckling, "Seventh sister, please don't joke. If I were to join your company, I would only be a source of chaos, not a benefit." After speaking, he glanced at Fong Jiran's expression. To his surprise, she did not exhibit the displeasure he anticipated. Rather, her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Who said you would be going directly to Tianding? In my early years, I operated a clothing company, and I plan for you to take over that as a training ground. When I feel the time is right, you can transition to Tianding." Fong Chen's realization dawned upon him. He had initially thought his sister was thrusting him into the complexities of Tianding Group. It seemed she had her own calculations and considerations. At the very least, even if he failed to manage the modest clothing company, his sister's connections and abilities would provide a timely rescue. Just then, Fong Jiran's phone rang, and she gestured an apology to Fong Chun before hastily answering. "Hello? President, the client surnamed Liu is looking for you again. What should we do?" The call was from her secretary, Xiaobai. Fong Jiran frowned. "The client surnamed Liu? Liu Chongqing? Why is he not staying with his family? Perhaps your charm is too great. He has brought along a nearly billion-yuan deal, stating that he must discuss cooperation with you in person." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiran's brows knitted together. "Is he trying to threaten me? Let him wait. If he cannot wait, then we will not pursue this deal. I am currently with my brother, and nothing is more important than him." With that, she decisively hung up the phone. In the conference room of Tianding Group, Xiaobai let out a wry smile and addressed the young man leaning back in his chair. "Young Master Liu, the president mentioned she is currently attending to her brother. If you can wait, you may discuss it with her upon her return. If you cannot wait, then this deal can be disregarded." After speaking, Xiaobai glanced at the man before her. He was dressed in an elegant Armani suit, tall and imposing, likely to captivate many a young woman's heart outside. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong target for his affections. Our President Fong is, after all, quite the doting sister. To call her a brother Khan would be an understatement regarding the bond between her and her sibling. For a woman so fixated on her brother, it is likely that she has no room in her heart for other men. Liu Chongqing, the sole male heir of the illustrious Liu family of the capital, was indeed a figure of significance. His status allowed him to intervene in any matters concerning the Liu family, which, with its vast wealth, could easily overlook a mere few billion in projects. As long as Liu Chongqing was content, the Liu family would allow him to squander as he pleased. This has fostered a sense of entitlement in him. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Xiaobai concluded her statement, a playful smirk appeared on Liu Chongqing's handsome face. "Did you just mention Fong Jiran?" Xiao Bai flashed a polite smile, knowing she had to maintain impeccable decorum in hosting this young Master Lu. After all, as President Fang's personal secretary, she represented Tianding Group in her absence. Indeed, young Master Lu. Lu Changqing took a sip of tea, casually remarking, "Since when did Fang Jiran have a brother?" His acquaintance with Fang Jiran was purely coincidental. He had first laid eyes on her during a banquet, where she had struck him as extraordinarily captivating. After a brief introduction, he had embarked on a fervent pursuit of her affections, only to find that no matter how persistently he pursued her, she had never acknowledged him. Consequently, Lu Changqing thought to leverage business matters to gain her attention. However, even with a lucrative deal worth billions on the table, she remained disinterested. What did she mean by waiting for her return or disregarding the deal? Was she truly indifferent to such a substantial offer? Xiao Bai responded, "That matter pertains to the president herself. If she is unwilling, I cannot provide further details. All I can say is that her brother is her most cherished treasure." Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing let out an irritated huff and slammed his teacup onto the table. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Having always been the favored child in his family, he was unaccustomed to being turned away. He departed without waiting for a response. Xiao Bai watched Lu Changqing's retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh. She knew he would likely not give up easily. Fang Chen hesitated before pulling Fang Jiran aside. "Seventh sister, there is something I must discuss with you regarding my girlfriend." Fang Chen had never mentioned his girlfriend to her before. Thus, he briefly recounted the story of how he met her. Fang Jiran appeared slightly surprised. "So, it seems I was overthinking it. I thought you, having grown up surrounded by 7 beautiful sisters, would have little interest in women." Coughing awkwardly, Fang Chen found her statement rather self-absorbed. Yet, he had no retort, despite having only a year's worth of memories. His job as a delivery man had exposed him to many women. His 7th sister's beauty truly eclipsed them all. "Seventh sister, do you know what gifts are most likely to please a girl?" Fang Chen asked, looking at her expectantly, only to immediately regret his question. In an instant, his sister transformed into a delicate figure, her long lashes casting a shadow over her eyes, appearing pitifully vulnerable. Fang Jiran pouted. "The thought of my dear brother giving gifts to another woman makes me reluctant." Fang Chen let out a bitter laugh, realizing how clingy his sister was. He was uncertain how to comfort her, as everything that had transpired today felt surreal. Not only had he acquired a remarkable signing system, but he also had such a stunning and affluent 7th sister. In that moment, he called out in his mind, "System, are you there?" There was no electronic prompt. The system was silent. This intriguing signing system seemed to have a mind of its own. It had initially bound itself to him and gifted him his sister, but there had been no further communication since. If not for Fang Jiran's presence, he might have doubted whether it was all a vivid dream. This elusive system was indeed perplexing. Could it be that it was solely for signing in, with no other tasks or rewards? At that moment, Fang Jiran had already regained her composure. While she doted on Fang Chen, one could say she indulged in a bit of brotherly favoritism. She would still support his choices. After all, in her heart, her brother's happiness was paramount. With this thought, she pursed her lips and said, "Most girls likely prefer cosmetics or jewelry." Fang Jiran's analysis stemmed from a typical girl's perspective. If it were up to her, the only gift she would truly desire would be her brother himself. Hearing his sister's suggestion enlightened Fang Chen. Yes, cosmetics or jewelry. Realizing this, he glanced at Fang Jiran a bit shyly. The woman easily discerned that he intended to buy a gift for his girlfriend. Fang Jiran waved her delicate hand, urging him, go on. The International Shopping Center is just downstairs." Fang Chen smiled broadly, feeling as though he had received a reprieve. "Thank you, 7th sister. You are truly wonderful." Watching Fang Chen's joyful retreat, Fang Jiran's exquisite face clouded with sadness. "Oh dear brother, sigh, my cherished one is about to be divided by another woman." Chapter 7. The Eternal Heart. Fang Chen's girlfriend, Lin Ranran, was someone he had met approximately 6 months ago while delivering food. During that time, he had truly experienced the vicissitudes of life, which made him treasure his relationship with Lin Ranran even more. Now that he had some financial means, he decided to prepare a surprise gift for Lin Ranran. After all, even during Lin Ranran's birthday, Fang Chen had not presented any particularly impressive gifts. He wandered into a jewelry store, casually glancing around. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he surveyed the display cases. Truly, it was the legendary treasure trove. the Saipan International Shopping Center, living up to its reputation. The cheapest pieces of jewelry began at 6 figures, with even items in the million range not being uncommon. Fong Chun clicked his tongue, marveling at the sheer terror of the prices. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" At that moment, a saleswoman approached him. Fong Chun nodded and inquired, "Do you have any gifts suitable for girlfriend?" Price is not a concern. It's the sentiment that matters. He no longer needed to live as frugally as before. He possessed a bank card gifted by Jioran. With 200 million yuan in disposable income, a sum that many would aspire to earn over a lifetime. Upon hearing his request, the saleswoman appraised him with a discerning glance. However, she refrained from commenting further. As the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Although Fong Chun was clad in a delivery outfit, who could ascertain whether he was merely an ordinary worker or an affluent heir seeking to experience life. The saleswoman smiled gently and said, "Please hold on for a moment." She then disappeared behind the counter. Fong Chun settled into a nearby seat, awaiting her return. Shortly, the saleswoman reappeared, carefully presenting a beautifully packaged cat's eye stone bracelet before him. "Sir, this is our store's treasure, the Eternal Heart. It is priced at 2,700,000 yuan. Please take your time to admire it." Fong Chun's gaze remained fixated on the verdant cat's eye stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful, displaying no signs of artificial enhancement, as if it had been crafted by divine hands. It was a timeless classic, and he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the exquisite bracelet before him. He licked his lips, unable to divert his gaze. The saleswoman, noticing his awe, smiled knowingly, for it was common for first-time viewers of the Eternal Heart to react similarly. Time seemed to stand still as he admired the magnificent piece. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice broke the silence. "How can a delivery person be here?" This remark shattered Fong Chun's reverie. Frowning, he turned toward the source of the voice. Where a heavily made-up young woman regarded him with disdain, her companion beside her frowning in agreement. The saleswoman forced a smile. "This gentleman is also a customer here." The atmosphere thickened with tension. The young woman scoffed, "Are you blind? Can't you see what kind of person he is? Just a filthy delivery boy. How could he possibly enter this store?" The saleswoman stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. "What are you waiting for? Get him out of here," the woman commanded coldly, casting a contemptuous glance at Fong Chun, as if to say, "Country bumpkin, look at your cluelessness." Her companion nodded, adding, "Hurry up and remove that delivery guy. I still need to buy a birthday gift for my girlfriend." The saleswoman appeared embarrassed as Fong Chun instinctively asked, "What is going on?" "I'm sorry, sir." She replied with a pained smile. "I may have to ask you to leave. That individual is a major shareholder in our store, and I cannot refute his words." Fong Chun nodded, acknowledging the situation. The saleswoman was merely an employee, and he bore no ill toward her. But the condescending attitude of the so-called shareholders was truly displeasing. "Why are you still looking? Hurry up and leave. When this store could you possibly afford?" The woman sneered at Fong Chun. Unable to endure such insults, Fong Chun, a young man with plenty of vigor, stood abruptly, ready to retort. "Enough, Hongxia, calm down. By the way, where's my Eternal Heart? I intend to gift it to my girlfriend today. Bring it to me." The man nonchalantly glanced at Fong Chun before addressing the saleswoman. The saleswoman hesitated. "It's in that gentleman's possession." In an instant, a loud slap resonated in the air, leaving 5 vivid fingerprints on the saleswoman's cheek. The woman glared at Fong Chun's exquisite package, erupting in fury. "How dare a peasant like you even think of appreciating the Eternal Heart? I suspect you might be his little lover. Are you two planning to steal my store's treasure? Call the police. We must apprehend these two," she exclaimed, pulling out her phone. Fong Chun could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in indignation. "I am a consumer too. On what grounds do you expel me? And how dare you strike someone? Just because my boyfriend is a major shareholder in this store. And you, a filthy delivery boy, dare to call yourself a consumer? What can you afford here?" The woman, referred to as Hongxia, continued her relentless mockery. At that moment, the man, the so-called major shareholder, had evidently garnered some recognition in the bustling mall. People began to whisper, "Isn't that Mr. Lin from the esteemed Lin family?" It appeared that he held significant stakes in this store. Did you underestimate Mr. Lin's wealth? Didn't you hear him mention gifting the Eternal Heart, valued at over 2 million, to someone? The crowd buzzed with excitement, many gold diggers and socialites gazing at Mr. Lin with admiration. "Buy it? How do you know I can't afford it?" Fong Chun declared. pulling the saleswoman behind him. Life is about dignity, and today he would seek justice. How arrogant for a mere delivery man to act so presumptuously. Do you comprehend the significance of 2 million? This is a luxury goods store, not a real estate office. Our merchandise cannot be purchased in installments. For you, 2 million is likely an astronomical figure, one that you could never hope to attain even after a lifetime of delivering food. The woman named Hongxia sneered coldly. Fong Chun replied nonchalantly, I am indeed a delivery man, but believe me, I could acquire your store in a heartbeat and change its ownership. At his words, the crowd surrounding them erupted in disbelief. Most were mocking Fong Chen's audacity. This delivery guy actually claims he can buy the store? Huh. He has no idea what kind of background and financial resources are required to operate in the Saipan International Shopping Center. The onlookers showed no sympathy for Fong Chun. Rather, they relished the unfolding drama, eager to see how it would play out. Hongxia, predictably, laughed derisively. I want to see how you intend to purchase this store. Fong Chen nodded, realizing that further words were futile. Any additional chatter would merely squander his breath. He promptly dialed his sister, Fong Jiran. Hello, little brother. Have you chosen a gift? Almost. But I've encountered a situation. I wish to buy a store. A store? Fong Jiran inquired, her tone laced with curiosity, though she refrained from probing further. Which store? I'll have someone take over right away. All right, please wait 2 minutes, sister. After hanging up the phone, Fong Chen glanced at the scornful Hongxia and calmly stated, just wait 2 minutes. Huh. This delivery man is putting on quite the performance, someone scoffed. Exactly. He is utterly deluded. But if Mr. Lin doesn't approve, who would dare sell the store? Hongxia taunted. Should you manage to acquire this store, I, Li Hongxia, will apologize to you today and allow that girl over there to slap me 10 times, she declared, pointing at a saleswoman. Fong Chen nodded. Very well. At that moment, Lin Shengxiao frowned and said slowly, Enough, Li Hongxia. Why quarrel with the delivery man? We have a birthday party to attend this afternoon. We can't waste time on this. I'll take the eternal heart, and if the other shareholders object, they can simply deduct it from my dividends, Lin Shengxiao said. Reaching for the cat's stone bracelet on the table. However, the next moment, a voice from behind startled him. Mr. Lin, the dividends of this store are no longer your concern, so I advise you against making any rash moves, or we might have to consider a robbery. A group of men dressed in black suits entered the store. Upon hearing this, Lin Shengxiao's expression changed dramatically. Zheng Buwei, the general manager of Saipan International Shopping Center, though not the ultimate owner of the commercial building, was responsible for its operations. His decisions were paramount within this upscale consumer venue, and no one dared to underestimate this influential figure. The group in black ignored Lin Shengxiao and approached Fong Chen instead. Young Master Fong, we apologize for being late. All the paperwork has been completed, and this store is officially yours now. Please review it, one of them said, handing over a document. Fong Chun glanced at the papers, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Shengxiao, still in shock, asked, Mr. Zheng, what does this mean? Zheng Buwei cast a faint glance at him and replied, Earlier, Fong Jiran of Tianding Group purchased this store. Henceforth, it has no connection to you. If you doubt this, feel free to ask your father. He was just informed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. So, the store truly changed ownership in mere minutes. Many who had mocked Fong Chun moments ago now wore expressions of disbelief. It turned out that he possessed the power to effortlessly acquire a store with a mere flick of his wrist. The girls who had previously fawned over Lin Shengxiao now looked utterly embarrassed, realizing that the seemingly inconsequential delivery man was, in fact, a hidden wealthy heir. They were not deaf. They had heard Zheng Buwei's declaration. Fong Jiran, the president of Tianding Group, was a star enterprise in the capital, with liquid assets exceeding hundreds of billions. With such a formidable backing, it was no wonder Fong Chun had been so self-assured. Lin Shengxiao's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Who are you to Fong Jiran? I am her brother, Fong Chen replied. At this revelation, Lin Shengxiao comprehended that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The flamboyant woman beside him gasped, her face betraying disbelief. This cannot be true. Her expression was one of utter incredulity. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. No, it's impossible. You must be lying. Lin Shengxiao held a document in hand, clearly stating the transfer of shares. Fong Chun had indeed acquired the store. The reality of the situation struck Lin Shengxiao hard. He hadn't even grasped that his store had changed hands before it was too late. His face turned pale. Now, Hearing his girlfriend's unreasonable outburst, his anger surged. Why did you provoke a delivery man? Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough already? He shouted. Fong Chun disregarded their quarrel and stepped forward. Do not forget. You still owe me an apology. Impossible. You only hired an actor. There's no way I'm apologizing to you. Li Hongxiao exclaimed, seething with rage. At that moment, Lin Xingxiao, unable to contain his frustration, slapped Li Hongxiao across the face. The force of the action echoed through the room. Fong Chun was connected to Fong Jiran of Tianding Group, a family far more formidable than any aristocracy. Lin Xingxiao could not afford to offend them. Seeing Li Hongxiao still provoking Fong Chun, Lin Xingxiao finally erupted. You will apologize to young Master Fong, he declared coldly, glaring at Li Hongxiao. The voice carried an air of ominousness, clearly indicating that anger had been stirred. Fong Chun cast a detached glance at Li Hongxiao, whose face was marked by disarray. Her earlier demeanor had shown neither respect nor compassion when she had stood over him. Naturally, Fong Chun felt no pangs of sympathy for such a person. What is your name? He inquired, turning to the saleswoman behind him. The unfolding events left the young saleswoman utterly astonished. She covered her mouth with her small hand, instinctively responding as Fong Chun turned to question her. I am Ning Luoyu. Luoyu, is it? Very well, from this day forth. You shall serve as the manager of this store. With a mere statement, Fong Chun elevated the working girl to the position of manager in this luxury boutique. Indeed, he was a true scion of wealth. The onlooking socialites gazed at Fong Chun with starry eyes, captivated by his youthful affluence, extravagant spending, and the image of a princely figure they had always envisioned. The seemingly ordinary takeaway attire he wore suddenly took on an aura of distinction. Some socialites glanced around, assessing the delivery boys passing by, wary of missing out on a potential suitor akin to Fong Chun, who dared to experience life outside their gilded cages. At that moment, Li Hongxiao realized she had inadvertently invited trouble upon herself, likely due to Lin Xingxiao's influence. Though resentment brewed within her, she forced a contrite expression, deeply bowing to Fong Chun. I apologize, Mr. Fong. Today, I was in the wrong. I should not have looked down upon you. Lin Xingxiao echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Mr. Fong, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please accept my apology. Fong Chun merely nodded, weary of prolonging the exchange with these two. As he picked up the Eternity Heart and prepared to leave, Ning Liu, newly appointed as manager, timidly spoke up. May I be allowed to deliver the remaining 9 slaps? Fong Chun paused, his expression momentarily frozen, while Lin Xingxiao and Li Hongxiao exchanged disconcerted glances. What a grudge! However, in Fong Chun's presence, they dared not utter anything disrespectful. Fong Chun cast them a look of self-preservation and stated, Feel free to strike. There is no need to spare my dignity. With that, he vanished from sight, and soon, the corridor of the Saipan International Shopping Center echoed with cries and the sound of slaps. As for the previous chapter's release, it seems something had gone awry, resulting in this chapter not appearing in the main text. I hope everyone can read it smoothly, should any issues arise. Please feel free to contact me in the comment section, where I will do my best to respond. Chapter 9. Lamborghini upon exiting. Fong Chun made his way to the rooftop, having received a text from Fong Jiran. She had already returned to the company and arranged for a car to be sent over, which was now parked on the rooftop. As Fong Chun reached the top, his eyes were immediately drawn to a dazzling Lamborghini. Is this my car? He mused, momentarily taken aback. Fong Jiran had not clarified in her message that it was intended for him. Notably, this Lamborghini had yet to be released to the public. If this was indeed the car she had prepared for herself, it was rather extravagant. With a spirit of curiosity, Fong Chun approached the strikingly deep green vehicle. Crouching down, he spotted a car, key resting on the front left tire, the emblem of the charging bull appearing quite stylish. Indeed, this was the car Fong Jiran had set aside for him. Just then his phone rang. Hello, how are things, little brother? Those people Haven Tea arrived late. Have they? No, they came quite promptly. By the way, sister, purchasing this store must have cost you quite a bit, right? Fong Chun hesitated before speaking. On the other end, Fong Jiran chuckled lightly. How much could it be? Sister earns for the sake of spending on you. Everything I have is yours. This amount is insignificant. Fong Chun felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Despite her eccentric personality, his elder sister's kindness was genuine. Yes, that car is a gift from the manufacturer. As a loyal customer of Lamborghini, they sent me an unreleased model. You can use it for now. Aren't you going to meet your girlfriend this afternoon? I want to keep you. I have a few matters to attend to myself. Before Fang Chen could say more, she hung up. He wore a slightly perplexed expression. The last remark from Fang Juran had felt markedly different, reminiscent of a little girl reluctant to share her beloved toy. Shaking his head to dispel the odd thoughts, he reminded himself, she is your sister, Fang Chun. Do not engage in any reckless behavior. After a brisk pat on his cheek, Fang Chun slid into the car, starting the engine and steering towards the Lijiang Bridge, where his girlfriend, Lin Ranran, worked part-time at a clothing company. She passed this way daily, and he planned to surprise her. The Lijiang Bridge, a romantic rendezvous spot constructed by Huang Bufan, the young master of the Huang family in the capital, was bathed in the warm glow of streetlights. At that moment, a row of candles formed a heart shape on the sandy beach, while a dapper young man knelt before a girl in a suit, confessing his love. Look, someone is proposing over there. How romantic. Let us go see. As Fang Chun parked the Lamborghini, he noticed a crowd gravitating towards the scene of the proposal. Tossing the car keys, he murmured, a proposal? Isn't that quite common? A chorus of shrill female voices erupted, urging, say yes. Say yes. When Fang Chun casually glanced in the direction of the commotion, his body jolted as if struck by lightning. How could it be her? In the midst of the crowd, the girl being proposed to, clad in a flowing white gown and subtly enhanced by light makeup, looked stunning. She covered her mouth in excitement. This woman before him was none other than Lin Ranran, his girlfriend of less than 6 months. Make way, make way. Fang Chun could no longer contain his emotions, shoving through the throng. He never imagined his girlfriend would be swept away by another. The couple at the center of the scene sensed the unusual stir in the crowd and instinctively turned to see. Upon recognizing Fang Chun, Lin Ranran's face drained of color. Stammering, Fang Chun, what are you doing here? Fang Chun stood before the pair, exuding an aura of confrontation, causing the onlookers to shift restlessly. Who is this guy? I sense some gossip brewing. Could he be the ex-boyfriend? It may not necessarily be an ex-boyfriend. Perhaps infidelity is at play, leading to a rather dramatic scene. How intriguing. The girl, who appears so innocent, is unexpectedly straddling 2 relationships. Ah, the age-old adage rings true. One should never judge a book by its cover. In this era of a surplus of men and a scarcity of women, it is indeed a blessing if one is not being taken for granted. The man proposing has sensed something amiss. He rises from the ground, furrowing his brow as he casts a glance at Fang Chun, then turns to Lin Ranran and inquires, who is he? Brother Yang, please don't misunderstand. He's the Fang Chun I mentioned to you. Trust me, there is nothing between us, Lin Ranran replies, biting her silver teeth. With a steely resolve, she points at Fang Chun and declares, do not pursue me any further. I have a new boyfriend now. As she speaks, Lin Ranran takes the roses from Brother Yang and wraps her delicate arm around his. Fang Chun's lips twitch. He's your boyfriend? Then who am I? A person like you is unworthy to be Ranran's boyfriend. You, a mere delivery man. Can you truly bring her happiness? Brater yang retorts, Shofing Fang Chen aside. Lin Ranran coldly states, Fang Chun, let us cease all contact from now on. Fang Chun chuckles bitterly. Why is that? Why? Brater yang sneers, shooting a disdainful glance at Fang Chun before seizing Lin Ranran's hand. This bracelet was a gift from me, and the necklace around her neck was also given by me. Oh, and that Gucci bag she carries was a birthday present from me. Tell me, what can a delivery man like you afford? At this revelation, Fang Chen's expression shifts, his gaze towards Lin Ranran now tinged with disillusionment. Didn't you say that bag was a gift from your cousin? He questions coldly. You claimed you didn't care for such things. Wasn't your affection for me genuine, cousin? My name is Yang Di, the heir to Yang Realty. You are but a trifling delivery boy compared to me. Fang Chun coolly regards him, his eyes then drifting to the luxury items adorning Lin Ranran. Do you truly cherish these possessions? To Fang Chun, these were merely entry-level luxuries, easily attainable without a second thought. Faced with Fang Chen's probing, Lin Ranran's composure falters. The onlookers have realized the truth. She is, without a doubt, a materialistic woman straddling 2 relationships. She cannot forsake Fang Chen's kindness while yearning for a lavish lifestyle. In a fit of rage, she shouts, of course. What woman doesn't desire these things? Who wants to endure storms and sit on public transport? Who wishes to eat street food with you all day? You can't even afford the cheapest cosmetics for me. I've had enough. Fang Chun smiles wryly. realizing he had mistaken Lin Ranran for his true love. Is love not a mutual endeavor? Why should a woman reap the rewards without effort? Fang Chun, be more pragmatic. She adds. Brother Yang then brandishes the latest iPhone 12 before Lin Ranran. Darling, I had to pay double to secure this from a friend in the States. Here, it's yours. Lin Ranran beams. Thank you, Brother Yang. Enough, kid. Be gone. I advise you not to pursue Ranran again. Let me offer you a piece of advice. If a man is broke, he shouldn't aim for high standards. If I see you bothering Ranran again, I'll break your legs. With that, Brother Yang's bodyguards emerge from the crowd. Fang Chen raises an eyebrow. Well, I see clearly now what kind of woman Lin Ranran is. He casts a fleeting glance at Brother Yang before turning away, leaving behind a parting remark. A woman like her, I wouldn't want even if she were given to me. Chapter 10. Sister 7 comes to the rescue. Brother Yang's expression darkens. What did you say? Stop right there. He gestures to his bodyguards. Take care of him. As Fang Chun walks towards his Lamborghini, he presses the key fob, and the car's distinctive lights flash in response, accompanied by the roar of its powerful engine. The sleek supercar captures the attention of all onlookers. What car is that? So cool. Isn't that a Lamborghini? ISNT it not even on the market yet? Whose car is this? Fang Chen's vehicle incites a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Just then, a Ferrari 458, trailing a brilliant exhaust flame, barrels towards the bodyguards. The guards scatter in panic, fearing for their lives. The car skids to a halt, wheels screeching, and the door swings open. From the vehicle emerges a stunningly beautiful woman, her long legs accentuated by a form-fitting red qipao that hugs her curves. This captivating figure is none other than Fang Chen's sister, Fang Jiran. Upon her arrival, she coldly declares, "Let us see who dares to touch my brother." With a clap of her hands, a group of bodyguards leaps from the Mercedes trailing behind her, forming a formidable wall in front of Fang Chun. Silly brother, you're not hurt, are you? A woman like this isn't worth your sadness. Come here, let me hug you. With a playful laugh, Fang Jiran embraces Fang Chun, enveloping him in her alluring fragrance, igniting a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Sister ahem, mifine. Fang Chun, unable to contend with his fiery sister, feels overwhelmed by her embrace. All right, Chenner, let me handle this. You go rest in the car. A woman like that is not worthy of you. Her loss in leaving you is her own. Don't be upset. Sister doesn't want to see you sad. Leaning in, Fang Jiran whispers sweetly in his ear. Fang Chen shivers at her closeness, forcing a smile as he nods and slips into the Lamborghini. The crowd, unable to hear their conversation, is left in shock as Fang Chun climbs into the sleek vehicle. Whispers ripple through the spectators. That car belongs to the delivery guy. Oh my, he is actually a hidden rich man. Nearby, Lin Ranran's expression shifts to one of utter shock as she witnesses the scene unfold. Fang Chun, when did you buy a Lamborghini? ISNT, he just a delivery man? Where did he acquire such grandeur? Fang Jiran turned her head to face the two individuals at the center of the rose petals, her gaze as frigid as that of a protective beast. The Yang family members? Upon meeting Fang Jiran's icy stare, Yang Di involuntarily trembled. Lin Ranran tugged at Yang Di, asking, Brother Yang, do you know her? Yang Di forced a bitter smile and nodded. She is the female president of Tianding Group, and our Yang Group is entirely reliant on President Fang's favor. Lin Ranran gasped sharply at this revelation. In her eyes, the Yang Group was a colossal entity, and she was astounded to learn that even they had to depend on someone else. How terrifying was President Fang? Yang Di's heart began to piece together the implications, though uncertainty still lingered. Fang Jiran cast a fleeting glance at him before coldly stating, "Oh, so you wish to harm my brother?" Her brother? Fang Chun. The delivery boy was, in fact, the brother of Fang Jiran, the formidable president of Tianding Group. Yang Di's suspicions were confirmed, and he trembled with fear. It's a misunderstanding, President Fang. Merely a misunderstanding. What kind of person was Fang Jiran? She was undoubtedly a well-known figure in the elite circles of the capital. A tumultuous event 6 months prior was still fresh in memory when a wealthy heir attempted to leverage his family's influence to coerce Fang Jiran into submission. Within a week, that family was utterly annihilated, disappearing from the capital as if they had never existed. This formidable woman was surely someone Yang Di could not afford to provoke. A misunderstanding? How could it be a misunderstanding? Fang Jiran surveyed Yang Di and Lin Ranran with indifference. I wonder how someone like you caught my brother's eye. I could find anyone off the street who would surpass you. Her words held no mercy. Lin Ranran's complexion alternated between pale and flushed, torn between wanting to speak and being intimidated into silence by Fong Jiuran's commanding presence. At that moment, Fong Jiuran's personal secretary, Xiao Bai, approached her, presenting a file. "Miss, this is the information you requested." With a cold snort, Fong Jiuran accepted it and quickly scanned the contents, causing her to shudder. She momentarily disregarded Yang Di and Lin Ranran, hastily striding toward the Lamborghini. "Fong Chun, let us go to the hospital." Fong Chun, engrossed in watching his sister's display of superiority, was taken aback by her sudden urgency. Noticing his puzzled expression, Fong Jiuran displayed a look of exasperation, tossing the file into his arms. "Take a look for yourself." Upon reading the file, Fong Chen's face darkened. It appeared he didn't even qualify as a backup option. The document detailed hotel room records, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. No wonder she always spoke of the future. He should thank Lin Ranran. Fong Chun gritted his teeth, though he tried to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Yet, how could anyone remain indifferent in such a situation? However, upon seeing the document in his hands, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, even a hint of gratitude. Fong Jiuran, upon hearing his response, paused momentarily. "So, you two have nothing going on?" Fong Chun chuckled bitterly. "Sister, what you take me for?" Fong Jiuran exhaled, relieved, and patted her chest. This scene made Fong Chen's eyelids twitch violently. "It's good to know, otherwise, our family might be facing extinction because of this woman." She turned to Lin Ranran, coldly remarking, "You should be grateful that you Haven T sullied my brother. Otherwise, I assure you, life would be worse than death." Lin Ranran's face paled. What exactly was in that document? She had her suspicions already. Could Fong Jiuran truly have uncovered such details? Just then, a Mercedes Maybach pulled up beside the beach. A portly man exited the vehicle and rushed toward Fong Jiuran. "Dad, what brings you here?" Yang Di exclaimed, startled to see his father involved in the spectacle. Yang's father gestured for his son to come home and knelt before Fong Jiuran. "President, I apologize for my son's misbehavior. I will ensure he is properly disciplined." Witnessing his father, once a figure of authority in his eyes, now groveling like a beaten dog before Fong Jiuran, was a humbling experience for Yang Di. Lin Ranran trembled. Having initially dismissed Fong Chun in hopes of a prosperous future with Yang Di, little did she know that Fong Chun had transformed into the influential brother of Tianding Group's president, commanding respect even from the proud Yang Di. The reality of Fong Chen's status struck her deeply. She regretted her decision to abandon someone as promising as Fong Chun for Yang Di. Yet, it seemed too late for regrets. Glancing at Fong Chen's indifferent gaze from the Lamborghini, Lin Ranran lowered her head, albeit with a subtle sigh of relief. At least she had latched onto the powerful Yang Di. Having missed out on Fong Chun, she could not afford to lose Yang Di as well. Fong Jiuran's discerning gaze fell upon Lin Ranran, understanding her thoughts all too well. Having insulted her brother, there was no way she would let Lin Ranran off easily. She raised her chin toward Yang's father, her expression cold and disdainful. "How this matter is resolved rests entirely with my brother." Yang's father appeared flustered, glancing between his son and Lin Ranran, while Yang Di realized the precariousness of the situation. Fong Jiuran was so aggressive because he had offended Fong Chun. The one who needed to rectify this was none other than Yang Di. "Young Master Fong, you have a magnanimous spirit." Yang Di wafed dismissively, his gaze scrutinizing Yang Di in a manner that sent chills down his spine. What if young Master Fong had a hidden agenda? "Sister 7, let it go. Young Master Yang has already suffered enough. We should not make things difficult for him any further." As these words were spoken, Yang Di immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his mind filled with the gratitude of having escaped a calamity. Since Fong Chun was not holding a grudge against him, today's incident could be considered resolved. However, in the next moment, he cast a puzzled glance at Fong Chun. What did she mean by saying young Master Yang had it tough? Fong Chun met Yang Di's bewildered gaze and chuckled softly, tossing the documents in his arms before pulling Fong Jiuran along. "Sister 7, let us depart." Fong Jiuran glanced at Yang Di with a strange look before saying, "We will spare you this time, but if you dare to provoke my brother again, your Yang family will be erased from the capital. And you, a woman devoid of self-respect, are unworthy of my attention. If I see you again, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing this, Yang Di displayed a look of gratitude, approaching Fong Chun to extend a handshake, which startled Fong Chun into retreating. leaving Yang Di utterly confused. Fang Chun forced a chuckle. Ahem, young Master Yang, take care. A handshake is unnecessary. His gaze held a profound meaning. Sister 7. Let's go. With that, Fang Chun grasped Fang Jioran's hand and turned to leave. Watching the siblings depart, Yang Di seemed to grasp something, his expression darkening as he lowered his gaze to the documents in his hands. Lin Ran's face turned pale as she hastily snatched them away. You cannot see this. Her unusual reaction only confirmed Yang Di's suspicions. He snapped his fingers at the bodyguards behind him. Lin Ran, unable to contend with the towering bodyguards, fought desperately, but the documents were soon snatched away. Yang Di merely skimmed the papers, and his face paled dramatically. Lin Ran was shameless beyond belief. Yang Di's ashen complexion betrayed his inner turmoil. You shameless woman. The documents detailed her whereabouts, her companions, and the duration of her meetings, all meticulously recorded. The most scandalous entry indicated that this brazen woman had met with 8 men in a single day. Unbelievable. Lin Ran, witnessing Yang Di's reaction, turned ashen. It was over. Now that Yang Di was aware of these matters, her dreams of marrying into a prestigious family were likely shattered. More pressing was the concern of enduring the impending retaliation from the Yang family. Yang Di felt as if the world were spinning around him, his mind engulfed in chaos. His girlfriend, Lin Ran, was indeed a notorious promiscuous woman. No wonder he felt so relaxed each time they were together. Fury ignited within Yang Di as he realized how many men had taken advantage of her. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Because of this promiscuous woman, he had offended Fang Jioran's brother today. In pursuit of her, he had even prepared a grand proposal. Yang Di felt as if he might spit blood from anger. At that moment, he could no longer afford to quarrel with Lin Ran, knowing that so many men had shared intimate moments with her. His forehead glistened with cold sweat. Lin Ran was undoubtedly a danger. If he got entangled with her, he might face dire consequences. Yang Di suddenly showed in rage. Quick, someone, take me to the hospital. Yang Di, it's not what you think. I can explain. Lin Ran exclaimed anxiously, realizing that her only hope lay in clinging tightly to this wealthy heir, for otherwise, she would be left with nothing. With no mercy, Yang Di slapped Lin Ran hard across the face. Shameless woman, do not touch me, or I will make you regret it. The girl he had pursued turned out to be the kind of person who could be deemed for sale. Yang Di's heart bled with anguish. Yang Di's father, having glanced at the investigation report, threatened Lin Ran through clenched teeth. If anything happens to my son, I will destroy you. With that, he threw down the documents and hurried with his son toward the hospital. Lin Ran, pale as death, was consumed by despair. It was over. She had lost everything. But who could she blame? She crouched on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 12. Sister 7. Stop making a scene. The onlookers, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, a proposal was underway, but after the arrival of that outsider, everything changed dramatically. Now, these two couples had turned into bitter enemies? What kind of document could wield such destructive power? A few curious bystanders approached the papers scattered on the ground, exchanging horrified glances. The document was filled with detailed records of hotel stays. This woman was astonishingly bold. It was almost as if she had a different rendezvous every 3 days. The gentlemen she met varied, yet they all shared one striking characteristic: youth and wealth. Exactly the type that socialites refer to as sugar daddies. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying, someone exclaimed. No wonder everyone is clamoring to go to the hospital. Who would dare marry such a woman? Even if one is healthy, they risk attracting diseases. Indeed, while they had heard of such individuals, they had never encountered one until now. They marveled at her audacity. When a woman becomes promiscuous, she leaves no room for any man to compete. Amidst the murmurs among the crowd, on the other side, Fang Chun was lamenting, Sister 7, it hurts. Lighter, please. Outside a private hospital, a young man was being mercilessly tugged by the ear by a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Fang Jioran's exquisite face was cold as she twisted his ear painfully. Fang Chun cried out in agony. Humph. Seeing Fang Chen's contorted face, Fang Jioran's heart softened, and she finally released her grip. Brother, do you know that our Fang family has only one heir? If anything were to happen to you, how could your 7 sisters continue living? Looking at her beloved brother, Fang Jioran frowned, scolding him. In her hand was a health report. Thankfully, Fong Chen's claims were true. He was in good health, without any hidden ailments. Nevertheless, Fong Jiuran had been anxious throughout the journey. Her delicate face was etched with an expression of disappointment, as though her beloved younger brother, a prized cabbage, had been usurped by Lin Ranyan. Alas, seventh sister, did I say anything? No, not once. Please spare me. I promise I will let you vet any future girlfriend first. Fong Chen wore a sheepish grin, his face brimming with ingratiation. Fong Jiuran could no longer maintain her stern demeanor, and a hint of a smile escaped her lips. However, in a bid to uphold her authority, she instinctively turned her head away, ignoring Fong Chen. Fong Chen quickly darted behind her, deftly massaging her shoulders, coaxing. Just forgive me this once, seventh sister. Let us not be angry. Fong Jiuran's figure was alluringly curvaceous, and from Fong Chen's vantage point, he could catch a glimpse of the fair skin concealed beneath her cheongsam. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "You are no longer a child. Holding it in is truly uncomfortable. However, you ought not to pursue such a type. If it weren't for the fact that I am your seventh sister, I would take matters into my own hands." As these words left her lips, a flush crept onto her cheeks. In that instant, Fong Chen felt as though time itself had momentarily halted. He nearly lost his composure, standing behind a woman whose charm was like a magnet, irresistibly drawing his gaze. To be fair, though his mind was yet free of any particularly sordid thoughts, the scene before him was sufficiently enticing for any average person. After all, Fong Jiuran, with her celestial beauty, exuded an allure that was boundless, especially for a young man like Fong Chen, full of vigor. He had not forgotten that seventh sister was a gift from the system, implying that perhaps they shared no true blood relation. This realization quickened his breath. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, the atmosphere between them grew even more intimate. Suddenly, Fong Jiuran broke the silence. Fong Chen felt himself teetering on the brink of losing control, nearly embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he managed to say, "Seventh sister, please stop teasing me. Is it such a joy to jest with someone like me? Oh, by the way, where are you heading today? To my house or yours?" Fong Jiuran shot him a sidelong glance. Fong Chen hesitated before instinctively responding, "I think I will return to old Yu's place for now. He has been unwell lately due to overwork." Fong Jiuran's expression fell slightly as she replied, "Very well, then. You should head back. I also need to return to the office. Remember to report to the company tomorrow and look for your little white sister." Reporting to the company? Fong Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Fong Jiuran had previously mentioned plans to assign him to a fashion company for some managerial duty. He was surprised by her decisiveness. Nodding helplessly, he considered his new identity as the brother of Fong Jiuran, the formidable CEO of Tianding Group. In this metropolis, he felt he could walk with confidence, especially with the 200 million she had gifted him. It would be inappropriate to continue delivering takeout. Not to mention that given Fong Jiuran's indulgent nature towards him, she would likely be uneasy with him navigating the city on a small electric scooter. It would be too perilous. If he were to pursue delivering food, he could easily find himself making headlines, perhaps as rich heir experiencing life by delivering takeout. Fame was not something he desired. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to heed Fong Jiuran's suggestion and visit the fashion company. He felt a sense of anticipation. After all, it was not ideal for a man to rely solely on the fortune of others. Seventh sister had granted him a significant opportunity, and he resolved to not let her down, striving to elevate the company to new heights. As he contemplated this, he noticed Fong Jiuran had already settled into her Ferrari. Tilting her head to look at him, "Brother, I must be off. There are matters at the office that require my attention." Fong Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Seventh sister, farewell." The Ferrari, trailing a brilliant gray-black plume, gradually disappeared from view. Fong Chen touched his face, reflecting on the day's extraordinary events. He glanced at the eternal heart in his hand, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. What's a man to fear without a wife? He mused. He entered the Lamborghini and ignited the engine, setting off towards the market. His hands rested on the steering wheel. He had never familiarized himself with Lamborghini's intricacies, leaving him uncertain about the lavish central console. Though the car was devoid of music, the thunderous roar of the 12-cylinder engine filled the air. Fong Chen furrowed his brow in exasperation. This car is excessively loud. I cannot fathom why Seventh Sister adores collecting supercars. If such sentiments were shared, many would likely be infuriated. A supercar is a dream for countless individuals. This young man had inexplicably acquired a system, and the casual gift from his sister was a Lamborghini. For many, this would be a dream come true. Yet Fong Chun seemed indifferent to the fortune that had fallen into his lap. Approaching White Dove Village, a sudden cry for help pierced through the air. Help! The plea was unmistakably close, and Fong Chun slammed on the brakes. He turned to see a young girl crouched on the ground, flanked by two burly men. One of them held a handbag, evidently snatched from the girl. Had he stumbled upon a robbery? Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Chun flung open the car door and strode towards the commotion. Others nearby had noticed, but, upon seeing the two menacing figures, averted their eyes, pretending to be engrossed in their phones as they hurried away. Fong Chun focused intently on the girl, recognizing her from somewhere. Perhaps he had encountered her before. He had always been troubled by the memories he lost in his first 18 years, and this sense of familiarity was the first he'd felt in a year. Without a second thought, he hastened toward her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? One of the thugs sneered, baring his teeth as he threatened. This is Black Dragon Society business. Stay out of it, or you won't know how you met your end. Fong Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression devoid of fear as he instinctively repeated, Black Dragon Society? Ha ha. Kid, you've heard of our reputation, haven't you? Why don't you hurry up and scram? Otherwise, be cautious, or we might just deal with you as well. Hearing this, Fong Chun smirked. Sorry, I haven't heard of it. After speaking, he shrugged his shoulders, adopting an innocent demeanor. The burly man conversing with him instantly glimmered with cold light in his eyes. Bastard, you're asking for death. Second, stop wasting time with him. The commotion here is too loud. Let's take care of this girl first. The girl, crouching on the ground, timidly lifted her head, and upon seeing Fong Chun, she froze. Fong Chun? Indeed, she recognized him. Fong Chun sighed inwardly. The girl's words only solidified his resolve to intervene. I advise you to back off now. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. One of the burly men gritted his teeth. Brother, what should we do? It seems this kid knows her, so standing by is not an option. The big man's expression darkened as he spoke. Damn it, let's deal with him. Since he wants to meddle, we'll take care of him too. Fine. Another burly man's eyes flashed with cold light as he pulled out a glistening dagger from his pocket. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed intent on leaving Fong Chun better for 10 days or half a month. Fong Chun sensed the hostility and his gaze grew serious. He dared not be careless. Although he had never heard of this so-called Black Dragon Society, it was clear that these two individuals were brazenly robbing right in front of him, evidently well acquainted with the local security management. They were certainly not simple characters, especially now that one had brandished a weapon. Just then, a sudden exclamation rang out behind Fong Chun. Young Master Fong? Is that you? Instinctively, Fong Chun turned around, surprised to see none other than Wang Jinda, the owner of the Ferrari he had encountered earlier that morning before obtaining the system. Beside Wang Jinda stood a few inebriated men, seemingly just returning from a night of revelry. Fong Chun replied nonchalantly, what a coincidence. Having just exited the nightclub, Wang Jinda encountered Fong Chun and, noticing the situation, realized Fong Chun seemed to be in a bit of trouble. He had been looking for an opportunity to connect with such a prominent figure. Truly, fortune favors the prepared. This was an excellent chance to ingratiate himself with Fong Chun. Young Master Fong, have you encountered some trouble? Wang Jinda licked his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the two robbers, as if they were not the ruthless thugs others perceived them to be, but rather timid maidens stripped of their garments. A bit of trouble. The nearby robbers twitched, noticing more individuals approaching. What do you want? Wang Jinda patted his friends beside him. This gentleman is the biological brother of the female CEO of Tianding Group. The implication was clear. The friends instantly became energized, their drunkenness fading, replaced by excitement. Damn, we just came out for drinks and stumbled upon the young master of Tianding Group in peril. If we lend a hand, won't we have a chance to get closer? They envisioned the rewards from Fong Jiu-Ran, imagining how their lives could undergo a tremendous transformation. Fong Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. These individuals were indeed remarkable. In the next moment, including Wang Jinda, the group surged forward, fists raised, charging at the two robbers as if they bore deep-seated grudges. The scene was utterly shocking. Moments later, the two robbers were seen rolling on the ground, bruised and battered, their former ferocity entirely vanished. Seeing the impending rescue, the girl attempted to slip away quietly, but Fong Chen's gaze remained fixed upon her. He would not let her leave. He quickly stepped forward and grasped her arm. Do you know me? Fong Chen asked, confusion etched on his face. The girl trembled at his touch, stuttering Fong Chen, her delicate lips parted and closed. Her voice quivering, fear evident on her face. Fong Chen was perplexed. He had just saved her, yet to her, he seemed more fearsome than the two brutal robbers. Scratching the back of his head, Fong Chen said, "To be honest, I've lost my previous memories. I only recall this year. So when I encountered someone who seems familiar, I wanted to learn about my past." The girl was taken aback. "You have amnesia?" Fong Chen released her arm, adopting a gentle expression. "As you can see, I truly have lost my memories. Let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Fong Chen." He smiled at the girl and extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her soft hand and shook his gently. "Yi Qingsheng, young Master Fong. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave. We'll hand these two over to the police." Wang Jinda observed Fong Chen seemed preoccupied and did not press further. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Chen replied, "I understand your thoughts. Rest assured, as long as you don't provoke me, my sister will not retaliate against you. Since today, you have helped me. Let us exchange contact information. If there's anything I can assist you with within my capacity, I will certainly not stand idly by." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinda's face lit up with joy. He was aiding Fong Chen, hoping for that very promise. With such a connection, who knows when he might have the opportunity to benefit from it in the future. Wang Jinda nodded in agreement. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Red and blue lights illuminating the sky, beautifully contrasting with the evening glow. The police arrived, naturally taking the two robbers away. Fong Chen and Yi Qingsheng had matters to attend to and would not waste time here. Wang Jinda and his friends proceeded to give statements to the police. Fong Chen glanced at the woman beside him. "Shall we find a place to sit? I promise it won't take much of your time. I just have a few questions." "All right." The girl, silent for a moment, recognized that the current Fong Chen seemed entirely different from the person in her memories. She nodded gently, agreeing to his suggestion. Chapter 14. A request for financial assistance. Fong Chen pressed the unlock button on the Lamborghini, and instantly the lights flashed. The warm evening glow casting a rugged silhouette on the diamond-shaped headlights. Fong Chen took a few steps forward, turning to glance back at the girl. "By the way, the car I'm driving today is a bit cramped, so I apologize for the inconvenience." Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. However, she did not elaborate much, merely nodding obediently as she took the passenger seat. "Do you know of any nearby places suitable for conversation? In truth, your car would suffice. I have some personal matters to attend to shortly, so feel free to ask whatever you wish," Yi Qingqing replied. Fong Chen, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose in a somewhat disgruntled manner. What was our relationship before? Were we considered friends?" Yi Qingsheng paused for a moment, pursing her crimson lips. "I suppose so. Then how do we meet? What was my previous occupation? Given my age, I should still be in school, right?" A glimmer of joy flickered in Fong Chen's eyes, for it seemed that Yi Qingsheng indeed possessed some understanding of him, although recovering his memories was not an immediate priority. For Fong Chen, gaining insight into the life he had lived thus far was of utmost importance. Today, by a stroke of fate, he had encountered Miss Yi Qingsheng, and naturally, he sought to unveil all the questions that lingered in his heart. Yi Qingsheng regarded Fong Chen's clear gaze and sighed deeply within. "Our acquaintance was born out of an accident. For now, I advise you to remain unaware. Please, direct your inquiries toward your own past. You are not in school. You're a freelancer. As for your family background, I am indeed not well informed." Fong Chen was not blind. He had noticed the fear that had flashed in Yi Qingqing's eyes when he first pulled her. It was as if she had seen something profoundly terrifying. Even now, as she looked at him, there lingered a hint of wariness. Fong Chen gave a bitter smile as he rubbed his nose, realizing that, after all his questions, he had gleaned little of genuine value. He had initially intended to inquire about their previous relationship, but it was evident that Yi Qingsheng was deliberately evading such topics, effectively shutting down the conversation. Then, with a slight tightening of his lips, he posed his most pressing question. "When you first saw me, why did you display such an expression?" Yi Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. "Because I thought you were dead." "Well, I've basically answered your questions, so I shall take my leave now." With that, she abruptly pushed the car door open, observing her unwillingness to linger even a second longer. Fong Chen was momentarily taken aback, and the next moment, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. "Fong Chen, who on earth were you?" He mused to himself with a sigh. Watching the silhouette of the woman fade away, Fang Chun started the Lamborghini and drove towards the Chiryong vegetable market. Currently, the information he had gleaned from Yi Qingsheng was exceedingly limited. It seemed as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, leading to her misunderstanding that he had perished. This could indeed explain the fear she had exhibited when he had pulled her. What could have caused such a reaction? As Fang Chen's car gradually entered the Chaoyang market, he turned off the engine. At this hour, Old Yu had nearly finished packing up, awaiting Fang Chen's arrival. Unlike the midday bustle, Fang Chen's entrance into the market now drew all eyes upon him, evidently due to Sister Qi's earlier display of prowess, which had compelled the good to return the protection fee, transforming Fang Chen's family into the most respected figures among the vendors. Relishing the attention, Fang Chen approached Old Yu's stall. The elderly man was engaged in light conversation with a few familiar vendors. Upon noticing Fang Chen's approach, Old Yu smiled slightly. How did the afternoon rendezvous go? Hearing the mention of a successful date, Fang Chen felt a sudden throbbing in his head. The events of the afternoon had been anything but ordinary. First, he had been inexplicably dragged by Sister Qi to meet a female internet celebrity boasting 100,000 followers, only to then encounter his girlfriend Lin Ran, who had unceremoniously adorned him with a metaphorical green hat. The entire afternoon had been a series of bizarre occurrences. Let's not discuss that for now, Old Yu. Allow me to help you pack up. Let us prepare to head home. Securing the scales and cash registers, Fang Chen led Old Yu to the Lamborghini. The moment Old Yu settled into the car, his gaze momentarily glazed over. Fang Chen initially assumed Old Yu was uncomfortable with the car's lower chassis, eliciting a wry smile from him. Old Yu, this isn't my personal vehicle. Before he could finish, Old Yu grinned mischievously and waved a dismissive hand. I understand, huh? What do you understand? Fang Chen queried, realizing that Old Yu likely perceived him as a young man who had latched onto a wealthy woman, living the high life on her coattails. Instantly, the youth felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his forehead twitching. Old Yu, who usually appeared honest and simple-minded, seemed to reveal an entirely different side today. Noting Fang Chen's hesitance, Old Yu patted his shoulder. We're all men. I understand. Your pride is undoubtedly paramount. Rest assured, I won't speak of this outside. Fang Chen could only roll his eyes in resignation, choosing to disregard Old Yu's words, lest he be driven to frustration. Driving the Lamborghini back to Old Yu's residence, Fang Chen suddenly noticed the house was ablaze with lights. Could it be that thieves have broken in? He mused, internally chuckling at the absurdity of the day's events. Could he not have a moment of peace? Fortunately, Old Yu interjected, it appears my sister and her family have arrived. Your sister? As Old Yu and Fang Chen shared no blood relation, Fang Chen naturally referred to her as Annie. Upon learning that his aunt had come, Fang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This family had left him with an exceedingly poor impression. He vaguely recalled their last visit half a year ago, when they came seeking red envelopes for their daughter, who had just been accepted into university. Don't wear that dead fish face. Be a bit more enthusiastic, haha. After all, they're among my few relatives, Old Yu said, patting Fang Chen's shoulder as they walked towards the house. As they reached the entrance, they could hear voices from within. A woman's voice rang out, Mom. Do you think that old man is really willing to part with the money? Don't worry, you are the jewel of the Yu family. That old man earns money for your sake. Of course. A male voice chimed in. The girl's voice resumed. I'm just worried about whether that old man can afford to cough up so much money all at once. There was a hint of concern in her words. Isn't Fang Chen delivering takeout? With such a scandal in our family, even if he has to sell his blood, he'll find a way to pay. Listening to the conversation in the room, Fang Chen exchanged a glance with Elder Yu. The young man could discern the helplessness and chill in the elder's eyes. Indeed, yet again, they were here to demand money. The rickety wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing 3 people in the room, a middle-aged couple with their daughter, who were unceremoniously lounging with crossed legs on Elder Yu's bed. The woman sitting upright on the bed was the first to greet Elder Yu. You're back. Elder Yu nodded slightly. Yes. Last year, when Warner went to school, your red envelope was the smallest among all our relatives. Now that our family is in trouble, it's about time you contributed some money. Isn't it? The speaker was the aunt, her face resembling one that had been flattened by a frying pan. With sharp features more befitting a monkey than a woman, she exuded a rather sour and harsh demeanor. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu silently approached the dining table and slowly took a seat. I'm talking to you, old man. As her uncle, you can't just sit idly by, can you? My husband and I are nearly at our wits' end because of this situation. Fong Chun raised his eyelids slightly, a hint of sarcasm flickering in his gaze. Elder Yu had previously struggled to make ends meet by scavenging discarded vegetables, hardly saving a few coins in a year or two. Yet, the red envelope given to that Xiao Yueping had still been a five-figure sum. To support his niece's college expenses, Elder Yu had completely drained his savings over the years. During that time, both Fong Chun and Elder Yu had survived on steamed buns and pickles for several weeks. It was evident that for Elder Yu, 10,000 yuan was an astronomical sum. Fong Chun pulled out a chair and observed coldly, now that he had money. He was keen to see what excuses these shameless relatives would concoct to fleece Elder Yu. Elder Yu sighed in resignation. What exactly happened? When Yueping was in college, she got involved with a scoundrel who used her ID to take out online loans. As her uncle, you want to just sit back and do nothing, will you? The aunt frowned and proceeded to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu was taken aback. Did you report to the police? Report what? Aren't you embarrassed? The debt collectors are already at our doorstep. Cut the nonsense and just tell me, will you help us or not? The aunt spoke coldly, as if Elder Yu owed her money. Elder Yu forced a bitter smile and asked, how much do you plan to ask for this time? The aunt, noticing Elder Yu seemed to waver, extended both hands, spreading 10 fingers. 100,000. Chapter 15, second signing. 100,000? As the words fell, the room was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Elder Yu's expression froze, ash from his cigarette falling onto his trousers unnoticed. The shock of the number that had just escaped the aunt's lips was simply too overwhelming. 100,000 yuan. For a typical family, this is no small sum, let alone for Elder Yu, who was on the verge of applying for poverty assistance. Elder Yu was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating that his elder sister would come demanding such an exorbitant amount. He was merely a street vendor selling vegetables, and after all expenses, he barely took home 20 or 30,000 a year. For the aunt to demand 100,000 right off the bat seemed utterly insane. At that moment, Xiao Yueming, the aunt's nominal brother-in-law, chimed in. Fong Chun must have some money too, right? You two can pool together and come up with that 100,000. His tone carried no hint of seeking help. Rather, it sounded more like a command, as if Fong Chun and Elder Yu owed them this money. Elder Yu glanced at Fong Chun, then furrowed his brows and replied to the aunt's family. But Fong Chun's money isn't mine. Oh, what is there to hesitate about? Hurry and get the money. The collectors will be here tomorrow to confront our family, the aunt retorted, her displeasure evident as Fong Chun felt his lips twitch at the scene. Elder Yu, with a face full of bitterness, lamented the fact that they were indeed relatives. However, 100,000 yuan was simply too much. I can only give you 60,000. The rest, you'll have to figure out on your own. Elder Yu bit his lip, ultimately throwing out that figure. His stance was clear. He could assist the aunt's family. But tying Fong Chun into this was out of the question. Seeing Elder Yu's resolute demeanor, the aunt's frustration boiled over, yet she felt powerless. She exchanged glances with her daughter, who wore a look of despair. If Elder Yu and Fong Chun did not come up with the money, their family would truly have to sell their house. After all, her parents were merely ordinary demolition households, living off meager compensation from the relocation, and had little left. At this thought, Xiao Yueping suddenly raised her voice. No way. You're paying this money, or else you can forget about living in this house. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's expression darkened. This house was a legacy from his mother and the aunt, each owning one unit. However, the aunt had secretly transferred this unit into her own name without Elder Yu's knowledge. Elder Yu's face turned ashen with anger, while Fong Chun patted the elder on the shoulder. It's all right, Elder Yu. If it comes down to it, we can just move out. What a joke. To think they could use a house to bind Elder Yu. Fong Chun was well aware that he still possessed a bank card with 200 million yuan in spending money from Fong Jiron. He could easily purchase several villas. This measly, unfinished house was hardly worth keeping. As Fong Chun finished speaking, the aunt shot him a furious glare. Fong Chun, this has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it, and hurry up and help the old man gather the money. Otherwise, you'll all have to leave tomorrow. No need, we can leave right now. Fong Chun retorted, striding towards the door with Elder Yu following behind him. Elder Yu sighed, disappointed by his relatives. Initially, he had harbored some hope that they would at least act like family and not harm him. However, the aunt's threatening words had deeply wounded Elder Yu. They had never regarded him as family. Stop, Yu Chio-shan. Don't you wish to attend another clan meeting? After all these years away from the family, don't you have even the slightest desire to return? Suddenly, the aunt's voice called out from behind, laced with a hint of menace, causing Elder Yu to halt in his tracks. What did you say? Elder Yu's expression changed drastically, his lips trembling. Do I still have a chance to attend the clan meeting? The aunt wore a mocking expression, thinking to herself, you think you can contend with me? I've got you firmly in my grasp. If you assist our family this time, I will inform you when the head of the family arrives for the next clan meeting. Upon hearing this, Old Yu swallowed hard. When Fang Chun noticed the delighted and excited expression on Old Yu's face, he looked on with confusion. Old Yu, meeting Fang Chun's gaze, lowered his head in shame. Fang Chun, could you help me this time? Returning to the family is my lifelong wish. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun readily agreed, as he still had 200 million in pocket money from his sister, Fang Jiron. A mere 100,000 was nothing in his eyes. All right, it's a small matter. With that, Fang Chun took out a check and wrote a sum of 100,000 for the aunt's family. The aunt's family accepted the money without a hint of gratitude, instead adopting a condescending attitude. Before leaving, she tossed out, I'll let you know when I come. After saying that, the aunt showed no desire to linger and promptly took her leave. As Chiyu Ping passed by Fang Chun, she cast a disdainful glance at his takeout uniform. The family of three, having received the money, departed with their heads held high. It was only from Old Yu that Fang Chun learned why the latter had suddenly changed his mind and agreed to give money to the aunt's family. It turned out that Old Yu had once belonged to a so-called noble family, rumored to be from the Yu family of the capital. However, Fang Chun, having had little contact with high society, had no impression of it. Apparently, Old Yu had been expelled from the family tree due to some incident and was even denied the qualification to acknowledge his ancestry. Now, the aunt had offered him a glimmer of hope to attend a clan meeting, prompting Old Yu to agree to provide them with money. For Old Yu, returning to the family was indeed a lifelong aspiration. Upon understanding the situation, Fang Chun expressed a look of relief. So that was it. Since this was Old Yu's lifelong wish, he naturally wanted to do his utmost to assist him. After all, Old Yu had saved his life. The next day, Fang Chun rose early, having promised his sister to report to the fashion company. He certainly wouldn't leave others waiting. After a simple wash, he changed into a cleaner outfit. Suddenly, without warning, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host sign-in reminder. Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward. Memories of being 36 years old. Fang Chun felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something new had been added to his mind. Memories of being 36 years old? What on earth was that? Generally, people wouldn't remember such childhood events, would they? As expected, the so-called memories of being 36 years old contained no significant events. The memories were rather unclear, only showing a glimpse of a young Fang Chun, with his parents' faces remaining exceedingly vague. Chapter 16. The person in charge arrives. Wow, this sign-in system can actually help me recover memories? Fang Chun rubbed his throbbing temples, muttering to himself. Just then, Old Yu rushed out of the house, looking anxious. Fang Chun, do you have anything planned today? Fang Chun was slightly startled. What's wrong? They are utterly shameless. The person in charge of the clan meeting is arriving in the capital today, and your aunt asked me to pick him up. Old Yu's face was filled with indignation, having only just been informed early in the morning about the arrival of the person in charge. What? The clan meeting is about to start, and the family head is coming soon? This news shocked Fang Chun to his core. The aunt's family was truly shameless. It was clear they did not want Old Yu to attend the clan meeting, given that Old Yu had already been expelled from the family. It was crucial for him to curry favor with the head. Now, with the head about to arrive in the capital, the aunt had only just informed Old Yu. How could there be enough time? If the head ended up waiting too long at the airport, he might harbor resentment against Old Yu, making it even more difficult for the latter to return and acknowledge his ancestry. Fang Chun pondered for a moment and asked, how long until they arrive? In truth, he wasn't particularly anxious about reporting to the fashion company. After all, it was his sister's. A brief explanation to her should suffice. For now, it would be best to help Old Yu pick up this so-called head of the family. After all, Old Yu's chance of returning to the family depended entirely on him. Let me go pick them up. Fang Chun opened the door of the Lamborghini, and Old Yu smiled wryly, nodding. Returning to the family was his lifelong wish, and he wasn't about to let any opportunity slip away. Starting the car, Old Yu leaned out the window and informed Fang Chun at East Suburb Airport. The 8:55 flight will arrive in half an hour. Fang Chun nodded, Fortunately, it was the weekend. The traffic wasn't heavy, and the Lamborghini handled beautifully, allowing him to overtake cars effortlessly. Fangchen easily navigated the ring road. The Lamborghini indeed lived up to its reputation as a supercar, showing no signs of pressure when it came to overtaking and acceleration. As long as there was no traffic jam, he felt confident about reaching the airport before 8:55. After approximately 20 minutes, Fangchen arrived at East Suburb Airport and headed straight for the arrivals hall. A large crowd began to emerge from the disembarkation tunnel. Fangchen quickly raised the pickup sign that read Yugui. "Who are you? Where's Chiu Yueming's family?" Just then, two individuals approached him. The first, dressed in a gray-black suit, appeared impeccably professional, while a young man followed closely behind, exuding arrogance. They seemed to be father and son. Fangchen promptly spoke up. "Your aunt's family had something to attend to, so I was sent to pick you up." Yu Mingyuan scrutinized Fangchen from head to toe. The young man's attire was quite ordinary, perhaps worth no more than 200 yuan in total, making him appear exceedingly unremarkable. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he thought, "I wonder where Chiu Yueming found this kid to pick us up, looking like a bumpkin who's never seen the world. Hey, your capital really is a small place. Do the people here have no sense of time?" He scowled, clearly displeased. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" The man in front, presumably Yu Guohui, frowned deeply, clearly having formed a very unfavorable first impression of Fangchen. Seeing his confrontational attitude, Fangchen could only smile wryly, choosing not to retort. He couldn't afford to offend Yu Guohui, who held the power to determine old Yu's fate regarding his return to the family. "Hasten your steps, for my stomach is grumbling with hunger. Kulme, allow me to carry your luggage." The young man trailing behind Yu Guohui cast a disdainful glance at Fangchen and unceremoniously shoved the bags into the latter's hands. "How dare he treat me like a bellboy?" Fangchen silently grumbled to himself, resolving to endure this for the sake of elder Yu. Accompanying Yu Guohui to the capital were his eldest son, Yu Mingyuan. Throughout their journey, the father and son incessantly criticized the capital, lamenting how it could never compare to the capital city. Fangchen felt his eyelids twitching in response. "By the way, how did you arrive?" "My son usually travels in a family chauffeur-driven vehicle. You aren't suggesting we take the bus, are you?" Yu Guohui exclaimed as he noticed Fangchen not heading toward the parking lot. Before Fangchen could respond, the arrogant youth behind Yu Guohui pointed excitedly at the roadside, exclaiming, "Look, there's a Lamborghini parked over there." A dark green sports car stood quietly by the curb, its sharp edges and robust lines exuding an imposing aura, with piercing headlights that seemed to promise danger. That car belonged to Fangchen. He glanced in the indicated direction and instinctively let out a soft chuckle. "Kid, what are you staring at? That luxury car is something you could never afford in your lifetime." Yu Mingyuan scoffed, throwing a disparaging glance in Fangchen's direction. Fangchen remained silent, placing their luggage on the roadside curb. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yu Guohui barked as he saw Fangchen walking towards the dazzling Lamborghini. "Pick up the luggage and call us a cab. I have matters to attend to." Yu Mingyuan, witnessing this, couldn't help but mock. "I suppose he's never seen a sports car before and plans to take a picture." Yu Guohui frowned. "Kid, keep your distance from that car. If you scratch it, you won't be able to afford the repairs." "Indeed, uncultured brat. Hurry back and get us a cab," Yu Mingyuan grumbled behind him. Fangchen ignored the father-son duo and retrieved his car key, pressing the unlock button. The Lamborghini's headlights flickered to life. Why did the lights suddenly turn on?" Yu Mingyuan remarked, only to be taken aback as he saw Fangchen placing their luggage beside the Lamborghini. "Hey kid, don't touch that. If you break it, can you afford the damages?" Yu Mingyuan stepped forward, but Fangchen pressed the key again, lifting the hood and turning to Yu Mingyuan. "Go ahead and place your things inside." As those words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze, akin to a resounding slap across the faces of Yu Guohui and his son. Moments ago, they had mocked him for his perceived poverty and urged him to stay away from such supercars. Yet here he was, unlocking the very vehicle they derided. The sudden twist of fate left them feeling embarrassed and disconcerted. Yu Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "This car is yours?" Chapter 17. Overseas Market. Yu Mingyuan's astonishment was palpable. "This is your car?" However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. He regarded Fangchen's shabby appearance and concluded that he could not possibly afford a Lamborghini. It must be a rental. In the next moment, excitement danced across his face as he licked his lips. "Hey, this car seems to only seat 2 people." Fangchen placed their luggage into the front trunk and remarked, I intend to drop Mr. Yu off first. Then I shall return for you." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Mingyuan, with a mischievous grin, plopped himself into the driver's seat. Wow, the Lamborghini is incredibly comfortable. Just look at this interior. It's absolutely fierce. Yu Guohui cast a fleeting glance at Fang Qian before addressing his son. "Since you like it, I'll permit you to drive. You can walk back. And we'll keep the car for the time being, as it's quite inconvenient not to have one." With that, Yu Guohui slid into the passenger seat. Fang Qian internally cursed their audacity, taken aback by the sudden roar of the engine. In the next moment, smoke billowed forth as the Lamborghini screeched its tires in place. "Hey, why won't this car move?" Yu Mingyuan poked his head out, angrily questioning. Fang Qian, already irritated, was on the verge of losing his temper. Had it not been for the fact that these two held the key to Elder Yu's return to the family council, he might have exploded the moment they thrust their luggage into his hands. Now, however, a cold smile spread across his face as he shrugged. "So, are you willing to converse with me now? It seems you haven't acknowledged my presence until now." You're merely a distant relative summoned to serve. Why should we pay you any mind? Do you have any idea of my father's standing in the Yu family?" Yu Mingyuan retorted, pointing accusingly at Fang Qian. "Quickly tell me how to drive this away. I have no time to waste with you," Yu Guohui added from the passenger seat, his tone leaving no room for argument. Fang Qian nearly burst out laughing at the absurdity of all. If it weren't for his good temperament, he would have gladly slapped them both. How dare they approach my vehicle with such arrogance? First and foremost, let me clarify that I am not merely a servant. I am Fang Qian, the one taken in by Yu Qiushan. I have a name, and, as someone from a prestigious family in the capital, one should at least be aware of another's name. Secondly, I am here to extend an invitation for a meal. Fang Qian spoke with a sardonic smile, having observed how the two had been engrossed in their own conversations without acknowledging him. Now that the car wouldn't start, he found the perfect opportunity to set the record straight. After all, this father-son duo was stranded, for while the vehicle boasted keyless entry, it still required the key to be in the ignition to start. Yet, the key remained firmly in Fang Qian's possession, making it impossible for Yu Mingyuan to drive away with their car. Upon hearing the name Yu Qiushan, a cloud of doubt crossed Yu Guohui's face, his eyes reflecting a flicker of contemplation. After a moment of silence, he asked incredulously, "Yu Qiushan, the disgraced member of the family? You are the one summoned by Yu Qiushan?" Fang Qian nodded slightly, bemused by the casual nature of the Yu family's operations, seemingly unaware of who had called for their presence. What a display of ignorance! Realization dawned upon Yu Guohui as he pieced together the situation. Given Yu Qiushan's status as a disgraced member of the family, his lifelong desire was to return to the clan. Coupled with the connection between Elder Yu and the matriarch, it became clear why Fang Qian was present. "Ah, I see. You must be here to curry favor with us." Hoping to gain access to the family council, Yu Guohui surmised aloud. A fleeting cold smile crossed his face. "All right, kid, hand over the car keys. Whether Yu Qiushan can enter the clan meeting is entirely at my discretion. Given this, we shall requisition your car for the time being. My son likes it as well. Let us see how you perform." Fang Qian was not known for his patience. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to express his anger. Yu Guohui truly believed himself to be a significant figure. He scoffed twice, huh? Renting a Lamborghini, and he thinks he has some sort of super-rich heir? What s with this pretentious display of wealth? Yu Mingyuan snatched the keys from Fang Qian's hand and shifted the car into gear. The vehicle was commandeered, and as for Yu Qiushan's entry into the clan meeting, that could be addressed later. With that, the Lamborghini sped away. Fang Qian stood alone, casting a deep glance in the direction of their departure, a cold glint crossing his face. Yu Guohui and his son, very well. But let it be known that I, Fang Qian, am not so easily trifled with. Should things not proceed as planned, Fang Qian was uncertain of Yu Guohui's next destination, but he suspected it would not be a hotel. Very well, I shall remember you. When they fail to deliver the invitation to the clan meeting, I shall settle the score. With this thought, Fang Qian sent a text to Xiaobai. A swift reply followed, and he patiently awaited her arrival by the curb outside the airport. Approximately 15 minutes later, a dark gray Mercedes Maybach came to a halt before him. A stunning beauty emerged from the vehicle, her delicate and elegant makeup accentuating her striking features. Clad in a pristine white business attire, she exuded professionalism, holding a document in her hand. "Young master, over here." Fang Qian had noticed her the moment Xiao Bai's secretary exited the car. It was impossible not to. His seventh sister had a peculiar taste in secretaries. Xiao Bai's beauty, coupled with her alluring figure, could easily place her among top models. Fong Chun cleared his throat. Ah, Xiao Bai, I thought you might not be coming today. Coincidentally, this afternoon a partner is scheduled to discuss business with us. President Fong has already briefed me, so you will be in charge moving forward. As she spoke, Xiao Bai covered her mouth with her delicate hand and chuckled softly. Fong Chun, with a wry smile, nodded. Steering a large corporation was no simple task. It relied heavily on the decisions of its leaders. By the way, what brings young master to the airport? Were you perhaps seeing off a friend? Xiao Bai inquired as she opened the passenger door for Fong Chun, indicating for him to enter the vehicle. Upon hearing her question, a hint of resignation crossed Fong Chen's features. Let's not get into that. Noticing Fong Chen's reluctance to elaborate, Xiao Bai wisely chose silence. As a competent secretary, she understood which inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Fong Chun perused the document briefly, noting the names of several clothing manufacturers and competitors. He flipped through a few more pages, encountering various market valuations that left him feeling overwhelmed. Wait, is this them? Suddenly, Fong Chun spotted a familiar name among the suggested partners for collaboration. The Yu family from the capital, Yu Guowei. Xiao Bai glanced at him, her hands firmly on the steering wheel. These individuals hail from a Yu family in the capital. They intend to venture into the clothing industry here in the imperial capital. President Fong has already made plans. Our domestic market is nearly saturated, and our production lines and suppliers are quite stable. Therefore, the next step for President Fong is to explore overseas markets. The Yu family possesses certain connections and resources in this regard. Overseas markets? Good heavens! Fong Chun was taken aback. He had been thrust into this position of oversight by his sister just yesterday. Yet he was unaware that the company had progressed to such a stage. Expanding into overseas markets? He instinctively rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. Xiao Bai, what is our company's market value? How have we reached the point of considering overseas expansion? Xiao Bai cast him a curious glance, causing Fong Chun to feel somewhat embarrassed. Soon to be the owner of this company, he was still in the dark regarding its primary operations and strategic plans. She answered, our Tianding apparel is valued at approximately half that of the Tianding real estate group. Upon hearing this, Fong Chun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Half the market value of the Tianding real estate group? That suggested his company was worth several billion at the very least. A conglomerate of this magnitude must be supporting a significant number of people. Any misstep in Fong Chen's decisions could potentially impact the entire enterprise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily dialed his sister, Fong Jiran. At that moment, she was in her office reprimanding a group of top international designers who stood before her, trembling in fear. They were acutely aware of her resolute and ruthless nature. Suddenly, Fong Jiran's phone rang on her desk. She lazily extended her arm to answer it, glancing at the screen. A radiant smile graced her face, as if she were basking in the warmth of spring. Hello, dear brother. What a surprise to receive your call. Are you missing me? Her voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a young girl whispering sweet nothings to her beloved. The designers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the transformation in her tone. When had President Fong ever spoken in such a manner? Could it be that she was in love? They had suffered under Fong Jiran's tyrannical leadership for so long that they found it hard to believe she possessed such a tender side. However, the next moment, she muted the call, her face hardening as she glared at the designers. Are you all blind? I'm on the phone. Are you eavesdropping on my business secrets or my personal life? Indeed, the dragon lady remained true to her nature. The earlier display must have been an illusion. The designers hurriedly fled Fong Jiran's office, as if escaping from something terrifying. Fong Jiran smirked. Humph, you all think you're worthy of witnessing my gentler side? Hello. Sister 7, can you hear me? At this moment, Fong Chen's voice came through the phone. The woman beamed, her smile brightening her features, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. She unmuted the call and said, I can hear you, dear brother. What is it? Sister 7, you are being rather hasty. The market value of our Tianding apparel is sufficient to rival half of that of Tianding real estate. Asking me to take charge of the situation seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? Fong Chen's voice was tinged with bitterness. Fong Jiran, upon hearing these words, arched her delicate brows and chuckled. Silly brother, fret not. You should proceed with your decisions without worry. Should any issues arise, I shall promptly assist you in remedying them. Cast aside your psychological burdens. You are now the owner of Tianding Apparel, so do not hesitate any longer. Sister Chi will always be watching over you, eagerly anticipating your performance. Do not disappoint her, he. To her, such a modest gathering was of little consequence. In her eyes, the most significant aspect was that Fong Chun could gain experience and grow. Moreover, Tianding Apparel was still home to many seasoned individuals who had once embarked on this entrepreneurial journey alongside her. Each one had grown accustomed to being doted upon, now dismissing even Fong Jiran herself. Should she choose to intervene personally, she would inevitably face criticism. Thus, her brother was perfectly positioned to confront these old-timers. If they dared to flaunt their seniority in front of Fong Chun, she would not hesitate to sever ties, disregarding the affection built over the years. Fong Chun sat on the plush suede of the Maybach, exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well, he conceded, with Sister Chi's words ringing in his ears. To continue to decline would only make him appear inept. A man lacking even a modicum of courage and responsibility would surely scorn himself. Taking a deep breath, he thought, is it merely a company worth several hundred million? I refuse to believe I cannot manage it. This chapter serves to slightly constrain Fong Chun, primarily to set the stage for a subsequent face-slapping moment. Let everyone observe the unfolding events, as the Yu family duo will not revel in their triumph for long. Chapter 18. What privilege does he possess? Soon, the vehicle glided into the high-tech industrial zone of the capital. It appeared that Sister Chi's fashion company was situated here. Xiaobai, Fong Jiran's secretary, would surely return to the Tianding real estate group shortly. Fong Chun alighted from the car and waved at Xiaobai before striding alone toward the towering edifice before him. A skyscraper adorned with glass walls loomed, exuding an air of sophistication. Glancing at his text message, he noted that there was someone specifically assigned to welcome him at Tianding Apparel, a certain Guan Yuetong, reportedly the general manager. He approached the lobby, where a business cooperation reception area came into view. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to head in that direction. Good day. Sir, please present your work ID. Entry is not permitted without it, the receptionist stated. Fong Chun frowned slightly. Must one have a work ID to enter? Indeed, sir. In our company, only individuals holding the position of general manager or higher are exempt from wearing work IDs. Are you here to see someone? The receptionist replied. Fong Chun shook his head. Close enough. Is your general manager, Guan Yuetong, present? Oh, you seek Manager Guan? May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist opened her computer, searching for Fong Chen's photograph, but found no record. With a wry smile, Fong Chen realized that an appointment was necessary to meet Manager Guan, a detail Sister Chi had neglected to inform him of. Just then, a voice interrupted from behind. Who ordered takeout in our company? How'd this kid get in? Fong Chun furrowed his brow and turned toward the source of the voice. Spotting a haughty young man standing not far away, dressed in a crisp suit with a work ID hanging from his chest, he exuded arrogance. Manager Tang. The receptionist greeted him promptly. Manager Tang? Fong Chun was taken aback. This individual was actually the manager of Sister Chi's fashion company. The man, named Tang Jiaming, was someone Fong Chun had encountered 6 months prior while delivering takeout. At that time, Tang was bullying an elderly scavenger, and without a second thought, Fong Chun had intervened, leading to a lingering enmity. The man had since sought to retaliate by consistently leaving malicious reviews whenever Fong Chun delivered to his location. Fong Chen's once 5-star delivery rating had plummeted as a result. Unfortunately, he found himself powerless against Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming sneered, Kid, it's working hours now. Our company does not allow idle visitors. Scram. Fong Chen merely glanced at him, unperturbed. Had this been before? He might have felt intimidated upon discovering Tang's position as a manager of such a prominent company. However, now, this was Sister Chi Fong Jiran's company, and Fong Chun was now at the helm. The power of life and death within Tianding Apparel rested in his hands. With a different status came a different perspective. Presently, Fong Chun could hardly be bothered to engage in a quarrel with him. Could you please inform Manager Guan that Fong Chun is waiting for her downstairs? I would appreciate it if she could come down and meet me. Fong Chun. The receptionist paused momentarily upon hearing the name. Earlier that morning, the general manager had specifically mentioned him. Immediately, the receptionist dialed the internal phone line to the manager's office. Meanwhile, Tang Jiaming watched in disbelief as Fong Chun ignored him completely and was filled with rage. Kid, what are you trying to prove? Do you think you can just waltz in and see our esteemed general manager? Fong Chun, You don't expect me to believe that our general manager ordered takeout, do you? He scoffed. You think just because you're a delivery boy, you can ignore me? Fong Chun, finding him tiresome, retorted, if you don't speak, nobody will mistake you for a mute. What has happened to people today? Must they constantly flaunt their superiority? At this, Tang Jiaming's anger ignited. You little brat. I am a manager of this company. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Fong Shin cast him a disdainful glance and remained silent. Tang Jiaming sneered to himself. I don't believe it. A poor delivery boy like you can really have Manager Guan come down to meet you. Before long, the receptionist received a response from Guan Yuetong. She promptly adopted a respectful demeanor and addressed Fong Chun. Mr. Fong, our general manager has informed me that she is currently in a meeting. Please hold on for a moment. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Tang Jiaming burst into laughter, thinking to himself, kid, you thought you could impress me, but Manager Guan will not come down for you. Just as he was about to mock Fong Chen further, the receptionist added, Mr. Fong, would you like something to drink while you wait? I can fetch it for you right away. Tang Jiaming's jaw dropped in disbelief. What was happening? The general manager wasn't coming down, so why was this kid being offered refreshments? Fong Chun, feeling no need to be courteous, replied, in that case, a cup of oolong tea would be splendid. I prefer it at room temperature. Very well, I will go get it right away. The receptionist said as she prepared to leave the office to fetch the tea for Fong Chun. Tang Jiaming, bewildered, could only watch in confusion. Since you're heading out, could you also grab me a cup of 8 treasure tea? He blurted out instinctively. As soon as she finished speaking, the receptionist turned to him, shaking her head and saying, I'm sorry, Manager Tang, but it is currently working hours. Your actions are against company policy. What? Tang Jiaming's face turned crimson in an instant. Was the receptionist out of her mind? He was the manager of the company. Shouldn't she treat him with respect? Why was she showing such deference to this lowly delivery boy? I am your manager. Why can't I? This kid is just a delivery guy. What right does he have for you to buy him anything? Tang Jiaming was furious, and on the side, Fong Chen's lips curled into a smirk. The receptionist replied without turning her head, Mr. Fong has privileges. Unfortunately, you do not. Privileges? What privileges did this kid possess? No one in the company had privileges. Come back here. You're not allowed to buy milk tea for this smelly brat. As a manager, it was utterly humiliating to be rebuffed by a receptionist, especially in front of someone he once looked down upon. What a farce. What nonsense privileges. I, as a manager, have no privileges. Why should this brat? Tang Jiaming's forehead throbbed with rage. Fong Chun, what spell have you cast on this receptionist for her to trust you so blindly? Fong Chun merely glanced at him with indifference, remaining silent. Communication was futile. Gritting his teeth, Tang Jiaming felt his anger boiling over. How dare this kid ignore him? No one in this company has privileges. Even if the emperor himself came, this kid would still have to leave. With a flourish, Tang Jiaming commanded, I want you to revert to your original form. You will not deceive the general manager. Security, throw this fraudulent brat out. 2 burly security guards rushed over, ready to act against Fong Chun. Tang Jiaming's heart swelled with pride, thinking, let's see you put on a show now. You may have deceived the general manager, but not me. You're just a delivery boy. Seeing the security guards approach, the receptionist panicked. Stop. Do not disrespect Mr. Fong. If you do, the general manager will hold you accountable for the consequences. Tang Jiaming sneered, accountable? As a manager, what consequence could I not bear? You, on the other hand, are humiliating the company by flattering a nobody. You should be the one punished. He originally intended to maintain his dignity and avoid conflict with a mere receptionist, but her repeated challenges to his authority drove him to disregard that entirely. I will report this incident to the general manager and ensure you pay for this. Just then, a girl's voice rang out. Who dares lay a finger on him? Tang Jiaming, I see you don't want to remain in this company. With that, a graceful figure appeared at the elevator, capturing everyone's attention in the lobby. Many men felt their throats dry upon seeing the alluring woman. Tang Jiaming exclaimed, General Manager? What brings you down? Guan Yuetong approached, holding a document. She was the general manager of the company? Fong Chun appraised her from head to toe. She wore a form-fitting ice blue dress that accentuated her slender waist, and her deep neckline revealed a hint of her fair neck. Paired with black jeans, her long legs appeared even more striking. Her wine-red hair was elegantly tied up, complemented by professional black-rimmed glasses and sneakers that made a crisp sound as she walked, exuding a rare, youthful vitality for a professional woman. With Guan Yuetong's arrival, many in the lobby discreetly swallowed hard. as if the temperature in the air had risen several degrees. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. He wondered if his older sister selected elite talent based on looks alone. Guan Yuetong was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, rivaling Fang Jiran, though perhaps lacking the seasoned air that came from years in a position of authority. Young Master Fang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. There were a few internal matters in the company that took longer than expected, Guan Yuetong said, a sincere look of apology gracing her features. As she bent slightly, Fang Chan was captivated by the sight of her fair skin. It's quite all right, General Manager Guan Yue. Fang Chen replied, clearing his throat. Upon hearing his nonchalant tone, Guan Yuetong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled warmly and greeted him, and they exchanged a polite handshake before parting. You can call me Xiao Tong. Young Master Fang does so, she added. Fang Chen nodded, the image of her fair skin lingering in his mind. All right then, I shall refer to you as Sister Xiao Tong from now on. Guan Yuetong waved to the receptionist. Hurry and get what young Master Fang requested. Bring it directly to my office. Come on, young Master Fang. The first batch of clients will be here soon, and they are waiting for you to take charge. As Guan Yuetong displayed her warmth towards Fang Chun, Tang Jiaming stood frozen in place, realizing that Fang Chun was about to ascend to the meeting with the general manager. He quickly interjected, General Manager, please do not be deceived by this brat. Guan Yuetong frowned, taken aback by Tang Jiaming's lack of perception. Before she could respond, Tang Jiaming pointed accusingly at Fang Chun. You little brat, what charm have you cast on our general manager? I know all your secrets. Guan Yuetong's frown deepened. Dan Ziaming, you are indirectly questioning my intelligence by doubting Fang Chen's identity. Do you think I could mistake the brother of President Fang Jiran? Without hesitation, Guan Yuetong delivered a pointed remark. Tang Jiaming, your family paid to send you here to gain experience, but seems you have brought nothing but shame to your father. Tang Jiaming gnashed his teeth as he glared at the disdainful Fang Chun. I am also doing this for the company, he exclaimed. This kid has no background at all. Don't be deceived by him. Background? Guan Yuetong scoffed. He, Fang Chun, the young Master Fang, the brother of Fang Jiran, the president of Tianding Group's real estate division. Do you really think he has no background? The company is all his. What could he possibly deceive me about? With that, Guan Yuetong decisively pulled Fang Chun aside, pushing him away from Tang Jiaming. This fool cannot remain in the company any longer. Do you think you're impressive? Fang Chun shot a glance at Tang Jiaming and then turned to Guan Yuetong, asking, Sister Xiaodong, may I dismiss this idiot? Of course you can. President Fang has already instructed that everything in this company is at your discretion. Besides, this guy was merely sent here by his family to learn. He has long outstayed his welcome, being nothing but a hindrance. Since he has dared to confront you today, his dismissal is quite appropriate. After Guan Yuetong's words, Fang Chen looked at Tang Jiaming with pity. Then you can leave. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiaming's face turned pale, and he stood frozen in place, dazed. His mind racing with Guan Yuetong's cold gaze and Fang Chen's words. You can leave. I was dismissed. How could this be? After all, I paid to be here to learn. I even signed a contract with Tianding. Just like that, I am dismissed? Is it really so exaggerated? Fang Chun, it seems, wielded such immense power. Suddenly, he recalled Guan Yuetong's earlier words, the brother of Fang Jiran, the president of Tianding Group. How could it be? This young man was merely a poor delivery boy. Tang Jiaming's complexion darkened. He could not believe he was dismissed so easily. His father had spent a considerable sum to secure his place here. Just for offending Fang Chun, he was cast aside without a second thought. He could only imagine the wrath of his father when he returned home. The mere thought filled him with dread. At 8:30 that morning, after finishing his writing, he went to sleep, only to find upon awakening that his saved files were corrupted or deleted, rendering them completely inaccessible. He had nearly 50,000 words of work lost. His mental state shattered. He spent over 2 hours trying to recover it, but to no avail. Tomorrow, he would take his computer for repairs, but if the files were irretrievable, he would have to rewrite everything. Sigh. His composure was utterly broken. He would have to take a day off from updates, promising an explosive return if he could recover his manuscript. Chapter 20. Indeed, it is them. Fang Chun followed Guan Yuetong into the elevator, and they ascended to the top floor. Once again, Fang Chun was astounded by the substantial financial resources of his elder sister. This was merely a subsidiary of Tianding Group, dedicated to the clothing business, yet it occupied an entire building for its operations. Such extravagance seemed wasteful at first, but recalling his sister's temperament and her background in real estate, Fong Chen quickly understood. To others, real estate might be invaluable, but for his sister, it could be spent with little thought. Guan Yuetong gestured toward a sofa, inviting Fong Chen to sit and converse. Please, take a seat. Our first clients will arrive shortly. Fong Chen nodded, still holding the document that Xiaobai had prepared for him, which listed several potential partners for Tianding Clothing. This was not a selection process for Tianding, but rather Fong Chen's opportunity to choose collaborators, given that his sister Fong Juran was renowned throughout the capital. The name Tianding was a prestigious brand, and even in its sub-industries, it held a significant advantage in commercial negotiations. By the way, Sister Xiaodong, what is the situation with the Yu family? Fong Chen inquired, curious about the Yu family, especially now that he was the decision-maker of the company. He wondered how Yu Guohui would react upon seeing him in the meeting room. Guan Yuetong poured a cup of water for Fong Chen and smiled. The Yu family? You mean the prominent family in the capital? It seems the young master has done his homework before arriving. Fong Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Had it not been for Xiaobai's comprehensive materials, he would have been utterly clueless. Guan Yuetong sat across from Fong Chen and continued, the current situation is quite similar to what you have learned. Tianding Clothing enjoys the substantial financial backing of President Fong and the Tianding Group, making us a leading brand in the capital. However, we find that this is no longer sufficient for our ambitions. To pursue better development, President Fong has decided to expand our brand's reach. Relying solely on our own capabilities has proven cumbersome, given that our major transportation and production lines are all domestic. To expand overseas, we will inevitably require partners for assistance and support. This is our strategic plan for the company's development. Guan Yuetong succinctly explained, and Fong Chen nodded, aware that she had more to say. He had already familiarized himself with much of this information on his way here. Guan Yuetong pursed her lips, exhaled gently over her tea, and took a sip before continuing, among the potential partners we are considering, the Yu family certainly ranks high. Being a prestigious family in the capital, they possess substantial overseas transportation channels and promotional resources. This is an area where we could leverage a mutually beneficial partnership. After taking another sip of tea, Guan Yuetong, who had been busy since the meeting, finally had a moment to refresh herself. Fong Chen nodded. If that is the case, we surely hold the dominant position in this collaboration, correct? What user channels and promotional resources without products? If the Yu family truly had anything of substance, why would they seek collaboration with Tianding Group? They could have utilized their connections to create their own offerings long ago. Thus, Fong Chen began to grasp that his sister's so-called small company was not as inadequate as she had suggested. In fact, Tianding might well be a giant within the clothing industry. Guan Yuetong smiled slightly, confidence shining on her youthful face. Yes, young master. In all of President Fong's projects, we have never relied on others. It has always been we who consume the meat, while our partners merely sip the soup. When Guan Yuetong uttered these words, Fong Chen could distinctly discern a glimmer of admiration and yearning in the girl's eyes. One might surmise that his seventh sister could very well be her idol. Whether they are present or absent holds little significance for Tianding. Had it not been for the desire to conserve unnecessary expenditures, they could have easily invested their own resources to cultivate a team and gradually penetrate and develop overseas markets. Albeit, such an endeavor would require a considerably longer span of time. With that, Fong Chen came to a complete understanding. If that is the case, I should possess the authority to make decisions regarding these matters. His thoughts were straightforward. Since this collaboration is of paramount importance to the Yu family, it would be prudent to present the contract directly to them. Should Yu Guohui and his son remain ungrateful, Fong Chen was confident he had ample means to deal with them. Yes, young master. Very well. I shall trouble Sister Xiaodong to make the necessary arrangements. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door of Guan Yuetong's office. Young master, your oolong tea is ready. General manager, our first batch of clients has arrived. I have just escorted them to the reception room. The receptionist from the front desk approached, respectfully handing Fong Chen his beverage. Upon hearing this, he stood up with a smile and stretched his limbs. Let us proceed. Young master, please head to the conference room first. I will fetch the materials and the contract. Kindly wait for me for a moment. All right. As Guan Yuetong departed to print documents, Fong Chen followed the receptionist into the adjacent conference room. Manager Guan was indeed a workaholic. Her office was constructed right beside the conference room, presumably due to her busy schedule filled with back-to-back meetings. It could be said that the company's flourishing success was in no small part attributable to manager Guan's contributions. With this thought in mind, Fang Chun resolved to invite manager Guan to dinner after the meeting, hoping to glean some of her insights and experiences in management. As a boss, it would be rather embarrassing to be utterly ignorant when out in public. The conference room's decor was exceedingly simple, featuring only a long conference table and a row of computers. Fang Chun casually surveyed the room, nodding slightly. To be honest, he rather appreciated such unpretentious decor. He had never pursued extravagance in his daily life. Of course, this was partly due to his previous financial constraints. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. And after the receptionist placed his drink before him, she departed. In the vast conference room, Fang Chun was now left alone, contemplating how to initiate the forthcoming discussion. Just then, the conference door swung open, admitting a middle-aged man and a young man. A hint of amusement flickered in Fang Chun's eyes, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. Indeed, it was the father and son from the Yu family. Thank you, father. It's truly miraculous. I was unable to rest last night after losing my drafts, but when I woke up this morning, I hastily signed up for a membership in an attempt to recover the files, and astonishingly, I succeeded. The manuscript was retrieved. I'm so excited. Today's update will be at 3. Chapter 21. Manager Che. The moment Yu Gui entered the conference room, he noticed Fang Chun. Both father and son displayed expressions of bewilderment. Yu Gui furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Ah, it's actually you, brat. Are you following us?" Yu Mingyuan blurted out, his countenance turning somewhat awkward upon seeing Fang Chun. Fang Chun was the individual whom Yu Qiushan had summoned to host their meeting. It was evident that Yu Qiushan intended to rely on the two of them to secure a return to the family assembly. Now, with Fang Chun's presence, could it be that he had trailed them all the way here? Fang Chun turned the swivel chair, gazing calmly at the father and son. Initially, Yu Gui shared the same suspicion as his son. He instinctively asked, "How did you get in?" Upon their entry, they had undergone stringent security checks at the entrance, and without a work badge or an assistant to escort them, one could not gain entry. How had this boy managed to slip in? Moreover, he bore no identification. Could it be that he had stealthily infiltrated? "You are truly up to no good. Following us all the way here," Yu Mingyuan snapped, his temper flaring. He was convinced that Fang Chun had come to curry favor with them. Only Yu Gui, after a moment's thought, felt something was amiss. How could this boy have gained entry without being noticed? "Perhaps you're employed here, then?" Yu Gui pondered aloud. Fang Chun regarded them with indifference, allowing them to speculate as they wished. "So that is why you're here. You're just a worker." Yu Mingyuan scoffed, tossing the Lamborghini keys in his hand. "Where's your general manager?" Yu Gui inquired. Fang Chun replied nonchalantly, "Sister Xiaodong is currently printing some documents." He then addressed the Yu father and son directly. "This collaboration is likely quite significant for your family, isn't it? If so, I will be forthright. If you can provide Yu Qiushan with an opportunity to reclaim his heritage, I shall entrust the overseas market expansion of Tianding Group to your family." As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. The next moment, two uproarious bursts of laughter erupted, with Yu Gui and his son laughing so hard they nearly doubled over. "What did I just hear? You gotta be kidding me," Yu Mingyuan exclaimed while pointing at Fang Chun. "Kid, who do you think you are? Is Tianding Group a one-man show? Don't joke around. You're just some worker here, acting like you have a say in this. If you could hand me the project directly, I would not only allow Yu Qiushan to return to the family, but I would even perform a handstand while eating feces." Upon hearing this, Fang Chun cast Yu Mingyuan an incredulous glance. This boy seemed to have some peculiar fondness for the absurd. The imagery of such a scene was too vivid, and Fang Chun shivered at the thought. Shaking his head, he dismissed the grotesque vision from his mind. "Enough with the nonsense. Since you're a worker here, go make us some tea. We've traveled all this way and are quite famished. Also, get something for my son to eat." Yu Gui commanded directly. Fang Chun was taken aback, completely stunned. "I was just about to discuss the matter of collaboration with you all, and then you suddenly quipped about me fetching tea?" For a moment, I was utterly taken aback. "You want me to serve you tea? Surely you jest?" As Yu Gui's words fell, a middle-aged man fortuitously pushed open the conference room door. Who are you? Who permitted you to sit here?" The middle-aged man cast a sharp glance at Fang Chun, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Behind him stood an elderly gentleman. Upon seeing the middle-aged man and the old man, Yu Gui stepped forward, greeting them, Manager Che, Chairman Zhang. Good to see you again. Fong Chun, with keen eyes, noticed that the man referred to as Manager Che bore a work badge at his waist. Fong Chun felt a pang of embarrassment. Why were there so many managers in this clothing company? Previously, Tang Jiaming had paid to join and managed to become a manager. And now it appeared that this rather disreputable middle-aged man was also a manager. Coughing lightly, he wondered just how many managers this company had. However, he was curious about the identity of the elderly man behind Manager Che. From Yu Guohui's address, it seemed he was called Chairman Zhang. Could he possibly be a board chairman? Fong Chun glanced at the two of them, opening his mouth as if to explain. Yet, Yu Guohui pointed at Fong Chun and sneered. Manager Che, is this your employee? I asked him to fetch me some hot tea, and he hasn't moved an inch. Is this the kind of service your employees provide? Yu Guohui's words immediately drew frowns from Manager Che and Chairman Zhang. Manager Che opened his mouth. Which department are you from? Do you not realize that the person before you is our client? Get up immediately and fetch water for the guest. Seeing Fong Chun still leisurely seated at the head of the conference table, Manager Che felt a loss of face due to Yu Guohui's remarks and vented, I apologize. It seems we have failed to manage our subordinates properly. You two, please go to the reception room to rest for a moment. We have prepared some desserts and beverages there. As Yu Guohui and his son arrogantly strode past Fong Chun, Yu Mingyuan cast a scornful glance back at him. Seemingly mocking him, Fong Chun merely shot him a dispassionate look. What an audacious Manager Che. Did he truly believe he was the sole authority within this company? His demeanor suggested he was the very center of the universe. Little did he know, within this company, Fong Chun held the ultimate say. The entire establishment belonged to his sister, so what right did a mere manager have to act so arrogantly? Fong Chun disdainfully curled his lip and said, You, fetch me a glass of water. Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, both Manager Che and Chairman Zhang were momentarily stunned. Did he just instruct Manager Che to fetch him water? Was this young man out of his mind? After all, Manager Che was a manager, given Fong Chun's youthful appearance. He was likely just a lowly worker in the company, yet here he was daring to speak to Manager Che in such a manner. This was sheer folly. Instantly, Manager Che's expression darkened. You little brat, what did you just say? What did I say? Are you deaf? Fetch me some water. I'm thirsty, Fong Chen replied coolly. Manager Che was not one to be trifled with, viewing others with disdain and eager to please Yu Guohui and his son. Fong Chun had always detested such bullying behavior and decided it was time to teach Manager Che a lesson. As he spoke, Manager Che scoffed, Kid, do you even know who you're speaking to? I do. You're just a manager, aren't you? Fong Chun replied indifferently. Damn it. How dare this little brat speak to me like that? Doesn't he fear being fired? Manager Che's expression darkened further. Chairman Zhang, standing behind him, teased, Manager Che, who would have thought that one day, even you would be looked down upon by a mere rookie employee? Manager Che's face turned increasingly grim. Hearing this, Fong Chun calmly remarked, Who told you I'm an employee of this company? Not an employee? Manager Che's expression soured further. It seemed this was a troublemaker. Old Che, call security. Manager Che promptly pressed the button to summon security. Come, security, throw this arrogant little brat out. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and a team of security personnel burst into the conference room. The lead security officer, upon spotting the young man lounging with his legs crossed at the head of the table, exchanged glances with Chairman Zhang, who gestured toward Fong Chun, indicating, throw this disruptive fellow out. The head of security scrutinized Fong Chun, failing to see the necessary identification that employees were required to wear, and said, Sir, you are not wearing your work badge. I believe we need to ask you to leave. Does everyone in this company need to wear a badge? Fong Chun sipped his treasure tea. Manager Che retorted coldly, Of course, why waste words on this little brat? Hurry up and throw him out. While it was true that internal employees needed to wear identification, he did not. Just then the conference room door swung open, revealing a striking woman holding a stack of documents, striding confidently to the conference table. With her entrance, Manager Che's mouth twitched. Good day, General Manager. The woman who appeared in the conference room was none other than Guan Yuedong. She had been directly appointed to Tianding Clothing Company by Fong Jiran, aligning with Fong Jiran's faction. She was not considered an adversary by the company's long-standing employees. After all, those who had followed Fong Jiran in the early days believed they could gain a share of the pie now that Fong Jiran was at the helm of a much larger real estate company. After all, a woman managing Tianding Group could not possibly juggle both responsibilities, leading to a shift in power. However, little did they know, Fong Jiran had been wary of these old-timers and had parachuted in a manager, Guan Yuetong, who effectively became Fong Jiran's right hand, executing various powers on behalf of the chairman. They sought to curtail the opportunities for exploitation within the company once more. In other words, Guan Yuetong was indeed a hindrance to their ambitions. The early board members found themselves utterly powerless to exercise their rights. Naturally, the relationship between the two parties soured, particularly with individuals like Director Zhang. They had once regarded Fong Jiran as ungrateful. Once the company was established, she even brought a young girl to overshadow them. Observing Guan Yuetong seemingly defending Fong Chun, Director Zhang's displeasure was evident. Within the company, aside from visiting clients and the chairman, who could possibly be exempt from wearing identification badges? He and Guan Yuetong belonged to opposing factions, and seeing Manager Che at a disadvantage, he interjected. Fong Chun raised an eyebrow, noting that Director Zhang appeared less than compliant with Sister Xiaotong. Others may need it, but he did not. A flicker of pity crossed Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes as she glanced at Director Zhang. Within the company, the chairman held ultimate authority, having offended Fong Chun. Both Manager Che and Director Zhang would likely be bidding farewell in due course. Director Zhang furrowed his brow, feeling that Guan Yuetong was seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Was she merely trying to intimidate him? How could a mere child pose a threat to him within the company? What a far-fetched notion. Guan Yuetong, do you think I am easily frightened? Security, escort this child out. I am curious to see what identity a person without an ID badge possesses. Director Zhang spoke coolly. The security guards were about to act. I dare anyone to try, Guan Yuetong said sternly, her expression icy. This is Fong Jiran's brother, appointed by General Fong as the chairman of the company. Her words fell like a heavy bomb on a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of shock. At that moment, Manager Che and Director Zhang's faces changed dramatically. What on earth? The chairman appointed by General Fong? Fong Jiran's brother? Although these board members often criticized Fong Jiran in private and would sometimes pay lip service to Guan Yuetong's directives, they were acutely aware that their current positions in the company were due to Fong Jiran's goodwill for those who had supported her during her entrepreneurial journey. Otherwise, she could have easily dismissed them all. Who would have thought that today they had provoked Fong Jiran's brother? Director Zhang's face was filled with astonishment, while Guan Yuetong's lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart brimming with satisfaction. This old man had frequently undermined her with his commands. If not for Fong Jiran's restraint, she would have long kicked him out of the company. Fong Chun rose slowly, his indifference causing the once hostile security guards to retreat. Self-preservation was the wisest choice in such a moment. Besides, they were merely employees. How could they afford to provoke Fong Chun? Upon realizing that the youth before them was the newly appointed chairman, the security guards exchanged glances and discreetly moved toward the meeting room's exit. When gods clash, they had no part in the fray. Manager Che wore an expression of disbelief. This impudent youth was the chairman? Impossible. Had Fong Jiran lost her mind to appoint such an inexperienced child to lead? Director Zhang ground his teeth in frustration, although he struggled to accept the truth. He understood that Guan Yuetong would not lie about such critical matters, nor would she jest with him during a serious dispute. Thus, the seemingly 20-year-old youth truly was their company's new chairman. Finished, he realized he had confronted the chairman without understanding the situation, thoroughly offending Fong Chun. Damn it. When did Fong Jiran acquire a brother? Director Zhang seethed internally, yet he faced the reality as he watched Fong Chun approach, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Instinctively, Director Zhang took several steps back, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Although Fong Chen's attire appeared to be worth no more than 200 yuan, at that moment, he exuded an understated and restrained aura of wealth, and his slender frame somehow appeared more imposing. From his slight figure emanated an overwhelming pressure, leaving Director Zhang feeling breathless. "Old man, weren't you just saying you would deal with me?" Fong Chen remarked coolly. Director Zhang, with feigned bravado, retorted, "Don't get too smug, I tell you. Even if it's Fong Jiran's personnel appointment, our board can collectively nullify it." Guan Yuetong smiled and replied, "Apologies, Director Zhang, but Master Fong Chun has been granted the highest authority by General Fong. He is qualified to manage all internal affairs of the company." What? Fong Jiran truly entrusted the company to such a young child? Did she not worry about potential mishaps under his management? At that moment, both Director Zhang and Manager Che were thoroughly shaken. Just then, Fong Chun casually inquired, Seventh Sister, what are the repercussions for opposing the chairman and insulting former board members? Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. It appeared that Fong Chen's phone had been on speaker mode for some time, and from the other end came the icy voice of the formidable Fong Jiran. Dismiss all positions, freeze all income from the company. That voice was far too familiar to Director Zhang and Manager Che. Upon hearing Fong Jiran's voice, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. After years of accompanying Fong Jiran in her entrepreneurial endeavors, they were well aware of the cutthroat nature of the business world. Fong Jiran existed at the pinnacle of the food chain. They had witnessed too many of her ruthless tactics. A mere woman could rise from such a brutal business landscape, revealing just how terrifying she truly was. Did you hear that? If so, then you too should pack your things and go home. With that, Fong Chun paid no further attention to the increasingly ashen faces of Manager Che and Director Zhang. Guan Yuetong regarded Fong Chun with admiration, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. The chairman's brother certainly embodied his sister's decisive style. Unwavering and resolute, he displayed remarkable decisiveness. In the business realm, indecisiveness can lead to missed opportunities for optimal decisions. At that moment, a cascade of troubles would inevitably follow. Impossible. I cannot believe it. After all these years of dedication to the company, working tirelessly without recognition. How dare you, Fong Jiran, allow a mere novice to usurp my position and even dismiss me? It is worth noting that I am privy to numerous confidential matters within the company. Chairman Zhang would not wish to jeopardize his livelihood. Remaining comfortably at Tianing Garment Company, I could reap the benefits as a senior member without lifting a finger. ISNT a life spent counting money until my hands tire appealing? Once I leave Tianding, with my capabilities, how could I possibly secure a position with similar remuneration elsewhere? A cold laugh escaped Guan Yuetong's lips. She cast a dismissive glance at Chairman Zhang and remarked, Your words serve as a reminder. Zhang Jilong, do you presume we, General Fong, are unaware of your embezzlement of public funds for personal gain? The leak of our recent clothing exhibition's concept was orchestrated by you, was it not? Guan Yuetong's voice dropped, and with each word, Chairman Zhang's complexion turned ashen. The employees had already reported this to me. It was only out of respect for your past relationship with General Fong that she refrained from taking action against you. Since you have spoken so brazenly, I see no reason for you to remain. You may well spend your twilight years in prison. Coughing slightly, I fell asleep in the afternoon and woke to find it was already past midnight. I sincerely apologize, dear editor. I will continue with 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 23. How eager is Seventh Sister to market herself? With that, Guan Yuetong's face bore a chilling expression, her exquisite features devoid of emotion. Chairman Zhang's earlier arrogance had vanished, leaving him pale and lifeless. This was disastrous. He had never anticipated that the clandestine dealings he had conducted with Fong Jiran over the years would be so thoroughly known to this woman. He had believed himself clever, successfully concealing his actions, only to have the mask torn away. It was evident that Guan Yuetong would extend him no mercy. Given his past behavior, it seemed he was destined to spend his remaining days behind bars. After delivering her verdict, Guan Yuetong summoned security to escort him out, deeming his presence in the conference room a hindrance to Fong Chun. Little did he know the extent of the old man's entanglements. Fong Chun mused aloud. What you may not realize is that the earliest group of so-called veterans who followed General Fong are far from innocent. If an investigation were to ensue, General Fong could imprison them all. Guan Yuetong approached Fong Chun, smiling slightly. It is merely due to General Fong's compassionate nature that she has afforded these individuals a chance at redemption. Today, however, he has irrevocably offended you, so there is no need to regard their supposed dignity any longer. Guan Yuetong then cast a meaningful glance at the documents on the conference table. Young master, managing a large company is no simple task. Upon hearing this, Fong Chun nodded in agreement, having already mentally prepared for the challenges that would accompany his takeover of Tianing Garment Company. Fortunately, he had received a remarkable system akin to that of the protagonists in novels. So far, this sign-in system had only restored his memories, aside from the gift of 7 sisters on the first day. However, what capabilities it might unveil in the future remained uncertain. In the back of his mind, Fong Chun sensed that this system was far from ordinary. For now, Let us tentatively consider the Yu family in the capital as our overseas market partner, he suggested, glancing at the documents before him, and silently lamented Guan Yuedong's competence. Their prior discussions in her office had merely skimmed the surface of the company's strategic direction. Yet she had already prepared all the necessary documentation, including the Yu family's overseas resources, partners, and promotional channels. This was entirely unexpected. Gazing into her enchanting, deep-set eyes, Fangchen couldn't help but admire her capabilities. This woman was exceptional, indeed worthy of the trust placed in her by his seventh sister. As you say, young master, Guan Yuetong replied, displaying unwavering loyalty. Since you have made your decision, I will prepare the contract and notify them. Fangchen nodded, and she promptly exited, seemingly to print the documents. He marveled at her efficiency. Just then, his phone rang with Fang Jiran's voice. Brother, I've taken care of it. Fangchen paused, realizing that his seventh sister had not yet hung up. Ahem, seventh sister, I've dismissed that Chairman Zhang and Manager Che. Will this have any implications for the company? Haha, my dear brother, fear not. As long as your decisions are sound, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Fang Jiran's tone had transformed from icy to warm, infused with tenderness that felt refreshing, like a clear spring. Fang Chun chuckled awkwardly. You place an extraordinary amount of trust in me. No witties. You can manage internal matters moving forward. If your other 6 sisters learned that I entrusted the company to you without granting you full authority, they would surely scold me behind my back. Fang Jiran's laughter echoed. By the way, why are you so interested in the Yu family from the capital? Fang Chen smiled. Do you remember old man Yu? He was the one who took me in for several years. He hails from the Yu family. Oh, he has such a background. This revelation was unexpected. Could it be that the uncle anticipated the company's expansion into overseas markets and sought your assistance? Fang Jiran inquired. Puzzled. No, it's just that the Yu family is involved with the client handling this matter for the company, and the head of the Yu family is also responsible for it. Old man, Yu has been unjustly labeled a criminal for reasons unknown to me. His lifelong pursuit is to return to his ancestral roots, and I wish to use this situation as a bargaining chip. Upon hearing this, Fang Jiran chuckled. I see. It's not a big deal. You should have mentioned this earlier. Seventh sister will find a way for you. The Family Association of the capital's aristocracy invites me every year. I just never bothered to attend. Given your enthusiasm for this matter, I suppose you'll be joining us? Fangchen nodded. Given old man Yu's status as a pariah, even if he has a chance to return to the Family Association, he will undoubtedly face scorn from his relatives. I don't want to see him humiliated at that gathering. Let me check the time. I'll make it a point to accompany you, she said. Will seventh sister be joining us? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart leaped with joy. With the unwavering support of his formidable elder sister, the fiery seventh sister, he felt empowered to face the upcoming clan meeting without fear. Grateful, he quickly expressed his thanks. Thank you, seventh sister. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in the conference room. Without turning around, Fang Chun recognized that it was Guan Yuetong returning. Oh, by the way, little brother, what do you think of Xiaotong? At that moment, Fang Jiran's voice came through the receiver, causing Fang Chun to pause slightly. His elder sister's inquiry was particularly timely, as Guan Yuetong was standing right behind him. How could he possibly evaluate someone in front of him? Fortunately, Guan Yuetong quickly alleviated the awkwardness, lightly laughing. Mr. Fang, I am Xiaotong. No wonder you were silent for so long. It turns out you were waiting for me to return. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Jiran continued, Xiaotong, what is your impression of my younger brother? Huh? Fang Chun slapped his forehead. He could predict what his elder sister was about to say. Her directness in asking about their first impressions was a clear attempt to promote him. Master Fang? Very decisive and quite manly. I admire his capabilities. Guan Yuetong responded with a subtle smile, maintaining an official demeanor. Fang Chun stood awkwardly beside them, observing as Guan Yuetong continued conversing with his elder sister, unable to find an excuse to end the call. By the way, I remember their SA lounge in your office, right? If you're tired, you can squeeze in with your elder sister Xiaotong. Fang Chun felt a few more black lines appear on his forehead. Don't worry. Your elder sister Xiaotong was personally selected and trained by me. She possesses exceptional business acumen and values every aspect greatly. Fang Chun could only smile wryly, thinking, but what does this have to do with me? We've only just met. Seventh sister, do you truly expect us to leap into intimacy so soon? He took a sip of his 8-treasure tea. Moreover, dear brother, I can assure you, this is her first time. Fang Chun nearly choked on his tea. his face flushing crimson as he coughed repeatedly. The conference room fell silent, both Fang Chun and Guan Yuetong exchanging wide-eyed glances. In the next moment, a blush crept across Guan Yuetong's beautiful face. "Mr. Fang, what are you saying?" The impression Guan Yuetong had left on Fang Chun was one of independence and strength. Yet now, under his elder sister's teasing, she had turned bright red, revealing a bashful demeanor. Clearly, Fang Jiran's promotion had caught her off guard. "Oh dear, Xiaodong. You've known me for years. Don't you understand my personality? My brother is in perfect health. I just took him for a checkup yesterday. He can definitely make you feel ecstatic." Realizing he could no longer remain silent, Fang Chun interjected, "Cough, cough, seventh sister. Xiaodong and I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now." Without allowing Fang Jiran to continue her playful teasing, he promptly ended the call. Chapter 24. Is the Yu family about to flourish? Hello, brother. In the chairman's office of Tianding Group, Fang Jiran glanced at her black-screen phone and sighed in resignation. With a delicate hand, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Could it be that her brother had such high standards that even an outstanding girl like Xiaotong couldn't capture his interest? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door of Fang Jiran's office. "Come in," she replied, quickly masking her emotions with an impassive expression. Her secretary, Xiaobai, entered and said, "Ms. Fang, you called for me?" Fang Jiran nodded. "Yes, please inform the Yu family that I will be attending their clan meeting this year." "The clan meeting of the Yu family? Ms. Fang will personally attend?" Xiaobai's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded. "Understood, Miss Fang." In the bustling headquarters, a slender young woman slowly turned her head, her gaze sharp and profound. "War Goddess, are you really leaving?" A soldier clad in dark green attire, with an expression of reluctance, spoke up. The girl known as the War Goddess nodded. "It's merely a few months of leave. There is no need for such fuss." "What is the reason this time?" "Why, you ask?" A playful smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. "Because that little one who ran away from home for a year has returned, and I've missed him dearly. Furthermore, if I don't go back, my adorable brother will be monopolized by little Seven. I cannot allow her to enjoy my precious brother all to herself." As she spoke, a hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Even the seasoned guards could not help but appear puzzled. On this day, the only five-star general of Huaxia was leaving the military to return to the city as the Yanwang department lowered their own flag, solely to honor the War Goddess. In the conference room, the atmosphere became utterly frozen as the call ended. Fang Chun inwardly lamented, "Seventh sister, you're not just trying to find me a girlfriend. You're practically forcing one upon me. Look at how you startled Xiaodong." She is still in shock. The blush on Guan Yuetong's face had yet to fade. Her bashful beauty left Fang Chun parched with desire. He swiftly shook off any inappropriate thoughts and spoke. "Xiaodong, did you notify the Yu family?" Guan Yuetong, still slightly embarrassed, raised her head. "Yes, I just handed the contract to Yu Guowei and his son. It's just about lunchtime. How about I treat you to a meal?" Fang Chun scratched the back of his head, feeling the tension. Upon hearing this, Guan Yuetong seemed to recall Fang Jiran's earlier teasing, her face once again flushing. No, let us go, young master," she insisted, waving her hands. Realizing her thoughts had been seen through, she seemed slightly embarrassed and hurriedly exited the conference room. Meanwhile, as Fang Jiran instructed Xiaobai to notify the Yu family, the news sent ripples throughout the entire Yu household. The news that Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, would attend their clan meeting caused an uproar. Unbeknownst to Fang Chun, his elder sister's casual mention had thrown the entire Yu family into a frenzy, prompting even the matriarch to call for an emergency meeting. To understand, Fang Jiran is no ordinary person, to put it bluntly. She is the dominant force in the real estate industry of the capital, and indeed, a formidable woman of national stature. She is a celebrated figure supported by the government, having resolved countless employment challenges for many. As the president of such a significant conglomerate, her social standing far surpasses that of any so-called aristocratic family. In the past, the Yu family sought to cultivate a relationship with Fang Jiran, but she showed little interest in engaging with them. Unexpectedly, today, the president of Tianding Group, Fang Jiran, has notified them of her intention to personally attend the upcoming family meeting. It is well understood that if they manage to establish a connection with Fang Jiran, the Yu family could potentially elevate their status from an ordinary family to one of true prominence in the capital. As the capital of Huaxia, Beijing teems with hidden talents. Even aristocratic families are not as significant in the upper echelons of society as one might think. Misjudgments in decision-making have led to the dramatic downfall of many such families. The competition among aristocrats is often as fierce as that in the business realm. The matriarch of the Yu family promptly disseminated the news that Fong Jiran, the president of Tianding Group, would be attending their family meeting, creating a stir among the prominent families of the capital. When did the Yu family manage to associate with such a high-profile figure? Could it be that the Yu family is on the brink of a meteoric rise? Should the Yu family gain Fong Jiran's support, they would likely ascend to the ranks of a newly established aristocracy in Beijing. Conversations of this nature echoed throughout the various prominent families in the capital. The Yi family exclaimed quickly, "Bring out my daughter Hong from the past 30 years and prepare a dowry of 100 million. I want my daughter to marry into the Yu family." The Li family remarked, "Since we also thrive in real estate, our collaboration with President Fong should be more feasible." Meanwhile, others lamented how the Yu family appeared to have struck an extraordinary fortune and hastily prepared themselves for the family meeting, ensuring they would not be left out and would certainly win the favor of the matriarch. The Yu family was thrust into the limelight of Beijing's high society. Yu Guohui and his son were among the first to learn of this sensational news. What? The president of Tianding Group, Fong Jiran, will personally attend this year's family meeting? When Yu Guohui received this intelligence, he almost doubted his own eyes. After multiple confirmations, he accepted the astonishing news with a look of disbelief. A wave of pride and elation surged within him. It seemed the Yu family was destined for greatness. No wonder Tianding Clothing Company was so accommodating today. Manager Guan handed over the contract directly. Clearly, the family had made arrangements behind the scenes. It was evident that a family member had established a connection with President Fong, facilitating today's smooth negotiations. Reflecting on this, Yu Guohui suddenly recalled Fong Chen's words during their meeting. He disdainfully smirked, thinking to himself, "That guy actually claimed he could help us effortlessly secure this project? What utter nonsense!" Initially, when Yu Mingyuan and his son received the contract from Guan Yuetong, they were utterly astonished, almost believing that Fong Chun had indeed lent them a hand, even questioning if the seemingly unremarkable young man had an impressive background. However, it became clear that their success in obtaining the contract and project had nothing to do with that young man. With this realization, Yu Guohui dismissed Fong Chun entirely, casting aside any thoughts of Yu Qiushan and Fong Chun. Now that the Yu family had aligned with Fong Jiran, the family meeting would undoubtedly be bustling with guests eager to curry favor, making invitations highly sought after. Did that young man think he could buy his way in with a mere Lamborghini? Not a chance. As such thoughts crossed Yu Guohui's mind, a smile spread across his face, as if envisioning the profits from selling the invitations. Meanwhile, Fong Chun and Guan Yuetong had settled into an elegant Western restaurant located at the base of Tianding Clothing Company. The ambience was exquisite, and the layout was impressively spacious, suggesting that the cost of dining here would be anything but modest. Just as they took their seats, a young man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, entered the restaurant and began surveying the dining area. Eventually, he seemed to locate his target, his gaze fixating on Fong Chen's table, instantly darkening as he approached with a cold stare, akin to a menacing serpent preparing to strike. Fong Chun immediately noticed the approaching figure, furrowing his brow in curiosity about the man's identity. The man halted beside their table, smirking. "Ha, Yuetong, what a coincidence to see you here." Guan Yuetong looked up expressionlessly. "It is indeed quite the coincidence. Please refrain from having our front desk notify you of my whereabouts in the future." Fong Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her response. If he were still oblivious to the man's intentions, he would have wasted his years. The ability to read the room was among his skills. It was evident that this man was an ardent admirer of Guan Yuetong. Just then, their orders arrived, 2 servings of sirloin steak. Following Guan Yuetong's remark, the man, caught off guard, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Who is this? Care to introduce?" He chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Fong Chun, who sat across from Guan Yuetong. Guan Yuetong frowned slightly, responding, "Lu Mingqi, who I choose to go out with, where I go, and what I do is none of your concern. Please stop prying into my private life." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lu Mingqi's expression faltered, turning a shade of pale. He had pursued Guan Yuetong for quite some time, yet she had never once given him a favorable glance. Despite numerous attempts to ask her out, he had always been skillfully rebuffed under the pretext of work. Today, Upon hearing that his goddess had left the office during work hours, he rushed over only to witness the heartbreaking sight of the woman he had pursued for months sitting across from another man. Though he could not overhear their conversation, the sight of them laughing together was enough to shatter his heart, especially considering that Guan Yuetong had never smiled at him in all their interactions. Lu Mingqi's face shifted between shades of blue and red, ultimately culminating in a cold snort followed by an outburst of anger. Guan Yuetong, I always believed you to be as pure as your appearance suggests. However, it seems you are merely a fade, nothing more than a mere vehicle for desire. I have never invested so much time in a woman without reaping any reward. The countless stars and internet celebrities I have encountered pale in comparison to your pretentiousness. What are you even pretending for, you shameless woman? What makes this boy better than me? Look at his attire. Can he even muster up 200 yuan in total? And he dares to come to such an upscale restaurant only to purchase beverages outside? Is he unable to afford the drinks offered here? This pretty boy is no match for me. As Lu Mingqi ranted, his self-righteousness escalated, as if he had countless grievances to air. He could only blame himself for his inflated self-esteem. Every woman he had pursued previously had either flattered him or willingly succumbed to his advances. Even those internet celebrities who initially feigned aloofness eventually fell under his financial sway. In Lu Mingqi's eyes, there simply did not exist a woman beyond his reach, except for Guan Yuetong. This is why he persisted, hoping to win her over through sheer determination. After all, compared to the other stars and internet personalities he had dallied with, Guan Yuetong represented an entirely different realm. Not only did she possess the stature of an independent and empowered general manager, but her beauty also far eclipsed those who relied on filters. Capturing such a woman would yield the utmost thrill. This was precisely why Lu Mingqi always presented himself before Guan Yuetong with an air of gentlemanly decorum. However, today, after being publicly rebuked by her, he could no longer maintain his composure. Shameless woman, I've pursued you for half a year, yearning for you in vain, only to see you laughing and chatting with this unimpressive boy. Why should he have the privilege? The thought that the woman he had chased for so long might have already succumbed to another man's advances darkened Lu Mingqi's expression. At this moment, he disregarded any semblance of dignity. As he finished his tirade, Fang Chen witnessed how Guan Yuetong's previously composed demeanor transformed into one of palpable fury. Her lovely face appeared as if it could drip with anger. The words exchanged earlier seemed to have included him, prompting Fang Chen to ruefully touch his nose. It appeared he had once again been mistaken for a pushover. With a sudden crash, Guan Yuetong leapt to her feet, her face ablaze with indignation. Her piercing gaze fixed on Lu Mingqi, her entire frame quivering with rage, while Lu Mingqi merely sneered, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he had already secured his victory. I'll give you 200,000, spend one night with me, and I promise I won't bother you again. Otherwise, you two lovebirds 1T be leaving here today. A glimmer of malice flickered in Lu Mingqi's eyes as he appraised Guan Yuetong's figure, licking his lips in greedy anticipation, as if she were already his possession. Fang Chen was bewildered. In this day and age, did anyone still dare to utter such words in public? Was this man's mind deranged? Isn't that Lu Mingqi, the heir of the Black Dragon Society? At that moment, two waitstaff recognized Lu Mingqi from a distance. Upon hearing that title, Fang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. However, he was intrigued. Previously at the company, Guan Yuetong had slapped Tang, jumping in the face after he repeatedly questioned her, given her fiery temperament. It was surprising that she had not exploded in response to Lu Mingqi's brazen arrogance and personal insults. The couple truly seemed unfortunate to have crossed paths with Lu Mingqi, the scion of the Black Dragon Society. Indeed, offending Lu Mingqi in this territory was hardly a wise choice. Listening to the conversation between the two waitresses, Fang Chen's mind raced. The Black Dragon Society? The two assailants who had attacked Yi Qingsheng yesterday had claimed to be members of the Black Dragon Society. It seemed this organization was more formidable than he had initially perceived. Lu Mingqi, you are shameless. Shameless? Huh, you're merely a nobody. Perhaps I have overestimated you. Just tell me, do you agree? If you do, I will immediately let your little lover go. If not, well. Lu Mingqi slowly crouched down, glancing at Fang Chen, who was devouring his meal. A sneer crossed his lips as he thought, is this the man Guan Yuetong chose? He looks like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. How can he maintain his appetite while his woman is being humiliated? In Lu Mingqi's mind, He had already categorized Fang Chun as a worthless leech. He instinctively reached out to slap Fang Chen's face, causing the latter to freeze mid-bite. Guan Yuedong, think carefully. After all, it doesn't matter who gets to you, so why give in to this pretty boy? Beep. System notification. A strong sense of danger and hostility has been detected near the host. War God Sister is hurrying to the scene. Hearing the electronic alert in his mind, Fang Chun smirked coldly. He slowly set down his utensils, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and calmly said, "If we're going to talk, let us talk. What else with the slap on my face? Do you know the consequences of slapping my face?" Chapter 26. Do you know the consequences of slapping my face? Fang Chun cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Mingqi, who momentarily froze at the sight before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! You little pretty boy dare to act tough in front of me? Do you really think you're something special?" As Lu Mingqi spoke, he slammed his palm on the table, but in the blink of an eye, he emitted a piercing scream. "Ah!" Guan Yuetong gasped as she witnessed Lu Mingqi's hand being pierced by a knife, with Fang Chun gripping the handle, twisting it with force. "Oomph! Ah, bastard! You're asking for death." Fang Chun remained expressionless, intensifying his grip. While Guan Yuedong might tolerate Lu Mingqi's provocations, Fang Chun could not, especially since this scoundrel had dared to slap his face. Damn it, was his handsome visage something this lowly creature could touch? How absurd! Fang Chun, who had delivered countless takeout orders and navigated 6 floors with a water bucket, was no stranger to conflict. The strength of this individual far exceeds that of an average adult, effortlessly plunging a sharp Western dining knife into Lu Mingqi's palm. Even more terrifying is the fact that, no matter how Lu Mingqi struggles, Fang Chun's hand remains steadfastly placed upon the blade, utterly unmoved by Lu Mingqi's desperate resistance. His strength is as unyielding as lead. Miss Guan Yuedong had originally felt a twinge of disappointment as she observed Fang Chun's prolonged silence towards Lu Mingqi. She had assumed he was intimidated by the latter's self-proclaimed status as the prince of the Black Dragon Society. While it is true that the Black Dragon Society wields considerable power, Fang Juron would never cower before them. She had thought that Fang Chun's silence indicated a profound weakness of character, only to realize that he simply found Lu Mingqi unworthy of his attention. "Let go! Quickly! Let go!" Lu Mingqi's face contorted in agony. He had never anticipated that anyone would dare to lay hands on him here. Was this young man truly so naive as to be unaware of the consequences of provoking him? Fang Chun slowly rose, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Mingqi. "Apologize to Sister Xiaodong. Kneel and slap yourself 100 times, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to this hand of yours." Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a mix of surprise and admiration. Fang Chun's sudden display of force exuded a captivating masculine charm, igniting a flicker of hope within her, even amidst her despair. Typically, a woman of her education and intellect would recoil from violent methods. Yet in this moment, she found Fang Chun's demeanor rather appealing. As for Fang Chun, he felt no particular emotion. He was merely irked by Lu Mingqi's incessant posturing. Moreover, he held a deep aversion to anyone touching his face. "Apologize." Fang Chun's brow furrowed as he observed Lu Mingqi's relentless cries of pain, a wave of annoyance washing over him. "You fool. I am the prince of the Black Dragon Society. You are finished for daring to touch me." Lu Mingqi spat defiantly. Fang Chun raised an eyebrow. Still putting on a brave front? Another anguished scream echoed throughout the restaurant, causing several employees to gaze in horror at the unfolding scene. Fang Chun's hand glimmered ominously as he stabbed a fork into Lu Mingqi's palm, a torrent of blood erupting forth. "Stop! No, please. Iopuludisa. Lu Mingqi's bravado evaporated as he witnessed Fang Chun grasp another knife from the table. "Leave the Green Mountains and fear not the lack of firewood." "I apologize." "I am sorry, Guan Yuedong." Fang Chun nonchalantly withdrew the knife, while Lu Mingqi staggered back, his complexion ashen and his eyes filled with malice. "And now, kneel and slap yourself 100 times, Fang Chun added, his gaze suggesting, "I have given you an opportunity. You would do well to cherish it. Otherwise, you will come to regret your choices." Yet, to Fang Chun's surprise, Lu Mingqi merely sneered, pointing a finger at him. "You are finished. You are finished. If you have the guts, don't you dare leave. I have no intention of leaving, but you better call for help quickly. I cannot afford to waste too much time." Fang Chun retorted, unfazed by the threats. Although he had only a year's worth of memories, He had seen countless similar scenarios in Hong Kong films. The sons of the underworld typically called for reinforcements, after all. As Lu Mingqi departed, the restaurant was left in stunned silence, the onlookers left speechless. A few daring waitstaff approached. "Sir, you should leave quickly. That man is the prince of the Black Dragon Society. If this escalates, you'll be the one to suffer." While it was indeed satisfying to see Lu Mingqi humbled, he often abused his status to cause trouble. Fang Chun had undoubtedly made a powerful enemy. Next time, Lu Mingqi would return with a formidable entourage, making it difficult for Fang Chun to escape. Fang Chun was slightly taken aback that the waitstaff were concerned for his well-being, yet he dismissed the prince of the underworld as inconsequential. "It's quite all right. I'm curious to see what he can do. By the way, he spat all over my steak. Please bring me a new one." Fang Chun spoke with an air of indifference, his demeanor devoid of fear. Guan Yuetong felt a pang of anxiety. Was Fang Chun truly prepared to confront the Black Dragon Society head-on? While Fang Jiran's background would surely protect him, it was crucial that she inform him of the situation. Otherwise, even if Fang Chun had immense backing, he could still face dire consequences. Guan Yuetong, her thoughts racing, quickly sent a message to Fang Jiran. Surprisingly, she received an immediate response. "Don't worry, no one can touch my brother." Observing Fang Chen's fearless demeanor, the restaurant staff felt helpless and could only pray for his safety, hoping this courageous young man would not fall victim to Lu Mingqi's wrath. In less than 5 minutes, the outside of the restaurant erupted into a cacophony of voices. Fang Chun could sense the presence of 100 individuals approaching with a fierce intensity. "Are they here?" Fang Chun mused, casting a casual glance out the window. "Mr. Fang, where's your people?" Guan Yuetong asked, her hands clasped nervously, beads of sweat forming on her palms. "Didn't Mr. Fang assure me there was no need to worry? If their people have arrived, where's Mr. Fang? This is a critical moment. Failure to act could lead to disaster." "Seventh Sister's people? I don't need Seventh Sister to back me up today." "Huh?" Guan Yuetong was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a tumultuous sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 people. The very building seemed to tremble. The onlookers, sensing impending danger, hastily retreated, clearing a path. With a resounding crash, the restaurant's doors were kicked open. Leading the charge was none other than Lu Mingqi, his hand bandaged and stained, suggesting he had received rudimentary first aid. Yet, anyone with keen eyes could see the pallor of his face, indicating that pain still coursed through him. Following Lu Mingqi were a group of intimidating, burly men, each bearing tattoos and wielding gleaming knives, their presence strikingly reminiscent of a scene from a Hong Kong film. Fang Chun regarded them with mild disdain. "I never expected you to actually return. Should I commend your audacity or chastise your foolishness?" Lu Mingqi shot a cold glance at Fang Chun, his voice dripping with contempt. At this moment, the group of aides behind him finally understood that the person dealt with by Prince Lu was none other than this young man. A series of scrutinizing gazes suddenly fell upon Fang Chun. In the restaurant, there were also some latecomers who were curious but confused about the situation. As soon as Lu Mingqi opened his mouth, his attention was also directed toward Fang Chun. "Just who did this young man offend to provoke our Prince Lu?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's you." With that, his expression darkened. "Damn it, I finally found you. How dare you show your face in front of us?" "Huh, you know this kid?" Lu Mingqi turned in confusion, only to see 2 burly men with bandaged heads glaring at Fang Chun from a distance. "Young master, this blind fool is the one who caused us to fail yesterday and ultimately got us taken to the police station. We had to expend considerable effort to get out." The burly man spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile spread across Lu Mingqi's face. "Kid, what a coincidence. It seems we must settle both new and old grievances today. Guan Yuetong, my offer still stands. Let me sleep on it, and I'll give you 200,000. At this moment, the situation was clear to any observant individual. Fang Chun was clearly at a disadvantage. Over 100 people had gathered in this Western restaurant solely to deal with him. Did they expect Fang Chun to fight against them all single-handedly? The thugs brandished knives, guns, and clubs, clearly not to be trifled with. Guan Yuetong was also frightened by these fierce thugs, quickly inching closer to Fang Chun. However, despite her fear, she showed no signs of retreat. "Ha, good. Today, I'll take advantage of your little lover's presence to have my way with you. And conveniently take care of your little lover as well." Lu Qianqi licked his lips, having long coveted Guan Yuetong. Today, He intended to be forceful. You think you have me cornered today? Fang Chun cast a calm glance at them, his expression devoid of fear. Otherwise, are you planning to call for help? I'm curious to see who you're going to summon. You think I would wait here like a fool if I had no confidence? Lu Tianqi sneered, dismissing Fang Chun as just a pretty boy with no substantial power. He was too lazy to engage in further idle banter with this fool. Get him, disable the man, but leave the woman. With that, the group of thugs prepared to act. Suddenly, without any warning, the ground began to shake violently, and a synchronized sound of footsteps thundered through the air. What is happening? What's going on? Lu Tianqi could feel the strong tremors within the restaurant. The footsteps grew increasingly clear, like thousands of horses charging. What is this? As the servers turned to look outside, they were completely stunned. Even Fang Chun was momentarily speechless. Outside, a sea of people had gathered, standing in 4 orderly formations, led by a black Audi 8 slowly cruising down the road. What on earth is this? A voice blared through a loudspeaker. Those inside, drop your weapons and cease resistance, or you will face the consequences of your actions. The voice was calm, yet dismissive, as if stating a simple fact. Lu Tianqi was stunned. The 2 burly men behind him were also taken aback, as were the members of the Black Dragon Society. Just then, a slender girl gracefully walked through the door of the restaurant, her expression blank. With her shoulder-length black hair, she exuded an air of elegance. Is this all you Black Dragon Society members have? She inquired, her combat boots making no sound against the floor, a subtle aura of menace rippling through the air. As she spoke, all attention was drawn to her, and Lu Tianqi instinctively swallowed hard. Who are you? Reporting to the War God. The Iron Brigade has completed the encirclement. Please advise, War God. A tall man sprinted up to the girl and saluted. War God? Cold sweat streamed down Lu Tianqi's forehead. The situation had flipped too quickly for him to comprehend. Were these the people summoned by Fang Chun, the War God? In Huaxia, the only ones referred to as War Gods are dead. They are legendary figures. As his thought crossed his mind, Lu Tianqi recalled a news report he had seen that morning, which mentioned the return of the legendary War God, the only 5-star general from the Northwest region. Could this girl before him be the War God? The tall man, adorned with a star insignia, cast a cold glance at Lu Tianqi and his companions. Black Dragon Society? Are you plotting to assassinate the War Goddess brother? The War Goddess brother? Who is this? Lu Tianqi's legs trembled uncontrollably. Fear gripped him. This was indeed the War God. The tall man spoke calmly. This is the War God. To plot against the War Goddess brother? Those 2 charges alone could condemn you to death 1,000 times. Inside the restaurant, the once arrogant members of the Black Dragon Society turned pale, their bodies trembling. In the next moment, thud, thud, including Lu Tianqi, more than 100 individuals fell to their knees. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Cold sweat poured into Lu Tianqi's eyes, the sour sensation overwhelming him. He didn't dare to breathe. Guan Yuetong was nearly fainting from fright. The drastic shift in circumstances was too overwhelming. How could such a large group of thugs be so terrified? You want to harm my brother? The girl walked lightly towards the entrance, yet no one dared to meet her gaze. Not for any other reason, but the sheer force of her presence. The only one who dared to look directly at her was Fang Chun, who mused, so this is my 4th sister? Her short hair highlighted her spiritedness, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Her petite nose was perfectly sculpted, and her red lips always carried a confident smile. This was indeed his 4th sister. In terms of physique, she was slightly less impressive than his 7th sister, Fang Jiran, but her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Her toned physique left no doubt about the consequences of crossing her. Female War God. Impressive. 2 leaders, it's a misunderstanding. I had no idea this kid. This brother is your brother. Otherwise, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare act up in front of him. Lu Qi knelt on the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. I heard you wanted to sleep with my brother's girlfriend? It was merely a jest, he insisted. Lu Tianqi cast a furtive glance at Guan Yuetong, his face etched with bitterness. Regret gnawed at him. For a woman, he had offended the god of war, Xian Yuan. Who would believe such a tale? The 4th sister scoffed. Do you even deserve to joke? Someone, slap him. With a swift command, 2 men in plain clothes emerged from the shadows, seizing Lu Tianqi by the hair. Slap, slap. The blows landed mercilessly, leaving crimson stains at the corners of Lu Tianqi's mouth. Take him away, all of them. The fourth sister commanded indifferently. How dare these ruffians attempt to incapacitate her beloved brother? Esteemed sirs, this matter has nothing to do with us. We were merely hired thugs by Lu Tianqi's father. They pleaded desperately. Yes, we had no idea. The pleas of mercy echoed. The fourth sister remained expressionless. Take them away. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the imposing man behind the god of war clapped his hands, summoning a squad of plainclothes officers. With military precision, over 100 individuals swiftly vanished from the scene. As the members of the Black Dragon Society were escorted out, the restaurant fell eerily silent. Gulp! At that moment, only Lu Tianqi remained, utterly dumbfounded. As the heir of the Black Dragon Society, he had encountered many situations, yet he had never witnessed such a display of martial prowess. Fear gripped him. Brother, long time no see. Suddenly, the fourth sister turned to Fang Chun with a greeting, her smile radiant. If her soldiers had seen this side of the iron-willed warrior, they would likely be in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. The fourth sister, usually so stern, bore a gentle and pure smile, her two small tiger teeth adding an endearing charm. Fang Chun smiled back. Sister, it's been a while. Sister Fang Shiyun, she acknowledged, taking a couple of steps toward Fang Chun and patting his shoulder. You seem taller and more handsome. Coughing awkwardly, Fang Chun glanced at Lu Tianqi, then remarked, what should we do with this fellow? Lu Tianqi trembled in fear. Big brother, spare me. I won't dare again. He was acutely aware of the humiliation he had inflicted upon Fang Chun earlier. 100 slaps, and our grievances will be settled. I want to hold it against you. And sister, have those people outside disperse. Fang Chun rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Although the fourth sister's show of force was impressive, the commotion it caused was excessive. There was no need to summon so many people. Nodding, Fang Shiyun waved her delicate hand. The tall man immediately whistled, prompting synchronized footsteps to fade away from outside. God of War, since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Fang Shiyun nodded at the tall man. Just then, a series of slaps echoed as Lu Tianqi, kneeling on the ground, began to strike himself repeatedly. The sight was somewhat chilling. Today, the Black Dragon Society had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. While the onlookers remained unaware of Fang Shiyun's true identity, they grasped the outcome. Clearly, Lu Tianqi had faced a humiliating defeat at Fang Chun's hands. Fang Chun glanced at Lu Tianqi, his appetite gone. Sister, I'm full. Let us leave. All right. Fang Shiyun was a general above millions in the military. Yet before her brother, she was merely a protective sister. Though she wasn't as extreme as Fang Jiran in her favoritism, the mere act of mobilizing a whole unit for Fang Chun demonstrated her affection and protectiveness. Sister Xiaotong, let me escort you home. Guan Yuetong had been rendered speechless by Fang Shiyun's display of power and took a moment to recover. Fang Shiyun appraised her, satisfaction gleaming in her beautiful eyes. By the way, brother, when did you get girlfriend? You didn't even tell your sister. That little brat Fang Jiran didn't mention it either. I must have a word with her. Fang Chun broke into a sweat, realizing how concerned his sisters were about his love life. He forced a smile. Sister, you misunderstand. This is Guan Yuetong, the general manager of Tianding Fashion. She is not my girlfriend. What? Fang Shiyun's expression shifted as she realized her misunderstanding. Observing Guan Yuetong's bashful demeanor, even the legendary warrior felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, I see. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. After escorting Guan Yuetong to the base of the company, Fang Chun and Fang Shiyun departed, eager to catch up after their long separation. Just then, the phone call from their seventh sister, Fang Jiran, came through. Fang Chun glanced at Fang Shiyun and pointed to his phone before answering. Hello, brother, how are you? Did your sister arrive in time? Yes, she was quite timely, Fang Chun replied, suppressing the feeling of being a coward needing rescue by a woman. However, upon reflection, having such a powerful sister brought a sense of security. Good, as long as you're unharmed. I knew sister would always come through. Fang Jiran exhaled, clearly relieved to hear her dear brother was safe. Once reassured, her familiar melodious laughter filled the phone. By the way, I haven't seen sister in almost a year. Brother, could you check if her bust has grown? What? Fang Chun was taken aback, glancing at Fang Shiyun with confusion. Is that true? Instinctively, he turned to Fang Shiyun, whose exquisite face remained expressionless as she coolly replied. Little seven, you must be courting disaster. Fang Chun had the speakerphone on. On the other end, Fang Jiran gasped, her voice fading into silence. After a moment, her laughter rang out. "Ha, sister, I can already picture your expression. Well, it's been ages since we all met. Are you not planning to invite me for a meal, my warrior sister?" Fang Jiran hastily shifted the topic, fearing that her fourth sister, Fang Shiyun, would remember her. "Umph. Considering you were the first to inform me about our brother's return, I shall let you off this time. But dare to tease me again, and I shall find a way to deal with you upon my return. You should still be near the company, right? I shall set off to pick you up now." With that, Fang Jiran ended the call. Fang Shiyun let out a soft huff before speaking, always flaunting that pair of 36 shoes while walking around. "Don't you ever get tired?" Fang Chun, overhearing his fourth sister's remark, nearly choked on his own saliva, having thought that the seven sisters' jokes were already quite bold. To his surprise, the fourth sister could also engage in such banter. "By the way, brother, Xiaoqi only informed me this morning about your return. I'm not yet clear on the other matters. Where have you been this past year?" Fang Shiyun's eyes, like flowing water, turned toward Fang Chun, her face adorned with curiosity. If her soldiers were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. Fang Shiyun often wore a mask of tranquility, exuding an air of indifference to all matters, appearing rather aloof. Perhaps it was only before her dear brother that the fierce warrior Fang Shiyun would reveal such a demeanor. Thus, faced with the inquisitive fourth sister, Fang Chun could only offer a resigned smile as he began to recount the experiences of the past year. Chapter 29. Do you think you can woo me? Let us sit inside for a while and wait for Xiaoqi. Who knows how long that girl will keep us waiting. The fourth sister pulled Fang Chun straight into a convenience store, where they found seating. As Fang Shiyun entered, many eyes turned to her. A beautiful woman is always the center of attention, especially one as stunning as Fang Shiyun. From Fang Chen's perspective, nearly all his sisters were ethereal beauties, making him feel quite out of place when accompanying them. "Fourth sister, what would you like to drink?" "I can fetch us a couple of bottles," Fang Chun suggested, scratching his nose. Fang Shiyun smiled and replied, "Just a bottle of mineral water will suffice." Fang Chun grabbed 2 bottles of water and headed to the cashier. Just as he was about to pay, his phone screen flickered and unexpectedly shut down, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Ugh, this old phone is truly on its last legs. It's time for an upgrade, he mused. Having relied on this phone for a year while delivering food, it had endured countless drops, and it seemed it had finally met its limits. No matter how many times he pressed the power button, the device remained unresponsive. "Hey, are you going to pay or not? Don't block the way." A voice called from behind. "Yeah, can't you see the long line forming?" A queue had formed behind Fang Chun, as this convenience store was in a prime location, bustling with business, especially at this hour when many young workers prefer to grab quick meals before heading to their jobs. "I sincerely apologize. Please bear with me for a moment," Fang Chun said, glancing at the girl behind him. "Excuse me, could you please help me with the payment? I'll transfer the money to you later." Fang Chun chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. "Isn't that Su Qianqian, the third-rank campus beauty?" Someone behind recognized the girl and exclaimed. Su Qianqian sized up Fang Chun, noting his attire, which was clearly from street vendors. The total cost of his outfit likely didn't exceed 200 yuan. "Your pickup lines are quite outdated." Su Qian zima dit daifun. As a prominent beauty, she had no shortage of suitors, especially in an art school where admiration was plentiful. "Come on, you're trying to flirt with me for my WeChat? You must be joking." Fang Chun sighed. "I assure you, I have no interest in you. I merely need your assistance in settling this bill. It's just 4 yuan. You can keep my number, and I'll transfer the funds through Alipay." Fang Chun was taken aback by the self-importance of the young girl. He waved his black screen phone in front of Su Qianqian, as if to prove his intentions were pure. However, this only displeased her further. "Do you think you're funny? A pauper like you asking for my WeChat? Take a look in the mirror." Su Qianqian scoffed. "Weren't you asking me to buy you water? If you want me to pay, I'll consider it a donation to a beggar. 4 yuan is hardly a fortune." Just then, a luxurious Maserati pulled up outside, and a young man exuding an air of extravagance stepped out. Su Qianqian, who had been waiting outside the store, immediately turned her attention to him. "Wait, is that Zhou Kaiga? When did Su Qianqian get involved with him?" Fang Chun thought, realizing Zhou was not someone to be underestimated. "Hey, don't make it sound like Su Qianqian is some kind of catch. They're both just using each other," someone remarked. As Zhou Kaiga approached, he greeted Su Qianqian with a smile, while she disdainfully glanced at Fang Chun, as if to say, "Look at the caliber of those pursuing me. Just earlier, a poor fool tried to flirt with me, It was utterly revolting, she said to Zhou Kaiga, leaving Fong Chun feeling bemused. It was merely 4 yuan. Was it necessary to make such a fuss over it? Zhou Kaiga cast a disdainful glance in Fong Chen's direction, curling his lips in contempt. Did this impoverished wretch dare to pursue Su Qianqian? At that moment, a stunning figure walked through the door, capturing everyone's attention, including Zhou Kaiga and Su Qianqian. All eyes were drawn to her. Wow, now that is a goddess. Which school does she attend? Damn, our university's 3 campus beauties pale in comparison to her. Oh, the goddess is passing by, the goddess is coming over, and she smiled at me. My goodness, her smile is simply enchanting. The crowd waiting in line momentarily forgot their impatience, their gazes riveted on the goddess clad in a white dress and black stockings, unable to look away. Fong Chen suddenly waved his hand, inciting a wave of derisive laughter from the crowd, especially from Zhou Kaiga, who laughed out loud. Could this level of goddess possibly be within the reach of a scruffy youth dressed in shabby clothes? This scene did not escape Su Qianqian's notice. She sneered, realizing her earlier suspicion was correct. This boy was merely trying to flirt and solicit her WeChat. Having just been rejected by Su Qianqian, he now dared to approach her goddess. TSK, how overconfident can one be? Indeed, even our school's heartthrob would likely not qualify to be your boyfriend. However, the next moment brought forth a shocking spectacle that left everyone astounded. The goddess walked directly to Fong Chun and linked her arm with his. Let's go. The crowd gasped. What were they witnessing? The breathtaking, ethereal goddess had actually taken the arm of a poor boy? What was their relationship? Su Qianqian was equally stunned. How could this be? Could it be that this woman was his girlfriend? A man dressed so poorly could have such a beautiful girlfriend? Her beauty was leagues beyond Su Qianqian's, making it evident that Fong Chun was not merely seeking to flirt and exchange contact information. It was clear that Su Qianqian had been overly self-assured, harboring a misplaced sense of superiority. Su Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment as her expression alternated between red and pale. It seemed she was beginning to believe in love again. How could someone so poorly dressed find such a stunning girlfriend? The onlookers were in awe. Fong Chun glanced at Qijia's attire, which was just as stunning as when he first saw her, now adorned in a knee-length white skirt that exuded youthful vitality, complemented by her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, presenting an alluring aura. Where's your 4th sister? Fong Jiran inquired, surveying the surroundings but failing to spot Shiyun. Fong Chun shook his head, having just stepped away to buy water for a brief moment. Upon turning back, he found himself unable to locate his sister. Fong Jiran smiled and said, Perfect, we don't need her. Let us go. Haha, 7th sister can enjoy you all to herself. The term enjoy seemed slightly off, causing Fong Chun to blush. Just then, Shiyun's voice rang out from behind Fong Jiran. Little 7, I heard you talking about me again. Fong Shiyun had her glossy black hair tied up into a cute bun, and her cherubic face left Fong Chun momentarily spellbound. Fong Jiran playfully smiled at Shiyun, sticking out her rosy tongue, seemingly enlivened by her youthful attire. You monopolize Fong Chun all day. Later, lend us a car. I want to have some quality time with my brother. Shiyun clung to Fong Chen's arm from the right side, now sandwiched between 2 beauties. Fong Chun could feel the envious glares directed at him from the crowd. Nearby, Zhou Kaiga stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. Whether it was the alluring Fong Jiran or the innocent Fong Shiyun, both were breathtakingly beautiful, and yet here they were, both holding onto the arm of one man. Such a sight was undeniably shocking. In Zhou Kaiga's mind, he had never encountered such stunning girls in his life. If 10 was the perfect score, both of these women would undoubtedly receive a full mark from countless admirers. Zhou Kaiga rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Could it be that contemporary goddesses no longer cared about one's background? Suddenly, he felt a flicker of hope for himself. With both sisters wrapped around him, Fong Chun felt as if he were floating. Just as they reached the convenience store's entrance, Zhou Kaiga leaped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 girls. He instinctively swallowed hard, the close proximity to the 2 beauties overwhelming him. Ladies, how about adding me on WeChat? Look, my car is parked right there. Would you like a ride? He boasted, waving the keys to his Maserati in front of Fong Chun and the others. What audacity! How dare this guy solicit other women right in front of his girlfriend? The onlookers exchanged remarks. With Su Qianqian and Zhou Kaiga together, it was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. But did she truly not care? How could she not be bothered? Even if she had no feelings for Zhou Kaiga. Standing next to her boyfriend, while he solicited contact information from two other women, would make any woman uncomfortable. Such behavior clearly demonstrated a lack of respect for her. Huh, a Maserati? Fong Jiran smirked, glancing in the direction Zhou Kaiga indicated, her expression betraying no emotion. Could be. Is my goddess truly about to fall for the allure of money? The crowd internally lamented, having witnessed Fong Jiran smile brightly. Even Zhou Kaiga appeared pleased, realizing that no woman could resist the charm of luxury cars. He had no idea how many girls his second-hand Maserati had helped him win over. But the next moment, Fong Jiran spoke with biting sarcasm. You think a shabby Maserati could impress me? Take a good look in the mirror and see what you're worth. The crowd erupted in quiet amusement at her words. Zhou Kaiga had spent his days flaunting his Maserati, attempting to woo high-scoring girls at school. The most infuriating part was that many girls had fallen for his financial allure without realizing his infamous reputation. Everyone is well aware of the character of this young man, yet there are still girls willing to be charmed by him. They would rather endure the company of a scoundrel than spare a glance at those deemed inferior. It is no surprise that there exists a subtle resentment towards him, but today they finally witness Zhou Kaiga facing a setback. His expression fluctuated between dark and light, and before he could utter a word, another woman in professional attire entered the scene. Ladies, young master, the car is ready. Shall we depart? The beautiful woman was evidently addressing Fong Chun and his two sisters. In an instant, the convenience store erupted in murmurs. What young master? Could he possibly be a concealed wealthy heir? Fong Chun smiled at Xiaobai. Then let us go, Sister Xiaobai. Su Qianqian's expression shifted, now filled with astonishment and doubt. Subsequently, all eyes were on Fong Chun as he led the two stunning women to a parked Rolls-Royce Ghost outside. The luxurious vehicle stood still by the roadside, resembling an exquisite work of art. As the door slightly opened, Fong Chun and the two ladies elegantly entered. Goodness, this young man is actually a hidden tycoon, someone in the crowd exclaimed, casting curious glances at Zhou Kaiga and Su Qianqian. One was a scoundrel who relied on his family's modest wealth to pursue high-profile girls, while the other was a socialite who used her qualifications to attract wealthy suitors. What worth could a second-hand Maserati possibly have? The Ghost's superior configuration could purchase 20 of those. Su Qianqian, now filled with regret, realized she had been mingling in circles of affluent individuals, entrapped in a life of luxury. Witnessing a top-tier heir slip away before her very eyes filled her with an overwhelming sense of loss. She had just had the opportunity to obtain Fong Chen's WeChat contact. Her gaze towards Zhou Kaiga shifted, devoid of the earlier arrogance she exhibited while mocking Fong Chen's humble origins. Inside the spacious Ghost, Fong Chen settled into the opulent leather seat, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Sister 7, just how many luxury cars do you own? He mused, absent-mindedly caressing the seat's backrest. Oh, quite a few, too many to count. Most were gifts from business partners, while some were merely impulsive purchases of mine. Fong Jiran replied with a smile. Fong Chun could only break into a cold sweat at her words. If her statement were to circulate, countless individuals would surely feel disheartened. Impulsive purchases? As if luxury cars were mere cabbages. Yet for Fong Jiran, it seemed that what others regarded as luxury was merely commonplace. Little 7. Where shall we go now? Fong Shiyun sweetly accepted the bottle of water from Fong Chun, proudly showcasing the fact that he had bought it for her. Fong Jiran mischievously glanced at her and took a sip from the very bottle, casting a flirtatious look at Fong Shiyun, as if to imply that Fong Chen's gesture was solely for her. As for their relationship, it was entirely unnecessary to mention. Fong Chun felt a surge of anxiety. The competitive spirit among women was indeed formidable. At that moment, Fong Jiran's gaze landed on Fong Shiyun's figure, seemingly assessing her. Fong Shiyun's face flushed crimson under her scrutiny, and she quickly adopted a fierce demeanor, saying, "If you keep staring, I'll have to pluck out your eyes." Fong Jiran turned her head away, yet a radiant smile lingered on her face, reminiscent of a proud peacock. It was easy to surmise what thoughts occupied her mind. Undoubtedly, they were of an unspeakable nature. After a brief pause, she cheerfully asked, "Sister 4, you haven't been back in ages. Don't you wish to go shopping? I haven't strolled in quite some time." As her words fell, Fong Chen noticed his sister's posture straighten, her eyes sparkling with excitement, evidently intrigued by Fong Jiran's suggestion. Indeed, every woman possesses an innate love for shopping. This trait held true for both the esteemed CEO Fong Jiran and the renowned warrior Fong Shiyan. Soon enough, the car drove into the Saipan International Shopping Center, and throughout the day, Fong Chun accompanied the two enchanting sisters as they explored every corner of the mall. Despite the long hours spent walking, the two ladies showed no signs of fatigue. It appeared that women were tireless creatures when it came to shopping, moving with a robotic-like endurance. As evening approached, while leaving, Fong Jiran stopped by the roadside to buy a newspaper. "Oh, brother, isn't this you?" she exclaimed, pointing to the headline. Rich heir experiences life as a delivery boy, humiliated, and in a fit of anger, buys a luxury store. Upon reading the title, Fong Chun immediately grasped the situation. This was a recounting of his actions from the previous day, where in a moment of anger, he had purchased an entire store just to retaliate against the couple. To his astonishment, it had made the front page. He chuckled softly, glancing at a somewhat blurry photograph accompanying the article. It appeared to be taken from a distance. Unless one were particularly close to him, they would hardly recognize him. Seeing the photo, Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief. He had no desire for fame, and thankfully, the image was indistinct enough that he would likely remain unrecognized. With a resigned gesture, he shrugged at Fong Jiran. Meanwhile, Fong Shiyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gleaned the story from Fong Jiran, asserting, in situations like this, one should act decisively. Otherwise, they might think our brother is an easy target. Brother, if you encounter any trouble in the capital, do not hesitate to confide in us. You are the treasure of our family, and no one dares to bully you, Fong Shiyun declared, clenching her small fist with a hint of a smirk on her face. In truth, with the backing of these two sisters, Fong Chun felt he could navigate the capital with ease. And he still had 5 other sisters supporting him. Clearing his throat, he casually glanced at the newspaper in Fong Jiran's hand, diverting the topic. Is it true that the superstar Fong Ziyao is coming to the capital for a concert? In the next moment, a sudden silence enveloped the carriage. Fong Chun, feeling the peculiar gazes from the two women, awkwardly touched his nose, perplexed as to where he had misspoken. Fong Shiyan reached out to pinch Fong Chen's cheek. Turning to Fong Jiran with a puzzled expression, is this child perhaps thinking of his 6th sister too foolishly? Huh, what ailment has my 4th sister suddenly contracted? Fong Jiran chuckled wryly. This is our precious younger brother. Do you not have any awareness of it yourself? She continued, it's a long story. Have you forgotten? He has amnesia. After a brief encounter with Fong Shiyan at noon, Fong Chun had shared a few snippets about his experiences over the past year, intending to find a convenience store to sit and chat. However, while buying water, he was delayed, and Fong Jiran arrived shortly thereafter. Fong Chun had yet to find the right moment to inform his 4th sister about his amnesia, and Fong Jiran succinctly recounted the situation. Instantly, Fong Shiyan's expression shifted several times. He actually has amnesia? Did you not take him to the hospital for an examination? She inquired. What could have caused this? How could someone suddenly lose their memory? Noting the underlying reproach in her words, Fong Jiran sighed helplessly. We did go. He was examined last night. His health is perfectly fine, but we have yet to ascertain the cause of his memory loss. Fong Shiyan bit her silver teeth. If I find out that someone's external actions caused my brother's amnesia, leading to him wandering for a year, I will undoubtedly hold them accountable. A palpable air of severity emanated from her petite frame, revealing her formidable spirit. Indeed, if it were due to external forces, Fong Jiran would go to great lengths to seek justice for her brother. As the two women's sharp exchanges intensified, the atmosphere in the carriage grew tense. Fong Chun quickly intervened. Sisters, there is no need to worry about me. I believe a path will present itself when we reach the mountain. It's not a significant issue, so why dwell on it? With a miraculous system at his disposal, he was confident that the memory recovery feature would soon restore his memories from the past 18 years. Therefore, the reason behind his amnesia would eventually become clear. By the way, do you have any impression of a name Fong Ziyao? Fong Shiyan tentatively asked. Of course, she is a powerful singer from our homeland, with millions of fans and regarded as a goddess by countless admirers, Fong Chun exclaimed. With that statement, both women could no longer contain their laughter. Fong Ziyao is your 6th sister, my foolish brother, Fong Jiran said, covering her mouth as she laughed, her charm captivating. It took a moment for Fong Chun to regain his composure. Having spent an entire day with these two goddesses, his immunity had significantly increased. Reflecting on Fong Jiran's previous comment, he suddenly turned pale, raising his voice several decibels. 7th sister. What did you say? The goddess Fong Ziyao is actually my sixth sister? His face was a mixture of disbelief. If you took any university class with 30 men, it was likely that 29 would regard Fang Ziao as their dream partner, while the last one would have no interest in women. With her unique vocal style and impressive musical compositions, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene, undoubtedly one of the top celebrities in the country. Fang Jiran smiled slightly. What's wrong? Do you think the seventh sister is not as beautiful as the sixth sister? Your eyes lit up the moment I mentioned her. As she spoke, her lips pouted playfully, reminiscent of a coy maiden. Fang Chun smacked his lips. I'm just taken aback by this news. The superstar Fang Ziao is my sixth sister. He could already envision the reactions he'd provoke when bragging about his sixth sister being Fang Ziao. No one would believe him, and he might even attract mocking glances. After all, Fang Ziao was an ethereal being, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. After arranging for Xiao to drive Fang Qin back to Old Yu's residence, the two women reluctantly bid farewell to their brother. Chapter 31. The disappearance of Qiu Yueping after sending off his two sisters. Fang Chun, feeling somewhat dejected, touched his nose. Since yesterday, his life trajectory had experienced a dramatic upheaval. Suddenly, he had gained 7 sisters, a reality that would be difficult for most to accept. However, with only a year's worth of memories, Fang Chun adapted remarkably well to the situation. Old Yu had not left the house all day, presumably hoping that Fang Chun would invite Yu Guohui and his son for a discussion. Unfortunately, Old Yu was unaware of the character of those relatives. Nevertheless, Fang Chun had already delivered the contract to the Yu family. He believed that as long as they were not foolish, they would recognize the implications. Conducting business discussions without dialogue was hardly conventional. Given that Yu Guohui and his son had accepted the contract without hesitation, it implied their tacit acceptance of the transaction. In other words, Yu Guohui, who wielded significant influence over the clan's affairs, would undoubtedly deliver the invitation letter to Fang Chun before the clan meeting commenced. Moreover, Fang Chun had already informed his 7th sister, Fang Jiran, that he could unilaterally rescind the contract if Yu Guohui and his son chose to renege on the deal. Fang Chun could still rely on his sister's name to escort Old Yu into the clan meeting. With this thought, Fang Chun sighed. Through the window, he could vaguely see the anxious figure of a middle-aged man pacing within the room. Fang Chun pushed open the door, and upon seeing him return, Old Yu quickly turned, his face etched with apprehension. How'd it go? Rest assured, Old Yu, I've arranged everything. I offered them a substantial project as a condition of exchange. For them, it's a win-win situation, so there's no reason for them to refuse. Fang Chun replied with a slight smile, his thoughts icy. Even if this shameless father and son duo attempt to play tricks, I can still rely on my 7th sister to bring you to the clan meeting. However, should it escalate, I will have already given them ample face. If they choose to be shameless, I wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson about facing the consequences. Now, they merely awaited the commencement of the clan meeting, and they could proceed with peace of mind. Upon hearing Fang Chun's words, Old Yu understood. It seems that Fang Chun has adeptly maneuvered through various circumstances to secure an opportunity for himself to return to his family and reclaim his heritage. Upon this realization, Old Yu felt a subtle wave of emotion and bittersweetness. Having lived his life without children of his own, he had always believed that his elder sister, whom he regarded as a confidant, had treated him merely as a financial resource due to his modest income. In contrast, this young man he had taken and treated him with the warmth of genuine kinship, allowing Old Yu to truly feel the essence of familial love through Fang Chun. However, he refrained from expressing much. Instead, he simply cast a profound glance at Fang Chun. The young man smiled faintly, understanding Old Yu's temperament. Men, after all, are not particularly adept at articulating their feelings. It suffices to keep such sentiments locked within the heart. There is no necessity to voice them aloud. All that needs to be conveyed often lies in silence. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded against the door of Old Yu's home. Fang Chun paused, asking, Old Yu, have you invited someone over at this hour? No, Old Yu replied, equally bewildered. Fang Chun furrowed his brow, pondering who would seek out Old Yu at such a late hour. Could it possibly be Auntie and her family? Had they not just secured the money yesterday? Instinctively, Fang Chun opened the door, revealing Auntie and her husband, but conspicuously absent was their daughter, Qiu Yueping. Upon seeing them, Fang Chun's expression darkened slightly. Earlier that morning, Auntie had merely informed Fang Chun that the clan leader would be arriving, which seemed like a veiled attempt to undermine old Yu. Were it not for the Lamborghini gifted to him by his seventh sister, which allowed for swift and agile navigation through the city, he might have been delayed by their encounter. Moreover, that Yu Guohui and his son were not the most honorable individuals, and they had spoken ill of Fang Chun. If Annie had not intentionally failed to notify Fang Chun in a timely manner, he would not have left them an opportunity to assert themselves first. Yet, what business could prompt their late-night visit? Auntie, with a troubled expression, eagerly asked, Fang Chun, have you seen our Yueping? Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Chiu Yueping? He had spent the day out and had not returned home at all. Annie's family rarely interacted with him or old Yu. Apart from their occasional requests for money, he had never encountered them outside. Chiu Yueping, in particular, held a disdainful view of old Yu and Fang Chun, making their interaction scarce. Why would Chiu Yueping be at old Yu's place? Fang Chun instinctively shook his head. Auntie and her husband exchanged worried glances, their faces paling. Old Yu emerged from the room, observing their anxious expressions, and inquired, what has happened? Clearly, something was amiss, likely concerning Chiu Yueping. Otherwise, why would Annie's family come searching for her at such a late hour? This morning, Yueping left for school, and after lunch, she messaged us saying her classmates had invited her out to play. But now, she hasn't returned, and I thought perhaps she had gone to your house to rest. Auntie said, her face etched with despair. Fang Chun felt a flicker of concern. A disappearance of this nature was significant. He set aside any lingering irritation toward Annie's family and asked, classmates? Which classmates? It seems to be someone from her university who is interning with her. I only know one named Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran? The name struck a familiar chord. Old Yu paused, reflecting. Fang Chun, too, felt a sudden tension. Lin Ranran was indeed his ex-girlfriend. When had she become acquainted with Chiu Yueping? Fang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he often clashed with Annie's family, he couldn't ignore their urgency. I might have some knowledge of this Lin Ranran. He reassured Auntie, noting the astonishment on her and her husband's faces, wondering how he could know their daughter's classmate. Without further ado, Fang Chun stepped outside, hailed a taxi, and dialed Lin Ranran's number. After half a year of dating, he still had her contact saved. He felt a wave of relief that he hadn't switched phones on his way back. His old phone still contained Lin Ranran's number. After several rings, the call connected, and a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end, reminiscent of a karaoke bar or club. Hello, Lin Ranran? It's Fang Chun. Fang Chun, why are you calling me? She replied, her voice barely audible over the din. Fang Chun inquired, are you with Chiu Yueping? Chiu Yueping is really your cousin? The noise on Lin Ranran's end was overwhelming, but Fang Chun faintly detected a plea for help amidst the chaos. Her expression shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. Where's Chiu Yueping? After a moment of silence, Lin Ranran answered, at Baixing Building, the Cube. Before Fang Chun could ask further questions, the call ended abruptly. Damn it, she hung up. Fang Chun had hoped to ask more questions about who Chiu Yueping was with and whether she was in danger. It seemed Lin Ranran was indeed with Chiu Yueping, but the nature of their gathering remained unclear. As Auntie anxiously looked at Fang Chun, he nodded affirmatively. He promptly exited, signaling for taxi. Auntie, do you want to come with me? Of course, we must go with you, Auntie insisted, and both she and her husband climbed into the cab. Old Yu hesitated for a moment before joining them. Driver to Baixing Building. The narrative shifts back to the suite within Baixing Building, where a young man with bleached hair spoke. Lin Ranran, are you sure her cousin is really that wealthy? Absolutely. We have the upper hand. She lost the game. According to the rules, she must either remove an article of clothing or pay 10,000 yuan. Lin Ranran stood with her arms crossed, her face cold. Having abruptly ended her relationship with Fang Chun, she had now transformed into the archetypal gold digger, abandoning her boyfriend in pursuit of wealth. She was quickly confronted with the reality of her choices. Moreover, not only did she lose the watermelon, but she also ended up with sesame seeds, sacrificing her grand opportunity to marry into a prestigious family. In fact, she was even cast aside like that sesame by Yang Di, leaving Lin Ranran utterly destitute. Please, let me go. Whatever you want, my uncle will gladly provide it for you. Just don't harm me. I beg you, please don't touch me. In the room, 4 or 5 young men stared at a girl bound tightly with ropes. The girl, her face stained with tears, trembled uncontrollably. It was Chiu Yueping. Lin Ranran turned coldly to glance at her, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. Rest assured, as long as your cousin Fong Chun obediently hands over the money, everything can be negotiated. Otherwise, a chilling laugh escaped her lips. Xiao Yueping was truly petrified. Lin Ranran had merely invited her to an alleged birthday celebration of some big shot. She had never anticipated that these individuals were involved in the underworld. Suddenly, the door burst open and 4 figures entered. Leading them was Fong Chun. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Xiao Yueping, who was bound and guarded on the sofa, and his expression shifted immediately. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Aunt and uncle's faces also changed dramatically at this scene. Who are you? Lin Ranran smiled lightly. It seems you're not familiar with me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Ranran, Fong Chen's ex-girlfriend. Fong Chen's ex-girlfriend? Aunt and uncle exchanged puzzled glances with Fong Chun, realizing why he had urgently sought Lin Ranran's contact information. They were former lovers. But what connection did Lin Ranran have with Xiao Yueping's kidnapping? Fong Chen's expression remained calm. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Lin Ranran chuckled coldly, nodding at the young man beside her. He promptly kicked the door, locking it tight. All of this is because of you. You caused me to lose everything and the chance to marry into wealth. Now even Yang Di ignores me. What do you think I plan to do? A cold smile graced Lin Ranran's lips. Upon hearing this, aunt and uncle's gazes towards Fong Chun shifted. Fong Chun raised an eyebrow. So, your revenge is directed at me? What does it have to do with Xiao Yueping? The number of assailants was considerable, and the door was firmly secured, clearly indicating they had no intention of letting Fong Chun and the others leave easily. Aunt stepped forward, pleading earnestly, yes. This matter has nothing to do with my daughter. Quickly let her go. Young lady, Fong Chun is the one who caused this trouble. Don't involve innocent people. Elder Yu frowned upon hearing this. After learning about the situation, Fong Chun had actively sought to help, even arriving in person. Yet, Aunt, upon discovering this was related to Fong Chun, had the audacity to say such a thing? Did she not possess a shred of conscience? Haha, Fong Chun, what a coincidence. Xiao Yueping told me today that she owes over 100,000 in online loans, but will soon repay it. I casually probed in her background, and guess what? I stumbled upon your name. Hearing this, Fong Chun cast an odd glance at the bound Xiao Yueping. Some individuals seem to endure society's harsh judgment without deserving sympathy. If you choose to act pretentious, why bring up loans and money? I want to indulge in trivialities. Earlier, while playing a game, Xiao Yueping stated that if she lost a round, she would remove a piece of clothing or pay us 10,000. Just look at her attire. It gives you a good idea of how much she lost. Lin Ranran glanced at the frail girl on the sofa, who was left with nothing but the barest of coverings. It was evident how much she had lost. Xiao Yueping, seemingly unaware that today's predicament stemmed from her actions, urgently pleaded, Mom, take me away. They are gangsters and I'm so scared. Hearing the term gangsters, Anne cast a fearful glance at the young men present. How had they gotten into such trouble? Was it not all because of Fong Chun? If not for the conflict with his ex-girlfriend, this situation could have been easily resolved. Furthermore, why would Fong Chun choose a girlfriend connected to the underworld? Aunt, overwhelmed with fear, directed her anger at Fong Chun. It's all your fault. Hurry and pay the ransom to get my daughter back. Exactly. Fong Chun, if not for you, my daughter wouldn't be embroiled in this mess. Aunt and uncle united in their accusations against Fong Chun, pointing fingers and shouting, causing many of the young men to look on in astonishment. Why do they speak so brazenly? Wasn't Fong Chun also a victim in this scenario? Moreover, if it weren't for Xiao Yueping's foolish remarks, perhaps today's events could have been avoided. Fong Chun ignored Aunt's outburst. A mere few tens of thousands would hardly satisfy Lin Ranran's greed. After all, in her eyes, she had lost 2 golden opportunities for marriage. Even if Yang Di's wealth was not on par with Fong Chen's, he likely possessed assets worth billions. A ransom, of course, could be arranged, Lin Ranran said with a smirk. For outsiders to pay, just add a 0. Fong Chun, she still owes 7 articles of clothing, but there's nothing left to remove. I'll keep those for you. 7 outfits at 100,000 each, totals 700,000. 700,000, a sum that reached a staggering figure nearing $1 million. For the average person, $1 million is astronomical, and even Aunt, who had been vocally protesting, fell silent, clearly taken aback by Lin Ranran's audacity. You're extorting me? Fong Chun chuckled coldly. To him, 10,000 was not a substantial amount. But why should he pay for Xiao Yueping? Aunt, gradually regaining her composure, noticed Fong Chen's reluctance to yield and grew anxious. Fong Chen, are you even human? This situation is your responsibility. You should agree to whatever amount they demand. What could possibly be more important than your cousin's safety? Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's face was adorned with a continuous cold smile. If my cousin's safety is of paramount importance, then how about this? Let us split the cost. You can contribute as well. As his words fell, Elder Yu's eyes revealed a hint of sympathy. It was evident to everyone that this was Lin Ranran's blatant targeting of Fong Chen. However, had it not been for Chiu Yueping's reckless behavior, this situation would never have arisen. Why should I? Aunt S' expression changed abruptly, instinctively responding. But she quickly realized her words were improper and corrected herself. Where would two old folks like us find the money? Moreover, the woman explicitly demanded compensation from Fong Chen. After finishing her words, she let out a cold snort and fell silent. Lin Ranran observed the internal strife among them, her sneer growing more pronounced. Fong Chen, your sister is the esteemed CEO of Tianding Group, Fong Jiran. Is it not a mere trifle to secure 70 million for ransom? This statement, undoubtedly, was akin to casting a heavy bomb into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tumultuous wave throughout the private room, including the young ruffians present. What? He is the brother of Fong Jiran, the CEO of Tianding Group? Is he not a super-rich second-generation born with a golden key? The shock was evidently greater for the woman and her family, leaving them momentarily speechless. Could it be true that Fong Chen was indeed the sibling of the famed CEO? Was this some kind of deception? A flicker of disbelief crossed her face, yet when she turned to Fong Chen, she found him remarkably composed, his expression devoid of emotion. Could it be that this young man truly was Fong Jiran's brother? Lin Ranran, you are on the path of self-destruction. Fong Chen cast a profound glance at the woman. Recalling the sorrow he felt the previous night due to her actions, he had since recovered somewhat, but now he had completely let go of this woman. Take the money. Lin Ranran remained impassive, ignoring Fong Chen's final attempt at consolation. Fong Chen, no longer willing to waste his breath, directly tossed a bank card before her. 200 million. If you dare to accept it, then take it. 200 million? Such an exaggeration. Lin Ranran had only requested 70 million. The notion that Fong Chen would offer her 200 million left everyone around feeling dizzy with disbelief. How could someone be so foolish as to give away such a sum? With a group of underworld members on their side, could they really offend the black organization just because of Fong Jiran's backing? Fong Jiran's brother was indeed a fool. 200 million was enough for many to live lavishly for a lifetime. A glimmer of greed flashed in Lin Ranran's eyes as she clutched the bank card, excitement evident in her gaze. Chapter 30, Why not? What is there to be afraid of? The young men behind her were equally stirred, whispering among themselves. When had they ever seen such a fortune? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a figure whose head was wrapped in white bandages. Boss, the girl's family has arrived. They actually offered us 200 million for the ransom. The blonde-haired man approached the bandaged figure with a fawning demeanor. The figure, referred to as Boss, paused before exclaiming, 200 million? How absurd! Who possesses such financial power? The ability to produce 200 million in cash was rare even among the wealthiest business magnates in the capital. In all of China, such capital was indeed a rarity. They had stumbled upon this naive fool today. Lin Ranran's initially reluctant expression shifted upon seeing this person, and she sighed deeply. Since this individual had arrived, it seemed unlikely she could claim the entire 200 million for herself. This individual was none other than the heir of the Black Dragon Society, Lu Mingqi, a notorious figure in the underworld known as the Prince Lu. Today coincidentally marked Lu Mingqi's party celebration, leading to the ensuing chaos. Lu Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Ranran humbly addressed him, Young Master Lu. Lu Mingqi merely glanced at her without responding, fully aware of her notorious reputation. She often sought wealthy suitors, and her connection with the Black Dragon Society was merely a means to secure a backer against the potential fallout of her romantic escapades with rich second-generation heirs. Some individuals, lacking capital, were equally ensnared in Lin Ranran's web. Miss, let us enjoy each other's company, she would say, superficial exchanges of desire, mutually beneficial but ultimately fleeting. Yet, if one sought permanence, the situation would become complicated. Lin Ranran was evidently a calculating individual, one who would not hesitate to consume her prey whole. Let us proceed with the previously agreed distribution, Lu Mingqi suggested, adjusting his demeanor. His gaze landed on the sofa where Qiu Yueping sat. This girl is quite attractive. If one were to rate beauty on a scale of 10, Qiu Yueping could easily score around 7, given her natural allure. Moreover, Lin Ranran had invited her out, promising to expand her network and introduce her to influential figures. This opportunity made Qiu Yueping feel as if she had transformed from a mere chicken to a phoenix. She had dressed meticulously for the occasion, and in the dim light, her delicate demeanor stirred a protective instinct in men. Lu Mingqi swallowed hard. Who brought this girl here? Impressive. The blonde-haired man grinned. No problem, young master. We'll send her over shortly. No, we have already paid the ransom. Elder Yu interjected, panic evident in his voice. You cannot disregard the rules. This is unacceptable. Lu Mingqi took a couple of steps toward Elder Yu, the dim lighting of the room obscuring his view of Fang Chun, who stood in the foreground. Lu Mingqi shot an irritated glance at Elder Yu. Rules? What do you know of the rules of the underworld, old man? Does the Black Dragon Society require your guidance? You bastards. Elder Yu cursed, realizing that Fang Chun had already paid the exorbitant ransom. Yet they still had no intention of releasing the captives. At that moment, the blonde-haired man stepped forward. Old man, do you wish to die? You dare insult our Prince Lu? Elder Yu was about to retort when Fang Chun pulled him back, causing the man to stumble. If you dare to touch him, be prepared to face the consequences tomorrow. From the moment Lu Mingqi entered, Fang Chun recognized him instantly, his familiar demeanor and gait unmistakable, despite the thick bandages. Fang Chun could hardly believe that this so-called leader of the Black Dragon Society was none other than the prince he had publicly humiliated earlier that day at the Tianding Clothing Company. Do you know who you were speaking to? The blonde-haired man accused, his displeasure evident as he pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Chun. Lin Ranran watched in shock, unable to comprehend why Fang Chun would provoke Lu Mingqi. He couldn't discern that since the man entered, the entire focus of the house had converged upon him. This indirectly conveyed a multitude of implications, did it not? Was Fang Chun truly out of his mind, absurdly assigning himself a ransom of 200 million, and then, without any sense of propriety, provoking the heir of the underworld? Damn it. Lu Mingqi turned to gaze in the direction of the speaker. He was eager to see who had the audacity to disturb his refined enjoyment. Upon spotting Fang Chun, Lu Mingqi's smile abruptly froze on his face. In the next moment, he trembled uncontrollably. Kid, our young master has taken a liking to your cousin. It's her fortune, the blonde began, oblivious to the fact that his master was already drenched in cold sweat, nearly begging for mercy. Let me assure you, we merely wish to have some fun with this girl, and we will return her safely to you by tomorrow. But where did the 200 million actually go? Was the promised ransom suddenly transformed into the price for retrieving Qiu Yueping from Lin Ranyan? For a moment, it seemed that the Black Dragon Society had no connection to it anymore. Recognizing Fang Chun's face, Lu Mingqi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in astonishment. How could it be him? Wasn't he the cousin of that girl? At that thought, looking at the sneering and threatening blonde before him, Lu Mingqi felt for the first time that death seemed perilously close. He hadn't forgotten that today, in a fit of rage over wanting to forcibly claim Guan Yuetong, he had been thoroughly dealt with by Fang Chun's fourth sister. Moreover, many key members of the Black Dragon Society had been invited for a tea party. Now, the blonde had audaciously kidnapped Fang Chen's cousin. The consequences were overwhelming. Lu Mingqi trembled involuntarily, deeply aware of the psychological scar Fang Chun had left on the blonde. How terrifying! Fang Shiyun's actions earlier were more than sufficient to dismantle their entire Black Dragon den. Shut up, Lu Tianqi quickly admonished, causing the blonde to momentarily falter, still not comprehending why his master was behaving this way. Young master, weren't you keen on enjoying that girl? Damn it, Lu Mingqi retorted. Enjoy your mother. He slapped the blonde's face vigorously. From a distance, Fang Chun let out a cold laugh. Seems like you went a bit easy on him. Fang Chun, this is a private matter between young Master Lu and his subordinates. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ranyan, unable to tolerate Fang Chun's composed demeanor, snorted disdainfully. Exactly, kid, what is your business here? The blonde, previously reveling in his bravado, was now bewildered by the sudden slap, failing to understand how this situation involved the insufferable brat before him. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Qianqi's expression transformed drastically. "You scoundrel! Dare you speak?" Lu Qianqi kicked the blonde twice with all his might, eliciting pitiful cries from him. "Young master, did I say something wrong?" The blonde, now frightened, wore a face of grievance. How had he come to be beaten without cause? Noticing the mocking smirk on Fong Chen's lips, the blonde suppressed his pain and cursed. "Kid, what are you laughing at? Seeking death? Laughing at your ignorance of your impending doom." Fong Chun replied nonchalantly. "You bastard." The blonde spat angrily. Lu Mingqi, witnessing the blonde's continued provocation, turned pale with anger. "Are you that oblivious? I'm using all my strength to beat you, and you still can't see the situation?" He continued to strike the blonde mercilessly. Upon recognizing Fong Chun, Lu Mingqi had been so terrified that he could scarcely speak. But he was slowly regaining his composure. Yet even then, his voice trembled with subdued fury. This individual was none other than the brother of the legendary female warrior of Huaxia, Fong Shiyan. How could he even think of offending someone of such stature? The absurdity of the situation was compounded by the fact that he had initially associated the 200 million merely with a wealthy young heir, frightened by the reputation of the Black Dragon Society. After all, someone who could easily produce such an amount must have considerable background and influence. In this imperial capital, individuals of such caliber were indeed rare, and Fong Chun was one of them. He should have realized this sooner. The members of the Black Dragon Society and Lin Ranyan stood in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? Why was the young master of the Black Dragon Society attacking his own men? "Young master, please stop," the blonde wailed, as Lu Mingqi displayed no mercy, intent on beating him to a pulp. "You scoundrel, let us see if you dare to speak again." Lu Mingqi clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. This blonde was utterly foolish. Given Fong Chun's ambiguous attitude, Lu Mingqi dared not utter any more foolishness that might provoke him further. His eyes darted as if an idea struck him. He turned to the astonished Lin Ranyan and commanded, "Return the money to young Master Fong." Lin Ranyan was momentarily stunned. "Hurry, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you offend me, but if you dare to offend this person, I guarantee you will regret it." Lin Ranyan was perplexed. What did Lu Mingqi mean? 200 million. That was a staggering sum. She had initially thought Lu Mingqi was confronting the blonde for some other reason. It now appeared that he was indeed backing Fong Chun. But who was he? The underworld's big brother, the heir of the Black Dragon Society. How could such a person fear Fong Chun? Amidst the uncertain gazes of the crowd, Lu Mingqi took a deep breath and stated solemnly, "This man is the brother of the legendary female warrior of Huaxia, Fong Shiyan. Is it not enough that so many of the Black Dragon Society members were apprehended this morning?" Boom! The words were like a thunderclap, shattering the tense atmosphere. What? Fong Chun had such a background. The earlier arrests of key Black Dragon Society members were due to offending him? Fong Chun cast a calm glance at Lu Mingqi and said, "No worries, young Master Lu. Take the woman, and you may keep the money. However, as for the Black Dragon Society, I believe it need not continue to exist." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Mingqi's eyelids twitched in fear, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Young Master Fong, this is all due to this foolish blonde who has offended you. I was unaware of this. This girl turns out to be your cousin. Please, have mercy and let me off the hook." Mingqi is well aware of Fong Shiyan's methods. In order to support Fong Chun, he mobilized an entire group, resulting in nearly 70% of the Black Dragon Society's core members being captured. If it weren't for Fong Chen's reluctance to completely sever ties, even with his father's protection, Lu Mingqi would still be facing imprisonment and serving years behind bars. Having said that, Lu Mingqi slapped Lin Ranyan across the face and snatched the bank card from her hands. "Young Master Fong, how could we dare to take your money?" Fong Chen glanced at Lu Mingqi, who at that moment could not fathom Fong Chen's thoughts, and regret filled Lu Mingqi's heart. Originally, tonight's gathering was meant to celebrate his survival, but now he had offended young Master Fong twice in a single day. Perhaps it would be better if he simply ceased to exist. Fong Chen regarded Lu Mingqi with indifference and spoke. "You truly do not want it? Who would refuse 200 million given for free? However, it does depend on the person. The 200 million from Fong Chun is something Lu Mingqi cannot afford." "I don't want it, I don't want it." Lu Mingqi bent low, adopting a respectful demeanor. Chapter 34. Let's buy a car for Elder Yu. The 200 million that slipped through his fingers would leave anyone feeling uneasy. Lin Ranyan watched intently, her gaze fixed on the bank card in Lu Mingqi's hand. Swallowing hard, she lacked the courage to confront Lu Mingqi. The Black Dragon Society was her support in catching a wealthy partner, and moreover, Lu Mingqi was a powerful figure. How could she, Lin Ranran, dare to provoke him? Thus, she had naturally refrained from resisting his demand to surrender the bank card. Yet, Lin Ranran still found it hard to believe. When did Fang Chun acquire such power? Even the fearless Prince Lu of the Black Dragon Society seemed intimidated by him. Could it be that he had mistaken him for someone else? With this thought, Lin Ranran increasingly believed it to be possible, and she instinctively spoke, "Prince Lu, could you have mistaken him for someone else? This kid is merely Fang Jiran's brother, without any other significant identity. Fang Jiran is a respectable businessman. Surely the Black Dragon Society does not fear him?" Seeing the sardonic smile that curled at the corners of Fang Chen's lips, Lin Ranran seethed internally, cursing him for his arrogance. "Fang Chen, do not flaunt your authority. I assure you, Prince Lu's apology is not something to be taken lightly." Lu Mingqi clenched his teeth. This foolish woman, if it weren't for her, how could he have landed in such trouble today? He had intended to celebrate his survival. Yet here he was, nearly oblivious to the fact that they were extorting Fang Shiyun's brother, the war god Xuanyuan's sibling. Had he not arrived in time, he might not have known how he would meet his demise. It would be better to send him directly to the crematorium. Lu Mingqi shot Lin Ranran a cold glare and suppressed his anger, saying, "If you utter another word, I will end you. Do you believe I can mistake him?" This morning, due to offending young Master Fang, our Black Dragon Society lost a substantial number of elite members. Our strength severely weakened, all because of a woman. Do you think I wouldn't recognize such a situation? Looking at Lin Ranran, whose face alternated between red and pale, Lu Mingqi's heart burned with resentment. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. As for Lin Ranran, disbelief lingered in her eyes. The brother of the war god Fang Shiyun, the brother of the CEO Fang Jiran. How many identities did Fang Chan possess that she was unaware of? Why was it him? Wasn't he just a delivery boy, a mere errand runner? Why, after their breakup, had he transformed into such a formidable figure? One that even the Black Dragon Society dared not provoke? Seeing that Lin Ranran had fallen silent, Lu Mingqi turned to the other members of the Black Dragon Society, his expression dark enough to drip water. "Kneel. All of you kneel before me." This group of blind fools had once again provoked young Master Fang. If they did not apologize properly, young Master Fang would not easily forgive them. At this thought, dozens of knees dropped to the hard-tiled floor. The ruffians felt nothing, especially the blonde who had been dealt with by Lu Mingqi, now utterly numb. Today, the person they had dared to provoke was someone no one could afford to offend. The very existence that had nearly decimated the Black Dragon Society that morning. How unfortunate! They had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Fang Chun remained expressionless. Whoever laid hands on her today will eat with the other hand from now on. Although the family of the ant had lost their dignity, they were still Elder Yu's relatives, and Fang Chun could not truly hold it against them. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Dragon Society turned pale. "Are you all deaf?" However, Lu Mingqi showed no hesitation. The glint of cold light in his hand flickered away. Compared to the prospect of eating with one hand, offending Fang Chun was far more terrifying in his eyes. "As for you, I never want to see you in the capital again." Fang Chun cast one last glance at Lin Ranran, whose face was twisted in rage, and uttered that final remark before turning to leave. He took a taxi back to Elder Yu's residence, weariness etched on his face. Having just assumed a new position, he would need to return to Tianding Clothing Company tomorrow. The farcical outcome concluded with each member of the Black Dragon Society paying a price of a hand to mark the end of the incident. It was also Fang Chen's first true display of the power he wielded before Elder Yu. As for Lin Ranran, she would certainly be unable to remain in the capital. Fang Chun had no desire to see her flitting in and out of his life every few days. Lu Mingqi, too, had gleaned from her words that he clearly did not wish to encounter this woman again. The wealthy Black Dragon Society hastily arranged for her flight ticket. Eager to send this troublemaker away, Lu Mingqi wanted to sever any connection with her. Who knew when Lin Ranran would stir up trouble again? If she were to provoke the wrong person, the Black Dragon Society might find themselves mopping up a disaster. Fang Chun rubbed his tired eyes, washing up briefly. Elder Yu had been looking at the young man he had picked up casually with astonishment. Little did he expect that within just 2 days, this young man would become so formidable. In Elder Yu's eyes, The members of the Black Dragon Society were previously untouchable figures. Offending them would inevitably lead to endless trouble. Unless you can swiftly eliminate the threat or possess an undeniably robust backing that intimidates the opponent, it is evident that Fang Chun belongs to the latter category. With a subtle smile, Fang Chun reassured, "As long as you understand, I remain the same Fang Chun." It is said that even the smallest act of kindness deserves immense gratitude. Elder Yu had once saved Fang Chen's life, and before him, Fang Chun would always be the young man delivering takeout on his little electric scooter. By the way, Elder Yu, how about I take you car shopping in a couple of days? The lack of a proper mode of transportation has indeed become inconvenient. Although a Lamborghini is flashy and stylish, Fang Chen harbors little interest in sports cars. Furthermore, that vehicle is currently monopolized by the Yu Guhui father-son duo. Buy a car? After uttering this, Fang Chen disregarded Elder Yu's astonished expression and promptly retreated to his room for a nap. After all, for someone in Fang Chen's position, acquiring a vehicle is merely a matter of a few coins. It would certainly facilitate his travels. Starting today, as per the editor's arrangement, there will be daily updates. Readers who enjoy the story of the Seven Sisters should actively participate in the comment section. Any shortcomings must be communicated, as all feedback will be taken into account. Chapter 35. Blocked Fang Chun arrived at the entrance of Tianding Clothing Company, stretching his stiff limbs and glancing at his watch. It was 10 minutes past 8, leaving him 20 minutes before work commenced. There was still time for breakfast. As the saying goes, a day's plan starts with the morning. And Fang Chun has always maintained the habit of having breakfast, a routine deeply ingrained in him. Ding. Reminder for host to check in. Fang Chun touched the tip of his nose, contemplating the check-in. In the next moment, he felt a surge of information flooding his mind, accompanied by a dull ache that subsided quickly. Check-in successful. Host regains memories from the age of 7. What? Fang Chen's face registered shock. The system had restored 3 years of his memories just yesterday. Yet today, it had reduced to merely 1 year. Only a single year's worth of memories from the age of 7. Yet within that recollection, he vaguely glimpsed a slightly yellowed old photograph, featuring 2 familiar yet unfamiliar silhouettes. The warmth emanating from deep within him led Fang Chun to understand that the 2 middle-aged figures in his memories must be his parents. Reflecting on this, he realized his conjecture was likely correct. Indeed, the 7 celestial sisters were bestowed upon him by the system and were not his biological sisters. Otherwise, despite the haziness of early memories, there should have been fragments related to them. This further solidified Fang Chen's suspicion that the system was far more complex than merely aiding in memory restoration. Father, mother. A wave of profound longing enveloped Fang Chun as he inadvertently stepped into the building, colliding with a striking figure. Instantly, the young woman stumbled, her belongings scattering across the floor. Realizing he had distracted himself, Fang Chun quickly snapped back to reality and focused on the girl crouched down, collecting her items. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Are you all right?" Fang Chun hurriedly helped her gather her belongings, continually apologizing. "Hey, are you blind? Do you have any idea how long my girlfriend prepared for this interview?" A tall young man, standing beside the girl, erupted in anger. Fang Chun, slightly taken aback, noted that the scattered papers included academic records and specific research the girl had conducted for her job application, thorough and detailed. With a sigh, Fang Chun acknowledged his fault. "I'm really sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going." The young man crossed his arms, disdainfully scoffing, muttering coward. Though his voice was low, it reached Fang Chen's ears. He chose to ignore the provocation and continued, "I apologize, miss." After collecting all the documents, Fang Chun slowly stood and turned to the girl. It was then that he clearly saw her face. She had long, glossy black hair and a furrowed brow, seemingly anxious about her upcoming interview, appearing somewhat distracted. "Wait, it's you?" Fang Chen recognized her as Su Qianqian, the girl he had encountered at the convenience store the day before. He glanced at the tall young man beside her, who was evidently not the rich second-generation individual he had met yesterday. Fang Chun shifted his gaze between the two, astonished at the youth's boldness. "Do you know her, Qianqian?" Fang Chun was at a loss for words, just as Su Qianqian looked up in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening. "It's you?" Clearing his throat, Fang Chun said, "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I'll be going," not wanting to attract unnecessary trouble early in the day. He offered a wry smile at the young man's unfriendly gaze. Su Qianqian watched Fang Chen's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. The young man beside her cast a jealous glance in the direction Fang Chun had gone and grumbled, "That guy really has no sense." "Come on," Su Qianqian chuckled lightly, casting a fleeting glance at her boyfriend as she stepped out of the Tianding Clothing Company building. The Tianding Clothing Company occupies a regular commercial building, while the office is situated in a dedicated office tower. Upon entering, one is greeted by the reception desk of the Tianding Company. Su Qianqian was there for her interview today. Fang Chun casually purchased a cup of soy milk and 2 dough sticks, then headed for the elevator. Just then, Guan Yuetong had messaged him, inquiring about his whereabouts. It was likely that the company's key personnel had gathered in the conference room by now. Fang Chun replied that he would arrive shortly. As he entered the elevator, he made his way to the conference room. "Hey kid, the candidates are waiting outside. What are you doing?" A middle-aged man with a rather unsavory appearance caught Fang Chun by the arm, speaking with a hint of disdain. Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. "I'm here for a meeting." "A meeting? The candidates' meeting is already over. Are you just arriving now? Which school do you belong to?" "What?" Fang Chun's expression turned to confusion. "What candidates' meeting? What school?" "I am here to host the first board meeting of the company." "What are you talking about?" "I'm here to attend the board meeting." "The board meeting?" The man who had stopped Fang Chun scoffed, surveying him from head to toe. With a smirk, he remarked, "You look barely 20. A board meeting? Which board member under 30 is there, aside from General Manager Guan Yuetong?" Moreover, Fang Chun, clad in ordinary attire and clutching a soy milk and fried dough sticks, resembled a frantic student rushing to an interview, rather than a member of the board. Noticing the expressions of those around him, he sensed he was being underestimated once again. This early in the morning, he truly had no desire to stir up trouble. Fortunately, at that moment, Guan Yuetong strolled over from the hallway, her radiant red dress captivating attention. Even in a crowd, Fang Chun would have spotted her instantly. Upon seeing Fang Chun's weary expression, she remarked, "You finally made it. I thought you had lost your way in the company." There was a trace of melancholy in her voice. Since Fang Chun had joined Tianding Fashion Company, she, as the general manager, had effectively become his assistant. Those who had previously disdained her now seized the opportunity to voice their grievances. The meeting room buzzed with complaints, and it was as if they were afflicted by restlessness. Fang Chun, as the owner, was late for such a crucial meeting, prompting some of the older members to assert their authority, declaring that if the boss did not arrive within 10 minutes, the meeting would be canceled. Alarmingly, this statement garnered support from several key figures in the room. Fang Chun helplessly raised his hands, saying, "Sister Xiaodong, I also wish to enter." He contemplated whether he should acquire a nameplate or something similar. Otherwise, explaining his position as the boss to various individuals daily felt rather absurd. As the general manager, Guan Yuetong was momentarily taken aback when a security guard obstructed Fang Chun's path. Realizing the general manager was acquainted with this individual, he wondered if the young man intended to sneak in as a job seeker. This security guard happened to be a board member, introduced by Manager Huang. Despite his lowly status within the company, he often found opportunities to exploit female employees or interns under the guise of the company's name, displaying remarkably poor character. "Let him in," Guan Yuetong said, fully understanding Fang Chun's predicament. However, the security guard's expression suddenly shifted. "General Manager, this is not in accordance with the rules," he interjected, revealing that his uncle was Manager Huang. Aware of the tensions between the board members and Guan Yuetong, he seized the opportunity to assert his authority. The guard, licking his lips, declared, "The company has its rules. Interviewees who arrive late must face the consequences. If you cannot adhere to the schedule, how can you expect to thrive in a broader environment?" Ignoring the bewildered looks from both Guan Yuetong and Fang Chun, he continued passionately, "Late arrivals will be disqualified from interviews. This is a rule set by President Fang Jiron. Therefore, even if you're a friend of Manager Guan, I cannot allow you entry. Sir, please leave." His words attracted considerable attention, with onlookers pulling out their phones to capture this diligent guard's unwavering adherence to company policy, praising him for his positive energy. Indeed, Tianding is a large conglomerate. Even a security guard understands the importance of punctuality. They chimed in. Attention to detail determines success. If an interviewee cannot even respect time, how can they expect the busy interviewer to wait for them? The guard's words resonated with the crowd, who cheered him on, even applauding his stance. Fang Chun could only smile wryly, bemused by the absurdity of the situation, pondering the guard's sanity or if he had simply skipped his morning medication. Guan Yuetong rolled her eyes, stating firmly, "I don't need to know who he is, regardless of his background. Company rules are my principles. They cannot be broken. Late interviewees are not allowed entry. The guard presented a righteous demeanor, receiving praise from the crowd for his dedication to upholding company standards. How touching. Even a mere security guard is so committed to the company. No wonder it's a subsidiary of my goddess, President Fong Jiron. Someone exclaimed. The crowd echoed in agreement, emphasizing that knowing the general manager should not grant anyone preferential treatment. The guard was right. As the onlookers continued to cheer, the guard felt vindicated for standing up to Guan Yuetong. Fong Chun, unable to endure the guard's incessant babble any longer, exclaimed, "You fool. I am a chairman of the company. Let me in. I need to attend the meeting." He glanced at his phone. They were already late, and the morning meeting had commenced a minute ago. The guard looked at him with disdain, retorting, "Who are you trying to scare? A mere child claiming to be the chairman? If you're the chairman, then I must be the majority shareholder." Laughter erupted from the crowd, mocking Fong Chun. "Look at this kid. He couldn't sneak in through the back door, so he is resorting to insults. Such a person would be a disaster if hired." The spectators chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. "Everyone, I believe you are misunderstanding the situation," Guan Yuetong sighed, rubbing her temples, perplexed by the guard's antics. Just then, a group of individuals in suits emerged from a distance, one of whom noticed the commotion and approached. Upon seeing him, the guard's spirits lifted. This was none other than Manager Huang, who had introduced Fong Chun to Tianding Fashion Company. With Manager Huang backing him, the guard felt emboldened, eager to create a rift between Guan Yuetong and the senior employees. As the group drew near, one of them spoke up. "Manager Guan, the chairman's sense of time is rather poor, isn't it? We've been kept waiting for quite a while, and we all have tasks to attend to." With a cold smirk, Guan Yuetong replied, "Well, you should ask him about that." Manager Huang raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with the guard. "What is going on here?" The guard cleared his throat, smugly explaining, "This gentleman arrived late for his interview, and Manager Guan was about to let him in through the back door. Even more ridiculous. He claims to be the chairman. Ha ha ha, it's laughable." In the corridor, only the guard's laughter echoed. Huh. With this revelation, the core members of the company stood transfixed, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief, as if they had completely misinterpreted the situation. The chairman was not late. Rather, he had been halted at the entrance by a security guard. The guard, animatedly explaining, declared, "Manager Guan's behavior is utterly nepotistic, and I will not permit it." Unbeknownst to him, the expression of Manager Huang, his superior, was growing increasingly grim. "Damn it, this foolishness is the reason the chairman was delayed." "Well, uncle, I brought you some glory this time. Haven Ti, I've caught Guan Yuetong in a compromising position, enough to make her drink from the bitter cup." The guard laughed triumphantly, his face alight with flattery. Huang and Guan exchanged a glance, and a chill ran down Huang's spine. Could it be true? Huang pointed at Fong Chun, and Guan coldly affirmed, "Indeed, this is Fong, the newly appointed chairman of Tianding Garments." With her confirmation, an eerie silence enveloped the corridor. Fong Chun cast a knowing glance at Manager Huang, who finally lost his composure and slapped the guard across the face. Initially, the board members had planned to intimidate the tardy chairman, but it had turned out that the delay stemmed from this relative of Huang's. "Uncle, why are you hitting me?" The guard protested, confused. This young man is the new chairman of the company. It was already known that the new chairman was Fong Jiron's younger brother, a mere lad of under 20. This was precisely why they felt emboldened to teach the newcomer a lesson on his first day. Yet here he was, barred from entry by Huang's relative, and the guard had unwittingly revealed their internal discord with Guan Yuetong. Was that not akin to courting disaster? Although there was a tacit understanding among the company's ranks, they had not yet reached the point of open confrontation. The guard's careless words could easily land them in hot water, painting them as a disunited faction within the company, an absolute taboo. What? Impossible. This kid hardly resembles a chairman. "Uncle, don't let Guan Yuetong deceive you. You must seize this opportunity to strike." The guard's skepticism was evident, his chatter unrelenting. Huang felt as though he might explode with frustration. Was this man truly so dim-witted? We received notice that the new chairman is indeed a young man. Do you honestly think Guan Yuetong would mislead you? Or that I would seize the opportunity to strike? When do we ever plan to do that? In situations like this, self-preservation is paramount. I refuse to lose my position due to a guard's blunder. "Uncle, Haven T, you always said that Guan Yuetong is merely riding on Fong's coattails. She has no real ability without his support. Besides, she is indeed from an opposing faction. At this remark, Fang Chun nearly burst into laughter. Huang, on the other hand, was enraged to the point of wanting to spit blood. "For heaven's sake, can't you keep your mouth shut?" he shouted, kicking the guard, who yelped in pain. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, uncertain how this young man had seemingly turned the tables on them, only to be chastised by the security guard. As they spoke, the commotion outside grew louder with the impending interviews, drowning out much of their conversation. Guan Yuedong took a couple of steps forward. "I apologize, everyone, for the spectacle. This is our new chairman, Fang Jiuran's younger brother. What just occurred was merely a misunderstanding." With that, she shot a glance at Manager Huang, a look so piercing that he felt a shiver run down his spine. She was undoubtedly one of the most vengeful beings in existence. Today, thanks to the guard's careless remarks, their previously advantageous position had soured in an instant. Now, if they dared to provoke Fang Chun due to his tardiness, they would find themselves facing a fate akin to that of Manager Che and Director Zhang. Even if they had contemplated teaching Fang a lesson, they had no intention of offending him. All they wanted was to maintain their stature within the company. The core members swallowed hard, realizing that if they attempted to use the chairman's lateness as an excuse to push back, they would soon find themselves in dire straits, much like their predecessors. Fang Chun, with a half-smile, addressed the board members. "So what are your plans?" "Count me in." Guan Yuetong, upon seeing Fang, adopted a look of feigned sorrow, evidently aware that the elder board members were growing impatient with the delay. Fang, despite his youth, was not oblivious to the situation. The guard had provoked Huang because he had unwittingly exposed the board's internal strife. Huang coughed awkwardly, realizing he should have kept a low profile. He had been ensnared by his own relative. Now, the other core members lowered their heads, pretending not to hear, only managing dry laughs in response to Fang. In this moment, whoever spoke would attract Fang's attention, and it was clear Huang was not keen on further displeasing him. Fang exchanged knowing glances with Huang. Feeling the pressure, forced a smile, and said, "Ahem, we haven't eaten yet, and we're just about to step out for a bite." This remark elicited an eye roll from Guan Yuedong. The remaining members of the board lowered their heads, embarrassed, covering their faces. The fabrication concocted by Manager Huang would hardly convince even a 3-year-old child. Arriving early for a meeting without having breakfast, and then planning to step out for a meal midway through, did he not fear missing the board meeting? Fang Chun smiled gently. Though his expression bore a soft smile, it emanated an inexplicable chill to the board members. "Well, I can't be bothered to pursue today's matter any further. As for the so-called factions, I trust one won't have to see them again. Otherwise, I've already dismissed two. If any of you wish to accompany them out of the company, I wouldn't mind lending a hand." Initially, Fang Chun spoke with a smiling demeanor, but as he uttered the final sentence, his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a youthful audacity that seemed fearless, akin to a calf unafraid of tigers. "Did you comprehend my words? Brothers, charge ahead. From yesterday until next Tuesday, I will produce 6,000 words every night, with over 100 updates and an additional chapter. Absolutely no delays in submissions. Upon seeing your enthusiastic requests, I will immediately increase the output." The voice echoed through the corridor. The expressions of the board members varied. Some wore faces of suspicion, while others exhibited a mix of pale and flushed hues, ultimately revealing a trace of displeasure. Clearly, they had not anticipated Fang Chen's harsh words at the end, which took them by surprise. A mere boy under 20 had the audacity to utter such sentiments. Many board members held substantial shares in the company, even though Fang Jiran had completely delegated authority to Fang Chun, if the latter truly intended to sever ties and offend the gathered individuals. The outcome would surely be mutually destructive. The shares they possessed were enough to threaten the further development of Tianding Fashion Company, or even to maintain its current stability. Moreover, it is essential to recognize that those present had been companions of Fang Jiran during her entrepreneurial journey, having weathered numerous storms alongside her. How could a young lad dare to speak to them in such a manner? The atmosphere fell silent, the youth's incisive words momentarily thawing the tension that had just begun to dissipate, only to freeze it again. What audacity did Fang Chen possess to speak thus? The board members would likely ponder endlessly, unaware that his confidence stemmed from a singular statement made by Fang Jiran. The company was to be entirely managed by him. This was a testament to her trust. If a task cannot be executed well, it is better left undone. The company, too, if it were to be mired in bad habits, would hinder its growth. It would be preferable to face bankruptcy. After all, my sister is not lacking in funds. To Fong Jiran, a mere company could never compare to her brother. With such a mindset, Fong Chun had subconsciously reassured himself of his position within the company. Worst case, he would simply reshuffle the deck. Even if Tianding Fashion were to close, he could easily rise again with the 200 million pocket money from his sister. If all else failed, he would merely repay her with a new subsidiary chain. Furthermore, Fong Chun firmly believed that with his capabilities, starting a new company could potentially surpass the current Tianding Fashion. This divergent perspective and starting point of thought left the board members baffled, utterly unable to comprehend the source of the newly appointed chairman's boldness in challenging them. They had never considered that Fong Chun might not even regard the prospect of bankruptcy with any concern. In their hearts, an undercurrent of doubt began to surface. Could this chairman possess other means to counterbalance their dividends linked to their shares? Realization dawned upon the board members, their faces turning ashen. If Fong Chun had the means to check their power, would it not imply that his warning regarding Manager Che was indeed not mere bluster, expelling them from the company and reclaiming their shares at original value? What a tempting prospect! Could it be that for Chairman Fong, their presence or absence bore no significant impact? If such conditions were established, perhaps the one truly deserving of concern would not be Fong Chun, but rather they, the pampered individuals who had long wielded authority within the company, for their only leverage against Fong Chun lay in their shares. Fong Chun was appointed by Fong Jiran, endowed with the authority to manage all affairs within the company. To her, he was granted complete autonomy, bestowing upon him the highest power. In simpler terms, Fong Chun was the ultimate authority of Tianding Fashion. Thus, should Fong Chun find a way to counteract their rights derived from their shares, those shareholders and board members would lose their final bastion of support. As they exchanged glances, an unsettling chill coursed through them. Momentarily perplexed by Fong Chen's audacity, Manager Huang and the others began to tread cautiously in their speech. He swallowed hard and finally said, Ahem, let us proceed, Chairman, please lead the way. Manager Huang's countenance shifted repeatedly before settling into an awkward smile as he walked ahead to guide Fong Chun. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. He dared not wager his entire fortune against Fong Chen's confidence. Observing Manager Huang's submission, the remaining board members also altered their expressions, suppressing their dissatisfaction as they followed suit, trailing behind him toward the meeting room at the corridor's end. Guan Yuetong, witnessing this previously defiant group of elders suddenly yielding, felt a flicker of surprise. Initially, she had anticipated that Fong Chen's earlier remarks would incite their anger, yet contrary to her expectations, not a single one had risen to oppose him. If she were to learn that these old-timers subconsciously believed Fong Chun possessed methods to counterbalance their shares, how would she react? You lot have far too many inner dialogues, do you not? As Manager Huang nearly disappeared from view, Fong Chun smiled slightly and stepped forward to follow. In this first board meeting, Fong Chun merely aimed to oversee the proceedings and familiarize himself with the internal affairs of the company. The meeting proceeded smoothly, devoid of the usual tension that accompanied Guan Yuetong's presentations. The board members were animated, eagerly answering questions. Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile, as their enthusiasm was largely motivated by the desire to leave a favorable impression on the new chairman. As she playfully winked at Fong Chun from the podium, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Fong Chun stifled a yawn during the meeting as the board members engaged fervently. Yet their discourse was riddled with professional jargon. As a layman unversed in management and finance, he found himself overwhelmed, struggling to absorb any of the information presented. Fortunately, the meeting was finally drawing to a close. Thank you all for your hard work. The meeting is adjourned, he announced, rising slowly and stretching his stiff limbs after prolonged sitting. At that moment, several key personnel noticed his demeanor, and a few could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Surely, the chairman had not grasped the essence of their discussions. Fong Chun's apparent indifference only heightened their apprehension, leading them to speculate wildly about his true understanding of the company's internal affairs. Could it be that this chairman, seemingly aloof, was in fact orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Little did they know that Fong Chun held little regard for the company. His lack of concern meant that the board discussions bore no weight on future decisions regarding the company's development. If a mere board meeting could dictate a company's trajectory, Tianding Apparel would have long since changed its course. Consequently, as the core team continued to speculate, Fong Chen's standing among them only grew. An air of inscrutability enveloped him. After all, the unknown is often the most intimidating. From the outset, his forthright remarks and disregard for the sentiments of these veterans had left them with a profound impression, as if this newcomer, the younger brother of Fong Jiran, had already devised a grand strategy. In their minds, they began to elevate Fong Chen's status, initially perceiving him as a serious figure poised to manage the company. After all, Fong Jiran would not have placed him in such a position without reason. He was not one to favor nepotism at the expense of the company's welfare. Yet this foundational assumption was fundamentally flawed. First and foremost, Fong Jiran was indeed a woman who favored her connections. Secondly, upon encountering the senior members, Fong Chun felt a twinge of disappointment and even entertained the notion of apathy towards the company. With a flawed premise, the result was merely a facade of growing mystery surrounding Fong Chun. Chapter 39. Have you heard the murmurs of the people? Chairman, you must be weary, Fong Chun said, massaging his neck as he made his way towards the exit. Manager Huang, having resolved not to offend him further, hurriedly approached to assist Fong Chun with his documents. Fong Chun cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Huang's eagerness was evident. Were these tasks not the purview of a secretary? Was Manager Huang intent on assuming such a role? A faint smile flickered across Fong Chen's lips as he jested. Manager Huang, focus on your own duties. There is no need to cater to me merely because of my position. I do not appreciate such opportunistic behavior. The company's rules remain unchanged. Reward shall be dispensed based on merit. Should you achieve success in the future, the benefits will naturally follow. Attempting to ingratiate yourself with me holds little significance. Upon hearing this, Manager Huang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Guan Yuetong, observing from a distance, was somewhat moved by the scene. Those who had genuinely interacted with Fong Chun could discern that he was almost entirely unacquainted with management principles. Yet, with his recent display of authority, both coercive and enticing, he had demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for leadership, a rarity for someone inexperienced in corporate governance. In the realm of business, it often boils down to this. If you offer me incentives or allow me a glimpse of the rewards, I will toil for you. Otherwise, why should I labor tirelessly for the dreams you sketch? That would be foolishness, especially when dealing with seasoned members of the board who are well-versed in the art of negotiation. To sway such individuals requires a firm hand complemented by verbal accolades. Fong Chun had not explicitly promised Manager Huang any specific rewards, which rendered his earlier remarks devoid of the allure of empty promises. Coupled with the earlier cold threats exchanged in the corridor, it appeared to onlookers as a blend of coercion and inducement. To digress briefly, the art of manipulation in relationships follows a similar principle. Never pledge tangible benefits. Even if a suitor harbors intentions, one can deftly navigate situations to avoid entanglements. A well-crafted excuse is not difficult to devise. When the suitor grows disheartened and considers withdrawal, the manipulator feigns concern, perpetuating an illusion of accessibility. Yet, the control of the relationship rests firmly in the manipulator's hands. As the saying goes, those who master the dance of desire will invariably attract suitors. This nebulous interplay of proximity and distance evokes a thrill, a dynamic often absent in the predictable patterns of less adept individuals. Yet, some young souls, undeterred by their limitations, dare to pursue unattainable partners, unaware of the pitfalls that lie ahead. After all, one party is willing, and the other must endure. You initiated the dance. So how can you label me as deceitful? Fong Chun possessed a certain innate flair for leadership. Guan Yuetong's eyes sparkled with admiration as she observed him. Chairman, do you wish to join the interview later? Manager Huang inquired cautiously, wary of Fong Chen's earlier demeanor. Fong Chen shook his head slightly, his gaze drifting toward the door. He uttered a soft sound of realization as he spotted a figure. With the conclusion of the meeting, only Guan Yuetong, Fong Chun, and Manager Huang remained in the conference room. Manager Huang followed Fong Chen's line of sight, recognizing the cue for the position of assistant to the general manager. His curiosity piqued. Was it possible that Fong Chun had encountered a friend or acquaintance among the candidates? What is it, Chairman? He asked. Manager Huang feigned a casual demeanor as he inquired about a familiar acquaintance. Indeed, Fong Chen's response immediately corroborated Manager Huang's suspicion. He quickly remarked, "Over there is the interview area for the assistant to the general manager. However, it seems they are experiencing some issues, which will cause a delay. If it weren't for the fact that I need to gather information from the HR department shortly, I fear the wait might extend too long, and I wouldn't even know whom to ask for assistance with the interviews." Fong Chen paused slightly at these words and replied, "Wouldn't that result in a significant delay? The reputation of a company is quite important. If interviewers are kept waiting for an extended period, it reflects poorly on our service and could lead to unfavorable gossip. Chairman, if you're not too busy." Manager Huang adopted a look of feigned difficulty. Are you suggesting that I conduct the interviews?" Fong Chen asked, somewhat reluctantly. Although he had taken full control of the company, the majority of affairs still required the expertise of the professional Guan Yuetong. Conducting interviews for new candidates would not pose a problem for Fong Chen, especially since he had no pressing matters at that moment. Manager Huang, pleased with his clever maneuvering, secretly rejoiced, thinking, "I must pay close attention to which newcomer the chairman focuses on. Perhaps they might become a significant ally. I must seize the opportunity to forge connections." With that thought in mind, Manager Huang tidied the meeting room and said, "Chairman, shall we proceed?" He handed the organized documents to Fong Chen, who nodded in agreement. The three of them exited in succession. "Then I must trouble the chairman with the interviews." Manager Huang respectfully acknowledged Fong Chen, intending to first seek out his relative who worked as a security guard. "That rascal has truly caused me significant trouble today. If I hadn't been clever, I might have been stuck with Manager Che and Director Zhang." It was no difficult feat for the HR department to engage in some underhanded dealings. As Guan Yuetong had previously stated, within the board, if a thorough investigation were conducted, few would emerge unscathed. If Fong Chen decided to hold him accountable, sending him to prison would be a simple task. Following closely behind Fong Chen, Guan Yuetong smiled softly as Manager Huang disappeared from their sight, commenting, "Manager Huang's ability to read the wind and adjust accordingly is quite remarkable." Fong Chen chuckled heartily at her words, acknowledging their truth. A large group of board members had approached with great fanfare, and Fong Chen initially suspected they might be staging a rebellion. It's curious. I wonder what has instilled such fear in those who usually consider themselves above others. This is the first board meeting since I joined the company, and they're eager to engage. Typically, they would rather bury their heads in the sand like ostriches. Guan Yuetong laughed. "Indeed, it seems your presence has had an impact." Fong Chen, scratching his nose, mused internally but refrained from boasting, instead smiling and saying, "Who knows? Perhaps they were intimidated by Sister Chi's commanding aura." Guan Yuetong glanced in another direction. "Over there, that's south the place. The chairman is personally interviewing the newcomers. If this news gets out, it will surely go viral." Fong Chen sheepishly scratched his head. Truth be told, he did not wish to be featured in the newspapers as some so-called prominent figure. The last time, due to a minor conflict at the Saipan International Shopping Center, he had unexpectedly become a headline sensation. He could not fathom why people were so captivated by such trivial matters, merely purchasing jewelry. If anyone heard him express such sentiments, they would likely scoff and retort, "Do you not hear what the people say?" Dear readers, feel free to engage in the comment section. I would love to hear your suggestions regarding this story. Any shortcomings can be improved. Additionally, I would like to select names for some cameo roles among the readers, so please speak up enthusiastically. 100 prompts will lead to an additional chapter. Bidding farewell to Guan Yuetong, Fong Chen approached the door of a glass-walled room. This was the interview chamber, which was not something a typical small company could compare to. Furthermore, given Fong Jiran's involvement in real estate, it was entirely reasonable to allocate a dedicated interview room. Fong Chen glanced at the long queue forming behind the door, instinctively searching the crowd for a familiar figure. Unfortunately, he did not spot the person he was looking for among those waiting outside. With determination, he pushed open the glass door. "Wait, why is there a man here? Is this not the interview for the assistant to the general manager?" He wondered. Could this young man also be a candidate? It seemed unlikely. The position was clearly intended for a dedicated assistant to General Manager Guan, who had publicly stated that only female candidates would be considered, outlining stringent requirements that only those who met Guan's standards could even step foot in Tianding for an interview. One should not underestimate General Manager Guan. She was publicly recognized as Fong Jiran's representative and frequently appeared on television. With her stunning beauty, she saved considerable advertising costs by serving as the face of the brand. Moreover, Having a manager like Guan, who actively participated in product research and market exploration, ensured that the introductions were far more detailed than if they had hired a transient celebrity who might stumble when questioned. In no time, Guan Yuedong had garnered a modest following online, owing to a few advertisements and interviews. She was deemed a capable workplace goddess, the ideal partner in many hearts. For the world is never short of beautiful women. As the saying goes, while many possess attractive exteriors, interesting souls are rare gems. Although it remained uncertain whether Guan possessed a fascinating soul, her admirers were aware that she was a highly educated, intelligent, and emotionally astute woman in a prominent position. This made her inherently more appealing than the superficial allure of many others. Many of the young women applying for the assistant position looked up to Guan as their idol. After a meticulous selection process online, they had hoped that even if they failed to secure a position, they would at least catch a glimpse of their idol. Yet suddenly, a young man had entered the room. Could he be our interviewer? He seemed so young. One girl sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment. I thought today interviews would be personally conducted by Manager Guan. However, there were also some young ladies with ulterior motives who, upon noticing the interviewer was male, felt that an opportunity had presented itself. They subtly adjusted their attire, exposing their fair arms to the air. Their intentions were, of course, all too clear. Fang Chun, with a calm demeanor, cast a glance in their direction. He was no fool and had observed the behavior of everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay caused by the personal matters of one of the interviewers. Thank you for your patience. Fang Chun spoke to quell the restless atmosphere that had arisen from the interviewer's tardiness. He then continued, let's hasten the process. Who would like to go first? Leaning against the doorframe, he surveyed the crowd, but still could not find the individual he sought. Doubt crept in, making him question whether he had mistaken someone earlier. At that moment, a tall girl, approximately 1.7 meters, strode confidently on her high heels into the room. Her demeanor exuded a strong presence, suggesting an abundance of self-assurance. After appraising her, Fang Chun encouraged, your courage is commendable. Let us proceed inside. If you could kindly wait outside for a moment, everyone. Strangely, the words of encouragement elicited a disdainful frown from the girl before him. Fang Chun had anticipated that his words would rekindle the atmosphere. Yet he was met with a few individuals in the crowd, casting him looks of incredulity. He felt a chill run down his spine, wondering what he had said that warranted such a reaction. The tall woman strode past Fang Chun, entering the interview room without acknowledging him, leaving him to awkwardly cough as he followed her inside. Internally, he mused about the degrading status of interviewers. He recalled times in his previous employment where even minor complaints required meticulous explanations to customer service, fearing a penalty on his wages or a tarnished reputation. How had the dynamic shifted so drastically in his own company? Did he not merit respect? As the tall woman sat down, she addressed him with a dispassionate tone. Let me clarify, my uncle is an accountant at the National Trade Financial Center, and both my parents work for state-owned enterprises. I have thoroughly researched the role of the assistant to the general manager, and I expect that if hired, you will not assign me to menial tasks. My academic achievements, having completed both undergraduate and master's degrees with a guaranteed position abroad, position me among the top tier of fashion designers. I am open to market research and team-oriented tasks. However, Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by her audacity. Was she truly here for an interview, or was she testing his limits of patience? Who arrives for an interview without introducing themselves or their qualifications, instead launching into a monologue. Moreover, who dares to be so selective about a position as an assistant, even hinting at aspirations for managerial responsibilities? If she possessed such prowess, why not apply for a position as a board member instead? His astonishment only deepened as she continued. Furthermore, I require that my contract stipulates I must receive a share of profits after 3 years of employment. Should I be terminated before then, I expect a severance of 1 million. Fang Chun's jaw dropped in disbelief at her audacity. Was this the discourse of a rational individual? I understand your position as a mere interviewer may limit your authority, but please call your general manager. Someone of my caliber deserves an audience with someone of equal standing. With that, she dismissed him with a wave of her hand, a look of contempt on her face, as if to suggest that only the general manager should handle the hiring of an assistant, and that he, as a lowly interviewer, was unworthy of her presence. Fang Chun, despite his typically composed demeanor, felt his temper rising veins throbbing at his temples as he struggled to suppress his indignation. "Let me assure you, I am capable of making decisions on matters of this nature," he finally managed to say, his voice steady but firm. "You need not continue with the interview. You may leave. Our company cannot accommodate someone with such an attitude." With that, he exhaled deeply to regain his composure, opening the door for her with a gesture of dismissal. The moment they entered the room, the queue of young women waiting outside erupted in whispers, realizing that the interview had concluded so swiftly, suggesting that the imposing figure had failed to impress the interviewer. How could it end so quickly? One murmured in disbelief. The woman seated, legs crossed, furrowed her brow, and snapped. "What a bold assertion from someone of your standing. Do you imply that I have passed the interview? Know this. Decisions of this nature are beyond your purview. Should you offend me, I assure you, you will find it difficult to remain in this company come morning." "Threatening me? You believe you can dictate terms?" Fong Chun retorted without flinching, determined to stand his ground against her arrogance. He was intrigued to see how someone so audacious could provoke such ire in his typically unflappable colleague, Wei Wei. Surely, this interviewer could not be a fool. Sister Wei Wei is undoubtedly one of the most renowned internet celebrities in the live-streaming commerce industry within our capital. Indeed, her involvement would undoubtedly amplify Tianding's e-commerce traffic significantly. A chorus of murmurs erupted around. Fong Chun had never anticipated that this tall, striking woman would possess such immense popularity among the interviewees. From their descriptions, it seemed she was not just an ordinary internet personality. The tall girl, known as Sister Wei Wei, cast a disdainful glance at Fong Chun from her seat. With an air of arrogance, she rose slowly, her gaze frosty. "Just wait." She maintained her pride, refusing to exchange further pleasantries with someone she deemed insignificant, and strode past Fong Chun with an air of superiority. Fong Chun observed her departure with indifference, thinking to himself, "Do you really believe you're someone of great importance? You don't even introduce yourself. Does she truly think that everyone should recognize her?" Given her attitude, Fong Chun was resolute in not allowing her to work alongside Guan Yuetong. Moreover, her haughty demeanor and arrogant remarks had already incited Fong Chen's irritation to the point of clenching his teeth. Not cursing at her was already a concession on his part. The interview continued. Fong Chun glanced at the group of girls whispering amongst themselves and spoke up. However, due to Fong Chen's dismissal of Sister Wei Wei, the candidates hesitated, exchanging glances without anyone daring to step forward. Fong Chun frowned, and at that moment, a voice rang out from a distance. "Excuse me, interviewer, I wasn't feeling well and had to go to the restroom." Fong Chun turned to see a familiar face, a slight smile gracing his lips. "So you finally arrived? I am the interviewer for the assistant manager position. Since you're late, how about we start your interview now?" Fong Chun had noticed Yi Qingqing's surprised reaction when she entered the meeting room. She hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Fong Chun glanced at the other waiting girls outside before stepping into the interview room. "My goodness, this interviewer is quite something." He actually dismissed Sister Wei Wei. "I bet she won't let this slide easily. I thought the interviewer was quite handsome and would be easy to talk to, but it seems he is rather discerning even with Sister Wei Wei." Once inside the meeting room, Fong Chun courteously pulled out a chair for Yi Qingqing, signaling her to sit. She was evidently surprised to see him in the Tianding Apparel Company's interview room. Speaking of Yi Qingqing, her family had been trying to arrange for her to return to the family business recently, but she had firmly rejected their attempts. She understood that if she didn't secure a proper job soon, she might have no choice but to comply. It had taken considerable effort for her to step away from a family rife with deceit and conflict, and she had no desire to return. Additionally, Yi Qingqing had long admired strong women like Guan Yuetong and Fong Jiran. Perhaps every independent girl harbors dreams of becoming someone like them, financially free and economically independent. It's easier said than done. How many can achieve such a feat in their early 20s? Therefore, when the opportunity arose to join Tianding Apparel and become Guan Yuetong's assistant, she unhesitatingly registered for the preliminary selection online. The only unforeseen aspect was that the interviewer turned out to be Fong Chun, the man who had left a profound impression on her. They shared a past, but Yi Qingqing seemed reluctant to confront or mention it. "Well then, shall we begin?" Fong Chun felt a touch of awkwardness facing someone who might have once been a friend, but he didn't want to put on airs. Yi Qingqing composed herself, organizing her thoughts before speaking. "Hello, interviewer. I am Yi Qingqing, a graduate from." She proceeded with a brief self-introduction, but Fang Chun hardly absorbed her academic credentials. All candidates who made it to the interview had already passed multiple selection rounds online. Their qualifications and work experience were undoubtedly up to par. Moreover, due to his amnesia, Fang Chun was indifferent to others' educational backgrounds, placing greater emphasis on personal capability. As Yi Qingcheng continued with her self-introduction, she adeptly responded to Fang Chen's queries, demonstrating her thorough preparation regarding Tianding apparel's information. Yi Qingcheng's voice was remarkably pleasant. During their last conversation, Fang Chun had been too preoccupied with his amnesia to notice this detail. Today, however, he recognized her unique vocal quality, clear pronunciation, and magnetic charm. Interestingly, Yi Qingcheng had even summarized insights regarding overseas import-export channels and lessons learned from previous experiences, exuding a sense of expertise. Even though the initial role of an assistant manager typically involved menial tasks, being close to the general manager would allow her to gradually grasp the company's significant matters. Given Yi Qingcheng's earnest attitude, Fang Chun believed she would not take her responsibilities lightly. In that instant, Fang Chun regarded this familiar stranger with newfound respect. Very well. Please wait outside for a moment. He took Yi Qingcheng's resume and smiled. The results of today's interview should be available by this afternoon. Although Yi Qingcheng was filled with questions, she nodded gracefully. In that case, I will wait outside. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and during lunch break, Fang Chun noticed the surge of messages on his phone urging updates, confirming that today's 5-chapter release was inevitable. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Manager Huang was intently observing the screen, where the two were engaged in an awkward conversation. It appeared that this candidate was indeed the one the chairman was keenly interested in. To label him as a seasoned veteran would not be an exaggeration. His knack for adapting to circumstances was evident. Although Fang Chun and Yi Qingcheng did not overtly reveal their familiarity, subtle gestures could not escape Manager Huang's keen observation. The slight nose scratch from Fang Chun and the stiff exchange when Yi Qingcheng handed over the documents, along with her initial surprise upon seeing Fang Chun as the interviewer, all reflected volumes. Manager Huang smiled subtly. She must be the one, and promptly assigned someone to gather and investigate Yi Qingcheng's background. As Fang Chun stepped outside, he was met with the fierce gaze of an imposing man who was scrutinizing him intently. "Who are you?" For a moment, the man appeared perplexed, as if he could not comprehend the situation. Why did trouble always seem to find him inexplicably? This is my older brother. Kid, now that you realize you've gotten yourself into a mess, is it too late? The crowd parted, and Fang Chen's eyes immediately fell upon the tall figure who had spoken. Wasn't this the same Sister Wei Wei who had been unceremoniously ejected from the interview room just minutes prior? At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Fang Chun. It was Su Qianqian, the girl who had coincidentally encountered him that morning at the base of the building. She remembered vividly the wealthy young man. The image of him departing in a Rolls-Royce with two beautiful companions had left an indelible mark on her mind. She had lingered in the restroom for a brief moment, due to personal reasons, and upon emerging, had heard that the interviewer for the assistant manager position had apparently offended a major internet celebrity with millions of followers. Being a woman, she was naturally curious and began to pay attention to the unfolding drama. To her astonishment, the person who emerged was none other than Fang Chun. So, he was affiliated with Tianding. Yet, even with Tianding's prestige, it seemed improbable that everyone would be granted the luxury of traveling in a Rolls-Royce. This implied that Fang Chun must hold a significant position within the company. However, the other young women remained unaware of this. They merely perceived Fang Chun as an interviewer responsible for recruitment assessments. It appeared that he had indeed gotten himself into a bit of trouble. Su Qianqian's mind began to race with possibilities. She was adept at navigating the complexities of relationships among men and had even toyed with the affections of several wealthy heirs, demonstrating her emotional intelligence. In this situation, even if Fang Chun did not require anyone's support, standing by his side amidst the crowd's scrutiny and speaking in his favor could certainly capture his attention and perhaps even earn his favor. Su Qianqian was well-versed in the subtle art of social maneuvering. She had heard that this man was rumored to be the top supporter in Sister Wei Wei's livestream, having lavished no less than $1 million on her platform alone. Wow, $1 million? Yes, indeed. Moreover, he was said to be a fervent admirer of Sister Wei Wei. While the specifics of his family's wealth remained unclear, it was evident that his financial backing was formidable, given his capability to bestow such lavish gifts upon an online streamer. The murmurs of admiration circulated, seemingly extolling the man summoned by Wei Wei. It became apparent that he was not an insignificant figure. Fang Chun furrowed his brow, stating, "The interview process is conducted fairly and is recorded throughout. If you believe there is any issue, feel free to file a complaint." Could Wei Wei dare to complain? Certainly not. Even if she did, the relevant authorities would likely deem her irrational rather than entertain her grievances. After all, Fang Chen's demeanor and composure were impressive, and it would be hard for an ordinary individual to refrain from retorting in such a situation. However, Wei Wei had never regarded Fang Chun, a seemingly ordinary young man, with any seriousness. Had it been Guan Yuedong interviewing her, even if the same incident occurred, she would not have dared utter a word. Yet, because it was Fang Chun, someone she deemed unremarkable, she questioned his authority to reject her. The man summoned by Wei Wei spoke. "Our Wei Wei is so exceptional. The reason she wasn't selected must be due to some underhanded tactics in your interview process." He cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chun, but in that moment, his expression shifted slightly, and a playful smile crept onto his face. "Oh, I didn't expect the one who rejected Wei Wei to be you, Fang Chun, that waste. Ah, Yadax Weiwa is also here." Upon hearing this, Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the man knew both him and Yi Qingsheng. Could they be old acquaintances or former classmates? However, Fang Chun could not recall the man, and his subconscious did not register any recognition. Perhaps he was merely a fleeting figure from the past. Fang Chun did not experience the same flutter of nerves he had felt when first encountering Yi Qingsheng. "Ahem," he stammered, "I am? Haha, Fang Chun, are you floating around as an interviewer at Tianding Apparel and have forgotten me?" The man laughed mockingly, his tone dripping with contempt. He clearly did not regard Fang Chun, a mere interviewer, with any respect. "I am Qi Shixian, your high school classmate. I hear your family is fairly well off." Yi Qingsheng remarked quietly, poking Fang Chun from behind. Fang Chun was taken aback. Wasn't Yi Qingsheng's previous assertion that they were merely acquaintances? Did they share a deeper connection as classmates? It was evident that during their last conversation, Yi Qingsheng had been quite disinterested in engaging with him. Fang Chun rubbed his throbbing temples, while Qi Shixian cast a glance at Fang Chun and Yi Qingsheng before continuing. It seems there is indeed something fishy about this Tianding interview. The campus beauty back then was quite close to this kid. As these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in shock. The young women, who had been puzzled as to why Wei Wei had not been selected, suddenly wore expressions of outrage. They had all diligently prepared for this interview, only to discover that the interviewer's girlfriend was among the candidates. What was the point of their efforts? Was this not evidence of corruption? What? The interviewer is actually in a relationship with this girl? No wonder someone as talented as Wei Wei was overlooked. So this was the reason. What had we worked so hard for? In an instant, Fang Chun and Yi Qingsheng were thrust into the eye of the storm of public scrutiny, all due to Qi Shixian's careless remarks. As the murmurs of the crowd intensified, Fang Chen's expression darkened. While he had lost his memories, Qi Shixian was oblivious to this fact. Their animosity had begun back in high school, but in their youthful ignorance, the reasons for their enmity were few. Their rivalry could primarily be attributed to their shared affection for the same girl. After all, in their teenage years, grievances rooted in competition for a beloved could easily linger into adulthood. Indeed, in the past, Qi Shixian was also one of Yi Qingsheng's admirers. The history between Yi Qingsheng and Fang Chun is rather convoluted. However, it is evident that the ultimate victor is Fang Chun. To win the adoration of a goddess pursued by countless admirers, even outshining the affluent second-generation heirs, one can see a glimpse of Fang Chen's charismatic persona. Yi Qingsheng's beauty is undeniably extraordinary, though it may pale slightly compared to Fang Chen's seventh sister, Fang Jiran, or his fourth sister, Fang Shiyan. Nevertheless, she would certainly be the belle of any university. Yi Qingsheng's expression was far from pleasant. She had not anticipated encountering an old classmate here, especially alongside Fang Chun. It is essential to note that Fang Chun had once betrayed the feelings between them, subsequently disappearing without a trace. At one point, she even believed Fang Chun had met with a dire fate. Never mind. It seems this fellow harbors some animosity towards me. And given that the so-called Sister Wei Wei is someone I have offended as well, I shall handle this matter myself. Fang Chun shook his head, thereby declining Yi Qingsheng's suggestion. He then stepped forward and stated, "Our company's recruitment is entirely fair and impartial. If you insist on pursuing this matter, I can provide recordings of all interviewees upon the final announcement of results. For me, there is no necessity to grant favors to those close to me. Fong Chen's narrowed gaze fixated on Sister Wei Wei. Following his rebuttal, a murmur of discussion arose among the onlookers. Although their voices were not particularly loud, the central issue seemed to revolve around the qualifications of this mere interviewer to speak so boldly. Moreover, Sister Wei Wei holds a significant status in the hearts of many young women. Would anyone truly target such a minor interviewer? While the truth is indeed as stated, some still find it hard to accept. Fong Chun is not a currency note that can be adored by all. Huh? Are you implying that our Sister Wei Wei is not exceptional enough? Qi Shixian, who already had a contentious history with Fong Chun, felt that being summoned by Sister Wei Wei was merely an opportunity to provoke trouble. Observing the arrogant interviewer described by the woman, who turned out to be Fong Chun, Qi Shixian could not help but smirk internally. His greatest regret was not securing Yi Qingqing's affections when they once pursued her together. Now, he saw a chance to humiliate Fong Chun, especially in front of his youthful goddess. He felt it would be a disservice to himself not to seize this opportunity. Indeed, Fong Chun wasted no time on pleasantries and spoke directly. Sister Wei Wei's face was flushed with anger. It was unexpected that even with her influential backing, the interviewer remained so obstinate. Fong Chun did not indulge in live streaming and was often too busy delivering food to have time for it. After returning home each evening, he would open his phone, dive into a fantasy novel by an author named Wan Xianji or Yin, and read a few chapters before succumbing to fatigue. He had no interest in any streaming platforms or so-called internet celebrities. It would be quite normal for him not to know who Sister Wei Wei was. I believe we should not harbor hostility towards the interviewer without discernment. A timid voice piped up from the crowd. Most gazes turned towards a young girl, who feigned shyness, evoking sympathy. Although Su Qianqian was supporting Fong Chun, her actions did not draw much criticism. Fong Chun cast a faint glance at her and quickly diverted his gaze. This girl was familiar. She was the one who had repeatedly humiliated him at the convenience store, Su Qianqian. He had run into her again that morning and was surprised to see her also interviewing for the assistant position under Guan Yuedong. Did you not hear Sister Wei Wei's top supporter say that the interviewer is in cahoots with the girl who is late? Someone commented. Exactly. Their relationship has already been exposed. Since they are a pair, the interviewer will surely prioritize her own people. Upon hearing this, Qi Shixian's face lit up with mockery. You dare to claim that our Wei Wei is not competent enough? Were I as a waste like you have to speak? Fong Chen coldly responded, do not threaten me. If I decide against this girl today, she will not be hired. From Qi Shixian's words, Fong Chun finally discerned that even their former camaraderie had not been enough to foster any goodwill in Qi Shixian's eyes. Fong Chun was not foolish. He realized that his prior relationship with Qi Shixian was hardly friendly. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense as Qi Shixian narrowed his eyes. Do you know who you are speaking to? I do not. Fong Chen offered no courtesy or concession. After graduation, it seems you have done well for yourself, becoming an interviewer at Tianding. However, to me, this position remains beneath my notice. Finding a job is not easy in this day and age. Do not offend those you cannot afford to cross, lest you lose your livelihood. Fong Chen's gaze sharpened as he scoffed. I am eager to see how you plan to make me lose my job. As the fifth update of the day was uploaded, the customary practice remained unchanged. 100 requests would yield an additional update, and tomorrow's output would be at their discretion. Chapter 44. Did I ruin you? I am eager to see how you plan to make me lose my job. Fine, stubborn lad. Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, Qi Shixian ceased his verbal sparring and stepped outside to make a call, seemingly possessing some connections within Tianding. Fong Chen glanced at the remaining interviewees. Is anyone else interested in continuing the interview? The expressions of the interviewees were peculiar. They observed that this interviewer from Tianding was likely maneuvering to secure a position for his girlfriend, who would willingly step forward to interview under such circumstances. They were not Sister Wei Wei, possessing a powerful background. Should Fong Chen reject them, they would have no recourse for grievances. Hey, this lad is actually your interviewer today? This morning, he seemed rather dubious. Now it appears to be true. Qianqian, you should steer clear of such individuals. A tall man behind, Su Qianqian patted her shoulder and handed her a bottle of mineral water. Earlier that morning, Fong Chun had bumped into Su Qianqian. Given her volatile temper, one would expect a confrontation, yet they merely acknowledged each other before parting ways. The man felt a surge of discomfort, particularly driven by his instincts and sixth sense. He couldn't shake the feeling that when Fong Chen departed, Su Qianqian's gaze towards him was somewhat off, igniting a deep-seated jealousy within him. He immediately committed Fong Chen's name to memory. If Fong Chen were to learn that he had unwittingly attracted the attention of Su Qianqian, the girlfriend of another man, he could only wonder what his reaction would be. "You're doomed, kid. Do you even know who Qi Shixian is?" He asked the headline from yesterday's newspaper, a super-rich heir who splurged extravagantly. His wealth rivals that of your chairman, and you dare provoke him? Just wait for your downfall. Bought extravagantly? Fong Chen mused. Could it be that I am the one they're referring to? Is it mere coincidence that another property was sold in the capital on the same day? As Wei Wei finished her words, the crowd erupted in excitement. It turned out that Wei Wei's top supporter was that very wealthy individual. Fong Chen recalled seeing the news the previous day, where the top supporter mentioned that he was indeed the buyer. Suddenly, it made sense why Wei Wei seemed so self-assured. Her top supporter was the legendary wealthy magnate. Fong Chen rubbed his nose in discontent, feeling as though he had been mistaken for someone else. "You must be referring to the one at the International Shopping Center in the capital?" he asked, his gaze curious. Wei Wei's lips curled into a proud smirk as she disdainfully replied, "That's the one. Otherwise, what other transaction in the capital could have made the news?" The fact that Fong Chen was aware of this only fueled her pride. "Are you certain he was the one who bought it?" Fong Chen probed cautiously. "Of course. If it wasn't Qi, do you think it was some worker like you?" Wei Wei scoffed, observing Fong Chen's humble attire and concluding that he likely hadn't even set foot in such places. Having been embarrassed earlier by Fong Chen, Wei Wei promptly dialed Qi Shixian. Though she had several interviews with small companies lined up that afternoon, her preference was to secure a position at a prominent conglomerate like Tianding. After all, if she were to land the assistant manager role, it would surely provide her with ample bragging rights. Were it not for her parents urging her to seek a legitimate job, her earnings from live streaming would suffice for a lavish lifestyle. Coincidentally, Qi Shixian was her top supporter. Previously, she had imagined him to be an oily middle-aged man hidden behind a screen, but upon meeting him, she found that despite his average looks, he was far superior to her initial assumptions. His ability to casually spend vast sums during live streams was a testament to his wealth, something she couldn't compare to, despite her own educational background and parental connections. Realizing this, Wei Wei began to accept Qi Shixian as her top supporter, understanding the opportunities his backing could afford her. With a solid identity, education, and now support from Qi, she felt invincible against any minor adversities, such as being dismissed by a mere interviewer. Soon enough, Qi Shixian returned her call, exuding an air of arrogance. "Fong Chen, you will soon comprehend the disparities between individuals. I have connections with your company as director. Since you remain obstinate, I have nothing more to say. Don't cry too pitifully later." This was Qi's first display of bravado in front of Wei Wei, and he relished the prospect of overshadowing Fong Chen, who had once competed with him for the affections of the school's beauty, Yi Qingqing. Fong Chen shook his head in resignation, bemused by Qi's inflated self-esteem. Regardless of which influential figure Qi had summoned, it was unlikely they would act recklessly in Fong Chen's presence. Such arrogance was truly pitiable. Behind Fong Chen, Yi Qingqing observed his composed demeanor without any hint of worry. This unruffled expression was something she had witnessed countless times before, each time signaling that he was in control of the situation. Have we always had such a connection? Fong Chen turned instinctively to glance at Yi Qingqing. She sighed, knowing that if their relationship deepened, he would inevitably uncover the truth. However, certain truths need not be revealed, especially since he had lost his memory. Yet fate had its quirks. Just as Yi Qingqing found herself in peril, Fong Chen fortuitously appeared, becoming her savior. Ironically, in an interview at Tianding, Fong Chen was now her interviewer. Yi Qingqing decided to drop her previous pretense, acknowledging the connection between them without further evasion. "Don't tell me I was a scoundrel who wronged you in the past, leading to your disdain for me?" Fong Chen remarked, hoping he hadn't been an irresponsible lover prior to his amnesia. That would be too kitsch for his liking. Yi Qingqing's ears flushed with embarrassment at his words, a mix of shame and indignation crossing her face. Fong Chen was taken aback. Could it be that he had indeed struck a nerve? Could it be? "I was a heartless cad, and I let go of someone as exquisite as you?" Not far away, Qi Shixian watched as Fang Chun and Yi Qingcheng chatted amicably, clearly disregarding him, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. Continue your charade, but you'll soon regret it, he thought. As the chapter concluded, the author urged readers to savor the story and provide feedback on their thoughts and suggestions. Having decided to release the remaining chapters all at once for a more enjoyable reading experience, tomorrow marks the 200th day, and I shall unleash a torrent of 10,000 words. Worry not for my well-being. The editor has assured me that a health regimen will be arranged upon achieving good results. Let us rally together, my brothers, and shower praises upon this endeavor. Chapter 45. Do not call me uncle. First update. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie approached from a distance. The moment he spotted Qi Shixian, he made a beeline toward him. Ah, he's here. A flicker of joy crossed Qi Shixian's eyes. Several onlooking interviewees gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is that not a senior executive from Tianding Apparel? Judging by his badge, he appears to be a board member. My word, this top-ranking fellow actually knows someone on the board. No wonder he is the top contender for Wei Wei's favor. His connections are indeed formidable. Shixian's nephew, long time no see. What brings you here? Uncle, haha, it's nothing much. Just that an interviewer from your company has been engaging in favoritism, planning to covertly arrange for his girlfriend to become the assistant to the general manager. Upon hearing this, Director Wang furrowed his brow. By the way, uncle, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wei Wei. She has studied abroad and holds a master's degree, not to mention being a social media influencer with millions of followers. It is utterly outrageous that such a talented individual was dismissed by that interviewer in mere minutes. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback. A master's degree? An overseas returnee? While these distinctions have lost some of their luster over the past decade, they still signify an exceptional individual among their peers. Such talents are indeed rare, even within Tianding Apparel. It is imperative to retain such individuals. Moreover, if Qi Shixian's claims hold true, the fallout from this incident could inflict immeasurable damage to Tianding Apparel's reputation. In that instant, Director Wang understood why Qi Shixian was here. This young man had clearly come to seek justice for his girlfriend. Despite their tenuous familial ties, Director Wang recognized the need to address this matter promptly. Qi Shixian's message was clear. The offender was merely a lowly interviewer, a fact that Director Wang could easily comprehend. Director Wang quickly scanned the crowd. This fellow is doomed. The presence of a board member has led many to instinctively mourn for Fang Chun in their hearts. Qi Shixian could not suppress a cold laugh. This is the individual, arrogant and damaging to Fang Chen's image as a major corporation. Such a person is truly unworthy of retention. Huh? Director Wang turned to look, immediately spotting the solitary male amidst a throng of females. It was not that Fang Chun possessed any special allure. Rather, in a sea of women, spotting a man was like finding a diamond in the desert. It was nearly impossible not to notice Fang Chun, especially with a playful smile adorning his youthful face. Director Wang was taken aback. Wasn't this the newly appointed chairman of the company? Fang Jiran's younger brother, Fang Chun? What was he doing here for the assistant manager interview? Shouldn't that be Manager Huang's responsibility? Little did Director Wang know, Manager Huang had, in an effort to curry favor with Fang Chun, deftly handed this task over to the chairman. Director Wang was acutely aware of Fang Chen's work ethic and methods. The latter had, on his first day at the company, summarily dismissed 2 long-standing elders, a fact that was hardly a secret. Moreover, the former chairman was on the verge of facing repercussions. How could Director Wang and his contemporaries remain oblivious to such a situation? What consequences await those who offend Fang Chun? Director Wang had no desire to find out. Surely, you do not mean this interviewer? Director Wang asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it is this scoundrel. Uncle, to be honest, he was my high school classmate. I've harbored disdain for him for quite some time. Today is the perfect opportunity to teach this fool a lesson, to make him understand his place and whom he should not offend. Director Wang's heart raced in alarm. What are you doing, boy? Are you trying to drag me into this mess? Fang Chen nodded slightly. Did you not say you wanted me to cry? I can hardly wait. Come at me. He stepped forward, exuding an air of nonchalance. The surrounding girls exchanged bewildered glances. Was this interviewer out of his mind? Did he not see that Director Wang, a board member, was present? In the face of such a prominent figure, a mere interviewer seemed insignificant. What audacity possessed him to provoke? As expected, Qi Shixian responded with a cold chuckle. Fong Chun, it appears your wits have failed you. This man is Director Wang of Tianding Apparel. I doubt someone of your lowly status has had the opportunity to interact with such an esteemed individual. And yet, you dare to speak so boldly? Beads of cold sweat broke out on Director Wang's forehead, and he silently lamented, "Why can't you just keep your mouth shut?" At that moment, he fully grasped the despair that Manager Huang had felt earlier that day. "Hey, Fong Chun, if you were to kneel and offer a sincere apology, I might just be able to let this slide. Otherwise, today may very well be your last day at Tianding." With each harsh word, the tension escalated, and it was evident that Fong Chun might genuinely be provoked. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Director Wang quickly urged, "Please say less." Yet, Qi Shixian misinterpreted Director Wang's words as support for his bravado, feeling an intoxicating sense of superiority wash over him. How delightful it is to bask in this moment. Fong Chun, who would have thought that after all these years, the chasm between us has grown to such an extent? And you, Yi Qingsheng, do you regret not choosing me and instead settling for this waste of space? Wei Wei observed as Qi Shixian's arrogance swelled, his demeanor radiating confidence. His once ordinary appearance now inexplicably handsome. Yi Qingsheng glanced between Fong Chun and Qi Shixian, a smirk playing on her lips. Though her family did not hold much sway, it was still a notable lineage. Having witnessed much grandeur in her upbringing, she was hardly swayed by mere words intended to instill regret. Did you forget to take your medication before stepping out? Moreover, Fong Chun is certainly not the kind of person who can casually drive a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, which is not even available for sale yet. Can we be certain that Fong Chun's background is inferior to that of Qi Shixian? Perhaps not. I believe you should consider whether you can safely walk out of Tianding today. Fong Chun displayed a pensive expression as he spoke. Sister Wei Wei could not suppress a cold laugh. "Kid, do you really think of yourself as someone important? Just a mere interviewer. Do you even know who you are? You are merely a dog raised by Tianding garments, utterly insignificant before our young Master Qi at this moment." Director Wang could no longer afford to maintain any pretense of respect for Qi Shixian. If this brat continued to speak, he might find himself disappearing from the company, just like Director Zhang. "Shut your mouth. Do you even know who you're talking to?" As his words echoed, silence fell over the room, with all eyes turning in confusion towards Director Wang. Why had the director suddenly turned his ire towards Qi Shixian? Su Qianqian's face turned pale as she realized something that had been overlooked by others. The reason no one had mentioned it until now was because it had been obscured by various distractions. Yet, with her newfound awareness and Director Wang's sudden change of heart, a bold thought surged within her, growing uncontrollably. Considering all the signs, she began to believe it was highly possible that Fong Chun was not wearing the identification badge or work permit like all the other employees of the company. Could it be that this interviewer is, in fact, the owner of Tianding Garments? Upon this realization, Su Qianqian felt increasingly convinced of her theory. After all, there are often news reports about owners disguising themselves as interviewers to assess the quality of candidates, right? Could it be that this young man before her is one of those cases? Not wearing a work permit is against company policy, which is a rule set by Tianding Garments. The only individuals allowed such privileges, aside from the well-known founder and CEO Fong Jiran, are those holding the position of chairman. Startled by Director Wang's outburst, Qi Shixian lost his previous arrogance and stared blankly at him, unsure of what he had said wrong. Could it be that he had unintentionally touched a nerve with Director Wang? "Uncle, what is this?" "Brat, don't call me uncle. I don't have a nephew as impressive as you. Do you know who this is?" "This is our Tianding Garments' new chairman. If he wished for his girlfriend to join the company, would he even need to go through the back door? He could simply make a call and arrange for someone else to become a manager." What? In an instant, disbelief washed over everyone in the room as they turned their incredulous gazes toward Fong Chun. How could this be? The chairman is here interviewing candidates? The tall young man beside Su Qianqian also wore a mask of astonishment. This fellow is actually the chairman? Initially, he had come merely to enjoy the spectacle, judging Fong Chen's fate as he faced the wrath of Sister Wei Wei's top supporter. He believed it would be a difficult feat for Fong Chun to leave Tianding unscathed today. Yet what transpired? Qi Shixian's support suddenly turned against him, and the words that followed left the entire room in shock. Though Su Qianqian had her suspicions, the revelation of this fact still left her stunned. Even with her prior thoughts of Fong Chen's formidable identity, the reality was overwhelming. Moreover, Those girls who had been watching from the sidelines were equally dazed, their expressions blank as they remained lost in the aftermath of Director Wang's words. "Uncle, you must be joking. How could this kid possibly be the chairman?" Qi Shixian's face was painted with shock as he bit his lip, forcing a feeble smile as he spoke. He could not believe this outcome. How could Fang Chun possibly be the chairman of Tianying Garments? Throughout school, he had always been overshadowed by Fang Chun, whether in academic performance or popularity among girls. High school students do not think as far ahead and are not as inclined to pursue connections as those who have entered society. Hence, Qi Shixian's pride in his family background fell short in comparison to Fang Chen's seemingly mediocre circumstances. In academics and sports, Fang Chen always surpassed him, leading many girls, including those Qi Shixian admired, to cast glances at Fang Chun. He had assumed that upon leaving school, those youthful memories would fade into oblivion. However, today, he merely came to support Sister Wei Wei, only to find himself repeatedly humiliated by Fang Chun, who had vowed not to let him leave unscathed. Yet here they are. Fang Chun is the chairman? In other words, his previously cherished identity and family background are not as impressive as he believed. He had been nothing more than a frog in a well, thinking he could stand above Fang Chun once they left the confines of school. The outcome today would undoubtedly be his own humiliation. Director Wang shot him a cold glance. After the board meeting concluded, aside from Manager Huang, who was busy establishing a connection with Fang Chun, the rest of the directors had departed. A consensus had emerged among them, until they understood Fang Chen's true capabilities. They could not afford to offend him. This meant that these proud old-timers had, in a way, acknowledged Fang Chen's status in their hearts. He was indeed the chairman of Tianying Garments. Today, they could not allow Qi Shixian's petty matters to provoke Fang Chun. With a shift in his thoughts, Director Wang spoke. "Do you think I would jest about such matters?" Behind Qi Shixian, Sister Wei Wei was filled with disbelief. This young man is the chairman, which means his position within the company surpasses even that of General Manager Guan Yuetong. How could she have spoken so arrogantly in his presence during the interview? Even going so far as to challenge the latter multiple times, he brazenly claimed that Fang Chen lacked the qualifications and the right to interview him. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting disaster? If even the chairman had no authority or qualifications to interview him, then who within the company could possibly possess such rights? Sister Wei Wei's charming face had already paled, a mask of fear etched across her features. At that moment, Fang Chun cast a calm glance at Sister Wei Wei and asked, "Do you still believe I am unqualified to interview you? Was it possible that you were overly self-assured, thinking that being a social media celebrity with millions of fans exempted you from acknowledging anyone? Did you not realize that your initial demands were utterly excessive? Moreover, I have never encountered anyone who, during an interview, failed to introduce themselves and instead directly sought benefits." Just moments ago, Fang Chun had suppressed his anger at Sister Wei Wei's ridicule. Now, he seized the opportunity to provide an explanation to the onlookers. With each word he uttered, the girls who had once idolized Sister Wei Wei turned pale. The Sister Wei Wei they admired on social media was not at all like this. Yet, how could the chairman of Tianying Garments, such a prominent figure, possibly be lying? The phrase inconsistent resonated in everyone's hearts. Indeed, it was true. Some influencers on social media, in a bid to retain followers and facilitate future live sales, often package themselves. Some rely on teams to provide fixed scripts, while others craft their personas through short videos. Regardless of the method, the disparity between the influencer crafted in the virtual realm and their true self is often as vast as an abyss. Apologize. Otherwise, face industry ostracism. Fang Chun stood resolutely before Sister Wei Wei and Qi Shixian. He held no fond memories of this former classmate, especially after being repeatedly provoked by him. Why should Fang Chun show him any respect? Simply based on their former student relationship? That was hardly sufficient, particularly with Sister Wei Wei. Just a minor streamer. What did it matter if she had millions of fans? With Tianying's backing, any live streaming platform would naturally grant her a modicum of respect. It would be a simple matter to marginalize a minor streamer like her. Qi Shixian gritted his teeth and spoke darkly. "Fang Chun, I admit defeat today, but don't get too cocky. You're just the chairman of Tianying Garments." Sister Wei Wei's expression brightened slightly. Yes, though her top supporter could not reclaim his standing today at Tianying, he was still a person of substantial stature. With a mere gesture, he could buy out a company. and even those from the esteemed Lin family would think twice before offending him. Thus, he could not be considered inferior to Fang Chun. Let me tell you, Brother Qi can easily buy out a company. That doesn't mean he can't handle you. Don't underestimate our connections. At that moment, Sister Wei Wei found herself tethered to Qi Shixian, unwilling to lose face by apologizing, and thus had to rely on him to speak. As these words left her lips, many in the crowd instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, the chairman of Tianding Garments was impressive. However, the super-wealthy youth who made headlines was not necessarily inferior to him. Fang Xin regarded the two with an odd expression. Are you certain which one of the Saipan establishments you purchased? Qi Shixian's heart quivered, yet he could not appear weak. After all, what did it matter if Fang Chun was the chairman of Tianding Garments? As long as he maintained his identity as a spendthrift rich kid, his status was certainly not lesser than the latter's. Fang Chun would surely have to regard him with some caution, right? He could not afford to lose face. As Fang Chun posed the question, Qi Shixian gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course I bought it. Are you suggesting you did?" This confident demeanor made Fang Chun silently commend him. This fellow had truly immersed himself in his role. Brother, you're quite skilled. I have seen many imposters in the news, but never one so audacious as to swagger before the real deal. Fang Chun had often laughed at stories of strangers claiming lottery winnings. Today, however, he witnessed firsthand what it meant to be deeply entrenched in a role. So much so that he nearly questioned his own memory. Excuse me, that establishment indeed belongs to me. Chapter 47. Thrown out for updates due. Excuse me, that establishment indeed belongs to me. Huh. The collective breath of the crowd seemed to grow heavier with Fang Chen's nonchalant declaration. The chairman of Tianding Garments was, astonishingly, the same individual who had made headlines yesterday as a super-wealthy youth. Sister Wei Wei stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? Her top supporter, Qi Shixian, had explicitly confirmed that he was the one who had acquired it from the young master of the Lin family. Could he be lying to deceive her? Compared to Qi Shixian, the words of Fang Chun held far greater weight in the hearts of the onlookers. After all, as the chairman of Tianding Garments, it was unlikely he would speak falsely in front of so many witnesses. Otherwise, he would not only compromise his own reputation, but also that of the entire Tianding Garments, and even President Fang Jiron. The chairman is indeed the face of a company. Observing Qi Shixian's incredulous expression, Fang Chun spoke coolly. What's the matter? Do you think that by throwing around an unfounded title, I will no longer require your apology? What kind of absurdity was this? Even if Qi Shixian was a super-rich individual, as long as he offended Fang Chun on the latter's home turf, within Tianding Garments, he would have to apologize regardless of who he was. Attempting to intimidate Fang Chun with unrealistic titles, believing it would deter him, was simply childish. Qi Shixian's face turned ashen, internally raging. How could this be? How could it be so coincidental that this fellow was the extravagant spender from yesterday? To flaunt before the very person he was impersonating was undeniably embarrassing. Qi Shixian was, of course, not a true super tycoon. It would be more accurate to label him a second-generation wealthy heir. In the live-streaming industry, he was not the only one willing to spend extravagantly. Many would spare no expense to pursue a female streamer. A mere million wouldn't even create a ripple in this industry. Qi Shixian's family fortune, when combined, might barely reach $1 billion. He was merely among the lower tier of the wealthy elite in the capital. He had thought that with Sister Wei Wei's connections, he would never face a downfall. After all, at the end of the day, no matter how eloquently Sister Wei Wei spoke, she could not shield him from the reality of the situation. The circumstances of her family were evidently insufficient to enable her entry into the elite circles of the capital. If it were otherwise, her parents would not have insisted that their daughter seek a respectable job. Instead, they could have easily invested tens of millions to establish a company for her to manage leisurely. Wasn't that a reasonable expectation? Sister Wei Wei glanced at Qi Shixian, who remained silent and immediately felt a surge of anxiety. This was impossible. He cannot be the one who made the purchase. Brother Qi, please say something. Silence often signifies something profound. If you don't quickly apologize, I'll simply pretend you're not my nephew. At that moment, Director Wang observed Qi Shixian's face, a canvas of conflicting emotions, and, sensing his stubbornness, interjected sharply. Sister Wei Wei's face turned pale. This cannot be true. No, I refuse to believe it. Did you not say you purchased that shop? Internally, Sister Wei Wei was in turmoil. She had not only offended the chairman of Tianding Fashion Company, but had also imagined she could secure her position by aligning herself with her so-called powerful ally, only to be struck down. The person before her was not the formidable figure he had boasted to be. Instead, he was merely a slippery eel. What was Qi Shixian contemplating? It was quite simple. Observing Sister Wei Wei's expression, he could surmise her inner thoughts. The 100,000 he had lavished on gifts in her live stream was likely wasted, especially since he had flaunted his wealth only to encounter the genuine article. His carefully constructed persona as a wealthy benefactor crumbled in an instant. Trying to regain her favor through monetary means seemed utterly futile now. However, what gnawed at him more was his pride. But who could he blame? He had foolishly allowed Sister Wei Wei to summon him for support, only to find himself face-to-face with a former rival who triggered his urge to boast. Had he not behaved so arrogantly, perhaps he could have salvaged some dignity through their shared past as alumni. Yet, who could have foreseen that Fang Chun, having graduated merely 2 years ago, would now tower over everyone? Ultimately, he alone would bear the bitter consequences of his actions. "Apologize, you insolent boy," Director Wang said coldly. Qi Shixian's face reddened. He gritted his teeth and declared, "No way. I will never apologize to Fang Chun. That brat must have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune. I have never heard of him having a sister." He could not reconcile with this reality. Yesterday, the entire elite circle of the capital had been abuzz with discussions about a super-rich individual who turned out to be Fang Chun. He had foolishly boasted in front of others. "Throw him out. I never want to see that person again." 2 towering security guards approached, seizing Qi Shixian by either arm, while Sister Wei Wei, feigning bravado, shouted, "Don't touch me. If you dare, I will call the police." Sister Wei Wei could no longer maintain her composure. With her ally, Qi Shixian, unceremoniously ousted, saying there would only lead to further humiliation. Thus, the farcical scene concluded with both of them ejected from Tianding Fashion Company, leaving Director Wang in a cold sweat. As the saying goes, a new official must assert authority. Fang Chun had yet to unleash his full potential. Yet the seasoned executives seemed poised to offend the young chairman with their connections. Director Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, silently vowing never to support anyone in the company again, lest he inadvertently provoke the chairman. The interviews continued. After assessing several candidates, Fang Chun recognized that Yi Qingcheng had indeed prepared well for the position. A mere comparison revealed her natural poise and comprehensive understanding of Tianding Fashion Company's market standing. She even cited competitors and outlined the company's strengths and weaknesses with remarkable clarity. Having such an assistant by General Manager Guan Yuedong's side would undoubtedly alleviate some of her burdens. After a morning consumed by interviews, Fang Chun finally concluded before lunchtime. Just as he exited the interview room, Manager Huang approached him. "Chairman, would you like to join me for lunch?" Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was Manager Huang waiting for him outside? Clearing his throat, he frowned. "No, thank you. I have other matters to attend to." Manager Huang appeared to have anticipated this outcome, his expression remaining unchanged as he produced a leather bag from behind him. "Chairman, this contains Miss Yi Qingqing's information. It is quite detailed." Earlier, in the surveillance room, Manager Huang had sensed Fang Chun's particular interest in Yi Qingqing. Although he was uncertain of their relationship, he quickly arranged for an investigation into her background, knowing that Fang Chun seemed especially attentive to her. Fang Chun was momentarily stunned by Manager Huang's perceptiveness. Chapter 48, The Past. Fang Chun harbored a keen interest in Yi Qingcheng, as she was tied to his history. Moreover, according to Qi Shixian's account, there seemed to be an intriguing romantic narrative between them. Who says men aren't gossipy? Especially when the subject involves a former love interest. Fang Chun was certainly invested. No one could predict what peculiarities this inexplicable sign-in system might yield, or whether it could aid him in recovering his memories, providing deeper insights into his past. Thus, he instinctively reached for the bag. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Thank you," though aware that Manager Huang was seeking to curry favor. One should not scorn a kind gesture. Manager Huang's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, but remained astute to Fang Chun's disinterest in dining together. "Well, since there's nothing pressing, Chairman, I'll take my leave." Fang Chun nodded and proceeded into the conference room. Upon reviewing Yi Qingqing's information, an unusual thought crossed Fang Chun's mind. Perhaps he should investigate his own past, discovering where he had studied, who he had associated with, and his social standing seemed prudent. However, As soon as this notion surfaced, Fong Chun chuckled bitterly, realizing how peculiar it would be to have someone delve into his own history. Locking the interview room door, he gradually opened the leather bag. Inside were only a few documents. After a cursory glance, Fong Chen's expression shifted dramatically. No way. The Yi family of the capital? My former girlfriend unexpectedly hails from a prestigious family. As I continued reading, Fong Chun exclaimed in disbelief, "Am I truly such a scoundrel?" The records indicated that shortly after his relationship with Yi Qingxing began, within a few months, there was a record of them booking a hotel room. Soon after, it was the end of 2019, a period during which Fong Chun inexplicably lost his memory. During this time, it appeared that Yi Qingcheng had fallen into a state of depression, with numerous medical records documenting her visits. It was likely all due to Fong Chun. As I read further, an increasing sense of alarm gripped Fong Chun. How could such an exceptional girl like Yi Qingcheng have been his girlfriend? Even now, it seems somewhat unbelievable. They had barely begun their relationship when he had been intimate with her, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. The attitude Yi Qingcheng displayed during their last encounter now made perfect sense. Fong Chun cleared his throat. What a situation this was! Yi Qingcheng appeared to have no intention of holding him accountable, and he feared approaching her might lead to embarrassment and make him seem overly sentimental. Moreover, Yi Qingcheng was unaware of the information he had uncovered. If he were to seek her out, it would inadvertently reveal that he had secretly investigated her past. This was certainly a predicament. Fong Chun sighed, rubbing his throbbing temples. The accumulated evidence laid before him suggested that, for a girl like Yi Qingcheng, the emotional damage inflicted was akin to a meteor striking the earth. He sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for her maturity. At the very least, upon learning that he had become the chairman of Tianding Garment Company, she did not bring up their shared past. Had she chosen to unveil these matters as leverage, extorting him would have been remarkably easy. Yet, she evidently did not, seemingly preferring to maintain a distance from him. This alone indicated that their relationship had once been devoid of ulterior motives, a pure and innocent bond. She had even entrusted him with her most treasured possession. However, the outcome was heartbreak. The beloved vanished after being won over, severing all ties, as if she had simply disappeared from existence. Contemplating this, Fong Chun felt an urge to slap himself. He crumpled the documents and headed downstairs, just as his phone rang. "Hello, Sister Chi. Brother, are you busy? I need you to come over for a small matter," came the somewhat irritable voice of Fong Jiran. Fong Chun was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from his sister. There seemed to be little going on at the company that afternoon, especially with Guan Yuedong, the capable manager, handling internal affairs. Fong Chun replied, "I don't have anything pressing. Then come to the company to find me," she said before hanging up. Unsure of what was happening, he exited the company and intended to hail a cab. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure. "Yi Qingcheng, you haven't left yet? Allow me to give you a ride." "No, thank you." Before her stood a rather flamboyant young man, leaning against a lamppost with a broad smile. It appeared that Yi Qingcheng was being approached. However, Fong Chen's brow furrowed in discontent. How could this fellow be here? The young man was none other than Yu Mingyuan, the son of Yu Guowei, the family representative sent to the capital. As soon as Yi Qingcheng emerged, Yu Mingyuan intercepted her, boldly initiating a conversation. This flustered Yi Qingcheng. Although she maintained a calm facade, she was already in turmoil, her thoughts a chaotic mess. Being approached by a stranger only heightened her agitation. "I told you. I don't need it." Yu Mingyuan had accompanied his father to Tianding Garment Company for business, but chose to wait outside. He had spotted Yi Qingcheng in the crowd at first glance. In the capital, countless women sought to align themselves with power, and Yu Mingyuan was adept at charming them. Over the years, he had likely taken advantage of many girls, but upon first seeing Yi Qingcheng, he genuinely felt a spark. Her exquisite beauty combined with an impeccable aura made her a head-turner, deserving of the title of campus beauty in any university. Most would only dare to admire her from afar, too intimidated to approach. Such breathtaking beauty would leave even seasoned flirts feeling inadequate. Yu Mingyuan had not encountered such a stunning stranger in quite some time. Even many internet celebrities paled in comparison once their filters were removed. "Beautiful lady, my car is parked over there. Let me give you a ride." With that, he pressed a button on his car key, and a sleek emerald green Lamborghini parked nearby flashed its lights. Yi Qingcheng was taken aback. Wasn't he that the same model Fong Chen had? Seeing her momentarily speechless, Yu Mingyuan felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, the initial air of superiority was merely a facade. I thought she was an untainted fairy. But it seems she is just another gold digger. Though he looked down on her slightly, he maintained his composure. He gestured towards the grand Tianding Garment Company building. I saw you coming out of there. You must work there, right? Yi Qingsheng frowned slightly. That's none of your business. Please step aside. She was eager to end the encounter with this unfamiliar man. Actually, my family has some dealings with Tianding Garment Company. Let us exchange WeChat. If anything comes up at the company, you can contact me, Yu Mingyuan said, having noticed the surprise in her beautiful eyes. He had anticipated that she would soon succumb to his charm, just like those internet celebrities who fell for his monetary allure. To his surprise, Yi Qingsheng suddenly adopted a cold demeanor. Did she think she could maintain her pride and extract some benefits? This was understandable. After all, beauty is power, and such a stunning woman would not easily yield. With this thought in mind, Yu Mingyuan showed no intention of backing down, his smile widening. Beautiful lady, let us get to know each other. I believe we're quite fated to meet. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss this chance? Yi Qingsheng never anticipated that the person before her could possess such an inflated sense of self-worth. Throughout her life, her beauty had brought her considerable trouble. Yet this was the first time she encountered someone so audaciously shameless. Yu Mingyuan continued to prattle on, boasting about the Lamborghini, claiming it was one of the few in the country. Come on, beauty, let me take you for a spin. Wherever you wish to go, I shall escort you. Just as Yi Qingsheng was about to express her indignation, a voice emerged from behind her. No need, she doesn't require your services. Chapter 49. The unfeeling tycoon Yu Mingyuan, engrossed in his self-importance, was taken aback when he noticed a young man approaching. Initially, he failed to recognize Fang Chun, and it took him a moment to recall who this familiar figure was. Is it you? Yu Mingyuan furrowed his brow, questioning how he encountered this fellow at Tianding Garment Company again. The car isn't yours. Isn't it inappropriate to flirt using my vehicle? Fang Chun candidly replied, at first. I thought the Yu family, being a prominent lineage in the capital, might need to lower their stance and ingratiate themselves with Yu Guohui and his son to gain entry to the clan meeting. However, after conversing with my sister Fang Jiran, I realized that the Yu family is hardly noteworthy in her eyes. They invite her every year, yet she pays them no mind. Acquiring 2 invitations for the event would be a piece of cake for her. Fang Chen was not the least bit surprised by Yu Mingyuan's attempt to flirt with Yi Qingsheng. After all, Yi Qingsheng's beauty was indeed breathtaking. Today, in preparation for an interview, she had meticulously adorned herself, likely hoping to present her finest self to what she presumed would be General Manager Guan Yuedong. Little did she know, she would run into Fang Chun. Yu Mingyuan's expression darkened as he realized the awkwardness of the situation. Here he was, trying to charm a woman in a car that wasn't even his, only for the actual owner to appear. It would be uncomfortable for anyone, wouldn't it? Ye kink furuit hadburais in anoyanje. You two can chat amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave. With that, she did not spare Fang Chen a glance and walked past him toward the opposite side of the road. Though she was uncertain about the relationship between Fang Chen and this audacious individual, it was evident they were acquainted. Yi Qingsheng had no desire to become entangled in Fang Chen's affairs. Fang Chen's interruption left Yu Mingyuan feeling uneasy. He dreaded the potential embarrassment if Fang Chen revealed the car's true ownership. Thus, he refrained from pursuing Yi Qingsheng further. However, the disruption still irked him. Kid, the car isn't even yours. It's rented. What business is it of yours? Fang Chen smiled in silence, thinking, if you believe it's rented, so be it. You were indeed correct about one thing. The car was not purchased with my own funds. Yet you're driving a car gifted to me by my sister, attempting to woo my ex-girlfriend. That seems a tad inappropriate, doesn't it? Seeing Fang Chen remain composed, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, only fueled Yu Mingyuan's ire. What are you so smug about? When Yu Qiushan seeks to reclaim his roots and attend the clan meeting, he will still need my father's approval, won't he? You dare act tough in front of me? You must be looking for trouble. Moreover, the situation was compounded by the fact that the illustrious female CEO of Tianding Group, Fang Jiran, had publicly declared her intent to attend the Yu family clan meeting, causing quite a stir in the upper echelons of the capital. Many who sought to curry favor with Fang Jiran were scrambling to obtain an invitation to the Yu family event, which was reportedly being sold for exorbitant prices. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by Yu Guohui behind the scenes. Yu Mingyuan could hardly contain his disdain, directing all his frustration at Fang Chen. Do you have any idea how many people are eager to ingratiate themselves with the Yu family? Even if you were to gift me this car, I might not allow Yu Qiushan into the clan meeting. Upon uttering these words, Yu Mingyuan believed he could intimidate Fang Chun into submission. He thought that Fang Chun, concerned about Yu Qiushan's acceptance into the clan meeting, would be compelled to apologize and placate him. However, the unfolding events left Yu Mingyuan utterly astonished. Threatening me? You may try if you wish. Return the car. I need it. With that, Fang Chun snatched the car keys from Yu Mingyuan's grasp, entered the Lamborghini, and drove off without a second thought, leaving Yu Mingyuan in a state of disbelief. Yu Mingyuan stood there, stunned for over a minute, gradually regaining his senses. His expression was one of incredulity. Had this young man truly just left? Wait, just wait. You'll regret this. Initially, he had considered granting Yu Qiushan a chance to reclaim his heritage, but now it seemed unnecessary. Yu Mingyuan's mood darkened, his face resembling a thundercloud. For some time, he and his father had been busy preparing for the upcoming clan meeting. Today, after much effort, he had finally managed to take the Lamborghini out for a spin, only to have his plans thwarted by Fang Chun, who had driven off with the car. How could he possibly pursue any romantic interest now? Fang Chun was unconcerned with Yu Mingyuan's thoughts. He had merely borrowed his sister's car for a few days. Did he truly believe that would elevate his status? Fang Chun was also untroubled by whether or not Yu Guohui and his son would allow him to accompany the elder Yu to the meeting. Regardless of their beliefs about the contract, if they dared to act haughty in front of him, he could easily terminate their collaboration. Although Tianding Garment Company was of a lower caliber compared to Fang Jiran's Tianding Group, it was still a coveted partner for many esteemed families seeking to align themselves with influential connections. As the Lamborghini sped towards the direction of Tianding Group, Fang Chun arrived at the underground parking garage for the first time. Tianding Group was indeed a landmark in the capital, a flagship enterprise being vigorously supported by the government. The company occupied nearly half of the core commercial district of the city. Amidst a cluster of towering skyscrapers, there stands a particularly conspicuous edifice, a high-rise that adheres to the ancient architectural style of the East. Its exposed colossal bronze bell magnificently showcases the rich heritage of this ancient city. Prominently displayed above are 4 large Chinese characters, Tianding Group, inscribed with a fluid elegance, allegedly penned by the esteemed Yu Lao, a prominent figure in the capital's business and political spheres. Consequently, for anyone in the capital, finding the Tianding Group is an effortless task provided they are not blind. This towering structure is so striking that it could easily serve as a landmark of the city. As Fang Chen's vehicle entered the Tianding Group's parking lot, the security personnel displayed a keen sense of observation and discernment, allowing him to proceed without any incident. "Seventh sister, I have arrived at your company," he announced. "All right, I'll be in the office. Just come straight up to the 21st floor," she replied. Fang Chun pressed the elevator button, surprised to discover that Seventh Sister's office was situated on the top floor. The mere mention of the 21st floor seemed unexpectedly high. However, he soon realized that he was mistaken. Each floor of Fang Jiran's building boasts a height exceeding 6 meters, setting it apart from typical residential buildings. The building's stature is formidable, commanding attention as the most prominent presence in the entire business district. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by a space resembling a crystal palace. Fang Chen's pupils dilated in astonishment. This was truly extravagant. Even with prior mental preparation, he was still taken aback by Fang Jiran's grand design. The entire 21st floor was entirely transparent, creating an ethereal sensation beneath his feet. The pristine glass reflected sunlight, and for those with acrophobia, this place would likely prove unsuitable for work. However, Fang Chun was bold and unafraid, merely stunned by the opulence of the decor. As he ventured further, he noticed a small waterfall, and a wave of fresh, moist air enveloped him, instantly elevating his spirits. Seventh Sister even installed a small waterfall in the office. He pondered, observing the playful fish in the pond. It was evident that Seventh Sister was extravagantly lavish, creating such a high-end crystal palace at this height, not to mention the considerable expense of the waterfall. Just then, a melodious female voice broke the silence. "Brother, what are you looking at? Come here." Startled, Fang Chun turned to see Fang Jiran clad in a flowing white gown, her voluptuous figure accentuated yet modestly concealed by the garment, which nonetheless highlighted her exquisite shape. Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, fixed intently on him. Upon seeing Fong Chun, her delicate features blossomed into a radiant smile, like a flower unfurling in spring. Leaning against the waterfall, enveloped in mist, she resembled a celestial being descended from the moon, ethereal and sacred. Fong Chun swallowed hard, momentarily entranced by her presence. Despite having met Seventh Sister daily since acquiring the divine sign-in system, her stunning visage had long been etched into his mind. He had believed he would never again experience the same overwhelming awe he felt upon their first meeting. Yet at this moment, he realized how naive that assumption was. Fong Jiran possessed a beauty that was versatile and captivating. Each glance and smile exuded maturity, as if time could not leave a trace upon her angelic countenance. "What are you still doing standing there, lost in thought?" she teased, her playful smile eliciting a flustered reaction from Fong Chun. She approached him with light steps, playfully tugging at his arm. "Silly, what are you looking at?" In that instant, Fong Chun felt as if his very soul had been struck by 1,000 arrows. Before he knew it, he found himself seated in Seventh Sister's office chair, his face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to avert his gaze from her. Nevertheless, his heart raced like a wild animal, a sensation he had previously thought exclusive to women. Clearly, he had underestimated the power of attraction. Encountering his Seventh Sister had unveiled feelings he had never before experienced. Fong Jiran poured him a cup of hot water, her laughter echoing in the air. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten me after just one day?" Fong Chun quickly shook his head, his ears burning with heat. He chuckled awkwardly, diverting the conversation. "By the way, Seventh Sister, it seems you have something important to discuss with me? What is it?" she inquired, settling beside him, her faint fragrance making him slightly lightheaded. Taking the cup from his hands, she uncaringly sipped from where he had just drank, her luscious lips leaving a mark on the rim. "There's a high society gala in the capital tonight, and an insufferable individual will also be in attendance." Fong Chun paused, momentarily taken aback. An insufferable individual? It was difficult to imagine anyone capable of irritating someone as fiery as Fong Jiran. "Oh, it's just one of my suitors, an exceedingly bothersome fellow," she explained. "A suitor?" Fong Chen's mouth fell agape, his expression blank. Noticing his reaction, Fong Jiran raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching his ear. "You silly boy. Your Seventh Sister is stunningly beautiful." "What? Am I not allowed to have admirers?" Her confidence was not unfounded. Even in the entertainment industry, few could rival her beauty. Fong Chun chuckled ruefully, realizing that his earlier reaction had indeed been exaggerated, though a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. "One suitor? Just reject him," then he suggested, but immediately sensed something amiss as Fong Jiran's gaze fixed intently upon him. A pair of bright eyes fixed intently on the other, causing Fong Chen's heart to flutter uneasily. The atmosphere seemed to thicken in the silence of the office. Suddenly, Fong Jiran's light laughter shattered the stillness between the two. "Little one, are you feeling jealous?" Fong Chun, with a hint of irritation, touched his nose. Fong Jiran's earlier serious expression had genuinely startled him. Rolling his eyes, he chose to ignore his Seventh Sister. With a playful pout, Fong Jiran continued, "Oh dear, my beloved brother no longer wants his sister. Perhaps I should just surrender to him." With a feigned look of melancholy, she knew well that she was jesting. Yet, Fong Chun instinctively retorted, "No way." A mischievous grin spread across Fong Jiran's charming face, reminiscent of a mischievous schoolchild who had just pulled off a successful prank. "Since you don't want your Seventh Sister to be taken by someone else, you must perform well this afternoon." "What? I am confused. How could I know if you didn't tell me?" Fong Chun protested, bewildered. "And isn't the main issue that you find others bothersome?" He lamented, feeling as though he were being unfairly cast as the villain in her narrative. "Am I to be the one to disrupt your romantic entanglements? That's not fair." Fong Chun raged internally, unfazed by his turmoil. Fong Jiran directly looped her delicate hand around his arm. Fong Chun felt as if he were sitting on needles. "Seventh Sister, don't mess around." She responded, "Today, let us tidy ourselves up. Accompany me to the soiree tonight." In truth, Fong Jiran occasionally attended such high society gatherings, but rarely brought a male companion. Even when powerful suitors, admired by many, extended invitations, she would casually decline. If they pursued her too ardently, she would scold them fiercely. Consequently, in the elite circles of the capital, aside from a few wealthy suitors still persisting, most had sought companionship elsewhere. Fong Jiran believed that maintaining her integrity would reinforce her image as a strong, successful woman. Yet, this led many to assume she was undesirable. Whispers of her being unwanted circulated, and she, not one to suffer in silence, resolved to demonstrate that it wasn't her pride or preferences keeping her unattached, but rather that the suitors from the affluent circles of the capital simply did not appeal to her. Additionally, the recent relentless pursuit from the Liu family's Liu Qing had become increasingly vexatious. Thus, enlisting her beloved brother to play the role of boyfriend seemed a reasonable solution, at least to secure a moment of peace. Fong Jiran reached out, taking Fong Chen's hand, her soft touch akin to the finest silk, igniting a ticklish sensation within him. However, given that she was still his seventh sister, he had no grounds for refusal. Resigned, he sighed, "Fine, I'll agree." In an instant, a kiss left a mark on his left cheek, leaving him dazed. Fong Jiran giggled. "I knew my favorite brother wouldn't abandon his sister. Go wash up and change into something clean and handsome." Fong Chun touched the warm spot on his face, feeling a dryness in his throat as he nodded. Yet, he remained motionless, still reeling from the unexpected kiss. Fong Jiran teased, "What's wrong? Do you want your seventh sister to join you in the shower?" Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's face turned pale with fright, and he hastily waved his hands, escaping Fong Jiran's office. She stood there, momentarily stunned, watching his retreating figure. After a moment, she burst into soft laughter, her enchanting smile blooming on her exquisite face, causing her to sway with merriment. However, in this secluded space, no one else was around to witness such a captivating scene. Why does this little one's face appear so soft? She mused, lightly touching her own beautifully made-up features before turning to draw the curtains. What should I wear for the occasion? Fong Jiran's eyes scanned her wardrobe thoughtfully. Just then, Fong Chun, who had dashed out, returned abruptly. "Seventh sister, where's the bathroom?" he inquired. The office had a resting area, and since Fong Jiran often worked late, her wardrobe was stocked with personal garments. As he rushed in, he was met with the sight of an open wardrobe. Nosebleed. The ensuing scene is left to the imagination. Approximately an hour later, Fong Chun and Fong Jiran prepared to depart together. "By the way, seventh sister, where's fourth sister?" Fong Chun asked, gingerly touching his nose, still feeling the lingering discomfort from earlier. Fong Jiran giggled behind her hand. "What? Are you unhappy with your time spent with me? Are you eager to tell on me to fourth sister already?" Fong Chun chuckled. "How could I dare? Fourth sister isn't fond of the chaos of high society. She's resting at home after returning from the army. She's quite exhausted." Fong Chun nodded in understanding. As the only female guardian of the border, Fong Shiyin must bear immense pressure. After finally returning home, she deserved a good rest. Dressed in the tailored suit Fong Jiran had prepared, Fong Chun found it to be perfectly fitted and remarkably lightweight. The crisp white shirt accentuated his tall frame beautifully, making him appear quite handsome alongside Fong Jiran. Yet, her stunning beauty and enviable figure would make anyone feel inferior, even a young star walking beside her. As they exited the company, waiting for Xiao Bai to arrive with the car, many employees immediately recognized their esteemed president. Who is that? Why is he so close to President Fong? Some male employees grumbled, feeling a twinge of jealousy, aware that someone of Fong Jiran's caliber would never be interested in them. Meanwhile, a few female employees discreetly admired Fong Chun. The young man beside President Fong is rather handsome. Indeed, Fong Chen's appearance was already quite striking. Moreover, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. Adorned in the exquisite suit handpicked by Fong Jiran, Fong Chun exuded an ethereal elegance. His features, while not conventionally handsome, possessed a captivating charm that left a significant visual impact. Fong Jiran nodded in satisfaction, playfully exclaiming, "My brother is truly handsome. Come here for a hug, dear brother. I wonder which young lady will be fortunate enough to capture your heart in the future." Before Fong Chun could respond, a captivating fragrance enveloped him, rendering him momentarily breathless. Goodness, here comes the embrace attack again. Fong Chun was bewildered by Fong Jiran's sudden urge for a hug at the company entrance. At that moment, a chill ran down his spine, as if a pair of cold, predatory eyes were fixated on him. Instinctively shivering, he turned to investigate the source of the unsettling sensation. Outside the Tian-Ding group, a Bentley Bentayga was parked quietly by the roadside. Leaning against the car was a handsome man clad in a charcoal suit, accompanied by a bodyguard dressed in black, standing like a loyal shadow. The man's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fong Jiran, revealing him to be one of her suitors. Indeed, this man was Lu Chongqing, the eldest son of the Lu family, one of the four prominent families in the capital. No wonder Fong Jiran had suddenly initiated an inexplicable hug attack. Fong Chun had initially thought his sister was attempting to murder him. Sensing the alluring scent of femininity, he understood his role in the scenario. Fong Jiran playfully winked at him, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Lu Chongqing inhaled deeply, managing his facial expression. He was astute enough not to react impulsively. After all, he was being groomed as the primary heir of the Lu family for a reason. He approached slowly, saying, "Mr. Fong, my car is over there. Shall we leave together today?" Fong Jiran glanced up at him with indifference. "No need." Lu Chongqing was aware of the imminent rejection, yet he discreetly glanced at Fong Chun before feigning to just notice him. And who might this be? His understanding of Fong Jiran revealed that, despite her alluring exterior, she possessed a cold demeanor beneath the surface. Although she appeared approachable, a brief investigation would uncover that no man had been able to get within a meter of her in years. This was the very reason Lu Chongqing found himself captivated by her. She was unlike the superficial women he had encountered. Conquering such a woman would indeed be a rewarding challenge. All these years, there had been no rumors about Fong Jiran, so it was surprising for her to suddenly have a male companion, and their closeness seemed genuine rather than feigned. "This is my friend, whom I forgot to introduce," Fong Jiran said politely, her smile masking an air of aloofness that unsettled Lu Chongqing. The term friend carried a hint of coldness, making Lu Chongqing's heart sink. Fong Chun noted the deep animosity in Lu Chongqing's gaze and inwardly lamented, "I truly underestimated my sister's charm." This scion of a wealthy family was undoubtedly the object of desire for countless young women. Yet for Fong Jiran, he had become an annoying leech. Lu Chongqing's eyes narrowed as he observed Fong Chen's hand resting on Fong Jiran's waist, his eyelids twitching in irritation, wishing he could take a knife to Fong Chen's hand. He forced a smile, stating, "I've known Jiran for quite some time, yet I had no idea she had made a friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chun Fong," Fong Chun said, reaching out to shake Lu Chongqing's hand. Lu Chongqing's grip was firm, and a glint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. As a black belt in Taekwondo, his strength far surpassed that of the average person, and he was certain he could leave Fong Chun embarrassed. However, as Fong Chun felt the pressure from Lu Chongqing's grip, he looked at him with a bemused expression. He wanted to say, "Brother, have you not eaten?" Since he had initiated the handshake, Fong Chun decided to reciprocate without reservation, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The moment Fong Chun exerted his strength, Lu Chongqing froze, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Yesterday, he had been busy all day and owed 2 updates, which he promised to make up today. Expressing gratitude for the support, he intended to deliver 5 updates, and if they broke 100, he would add another chapter. If they reached 200 by midnight, he would provide a 10,000-word update the following day. Lu Chongqing felt as if his hand was on the verge of being crushed. His initial intention of witnessing Fong Chen's embarrassment had backfired. Instead, his own features contorted in discomfort, nearly causing him to cry out. Fong Chen's grip was akin to a vice, rendering him completely immobile. No matter how hard he struggled, Fong Chen's hold remained unyielding. In fact, upon witnessing Lu Chongqing's distress, Fong Chun gave a playful chuckle and gently shook his arm. Finally, after Lu Chongqing's hand began to creak under the pressure, Fong Chun gradually released his grip. A smile plastered across his face. "I sincerely apologize. I was a bit distracted earlier." 2 grown men shaking hands for so long surely requires some explanation, doesn't it? "After all, you initiated it," Fong Chun remarked, leaving Lu Chongqing with little room to retaliate. Lu Chongqing's face paled as he shot a dark glance at Fong Chun, forcing a strained smile. "Hee, your strength is indeed remarkable." Lu Chongqing coughed awkwardly, attempting to move past the incident. He cast a lingering look at Fong Jiran before saying, "Brother Chun, Ms. Fong, I shall take my leave." Having intended to assert dominance over Fong Chun, Lu Chongqing found himself at a loss instead. Observing Fong Jiran's disinterest in further conversation, he turned to depart, his retreat marked by a sense of defeat. Fong Chun watched Lu Chongqing's somewhat embarrassed figure, nearly bursting into laughter, especially when he noticed Lu Chongqing cautiously raising his right hand as he opened the car door, as if fearing it might hit him. Fong Chen was nearly in tears from laughter. Fong Jiran playfully pinched Fong Chen's waist. You're incorrigible, but well done." This fellow comes to the company to find me every day, and he often uses some pretext to do so. At one moment, there were talks of collaborating with Tianding, and at another, there was mention of inviting our real estate industry's new media planning team for promotion. I found myself compelled to step in, which was utterly tedious. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Chongqing. Unfortunately, the latter harbored deep feelings for Qi Jie, even resorting to family connections to pursue Fang Jiran, all in the name of partnership. What a pity that his Qi Jie showed him little interest. In fact, as Lu Chongqing continued his relentless pursuit, it only served to annoy her further. If Lu Chongqing were to discover Fang Jiran's true sentiments, he might very well be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Qi Jie, since you despise him so much, why does he persist in his relentless pursuit? Fang Jiran, with a smile in her beautiful eyes, glanced at Fang Chun and replied, "Do you think he is foolish? He must be aware of my attitude. That's why he has never confessed directly, and I feel too awkward to refuse outright. Moreover, this lad belongs to the Lu family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital." The 4 prominent families in the capital? Wasn't the Lin family S. Lin Shengxiao just mentioned by Qi Jie as someone to be avoided? While the Lu family was merely one of the 4 prominent families, it stood apart from the others due to its backing from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. You might not have heard of it, but the Sihai Chamber is not just a single enterprise. Xiao Bai, who was delayed in picking up the car, had yet to arrive, allowing Fang Jiran the opportunity to briefly introduce Fang Chun to the major powers in the capital. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Fang Chun echoed the name thoughtfully. It is an association formed by 4 extraordinary business magnates. Although individually, their scale might not surpass that of Tianding Group. These 4 companies had previously agreed to unite and quickly seize the northern market, thereby establishing the Sihai Chamber and rising to prominence in the northern business realm. Afterwards, the emerging forces, aside from the internet and real estate, had to survive under the influence of the Sihai Chamber. With this explanation, you should have a grasp of the Sihai Chamber's formidable power, right? As Fang Jiran concluded, Fang Chun wore a contemplative expression. Although Qi Jie's explanation was straightforward and her tone quite calm, he could still discern a hint of wariness in her words. Clearly, the influence of the Sihai Chamber surpassed that of Tianding. This was understandable, as Tianding was merely a group focused on the real estate industry, whereas a chamber of commerce could encompass a vast array of businesses. It was evident that in terms of connections and the underlying power, they would far surpass Tianding, which specialized solely in real estate. Even so, Qi Jie implied that Tianding was comparable to any of the individual firms that made up the Sihai Chamber, thus indicating Tianding's top-tier status within the realm of China South real estate industry. Relying solely on a single industry chain to rival a long-established chamber of commerce was quite impressive. Fang Chun, ever the curious soul, mused, if the Sihai Chamber is so formidable, why do they engage with the Lu family, which is merely one of the prominent families? Indeed, although Fang Chen's current status did not allow him to disregard the prominent families, he understood that typical prominent families had assets barely surpassing several hundred million, with the majority merely waiting for property appreciation. If Tianding were to disregard the company's market value and only consider its properties, Fang Jiran would be comparable to a super-rich individual like Principal Wang. Yet even so, Qi Jie held a profound respect for the Sihai Chamber, hinting at its terrifying depth. Therefore, it was quite astonishing that a small family could rely on such a significant entity. This involves a web of complex interests that cannot be easily explained in a short time. However, you will eventually come to understand it. Although Tianding Group does not engage with the Sihai Chamber, it does not mean that the clothing company under Fang Chun's leadership will not interact with the Sihai Chamber. Fang Chun will have numerous opportunities to engage at this level in the future. Fang Jiran need not divulge everything at once. If she did, it might take 3 days and nights to explain, leaving Fang Chun utterly bewildered. Just then, Fang Jiran's Rolls-Royce arrived. The 2 of them got into the car and headed towards the banquet venue, with Xiao Bai once again assuming the role of driver. Many vehicles entered a resplendent building. Tian Qi Ming Yue. Fang Chun was slightly taken aback. He had only seen this place in newspapers, having heard it was a notorious den of indulgence in the capital. A single dish could cost an ordinary person's salary for half a month. Moreover, the requirements for reserving a table were exceedingly stringent. One had to meet a certain asset threshold to qualify for membership. Only by becoming a member could one dine there. This place was a holy ground where countless socialites clamored to take photos and flaunt their presence on social media. Some might boast about visiting once for years to come. Brothers, if you enjoy this book, please lend your support. Seven Sisters is like a flower about to bloom, and it requires your encouragement to flourish. As the car came to a stop, Fong Jiran turned to Fong Chun and said, Qi Jie has to rehearse her speech, and she'll be addressing the audience as the representative of a star enterprise. If you find it boring to stay in the car, you can step out for a stroll. With that, Fong Jiran retrieved a thick stack of documents from a briefcase, filled with data that made Fong Chen's head spin. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Qi Jie was far more dedicated than he had anticipated. Staying in the car would only distract her. With that thought, Fong Chen opened the car door. Qi Jie, I'll go for a stroll then. The banquet was set to begin at 8:30, and it was still not yet 7 o'clock. Stepping out of the car, he walked toward the opulent building, exclaiming in awe, So this is Tianci Mingyu. Hey, young Master Fong, what a coincidence. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Fong Chen instinctively turned to look and found it was Wang Jinda. What a coincidence. What brings you here? Wang Jinda scratched the back of his head sheepishly and replied, I spent some money to buy an invitation. I thought I might encounter some influential figures and see if I could strike it lucky for a chance at success. After his family's relocation, Wang Jinda opened a jewelry store. While business was mediocre, he managed to get by. Given his current status, he truly lacked the qualifications to attend such an upscale social event without leveraging some connections. Fong Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Jinda forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. After assisting Fong Chen in dealing with those two members of the Black Dragon Society, the relationship between Wang Jinda and Fong Chen had notably improved, allowing them to exchange a few words upon meeting. Today, at this banquet, Wang Jinda had a clear objective. He sought to align himself with influential figures. Even if Fong Xiaoye were to mingle among the second-generation elite, he would undoubtedly be among the most distinguished, given Fong Jiran's influence in the capital. Fong Chun possessed such stature. However, the industries related to Tianding had no connection to Wang Jinda's business, and he could hardly force Fong Chen into a relationship with him. Wang Jinda wore a hesitant expression, as if he struggled to find the right words. Fong Chen, perceiving his unease, directly inquired, What is it? Wang Jinda scratched his head and said, Well, could I trouble you with something? Once you enter, could you introduce me to a few big names from the second-generation circle? Second-generation circle? What is that? Fong Chen was utterly bewildered. It was the first time he had heard such a term. How could he introduce anyone to Wang Jinda? Wang Jinda noticed Fong Chen's genuine confusion and was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Fong Xiaoye was not well acquainted with the second-generation elite in the capital? It seemed plausible. Given Fong Xiaoye's standing, even the so-called wealthy heirs of the capital would likely show deference, addressing him with utmost respect. The lofty second-generation elite, whom ordinary folks viewed with awe, might not even garner Fong Xiaoye's interest. Realizing this, Wang Jinda felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, Fong Chen was at a loss, thinking, You seek my assistance yet speak in half-truths. What exactly is this second-generation circle? Wang Jinda, seeing Fong Chen's gaze still upon him, chuckled awkwardly. I assumed you were familiar with those in the second-generation circle. I had hoped you would help me get to know a few big shots. Fong Chen instinctively asked, Could you first explain what the second-generation circle is? Upon hearing this, Wang Jinda felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, unable to comprehend. Who was Fong Chen? He was the brother of Fong Jiran, the esteemed CEO of Tianding. How could he be unaware of the second-generation elite in the capital? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jinda suddenly slapped his forehead as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. It made sense. Fong Xiaoye's stature likely exceeded his assumptions. It was entirely normal for him not to be familiar with or involved in the circles of these wealthy heirs. He had underestimated Fong Chen. Wang Jinda, seeing Fong Chen's willingness to assist, promptly explained, the second-generation circle in the capital consists of the offspring of various business associations, companies, and conglomerates. They aren't merely idle wealthy heirs. Their parents hold considerable influence. I thought you were one of them. It seems I, Wang Jinda, have been short-sighted, but indeed, your standing is not something these typical wealthy heirs can compare with. I presume you aren't particularly fond of mingling with them. Wealthy heirs? Fong Chen was taken aback. How could I possibly be considered one? I've only recently signed in with Sister Chi, and Haven T mingled with the upper class at all. How could I possibly infiltrate this so-called second-generation circle? Wang Jinda's notion of Fang Chen's lofty status was entirely misplaced, but Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to clarify. Just then, Fang Chen received a friend request on WeChat. The verification message read, "The madman with a Pagani." Fang Chen's mouth twitched upon reading this. Who was this person? A glance at the profile picture revealed a strikingly handsome young man leaning against a flashy supercar, presumably a Pagani. With little knowledge of supercars, Fang Chen instinctively accepted the request. At the venue of Tianxi Mingyue, a stylish young man clad in trendy attire stared at the notification in disbelief. Wow, it was accepted in a second. A group of similarly affluent individuals gathered around him. Brother Tang truly has connections. He even managed to get Fang Xiaoye's WeChat. Brother Tang was the madman with the Pagani. They were all prominent figures within the second-generation elite of the capital. Until yesterday, they had barely heard of Fang Jiran's younger brother until Fang Chen made headlines. This news, while trivial to the average citizen, was monumental for the wealthy heirs. They were eager to confront Lin Jia's young master in the high-stakes shopping district of Saipan. And the mere thought of Lin Shengxiao being unable to retaliate spoke volumes of their power and resources. Through simple investigations, they learned of Fang Chen's identity, Fang Jiran's brother. The revelation sent shockwaves through the second-generation elite of the capital. Fang Jiran was a star in the business community, a leading figure in the real estate sector in all of Huaxia. Fang Jiran's brother, born with a silver spoon, was undoubtedly a king among them. Everyone desired to make his acquaintance. However, Fang Xiaoye had maintained a low profile, and even with their extensive connections, they had been unable to find his contact information. Only Brother Tang managed to acquire Fang Chen's WeChat, and he had quickly accepted. Brother Tang, gripping a pool cue, felt his hand tremble slightly. At home, his father would constantly berate him for his lack of ambition and the company he kept. If he could befriend Fang Xiaoye, it would establish a connection with Fang Jiran, undoubtedly benefiting his family's business. Fang Xiaoye, I am Tang Guangliang from the Tang family. Will you be attending tonight's banquet? Meanwhile, Fang Chen's phone vibrated again. Upon seeing the message, he paused. Tang Guangliang? Fang Chen did not know who he was, but Wang Jinda's eyes lit up with recognition. He knew exactly who Tang Guangliang was, a significant figure among the second-generation elite of the capital. Wang Jinda swallowed hard, filled with awe. Fang Chen's conversation with Guangliang was not hidden from him. He observed the respectful demeanor of the Tang family heir. Wang Jinda was well aware of Tang Guangliang's notorious reputation for arrogance, relying on his family's influence. Yet here he was, displaying remarkable respect. It was evident that Fang Chen surpassed him in stature. Is this what you call the second-generation circle? Fang Chen was somewhat astonished. It was uncanny how quickly things had unfolded. Hello, he said, glancing at the eager Wang Jinda, smiling slightly as he replied to Tang Guangliang. Within half a minute, Fang Chen's phone vibrated once more. Young Master Fang, I wonder if you might be interested in my Tang family business? The entirety of the second-generation circle in the capital is quite eager to make your acquaintance. Make your acquaintance? Fang Chen glanced at Tang Jiaming's message and absent-mindedly touched his nose. Indeed, we have our own group, of which I happen to be the administrator. If you do not mind, I can add you to the group. Oh, very well, Fang Chen replied, and in less than 10 seconds, he found himself added to a chat group. The nicknames within the group seemed to uniformly reflect titles, such as Young Master of the Company or Second Young Master. Fang Chen even suspected he had entered a pyramid scheme. Is this truly the second-generation circle? These individuals seem utterly oblivious to the concept of discrete wealth. Chapter 54. Joining the group, as Fang Chen entered the chat, the entire second-generation circle erupted in excitement. After all, Tang Guangliang had specifically crafted a welcoming message. This is Fang Jiran, the younger brother of the female CEO Fang Chen. Immediately, the chat exploded with fervor. Wow, young Master Fang actually agreed to join our group chat. Oh, my young Master Fang, greetings. My family specializes in interior decoration. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? Young Master Fang, do you have any thoughts on the streaming industry? Tang Guangliang cast a glance at the rapidly refreshing count of 99 messages in the group, his expression turning sour. You all, do not embarrass yourselves too much. If young Master Fang is frightened away by your antics, it would be a tremendous loss. The second-generation members around him promptly quieted down. Welcome, young Master Fang. Welcome. Young Master Fong. Group Master, please send a red envelope. Tang Guangliang observed as the group's atmosphere grew lively with Fong Chen's arrival. He did not refuse. A small red envelope was hardly a burden. He sent out 10 in quick succession without batting an eye. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Fong Chen's phone vibrated incessantly. The enthusiasm within this second-generation circle was overwhelming. Since joining, he had received no fewer than 15 friend requests from strangers. He felt compelled to adjust his privacy settings. Fong Chen glanced at his phone screen. Bemused, these individuals are quite exaggerated, aren't they? Even though he had overestimated the influence of the so-called younger brother of Fong Jiran, it seemed he had still underestimated the impact of his sister. The wealthy second-generation members displayed an eagerness that was almost comical, akin to famished wolves that had never encountered such social circles before. As Tang Guangliang sent out a few red envelopes, Fong Chun joined in the fun. Young Master Fong is interacting with us. How approachable. We must share a few drinks with young Master Fong at tonight's banquet. No problem, Fong Chun replied succinctly. Vang Yinde, watching eagerly from the side, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Young Master Fong, could you assist me in finding someone influential in the jewelry or gold shop industry? Upon hearing this, Fong Chun promptly sent a message in the group. Dear friends, is anyone involved in the gold shop business? I am inquiring on behalf of a friend. Young Master Fong, please message me privately. Before long, a group member named I bought a 24K gold Maserati last year sent a friend request to Fong Chun. Wow, I can't believe I've managed to add young Master Fong as a friend. I'm envious. Why isn't my family in the gold business? A chorus of lamentations filled the group, as if missing the chance to befriend Fong Chun was akin to losing a fortune. Fong Chun chuckled silently and sent a meme. The members of this group were rather amusing. They were certainly not the arrogant, haughty elites he had imagined. Instead, they were quite approachable, even somewhat silly. It was rather entertaining. Fong Chun accepted the request from I bought a 24K gold Maserati last year. Young Master Fong, I am Lon Baichong. My family owns 15 gold shops and is involved in some basic gold development. I wonder if you need anything? A friend needed assistance, and Fong Chun forwarded the information. He then promptly connected Wang Jinda with this individual, as Wang Jinda had previously assisted him in resolving an issue with a robber from the Black Dragon Society. Before departing, Fong Chen also saved the latter's contact information. The person you're looking for should be quite reliable, he remarked, tucking his phone into his pocket. Vang Yinde, upon seeing the name Lon Baichong on his WeChat contact card, was filled with excitement. Fong Chun may not have understood the significance of this individual, but Wang Jinda was well aware that Lon Baichong was a prominent figure in the gold industry of the capital. His family had been involved in this business for generations and was considered an authority in the jewelry sector. If he could collaborate with Lon Baichong, his ascent would be imminent. However, Wang Jinda's excitement gradually faded. He realized he had been overly pleased with himself. He should not forget who had introduced him to Lon Baichong from the second-generation circle. As the saying goes, one should never forget the source of their water. Young Master Fong, I am deeply grateful. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, Wang Jinda said with utmost respect. Fong Chun felt little in return. It was merely a small favor, and he was perplexed by Wang Jinda's excessive gratitude. After all, it was Tang Guangliang who had added him as a friend and included him in this group. It was simply a matter of sending a message to help find someone. There was no need for such formalities. All right, I did nothing worthy of thanks. You can express your gratitude once you truly secure an influential connection, Fong Chun replied casually, speaking as if to a friend. This unpretentious demeanor brought Wang Jinda to the verge of tears. He had considered leveraging relationships to connect with the elite of the second-generation circle, but upon actual engagement, he found that those affluent heirs held him in disdain. Wang Jinda could approach them, yet they would hardly acknowledge his presence. The notion of fostering connections or expanding one's network felt utterly unattainable, as they belonged to entirely different worlds. Individuals like Wang Jinda, a typical second-generation descendant, numbered in the thousands throughout the capital. If everyone could ascend to the upper echelons of wealth merely by virtue of their familial connections, the second-generation circle would lose all its exclusivity. However, Fong Chen's introduction into this circle stemmed from a chance encounter following a car accident, during which Wang Jinda had inadvertently offended him. After all, who would have guessed that the individual clad in a light blue delivery uniform was, in fact, the younger brother of Fong Jiran. The first impression he left on Fong Chun was far from favorable. Yet, this seemingly insignificant favor he had done for Fong Chun had led to unexpected connections. To think that Fong Chun could openly acknowledge the term friend in reference to someone signifies profound implications. It suggests that from the very beginning, Fong Chun bore no grudge against him, nor did he harbor any resentment. Moreover, it is clear that Fong Chun never intended to bully or belittle Wang Jinda. In contrast to those self-proclaimed elites of the second generation, Fong Chun exemplifies true humility. He not only experiences life by delivering takeout, but also remains unflappable and broad-minded. This is the essence of a genuine top-tier scion. Such is the demeanor of the offspring of affluent families. Wang Jinda felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration for Fong Chun, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. Today, thanks to Fong Chun's introduction, it is likely that Lan Baichong would not adopt a cold, aloof demeanor, considering the influence of young Master Fong. As the messages continued to flow on his phone, upon hearing that he was a friend of young Master Fong, Lan Baichong immediately paid close attention, engaging in an enthusiastic conversation with Wang Jinda. It seemed they were already planning to visit for an on-site inspection in a couple of days to discuss potential collaboration. Unbeknownst to them, Fong Chun and Wang Jinda had already arrived at the entrance of the Tianci Mingyu venue. Young Master Fong, shall we proceed inside now? Fong Chun waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm waiting for someone. Wang Jinda nodded, understanding implicitly who Fong Chun was waiting for, none other than Fong Jiran, the president of Tianding Group. Consequently, he too was not in a rush to enter. The venue was sparsely populated, and, given his limited interactions in high society, he hardly recognized anyone. Even if he entered, it would merely be to find a place to sit and pass the time until the banquet commenced. Wang Jinda offered Fong Chun a cigarette, which the latter instinctively accepted. Though Fong Chun rarely smoked, it did not imply he was averse to it. As the saying goes, a man who does not smoke or drink might as well be a dog. In social settings, smoking to forge connections is quite commonplace. Fong Chun and Wang Jinda squatted by the roadside like two ruffians, exhaling puffs of smoke. At that moment, a Lamborghini Huracan sped down the adjacent road, its speed alarming. It appeared poised to brush past Fong Chun and Wang Jinda without any hint of slowing down. Fong Chun had already noticed the vehicle, furrowing his brow. He quickly got up and pulled Wang Jinda, who was distracted by his phone, to safety. The screeching sound of tires echoed as the Lamborghini abruptly halted by the roadside, and a man in formal attire emerged. With slicked-back black hair, he cast a disdainful glance at the two, accompanied by a mocking smirk. Wang Jinda's temper flared instantaneously. Do you even know how to drive? A Lamborghini Huracan, within the context of the evening's gathering of affluent second-generation individuals, was certainly considered a lower-tier vehicle. Wang Jinda himself owned a Ferrari, which was priced similarly to the Huracan. The audacity of this young man flaunting such a car infuriated Wang Jinda. Moreover, who was beside him? This was Fong Jiran's younger brother, Fong Chun, young Master Fong. In the upper echelons of society in the capital, one generally seeks to please him. To provoke young Master Fong is akin to courting disaster. The young man with slick-back hair, exuding a sense of arrogance, retorted, "You must be blind. How can you blame me?" Fong Chun raised an eyebrow, recognizing the absurdity of the statement. He was not one to instigate trouble, but he certainly would not tolerate it. "Two security guards dare to lecture me on driving?" The young man scoffed. "Who told you I was a security guard?" Fong Chun looked at him, puzzled. As the Lamborghini came to a stop, the security personnel, who had been waiting at Tianci Mingyu, promptly approached. "Sir, allow me to park your car." Fong Chun's expression shifted to one of confusion as he noticed the security guard's uniform closely resembled his own attire, save for a name tag hanging around their necks. Little did he know, his outfit had been carefully selected by Fong Jiran, and its extravagant cost was staggering, lending it a remarkable lightness. However, it seemed he had unwittingly matched the guard's attire for the evening. No wonder the young man mistook him for a security guard. "Hey, your security staff sure has a lot of personality." The slick-haired man clearly had no intention of letting Fong Chun off the hook. He was in a foul mood and looking for someone to take it out on. He approached with an accusatory tone. The security team leader paused momentarily, glancing at Fong Chun and Wang Jinda, uncertain if Wang Jinda was indeed a security personnel. However, Fong Chun's outfit was indistinguishable from theirs. making it hard to believe he was not part of their team. This young man, was he truly so oblivious? Not daring to offend the arrogant youth. The security team leader, noticing the latter's unyielding demeanor, decided to confront Fong Chun instead. Hey, which team are you from? Do you not recognize this is young Master Chun Yaodong of Hua, May Entertainment Media? I demand you apologize to young Master Chun immediately, or you may as well resign. The individual referred to as young Master Chun Yaodong displayed an air of superiority, smirking coldly at the mere security guard who dared to challenge him. Damn it, I happen to be in a bad mood today. I'll take it out on you. Do you see this? There is a vast difference between us. One careless word from me could cost you your job. As a second-generation wealthy heir, I am not someone a mere security guard can afford to offend. Upon hearing these words, Fong Chun's expression twitched. Had this individual truly mistaken him for one of their ranks? Huh, a mere security guard dares to act tough in front of me? I wonder who gave you the audacity. Liang Jingru? Young Master Chun Yaodong pointed a finger at Fong Chun. Sneering, Wang Jinda immediately retorted, "It was you who drove without looking." Slap. Chun Yaodong, confident in the belief that Fong Chun and Wang Jinda were mere laborers, swiftly struck Wang Jinda across the face, causing him to stagger. Apologize to young Master Chun, or you too won't be entering the venue today. The security team leader hastily supported Chun Yaodong, eager to defuse the situation. Fong Chun's gaze turned icy at the thought of having been struck. You think you can make us apologize? He stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Chun Yaodong, his voice low and resolute. You won't be leaving today, I assure you. With that, Fong Chun cast a penetrating glance at the young man. Chun Yaodong was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a thunderous laughter. What did I just hear? A mere security guard dares to tell me not to leave? Pray tell, how do you propose I stay? Fong Chun cast a casual glance in his direction and promptly sent a message in the second-generation circle group. Does anyone know Chun Yaodong? I need a few people to help me show off. The moment the message was sent, the group was abuzz with activity. What's going on? ISN T. Chun Yaodong, the son of a shareholder from Huamei Entertainment Media? Did this brat offend young Master Fong? Young Master Fong, I'm heading to the entrance of Tianxi Mingwei. A mere son of a Huamei Entertainment shareholder dares to provoke young Master Fong? He is clearly courting disaster. Young Master Fong, please wait, I'll be there in 2 minutes. Tang Guangliang, the group leader, noticed that young Master Fong had seemingly had a conflict with Chun Yaodong. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been longing for an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Fong Chun. Just when he thought he was out of luck, fortune smiled upon him, and he promptly drove out in his Pagani. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Chun Yaodong cast a disdainful glance at Fong Chun and his companion. Don't waste too much of my time. I'm curious to see what kind of impressive figures a mere security guard can summon. The crimson handprint on Wang Jinda's face still lingered, making him appear rather pathetic. Fong Chen's gaze turned icy. He had no qualms about shattering the so-called superiority of this troublemaker. Just wait and see, Fong Chen remarked nonchalantly. Chun Yaodong sneered, thinking, a mere doorkeeper dares to speak to me in such a manner? He is asking for trouble. He was eager to see what this security guard was relying on to act so brazenly in front of him. Although there were indeed many formidable individuals at the venue, the security guard, who had never encountered high society, was definitely not one of them. Just then, an ear-splitting roar of sports cars echoed from a distance. The ground trembled as a fleet of flashy supercars appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The sounds of high displacement, naturally aspirated engines reverberated through the air. The head of the security team's expression shifted slightly. Why are all these wealthy young masters gathering here? He quickly reached for his walkie-talkie, intending to call in a few security guards to assist with parking. They are here at my invitation, Fong Chun said, glancing at the head of the security team, signaling him not to act rashly. The security head was momentarily stunned. What? This group of wealthy young masters was summoned by this kid? He stared in disbelief. Do you even know whose Pagani that is? How dare you claim that these rich kids were called by you? That Pagani belonged to Tang Guangliang, a prominent figure in the second-generation circle of the capital. You're really living in a fantasy world. Do you think Tang's car is here to support you? Chun Yaodong mocked, scoffing at the absurdity of the security guard's claims. Fong Chen shot Chun Yaodong a meaningful glance. At that moment, the doors of the supercars swung open, and a group of stylishly dressed second-generation elites disembarked. Chun Yaodong recognized many of them and hurriedly approached, eager to greet these influential figures of the capital's elite society. Brother Bai, Brother Tang, Brother Qian, what a coincidence. As the scene unfolded, a young man clad in trendy attire exited from the Pagani. He was strikingly handsome, sporting a wine-red buzz cut that exuded a strong personality. The others who emerged from the supercars seemed to rally around him, acknowledging him as their leader. Fang Chun regarded the buzz-cut youth, easily surmising that he was none other than Tang Guangliang, the mastermind behind a WeChat group and a notable figure in the capital's second-generation circle. As Chun Yaodong approached, Tang Guangliang cast a cold glare in his direction. I see you're not keen on maintaining your standing. What? The chilling word struck Chun Yaodong like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had no conflict with Tang Guangliang, so why was he being confronted with such hostility? Had he inadvertently offended him in some way? Seeing Chun Yaodong still wearing a bewildered expression, Tang Guangliang grew impatient. With a wave of his hand, he summoned two sturdy young men, their muscular physiques indicating their regular presence in the gym. They stood before Chun Yaodong like a wall, effectively blocking his escape. Chun Yaodong swallowed hard, perplexed. What is going on? I merely came to say hello. How could that offend anyone? Tang Guangliang was oblivious to Chun Yaodong's internal turmoil. He only knew that this brat had offended young Master Fang. Do you think your identity as the son of a Huamei Entertainment shareholder is something to boast about? And no, not all. Chun Yaodong instinctively took a step back. The pressure emanating from Tang Guangliang was suffocating, especially under the cold stares of the two imposing figures beside him. Chun Yaodong felt an uncharacteristic pang of anxiety. He was desperately racking his brain, trying to recall when he might have crossed paths with this towering figure of the second-generation elite. The sudden confrontation from Tang Guangliang caught him completely off guard. Chun Yaodong had no idea he had offended the leader of the second-generation group. In his eyes, Fang Chun was merely a background-less youth clad in a plain security uniform, lacking any distinctive qualities, save for a hint of handsomeness. Could someone so ordinary summon the likes of Tang Guangliang to back him up? It was unfathomable. Do you think you can wield power just because you're dressed well? Tang Guangliang pressed forward, his icy gaze fixed on Chun Yaodong. This fool dared to offend young Master Fang, who was a paragon of the elite society in the capital. Casting him into the circle of the elite was akin to a dimensional reduction strike. Anyone present, in terms of status and worth, could not even begin to compare to Master Fang, who was but a mere fraction of his standing. It is worth noting that Master Fang, known for his lavish spending, had once purchased an entire jewelry store simply due to a minor dispute, and that too in the prestigious Saipan International Shopping Center, a locale where every inch is invaluable. Such extravagant gestures are beyond the reach of any second-generation heir present. Moreover, he had humiliated the eldest scion of the Lin family, one of the four prominent families of the capital, who dared not utter a word in retaliation. Who else could achieve such a feat? You, Chun Yaodong, are nothing but the son of a shareholder in a mediocre entertainment company. Even if your father were to arrive, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Master Fang, but would instead respectfully address him as such. How could you, Chun Yaodong, provoke Master Fang without courting disaster? Overwhelmed by the predatory gazes of the assembled elite, Chun Yaodong felt an overwhelming urge to collapse. He had never encountered such a tense atmosphere. He seemed to have unwittingly stirred up trouble. The crux being that he was entirely oblivious to how he had offended Tang Guangliang, a top heir in the elite circle. His knees weakened, and he nearly fell to the ground, his lips trembling. Mr. Tang, I believe I have not wronged you. Upon hearing this, Tang Guangliang let out a cold laugh, his presence growing more formidable. Indeed, you have not offended me, he remarked. Chun Yaodong's heart, which had risen to his throat, constricted violently, and he was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Tang Guangliang continued. However, the person you have offended is someone even I cannot provoke. These words struck Chun Yaodong as if he'd been struck by lightning. What kind of terrifying identity and background did this individual possess? If even Tang Guangliang deemed him untouchable, when had he offended such a personage? His face reflected sheer horror. Tang Guangliang ignored him and strode directly towards Fang Chun, drawing the attention of the entire gathering. Earlier, while driving, Tang Guangliang had already noticed this direction. Apart from Chun Yaodong, only Wang Jinda and Fang Chun stood there, the latter being one of the two. Chun Yaodong's mouth fell agape, muttering in disbelief, "No way." His expression was one of incredulity. Could it be that this security guard truly summoned Tang Guangliang and his entourage? But how could that be possible? Perceiving Chun Yaodong's confounded demeanor, even Fong Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. The security captain who had previously reprimanded Fong Chun was now equally astonished. At that moment, Fong Chun basked in the attention of the crowd, radiating an aura of superiority. Every individual possesses a modicum of vanity, and Fong Chun, a youthful man recently provoked by Chun Yaodong, was no exception. With the situation now turned in his favor, an inexplicable sense of superiority surged within him. However, Fong Chun would not stoop to retaliate directly against Chun Yaodong. That would signify a lack of stature. It was essential that Tang Guangliang speak first to elevate his own standing. To confront Chun Yaodong directly would diminish his own status, while allowing others to do so would lend him an air of sophistication. Fong Chun felt akin to a protagonist in a novel, enveloped by an invisible halo. Feigning grandeur is like a breeze ever at my side. Yet the narrative did not unfold as Fong Chun anticipated. It often favored unexpected twists. Just then, Tang Guangliang bypassed Fong Chun and approached the front, where his voice, filled with respect, rang out, "Master Fong, I hope I am not late." Fong Chun turned, bewildered, internally chastising. "Master Fong is right before you. Whom do you address?" Behind him, Tang Guangliang stood before the equally bewildered Wang Jinda, bowing respectfully and extending his hand. Witnessing this scene, Fong Chen's expression darkened. What the devil? He was the one who had summoned them, after all. "Master Fong, this Chun Yaodong can be dealt with as you see fit," Tang Guangliang continued. Chun Yaodong, standing a short distance away, was filled with regret and shock. This individual was the infamous Master Fong? Tales of Fong Chun's extravagant exploits had spread throughout the elite circles of the capital. Until now, he had been unaware that Fong Jiuran had a brother. Having witnessed the latter's deeds firsthand, the wealthy heirs present were all in awe of Master Fong. To purchase an entire jewelry store merely to humiliate a scion of a prominent family. How extravagant. Chun Yaodong's complexion turned pale, his lips trembling incessantly. This person is actually Master Fong. The realization that he had just slapped Master Fong in the face filled him with a desire to vanish on the spot. This was a grave misstep. As Tang Guangliang had pointed out, offending him might still allow for some leverage through his father's connections. But to offend the brother of the president of Tianding Group? In the capital, no one would come to his aid. At that moment, Wang Jinda, bemused, remarked, "Mr. Tang, you seem mistaken. This is Fong Chun, Master Fong." With that, Wang Jinda gestured towards the now darkly scowling Fong Chun. His voice was not low, and the atmosphere, already tense, amplified his words, resonating in every ear present. "This security guard is actually Master Fong?" The crowd fell into a state of utter bewilderment. Achieving my small goal now seems impossible, but let us still enjoy ourselves tonight. Brothers, do take care with the dropping temperatures in the north. Chapter 57. A lesson. The crowd was in a state of shock. Wang Jinda was stunned. Tang Guangliang was bewildered. Chun Yaodong was baffled. All the wealthy heirs were equally perplexed. Naturally, as the focal point of attention, Fong Chun wore a face of dark frustration. Tang Guangliang looked at him with confusion. Is this truly Master Fong? He scrutinized Fong Chun, admitting to himself that the young man before him did not quite fit the bill. Aside from being somewhat handsome, there was nothing particularly striking about him. Moreover, the outfit he wore seemed familiar. Was it not the standard uniform of all security personnel at today, as Tianzi Mingyu event? Had Master Fong taken a job as a security guard? Was he experiencing life firsthand? However, the next moment, a realization struck Tang Guangliang, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Of course, this must be Master Fong. Do not forget that the members of the second-generation elite in the capital are well aware of Fong Chen's remarkable feat at the Saipan International Center, where he publicly humiliated Lin Shengxiao. They are also fully cognizant of the underlying reasons for this incident. The primary cause was Fong Chen's initial choice of attire, a takeout delivery uniform, which led Lin Shengxiao to dismiss him as inconsequential from the outset. This misjudgment resulted in Lin Shengxiao's repeated provocations, ultimately culminating in a grave mistake, as he was forcibly acquired by Fong Jiuran, who left him utterly speechless. Young Master Fong relishes the thrill of life. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Fong Chun is now clad in security attire. Were he to be privy to the inner turmoil of others, he might be incensed. How dare one masquerade as a security guard at such a formal gathering? This outfit has been meticulously prepared by my sister. It would be absurd to inadvertently match the attire of the security personnel tonight. Ahem, young Master Fong, my sincerest apologies. Your distinguished aura was so well concealed that I failed to recognize you at once. As he spoke, Tang Guangliang awkwardly extended his right hand toward Fong Chun. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Fong Chun shook his hand, and to alleviate the palpable awkwardness, Tang Jiming swiftly redirected the conversation. Young Master Fong, regarding that Chen Yaodong fellow, he has offended you today. What do you think? Tang Guangliang's demeanor was earnest, clearly indicating his willingness to heed Fong Chun's wishes, perhaps anticipating that the latter might desire them to give Chen Yaodong a lesson. It seemed likely that these affluent individuals, who usually prided themselves on their status, would, in a moment of passion, behave like street thugs, mercilessly pinning Chen Yaodong down. Fong Chun cast a dismissive glance at the trembling Chen Yaodong nearby, recognizing that, for the latter, it mattered little who young Master Fong was. The crux was that he had indeed provoked Fong Chun today. Should Fong Chun decide to retaliate, even 10 lives would not suffice to appease him. Chen Yaodong was on the verge of soiling himself under Fong Chun's frigid gaze. He felt as if the Grim Reaper were looming ominously above him. Young Master Fong, I am truly sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I was foolishly reckless. I should not have underestimated you, nor should I have driven carelessly. Observing Chen Yaodong's pitiful demeanor, Fong Chun felt no sympathy. Such individuals are hardly deserving of it. Had he not crossed paths with Fong Chen today, he would likely continue driving recklessly, indifferent to the lives of others, especially considering the poor visibility of sports cars. One can never ascertain whether they can react in time during emergencies. Moreover, given Chen Yaodong's attitude, had the person he confronted today not been Fong Chun, it is likely he would have arrogantly thrown a substantial sum of money at the situation and departed without a care. Such behavior should not be tolerated by Fong Chun. Fong Chun then remarked coolly, if apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Had you nearly struck not me, but a child, an elderly person, or an ordinary individual without connections, would you still refuse to apologize? Would you persist in your arrogance? By the end of his statement, an imposing aura emanated from Fong Chun. Chen Yaodong trembled, rendered speechless by anxiety. Indeed, as Fong Chun articulated, had the circumstances been different, even if Chen Yaodong were at fault, he would never voluntarily bow his head in apology. Perhaps you should revoke your driver's license. As a road menace, it would be prudent to limit your interactions with automobiles, Fong Chun asserted, casting a glance at Wang Jinda. He struck you. Handle it as you see fit. Fong Chun nodded slightly at Wang Jinda, who immediately understood and began to roll up his sleeves. Chen Yaodong, now a grown man, had struck hard. Even now, the imprint of the slap on Wang Jinda's face had yet to fade. With resentment brewing within him, and with Fong Chun backing him, Wang Jinda was not about to let this matter slide easily. He was not so magnanimous. With 3 resounding slaps echoing through the air, each struck Chen Yaodong's face with fervor. Wang Jinda's pent-up frustrations seemed to pour forth with each blow. How exhilarating! In ordinary circumstances, he would not have had the opportunity to associate with someone of Tang Guangliang's stature, let alone someone like Chen Yaodong. They would not have regarded him, and any potential conflict would have resulted in Wang Jinda swallowing his pride. He understood that he could not afford to provoke those with powerful connections. Yet today, emboldened by Fong Chen's support, he relished the chance to assert himself. Fong Chen glanced at Chen Yaodong, whose lips were now stained with blood, and then averted his gaze, uninterested in further squabbling with such a person. Young Master Fong, I suppose our business here is concluded? We shall head in first. We will see you at the banquet, Tang Guangliang suggested, eager to avoid further complications. Fong Chen nodded, but suddenly seeming to recall something, he halted Tang Guangliang. Oh, by the way, does anyone know the young master of the Liu family? The Liu family? Liu Changqing? Tang Guangliang responded, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the name, an expression of wariness flitted across his face. Observing this reaction, Fong Chan silently reassessed Liu Changqing, realizing he had underestimated the depth of these well-established families. Previously, after easily dismissing Lin Xingxiao, Fong Chun thought the elite families of the capital were rather unremarkable. However, considering that even his sister was apprehensive about crossing Lu Chongqing. It was evident that the Lu family was indeed formidable. Is it possible that young Master Fong has a grievance with Lu Chongqing? Tang Guangliang inquired, visibly puzzled. In theory, the offspring of such esteemed families would rank above their circle of second-generation elites. Yet, Fong Chen's background was evidently more impressive. They wondered if some foolhardy scion had dared to offend Fong Chun. No worries, just a casual inquiry. Tonight at the banquet, I shall play the role of my sister's boyfriend. Please ensure my true identity remains concealed. Just call me Chun Fong at the venue. This name was a prearranged alias between Fong Chun and Fong Jiran, as long as Lu Chongqing was unaware of his true identity, even with his connections. Discovering who Fong Chun truly was would require considerable time. Meanwhile, Fong Jiran would enjoy a respite from prying ears. As the words fell, Tang Guangliang nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand. I had heard about that young master from the Lu family pursuing Mr. Fong, but I never expected this fellow to be so persistent, holding on for such a long time. Rest assured, young Master Fong, our circle of second-generation elites seldom mingles with those from noble families. We belong to two distinct social networks and will not disrupt your plans with Mr. Fong. Upon hearing this, Fong Chun slightly nodded. Just then, a girl's delicate voice suddenly rang out from not far behind. Hey, what are you all doing here? Fong Chun and the other second-generation elites turned to look, only to see a girl in sportswear gazing at them with a serious expression. The moment Fong Chun laid eyes on her, he was indeed taken aback by her beauty. Her slender figure was perfectly accentuated by her athletic attire, her long hair tied up in a lively ponytail, and she wore a white baseball cap. A vibrant aura of youthfulness radiated from her, evoking a sense of vitality. Anyone who beheld such a youthful and charming girl would surely be captivated. However, the expressions on Tang Guangliang and the others were far from pleasant. Why had this girl also arrived? Wasn't Chairman Chu supposed to be present at today's banquet? Young Master Fong, we shall take our leave, Tang Guangliang and the others muttered, bowing their heads as they bid farewell to Fong Chun. Before departing, they exchanged a look of apprehension with him and swiftly retreated to their vehicles. The once crowded sidewalk was instantly rendered desolate. Fong Chun was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Why did this group of fellows react to such a beautiful girl as if they had seen a ghost? Were they perhaps misguided in their aesthetic judgment, leading them to believe that the girl before them was an exceedingly unattractive woman? Your Highness Qiao Biluo? Fong Chun touched his nose, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Hey, what are you all doing here? Assembling to engage in some nefarious activities? Fighting? The girl had approached Fong Chun without him realizing it. She was not tall, only reaching his chest, yet her figure was quite impressive, certainly comparable to his seventh sister Fong Jiran. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was no less than a goddess in the eyes of many otaku. The girl lifted her chin, her bright eyes scrutinizing Fong Chun. What are you staring at? Do you wish to lose your eyeballs? Fong Chun felt a pang of guilt and cleared his throat. The proximity of the girl and her height naturally drew his gaze to the most prominent feature. Could a man truly restrain both his hands and his eyes? Such self-control would undoubtedly diminish the joys of life. Fong Chen's face flushed as he realized his gaze had been rather impolite. He awkwardly touched his nose and instinctively asked, Little sister, is there something you need? Puffed. At this moment, Tang Guangliang, seated in a nearby pagani, choked on his cough. The girl shot him a cold glare, causing Tang Guangliang to startle and hastily drive away. Within moments, he had vanished from sight. What was wrong with him? Had he taken leave of his senses? Fong Chun glanced at the departing vehicle, filled with confusion. Excuse me, could you perhaps show a bit of courtesy when someone is speaking to you? In the next instant, Fong Chun felt a chill at his waist as a delicate hand pinched him hard. An instant wave of sharp pain surged through him, and he gasped, ouch. Why are you pinching me? I'm asking you, the girl said, her small mouth pouting, her expression frosty. What were you all gathering here for? Ignoring me for so long, and now that you're alone with me, you seem to have lost your courage? Fong Chun was bewildered. What did his being alone with her have to do with courage? The imposing lineup of sports cars stationed by the roadside had startled passersby. One could easily assume that the second-generation elite circle was engaging in some illicit dealings. Wasn't it rather commendable for a young girl to approach them? Did she not fear being sold off into the mountains by the two of them? However, in the next moment, the girl tightened her grip again, and Fong Chun felt as though the flesh at his waist was being twisted painfully. Let go of me. You must be one of the security guards for today's event, right? Isn't your duty to ensure the safety of the guests? What are you doing hanging around with Tang Guangliang and the others? The girl adopted an accusatory tone, and Fang Chun, feeling a wave of exasperation, was grateful when she finally released him, although he was certain his waist was now reddened from her grip. Unreasonable girl, he thought, to ambush me right off the bat. I was careless and didn't dodge. The girl's words made Fang Chen's skin twitch. Why did everyone assume he was a mere security guard? Yet, he was too lazy to argue with a young girl. Observing her vigilant gaze, he took a step back to create some distance, ensuring she would not attempt another ambush. He slowly replied, there was a minor personal matter I needed to resolve, which led to a bit of a misunderstanding, but it's all settled now. From the moment the girl appeared, Wang Jinda had donned a contemplative expression, seemingly searching his memory for recognition. After a while, he finally spoke up. I recognize you. You're that girl from the Chu family, Chu Linger, right? The girl nodded slightly, acknowledging her identity, and then cast a triumphant glance at Fang Chun, as if to say, look how perceptive my companion is. He recognized me immediately. Unlike you, who were completely oblivious. Seeing Fang Chun's dazed expression, she assumed he was simply overwhelmed by her status. However, in the next moment, Fang Chun, still in a daze, blurted out, what is the Chu family? As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl's face flushed with disbelief, feeling as though Fang Chun had slapped her across the face. Moments ago, she had been smugly reveling in the thought that he had finally recognized her, only to be met with such a bewildering response. Wang Jinda's expression mirrored that of someone who had just seen a ghost. It was one thing for Fang Chun to be unaware of the existence of a wealthy second-generation circle in the capital, but to not recognize the very host of the banquet organized by the Chu family was rather excessive. Fang Chun stood in stunned silence for a moment, finally realizing he may have misspoken, and then shifted his tone to inquire, is the Chu family very powerful? Wang Jinda was bewildered, and Chu Linger wore a look of utter astonishment. To her, Fang Chen's expression resembled that of someone who had just been humiliated, responding with audacious defiance. Chu Linger had never held a favorable opinion of Fang Chun, and witnessing his provocative demeanor only intensified her displeasure. With a cold huff, she remarked, the Chu clan is not to be trifled with. It possesses the authority to oversee all legitimate commercial transactions in the Northwest. Behind her, Wang Jinda hastily tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve, whispering, young Master Fang, she is not an ordinary individual. Her status is on par with yours. She is the cherished gem of Mr. Chu from the Chu clan, and is poised to become the next leader of the clan. Chapter 59. If I am guilty moreover, I have heard that she possesses a whimsical nature, and those second-generation heirs in the capital who attempt to approach her often flee in disarray, with her father shielding her. Few dare to offend this young lady. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun could only ruefully touch the tip of his nose. Chu Linger had already elucidated the role of the Chu clan, which, as Fang Chun understood, was akin to an official organization responsible for regulating and supervising the market. Although he had never heard of the Chu clan before, this did not hinder his comprehension of Wang Jinda's words. Indeed, if the Chu clan truly wielded the power to oversee all commercial activities in the Northwest, both personal enterprises and official organizations would find themselves intimidated by the influence it commanded. And what do you do? Speak up. I saw what you were doing earlier. Chu Linger huffed, her voice laced with irritation. All the prominent figures in the capital are attending this soiree tonight, and to assault an invited guest at the entrance of Tianci Mingyu is akin to slapping the Chu clan's face. The young girl seemed unable to contain her frustration at Fang Chen's earlier attitude, her anger escalating with each word. If you do not clarify this matter today, I shall label you as a bully, and tomorrow I will have you featured on the front page of the newspaper. I have even thought of a title, Tianci Mingyu security team gangs up on prominent business figures. With that, she wrinkled her delicate nose. Fang Chun could only manage a bitter smile at her antics. This little girl bore him no grievance. Engaging in rational discourse with a woman was futile. All he wished to ascertain was what had transpired earlier. It was straightforward. Fang Chun beckoned to Chun Yaodong, who was not deaf and had clearly overheard the earlier exchange. Fang Chun seemed disinclined to waste words on Chu Linger. Chun Yaodong, trembling slightly, approached Fang Chun. Fear etched across his face as he glanced between Fang Chun and Chu Ling. To him, both individuals represented nightmares. One was a notorious figure among the second-generation elite, while the other had just dealt him a severe blow. Both were formidable, and he could not afford to offend either, especially Fang Chun, who seemed unperturbed in the presence of Chu Linger, a feat that even the likes of Tang Guangliang would find daunting. As he stood before Fang Chun, Chen Yaodong felt increasingly anxious, his words becoming disjointed. Chu Linger frowned. Do not be afraid. He is the aggressor. Speak up. What conflict or contradiction led him to strike you? In a civilized society, is there not a resolution that does not require physical confrontation? Her words were directed at Fang Chun, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. What had he done to deserve this? Had it not been for Chen Yaodong's need to show off before him, this altercation would not have occurred. Moreover, he was not the one who initiated the violence. Excuse me, miss, what made you think I was the one who struck someone? Fang Chun lamented. Chu Linger, however, was unyielding, still seething with anger, having rarely encountered someone who dared to disregard her authority. From the moment she began speaking with Fang Chun, his lack of attention had irked her, and his subsequent provocation had only ignited her fury. Furthermore, true to her nature, she had no intention of discussing reason. She was determined to teach this man, who so brazenly dismissed her and the Chu clan, a lesson. Thus, she insisted that Chen Yaodong explain himself, providing a pretext for her impending retribution against Fang Chun. Regardless, the fact remained that violence had occurred, and it was also true that it had taken place at the entrance of Tianci Mingyu. Why did every second-generation heir recoil in terror upon encountering Chu Linger? It was because she embodied a living nightmare for them. The girl was notorious for her vindictive schemes, and crossing her would invite the wrath of the Chu clan. When had this little sorceress ever engaged in rational discourse? As Chen Yaodong prepared to recount the events under Chu Linger's watchful gaze, he realized that she was intent on punishing Fang Chun. Caught between two individuals he could not afford to offend, he chose to sidestep the conflict. Therefore, he took full responsibility for the incident, effectively distancing Fang Chun from any blame, which in truth was not entirely inaccurate, as Fang Chun had little to do with the matter. However, Chu Linger feigned ignorance of Chen Yaodong's other explanations, fixating solely on the fact that he had been assaulted. So, they truly did strike you? Can I call you big sister? Neither of us has said anything about it, yet you insist on dwelling on this? Fang Chun observed Chen Yaodong gazing at him with anticipation. Thus he waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. All right, you have no business here. You may leave. Chen Yaodong, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly vacated the scene of controversy. Why'd you let him go? That fellow is a crucial witness who can substantiate your involvement in the altercation. Typically, anyone who encountered Chu Linger would adopt a sycophantic demeanor towards her. This had long instilled in the young girl an inflated sense of superiority, and Fang Chen's failure to recognize her had already caused her significant embarrassment. To make matters worse, this individual was entirely unaware of the illustrious Chu family. Such an action shattered Chu Linger's sense of superiority, leaving the young woman feeling humiliated. Fang Chun felt a wave of irritation. After all, he had done nothing wrong and therefore felt no obligation to tread lightly. Beauty, I have clarified everything for you. What more do you desire? If I am guilty, allow the law to mete out punishment, rather than subjecting me to the incessant prattle of a youthful girl. You must understand, loquaciousness can be quite irksome, and even the most beautiful of faces will not endear a man if he finds her incessant chatter tiresome. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinda discreetly gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Fang Chen's words struck a nerve with Chu Linger, who had previously received attention from several men in the high society of the imperial capital, each ultimately left tormented by her antics. The young girl possessed a talent for manipulation. For instance, she would claim to desire takeout from a particular barbecue stall in the north of the city shortly after having lunch, prompting her suitors to transform into delivery boys, running back and forth in a bid to win her smile. Ultimately, after all that effort, she would dismissively declare, "I no longer wish to eat." There is also the incident where she agreed to watch a late-night movie with someone, only to sleep soundly at home, leaving her suitor to feel utterly disheartened. Such tales of her past exploits had circulated throughout the elite circles of the imperial capital, deterring any wealthy young man from pursuing her. Fang Chen's assertion that even the most beautiful of women would not be favored by men if they were excessively chatty was, without a doubt, spot on. As she observed her friends paired off in loving relationships, Chu Linger could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Do not assume that those who are beautiful and pampered from a young age are immune to the pangs of longing. Many a goddess has refrained from entering a relationship solely because of the abundance of suitors vying for their affection. The allure of a multitude of admirers can often lead to indecision, as each individual presents their own unique charms and flaws. Consequently, they may delay committing to any one person. Yet, because they lack neither admirers nor affection, they can afford to bask in the adoration of many without ever having truly experienced love. However, as much as they may be revered, they remain human. Chu Linger regretted her past actions, yet she was now notorious in the imperial capital as a little witch, and it was unlikely that any suitable match would come forward to pursue her. This realization became a source of prolonged anguish for her. To her astonishment, in less than 10 minutes, Fang Chun had effortlessly unearthed her emotional wounds. Suddenly, the young woman's heart ached, and her eyes glistened with tears. You scoundrel! I will never forgive you." Just then, a melodious voice called out from behind Fang Chun, and a captivating figure entered the trio's line of sight. Upon recognizing Fang Jiran, Fang Chun could only manage a bitter smile. Jiran's sister? Chu Linger felt her cheeks flush as she hastily wiped her face, attempting to conceal her tear-streaked visage. However, Fang Jiran, astute as she was, immediately perceived that the young girl had been crying. It appeared that Chu Linger and Fang Jiran shared a close bond, as the young girl pouted and clung to Fang Jiran's arm, exclaiming, "Jiran's sister, I have been wronged." Fang Jiran cast a strange glance at Fang Chun. Given that no one else was present, being wronged could only pertain to Fang Chun and Wang Jinda. Fang Jiran had long since lost any recollection of Wang Jinda. She gently patted Chu Linger's head, and the sight of the two beautiful women standing together was indeed a feast for the eyes. One could easily mistake them for sisters. "Who wronged you?" "It was him. This scoundrel. He is shameless and vile. He says that no man would find me appealing." "Jiran's sister, you must help me exact revenge. You have to help me seek justice." Fang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward being caught in a dispute with a young girl in front of his elder sister. Yet, deep down, he could not help but think, how old are we, and yet you still resort to tattling? He had initially assumed that his doting elder sister would surely help him in retaliating against the little security guard who had bullied him. However, what transpired next left Chu Linger utterly astonished. Fang Jiran parted her lips and, exhaling softly, replied, "Well, I cannot assist you." She spread her hands wide, feigning helplessness before taking a couple of steps forward, grasping Fang Chen's hand and glancing back at Chu Ling. "Because he is my little darling." Boom! It felt as though thunder had struck, and Chu Linger was left in utter disbelief. The one she revered, her beloved Jiran's sister, who had always treated her with kindness, was now allied with that insufferable security guard. What qualifications did he possess to earn Jiran's sister's affection? It was painfully clear from Fang Jiran's demeanor that the relationship between Fang Chun and her was far from ordinary. Chu Linger had always known that Fang Jiran maintained a pristine reputation, often perceived by elite socialites as unattainable. Thus, it was evident how meticulously she controlled her interactions with men. And now, she had witnessed Fang Jiran willingly hold that security guard's hand. Did this not imply a relationship that required no further explanation? Chu Linger's mouth fell open in disbelief. Is he your boyfriend? Sort of my little man." Fang Jiran smiled faintly, her words laden with double entendre. After all, a younger brother could also be a little man to his elder sister. However, Chu Linger had never considered this perspective. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Fang Chun, as if she intended to peer into him with a mere glance, seeking to understand how this fellow managed to captivate the strong women of the upper echelons of the imperial capital. Alas, if a single glance could truly unveil another's essence, then Chu Linger would have transcended to immortality. "All right, little Linger, be good, stop crying, and your sister will buy you a handbag later." Fang Jiran laughed gently as she ruffled Chu Linger's hair, then tugged at Fang Chen's arm, leading him directly into the venue of Tianci Mingyu. Chu Linger was left alone, feeling somewhat disheveled in the breeze. The young girl watched as Fang Chun and Fang Jiran walked side by side, their silhouettes framed by the setting sun, casting elongated shadows that appeared remarkably harmonious upon the ground. In that moment, the sight was almost enchanting. Chapter 61. I dare to wear the same outfit as so many people. 6 updates. Fang Jiran donned a black dress, clearly different from the one she wore during their earlier meeting at Tianding Group. It seemed she had changed into a more formal attire, befitting her role to give a speech before the banquet commenced. Why have you attracted the attention of Mr. Chu's daughter? Fong Jiran playfully poked Fong Chen's forehead with her delicate finger. He winced at the mild pain, offering a resigned smile as he replied, "Sister, do you think I desire to engage in a verbal duel with her?" This young girl had approached with an accusatory demeanor, completely oblivious to the situation's nuances. Fong Chan felt a tinge of grievance. Why was he perpetually caught in such misunderstandings? Upon hearing this, Fong Jiran chuckled softly, saying, "Your words are not without merit. I have known Chu Linger for several years. This adorable little sister may appear utterly innocent, yet the elite of the imperial capital have their own peculiar titles for her." Fong Chun nodded with a peculiar expression, likely deducing that her nickname might be something akin to black-bellied lowly. Fong Jiran glanced down at Fong Chen's attire, her exquisite face momentarily reflecting helplessness as she remarked, "This suit of yours is quite valuable. I had it custom-made through a good friend. Who would have thought that I would inadvertently clash outfits with the venue's security personnel on its debut?" Fong Chun felt a wave of exasperation, as Wang Jinda trailed behind them like a devoted attendant. Upon reaching the entrance of Tian Ci Mingyu, Fong Jiran cleared her throat. Her lips brushed against Fong Chen's ear as she whispered, "My dear brother, your performance today is crucial. Your sister's future comfort hinges on how you conduct yourself." Fong Chen nodded and took a deep breath. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of pretending to be his sister's boyfriend? He had endured much worse ridicule. "Tonight, sister will be your girlfriend," she giggled. She planted a gentle kiss on his earlobe, stirring a flutter of excitement within him. "Sister, we are respectable individuals. Please, do not jest." Many guests were already gathering at the entrance, including Lu Changqing, the young master of the Lu family, who was not merely waiting for others, but was present to host the reception as one of the evening's initiators. Do not underestimate the role of a greeter. The attendees tonight were prominent figures of the imperial capital's elite. With the Lu and Chu families as the evening's organizers, they dominated the occasion. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were the main characters, as Lu Changqing stood their welcoming guests. It was a strategic move to enhance his future prospects within the Lu family. Suddenly, Lu Changqing's expression darkened as he spotted a pair of youthful figures approaching, none other than Fong Chun and his sister. Fong Jiran, adorned in her elegant black dress, exuded grace, while Fong Chun, in his formal attire, appeared strikingly handsome. From a distance, they presented an image of a perfect couple, which ignited a flicker of ire within Lu Changqing. It was then that he noticed Fong Chan's suit bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the hotel security personnel. A cold smirk crossed his lips. He was not foolish enough to mistake Fong Chun for a mere security guard, knowing well that even if Fong Chun were a pretty boy, Fong Jiran would never allow him to appear in anything less than appropriately dignified attire. Thus, it was merely a case of coincidental outfit matching. Yet it presented an opportunity for him to belittle Fong Chun. With this thought in mind, Lu Changqing signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly understood the cue. "Mr. Fong has arrived. Please allow him in." As the sibling duo nearly crossed the threshold, a staff member abruptly blocked their path. "Sir, our security personnel are currently patrolling outside and cannot permit entry." This staff member, backed by Lu Changqing, was keen to maintain his position. Fong Chen scoffed. He had just seen Lu Changqing not far off, who wore a facade of pretentiousness. In reality, such individuals often harbored ulterior motives. His gaze fell upon Lu Changqing, who promptly reprimanded the staff member. "What are you doing? This is Mr. Fong's guest. Why are you stopping them?" Lu Changqing's voice, though low, carried weight, drawing the attention of many. "Isn't he one of our security personnel?" The staff member feigned loyalty. Fong Chen's face twitched. This fellow was quite the actor, playing his role convincingly. "I'll walk in with my sister, and you pretend not to see me? Am I your staff? You must be joking. To place a blame like that on me, I am truly astonished." Feigning a look of disapproval towards his subordinate, Lu Changqing said, "I apologize. It seems our security personnel's uniforms are too similar, leading to this misunderstanding." "Damn it, I see through your little scheme. You want to mock me for being a mere security guard, trying to elevate yourself by associating with my sister. You wish to expose my background, don't you?" Lu Changqing, in a pretentious manner, remarked, "Brother Chun, perhaps you should introduce yourself. It would be a fitting announcement, and we can avoid such awkward encounters in the future." Fong Chun retorted, "What is so embarrassing about it? Wearing the same outfit is trivial. The real embarrassment lies with those who lack confidence. I dare to wear the same attire as so many others. It's none of your concern. With no prepared content left, I must stay up all night writing. Brothers, please support me with some encouragement." Chapter 62. You're putting me in a difficult position, fat tiger. Huh? The atmosphere suddenly froze. A few socialites nearby, prone to laughter, stifled their giggles behind their hands. Lu Qing could never have anticipated Fong Chen's words would be so incisive. After all, having a wardrobe malfunction with the staff could lead to numerous inconveniences. Thus, a brief announcement could resolve the issue. Otherwise, it wouldn't reflect well on you, Mr. Chun, to be mistaken for security. Lu Changqing, maintaining his composure, pressed further, evading Fong Chen's rebuttal, eager to uncover the true identity of this young man. "Little brat, are you subtly threatening me?" Fong Chan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, in that case, perhaps you should instruct your security personnel to change their uniforms tonight." "What? Who is this audacious fellow? How dare he speak to Lu Changqing in such a manner? I have never encountered someone so brazen. Who does he think he is to command Lu Xiao?" It seems he arrived with Fong Zong. "Fong Zong, where's my goddess? I want to see her." Onlookers murmured, clearly siding with Lu Changqing, for in their eyes, Fong Chun was merely an unknown character, his tone undeniably audacious. Suppressing his growing anger, Lu Changqing forced a smile and replied, "But we have only prepared this one set of uniforms for today. Even if we were to order more now, it would be too late." His words flowed seamlessly, perfectly countering Fong Chen's retort and leaving no room for criticism. It was evident to all that Fong Chen's previous comment was nothing short of unreasonable. Who would expect the entire security team to change their attire? This exchange demonstrated to Fong Chun just how calculating Lu Changqing truly was. Fong Jiran gazed at Fong Chun with a mix of admiration and amusement as he sparred verbally with Lu Changqing. She refrained from pushing too hard, aware that in the business realm, Lu's connections with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce could easily turn hostile against her Tian Ding group if provoked. Of course, as long as Lu Changqing was not driven to desperation, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce would likely remain uninvolved. Yet, should Fong Jiran draw a definitive line? Who could predict whether the Sihai Chamber would side with Lu against her? After all, in a world where powerful women held significant influence, many would covet a piece of the pie. Thus, despite Fong Chen's verbal sparring with Lu Changqing, even if he were to physically confront him today, it was unlikely that the Sihai Chamber would intervene, as this conflict was inherently personal. Lu Changqing's audacity in pursuing Fong Jiran stemmed from the support of both the Lu family and the Sihai Chamber, emboldening his actions. The scale of the Tian Ding group rivaled any single entity within the Sihai Chamber, perhaps even surpassing it. A union between the two would undoubtedly yield benefits for the chamber. However, if a rift were to form between Fong Chun and Lu Changqing, why would the Sihai Chamber intervene? Business and personal relationships are inherently separate, and given that Fong Chun had no dealings with them, there was little to fear. Even if Fong Chun were to make an enemy of Lu Changqing, he had the protection of his sister, Fong Shiyun, watching from the sidelines. Would the formidable Sihai Chamber dare to challenge the legendary Xianyuan battle god? In light of this, Fong Chun had no reason to fear Lu Changqing. "How about this, Mr. Chun? You should change your outfit," the event staff suggested, noticing Fong Chen's silence. Lu Changqing snapped, "Silence. What gives you the right to speak here? Can't you see Mr. Chun appreciates this outfit? Asking him to change is unreasonable." Laughter erupted in the room. Lu Changqing's insinuation was clear. He was indirectly mocking Fong Chun, suggesting he preferred security attire. Who knew if he truly was just a guard? "Did you hear that? Your master says you have no say here. Speak less." Fong Chun coldly replied, glancing at the staff member. This individual was merely playing the role of the antagonist, while Lu Changqing played the hero, their collaboration perfectly encapsulating the essence of traditional Chinese opera. The staff member, chastised by Fong Chun, appeared somewhat embarrassed. Fong Chun turned to Lu Changqing. "Actually, I can help you with that issue." Lu Changqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Hey, Sister Chong, does our company have any standardized suits available?" "Yes, ready-made ones, please." Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Fong Chun dialed Guan Yuedong's number. With a mischievous grin, he thought to himself, "Today, I shall make you squirm. Young Master Lu, I have it arranged. How many pieces do you wish to order today?" "What?" Lu Changqing's expression fell. He wished he could slap himself for forgetting Fong Jiron's side business, the Tian Ding clothing company. Well, this is somewhat inappropriate. I said it was unnecessary to announce. You insisted it was to make things easier for me. I suggested a uniform change, and you claimed it was too late. Now you say it's inappropriate? Are you trying to put me in a difficult position? Fong Chen's voice rose, and despite the fact that he had been the one causing a ruckus, the onlookers who had previously been laughing fell silent, instinctively recognizing the validity of his words. The staff member, seeing his master falter, impulsively retorted, "Nonsense! What status does young Master Lu hold to trouble an unknown nobody like you? Do you dare to introduce yourself?" Smack! In an instant, Fong Chen delivered a stinging slap to the staff member, sending him crashing to the ground. Coldly, Fong Chen glared at him, saying, "You won't understand the pain until it strikes you. Didn't I warn you not to provoke me?" With these words, Fong Chen emanated an undeniable aura of authority. The master had yet to speak, so what was the meaning of this premature interjection? Did you still hold any regard for young Master Lu? After receiving a slap, the stagehand was momentarily bewildered, suddenly hearing Fong Chen utter such a provocative remark. He paused, wondering how the conversation had veered towards young Master Lu. Fong Chen's lips curled into a sneer. Did he think he could speak on behalf of young Master Lu? Did he believe he could rise above him? Fong Chen had been displeased with the stagehand for quite some time. He directly accused him. Are you planning a rebellion? Usurping young Master Lu's lines. Speculating on his thoughts. Do you aspire to replace him? I highly suspect your intentions towards young Master Lu are not pure. Could it be so? What on earth? The stagehand's mind was flooded with confusion. What was happening? I merely spoke a few extra words, and now I was deemed a traitor? The first update of the day. Chapter 63. Young Master Lu faces humiliation. Second update. The next moment, Fong Chen feigned an apologetic expression towards Lu Chongqing, saying, "Young Master Lu, I'm truly sorry. I simply couldn't hold back. Some people are inherently rebellious and need to be put in their place." This was a veiled jab at Lu Chongqing, who had already been rejected by Fong Chen's elder sister. The more he was discouraged from pursuing her, the more he believed he had a chance. Wasn't that the very definition of a shameless person? Fong Chen shot an indignant glare at the stagehand. Young Master Lu has already stated he does not wish for you to speak, yet you continue to prattle on? You are simply disregarding his authority. I advise you to distance yourself from such individuals. Otherwise, the future will be quite dire. What utter nonsense! Fong Chen's words were nothing short of slander. The stagehand wanted to assert his unwavering loyalty to the Lu family, denying any intent to belittle young Master Lu. However, his recent behavior had been witnessed by others, leading them to conclude that he did not respect his master. What would outsiders think? What would young Master Lu think? In an instant, the stagehand felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he glanced at Lu Chongqing, whose expression was marked with indifference. It was over. Fong Chen reveled in his triumph. Looking at Lu Chongqing and the stagehand, "You think you can take me down? Huh? Competing with a delivery guy in verbal sparring? You're far too inexperienced." It was well known that the delivery team was renowned for their skills, boasting former professional esports players, national athletes, and even civil servants who had forsaken stable jobs to dedicate themselves to the noble pursuit of delivering food. What an admirable and selfless spirit. The populace relies on food. For a 5-star review, Fong Chen sometimes had to tirelessly negotiate with customers for an entire afternoon just to achieve his goal. Through these experiences, Fong Chen had honed his exceptional oratory skills. When it came to verbal dueling, he dared to claim he was a formidable opponent. Did Lu Chongqing and the stagehand think their supposed synergy could intimidate him? That was pure folly. Under Fong Chen's mockery, Lu Chongqing began to harbor significant discontent towards the stagehand. Eventually, he took a deep breath. His face darkened as if it could drip with water. "You need not come to work tomorrow." Lu Chongqing's words sealed the stagehand's fate, and this minor conflict left an indelible impression of Fong Chen on the onlookers. It seemed that Fong Chen's new boyfriend was not an ordinary individual. What was the ability of mere words? He was simply a man skilled in banter. Yet in my heart, young Master Lu remained my Prince Charming. Lu Chongqing had amassed popularity over the years. Although this covert confrontation could be viewed as Fong Chen having the upper hand, many socialites still deemed Fong Chen's verbal sparring beneath the surface. Fong Chen cast a glance at the stagehand, whose face was ashen, and then at Lu Chongqing, whose expression was as dark as a storm cloud, before casually stating, "I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave." With that, Fang Chun and his sister, Fang Jiran, linked arms and walked into the venue, completely disregarding Lu Changqing. At that moment, a petite figure bounced over, exclaiming, "Lu Changqing, you too shall have a day of reckoning." Many were curious about who dared speak to Lu Changqing in such a manner, considering he was a prominent figure backed by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs in the province. While it was likely that this title came with the Lu family's covert support, it still attested to his remarkable stature. However, upon seeing the speaker's face, many silently remarked, "No wonder." They quickly averted their gaze. Throughout the evening, only a handful had the privilege to speak to Lu Changqing in such a manner, and coincidentally, the girl who appeared at that moment was one of them. Lu Changqing forced a strained smile. "Sister Linger has arrived." "Stop. I'm not your sister." Indeed, the one teasing Lu Changqing was none other than Chu Linger. Only this girl dared to speak to him in such a tone. Lu Changqing's already gloomy expression deepened. While Fang Chun had slighted him, he could at least hope to redeem himself later. But with Chu Linger, he had no recourse but to endure the humiliation. Swallowing his pride was necessary, for even the Lu family would not oppose Chu Linger. The girl was backed by the Chu clan, the overseers of all commercial activities in the Northwest, ensuring the prosperity of the market. It could be said that even the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce could not afford to offend the Chu clan. As for Lu Changqing, a mere unestablished heir of the Lu family, he had no choice but to chuckle awkwardly, uncertain of what to say next. Chu Linger muttered to herself, "Serves him right." Although this little security guard is rather annoying, witnessing Lu Changqing, the smiling tiger, face humiliation is far more satisfying. Chu Linger held no particular grudge against Lu Changqing. It was merely that during a previous auction, upon learning that she was studying piano, he had gifted her an expensive piano to curry favor with her father, Mr. Chu. He had hoped this would strengthen their relationship, only to inadvertently offend her deeply. One could say Lu Changqing was a victim of his own miscalculations. It was evident that girls like Chu Linger could not sit still. They were full of energy. However, due to her esteemed background, Mr. Chu enforced strict discipline upon her. The mastery of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting was almost flawless. Once, after much persuasion, Chu Ling managed to convince her father to allow her to forego the violin, only for Lu Changqing's piano to arrive the very next day. Thus began the girl's nightmare anew. Who could endure such a trial? To avoid letting the piano go to waste, Mr. Chu promptly hired a piano instructor for Chu Ling. In Chapter 64, Fang Chen's perplexity unfolds. The little girl's mutterings were not soft at all. Lu Changqing heard every word clearly, veins throbbing on his forehead. Nevertheless, this man, who is aptly dubbed the Smiling Tiger, possessed his own unique qualities. Clenching his fists, he maintained an impassive demeanor. Since Miss Chu Ling had arrived, he invited her in, stating that their banquet was about to commence. With that, he turned and stepped into the venue. The hall was lavishly decorated, adhering to the opulent style of the heavenly moon. Indeed, it was extraordinarily luxurious. Fang Jiran laughed exuberantly. "Where did you learn such a sharp tongue? You rival even your second sister." Earlier, at the entrance, Jiran found it somewhat improper to laugh in front of Lu Changqing. It had truly exasperated her. And upon entering the hall, she collapsed into Fang Chun's embrace, laughing uncontrollably. "Come on, seventh sister, is it really that amusing?" Fang Chun cast a helpless glance at her. He personally found the earlier banter rather dull. It was merely Lu Changqing presenting his face for a slap. Yet he overlooked the fact that, for Fang Jiran, the troubles Lu Changqing caused for women made this encounter particularly satisfying, especially since he had been put in his place by her brother. Just then, Fang Chun spotted a few familiar faces, the very individuals from the elite circles of the capital who had supported him earlier. Tang Guangliang had been inside the venue, entirely oblivious to the events outside. Now seeing Fang Chen's arrival, he still lingered on the moment when Chu Ling had warmly greeted Fang Chun. He hurried over, though his expression was somewhat awkward. "Young Master Fang, that little witch didn't tea make things difficult for you, did she?" Fang Chun, seeing this ungrateful fellow, snorted coldly. "What difficulty? She didn't tea trouble me at all." "Ahem, young Master Fang, it's not that we lack loyalty. It's just that this little witch is someone none of us can afford to offend," Tang Guangliang implied, indicating that they too had their reasons. Fang Chun replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. She's just a little girl. I still can't comprehend why you all are so intimidated by her." Tang Guangliang broke into a sweat. Indeed, young Master Fong was remarkable. The notoriously infamous little witch from the capital was hardly a concern for him. They, as a collective, might not even equal Chuling's wealth. Indeed, you heard correctly, she alone was wealthier. Not to mention her connections with the Chu family. Over the years, countless individuals have spent exorbitant amounts to curry favor with the girl. Mr. Chu, a prominent figure himself, held a significant position, with many vying for his attention, yet finding it elusive. Moreover, as an influential official, gifting items could lead to unfounded accusations. Thus, winning Mr. Chu's favor was a formidable challenge, which naturally shifted the focus on Chuling. To please the young lady was, in essence, to forge a connection with Mr. Chu himself. Consequently, Chuling often received a plethora of bewildering gifts, ranging from luxury cars to prestigious watches and even aristocratic pets. Hence, it could be said that her assets were not inferior to those of the wealthy second-generation heirs. Who is this? Fong Jiran, observing the conversation between Fong Chun and Tang Guangliang, instinctively inquired. Tang Guangliang, eager to engage due to her presence, promptly introduced himself. Hello, Miss Fong. I am Tang Guangliang from the Tang family. He awkwardly scratched his head. Fong Jiran's beautiful eyes sparkled with recognition, and after a moment's contemplation, she said, "Oh, I remember now. You're from the hot pot chain, right?" "Yes, Miss Fong. I wonder if you might be interested in our business? Perhaps we could discuss it further." Guangliang was slightly excited, not expecting her to know of their family. Fong Jiran smiled. Since he was acquainted with Fong Chun, she naturally did not want to appear aloof. Responding politely, a hot pot restaurant? That could be worth a try. Tang Guangliang quickly raised his glass of red wine, stating, "Miss Fong, if you're indeed willing to collaborate with us, that would be fantastic." After bidding farewell to Tang Guangliang, Fong Chun looked at his seventh sister with a puzzled expression. Does he expect someone to open a restaurant for him? Not at all. The Tang family operates a hot pot chain and is merely seeking investment. Given the current outrageous property prices, not all their outlets are profitable, and renting is their largest operational cost. If they could partner with someone like you, they would save a fortune in rental expenses. Upon hearing this, Fong Chun suddenly understood the rationale behind it. Fong Jiran smiled and glanced at her pristine watch, murmuring softly, "It's almost time. Seventh sister needs to go on stage to give her speech." With that, she cast a tender glance at Fong Chun. "You stay here and enjoy some refreshments. After the banquet concludes, seventh sister will take you out for a grand meal." "Yes," Fong Chun nodded with a smile, feeling a bit hungry. However, the banquet offered only delicate pastries and milk tea. How much would he need to eat to feel full? He grabbed a few items to placate his hunger, but boredom quickly set in. By now, the venue was bustling with guests, seats fully occupied. Fong Chun requested a cigarette from Wang Jinda and stepped into the restroom. With limited exposure to high society, he found it hard to comprehend why the Liu and Chu families would spend such lavish sums on an event of this scale. If it were for a business proposal or bidding, it would be understandable. However, this banquet was merely a gathering of distinguished individuals, devoid of purpose, essentially a gathering of the affluent. Such events inadvertently offered opportunities for those desperately seeking entry into high society to mingle with so-called influential figures. What was the true purpose of such a gathering? Tonight's update has been released. I stayed up all night writing and am feeling the strain. Let's continue pushing for updates tomorrow. Chapter 65, A Craving for Smoke. What was the true purpose of such a gathering? The restroom echoed with a soft murmur before a spark ignited as Fong Chun played with Wang Jinda's lighter, slowly exhaling a plume of thick smoke. "Hey, young man, I'm craving a smoke. Could you spare me a puff?" At that moment, a man's voice suddenly resonated behind Fong Chun. He turned to see a plump man in casual attire, staring intently at the cigarette in his hand. Fong Chun was momentarily taken aback, and the man, sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, chuckled nervously and began to explain, My wife is quite the strict taskmaster at home. Going out feels like being inspected as a criminal. Every detail is scrutinized, leaving no chance to hide a cigarette. Today, I arrived at the banquet venue in a chauffeur-driven vehicle. I didn't even have the opportunity to sneak out and buy a pack." The man's rotund figure gave off a somewhat greasy impression. However, Fong Chun didn't mind. He chuckled, finding this uncle's manner of speaking rather amusing. Is this what life after marriage looks like for middle-aged men? Engaging in a battle of wits with their wives? The thought of it was somewhat entertaining. "Here," he said, directly offering the cigarette he held. Wang Jinda had purchased a box of yellow crane towers for this evening, aiming to curry favor with influential figures in the second-generation elite circles. This brand, costing over 100, boasted a smooth and delicate flavor that Fang Chun had never tasted even during his delivery days. The uncle accepted it with reluctance and then took a vigorous puff, exhaling a large cloud of white smoke. Observing his expression of blissful enjoyment, Fang Chun couldn't help but feel amused. It's just a cigarette. Is it really that significant? Speaking of which, I'm not particularly fond of attending such banquets, the uncle remarked, seemingly having overheard Fang Chen's earlier mutterings. Fang Chun smiled slightly at this. He had assumed that everyone attending the dinner would be in high spirits, with himself as the sole outlier. So far, among the few individuals he had interacted with that evening, Wang Jinda and Tang Guangliang were both brimming with excitement, well prepared for the occasion. Wang Jinda was keen on befriending a prominent figure in the gold and jewelry business, while Tang Guangliang's intention was to make an acquaintance with Fang Chun. Well, that may not be the case. What you see may not be the complete picture. Take Lu Changqing, for instance. You know him, right? Upon hearing the uncle mention Lu Changqing as an example, Fang Chun nodded. I've heard of him. The uncle adjusted his black-framed glasses, and for some reason, the small eyes behind them gave Fang Chun an inexplicable sense of lewdness. He took another deep drag of his cigarette and continued, let me use him as an example. While everyone believes that this banquet hosted by the Lu family and Chumin will undoubtedly bring them tangible benefits, the reality is quite the opposite. Truth be told, Chumin's role in this banquet is merely that of a financial backer. It is thanks to Chumin's name that so many elites from the capital are gathered here tonight. As for the Lu family's reason for financing this banquet, it is rather straightforward. Perhaps, in the short term, they may not see any substantial benefits. However, those in the business world tend to have a long-term perspective. They prefer to fish for big catches over time. Despite Lu Changqing's seemingly boundless glory, his cousins within the Lu family are also wary of him, and internal power struggles are inevitable. The Lu family is not merely placing him in this position to help him expand his network among the elites of the capital. It also serves as a covert test for Lu Changqing, assessing whether he can remain composed and manage the situation effectively. The Lu family's alliance with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is no trivial matter. An heir cannot be appointed solely based on blood relations. Otherwise, it would appear overly archaic and mundane. If Lu Changqing successfully handles this banquet, he may gain greater attention upon returning home, attracting more resources from the family, thereby strengthening his foundation. However, should he fail to manage the banquet well tonight, he may not be immediately rendered powerless, but his available resources will certainly diminish significantly. Consider the heirs of a family as cups, while the family itself is akin to a barrel. The water within symbolizes connections, resources, and wealth. Initially, each cup receives an equal share of water. However, as time passes, if some cups are of inferior quality or lack durability, they may break and need to be discarded. Conversely, those that can continuously collect water will ultimately become new barrels themselves. As the uncle concluded his thoughts, he had already consumed half of his cigarette. Fang Chun, with a thoughtful glint in his eyes, pondered, since Lu Changqing is currently focused on internal family conflicts, why does he pursue Fang Juran so fervently? Shouldn't this be the time to quietly build strength and wait for the right moment to assert himself within the Lu family? Is it truly wise to divert his attention towards pursuing Qijia at such a juncture? Moreover, mobilizing family resources only to return empty-handed, wouldn't that instill disappointment among the family as power brokers? The uncle smiled slightly, his beady eyes darting around. You may not understand. Have you ever seen those little internet celebrities or stars who capitalize on trending events to gain attention? Indeed, Fang Chun sometimes came across amusing scenarios in the rise of the abandoned young master, such as the hilarious trending topics and the so-called truth is fragrant law, or the likes of Master Ma's lightning-fast five-thong whip. Riding the wave of trends can indeed attract attention and, subsequently, monetary gain. This was Fang Chen's understanding. The uncle took another deep drag from his cigarette and savored the moment. It's the same principle. Fang Juran is a star entrepreneur, whereas Lu Changqing is merely a young man adorned with the aura of a wealthy heir. Regardless of his circumstances, the outside world will inherently view him through a colored lens. However, pursuing Fang Juran changes the narrative. For a scion of a wealthy family like Lu Changqing, what kind of woman could he not have? They would flock to him at a mere wave of his hand. By pursuing Fong-Jiron, he subtly aligns himself with a peer in the entrepreneurial realm, showcasing ambition and determination, thereby crafting a public image. People will naturally think the young master of the Liu family, who could indulge in a life of excess, hasn't forgotten the value of hard work and is even striving to pursue the goddess admired by many. This is the first point, transforming his public persona. The second point is that Fong-Jiron's prominence far surpasses that of Liu Changqing. She is a key focus of support, renowned not just in the capital but throughout all of Huaxia. Meanwhile, Liu Changqing's fame is limited to the northwest. By pursuing Fong-Jiron, many who are interested in her will inevitably draw connections between the two and even compare them. This is an excellent way to indirectly elevate his own profile. Moreover, have you seen him employ any particularly forceful or unconventional tactics in his pursuit of Fong-Jiron? The image of perseverance in the face of adversity emerges distinctly here. The third point is quite comprehensible. Regardless of whether Liu Changqing can catch up with Fong-Jiron, for the Liu family and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind them, once Fong-Jiron consents to the union, it will yield boundless benefits. Naturally, they will extend their support. Liu Changqing can continually draw upon the resources of the Liu family as a foundation and capital to stand alongside Fong-Jiron. Gradually, in his pursuit of Fong-Jiron, Liu Changqing may also take over some of the Liu family's enterprises. Thus, pursuing Fong-Jiron is advantageous for Liu Changqing, bringing only benefits. This young man is astute. While cleansing his affluent young gentleman image, he simultaneously cultivates a plethora of positive representations, merely by leveraging Fong-Jiron's popularity. As a cigarette dwindles to its end, he nonchalantly brushes off the ash and smiles. This is his strategic approach. Fong-Chun is taken aback, astonished that this unremarkable middle-aged man perceives matters so astutely. Initially, Fong-Chun thought Liu Changqing was merely a suitor infatuated with the allure of the seventh sister. Now, it seems that his strategy is indeed impeccable. Not only can he utilize his family's influence, but he can also secretly amass his own power while establishing a commendable public image. Moreover, his pursuit of Fong-Jiron could garner significant support from both the Liu family and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. It is truly a masterstroke. Having finished his cigarette, the uncle seems in no hurry to depart. By the way, allow me to pose an intriguing question. How do you perceive the current state of commerce and trade in the capital? Are we not engaged in casual conversation? Why suddenly such a lofty inquiry? Today is still the regular 3 updates. Let us keep the momentum going. Is it Mr. Chu? Fong-Chun is momentarily stunned. He realizes he has never contemplated this question. So he ponders briefly and replies, I believe it is still in its nascent stages. The uncle raises an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, why do you think so? Please elaborate. Well, I previously worked as a delivery person for a year, so I'm quite familiar with many areas in the capital. On the surface, the real estate sector and business circles appear to be gradually taking shape, yet I perceive numerous deficiencies therein. While the consumption level seems to have risen, for residents displaced by urban redevelopment, achieving comprehensive poverty alleviation would be quite challenging without a policy for urban reconstruction and planning. The middle-aged uncle nods slightly, acknowledging continue. Although it may seem somewhat one-sided, there is indeed some truth to it. Fong-Chun scratches the back of his head, feeling somewhat bewildered by the uncle's sudden seriousness. In my personal view, we need to accelerate the rhythm of import and export trade and support the street vendor economy. After all, many businesses went bankrupt due to previous upheavals, and the capital, already in a developmental phase, has suffered another blow. A glimmer of contemplation crosses the uncle's eyes as he inquires, do you believe there are ways to change the current situation? If Mr. Chu, the one from the Chu family, wishes to revive the street vendor economy and promote further development of urban commerce and trade, what steps should be taken? Fong-Chun touches his nose and responds, reviving the street vendor economy is quite straightforward. The cost of setting up a stall is minimal, and the risk of loss is significantly lower compared to opening a store. While many shop owners may have been severely impacted by recent events, small vendors remain largely unaffected. Therefore, we simply need to regulate their vending locations, initiate urban specialties, and prioritize management. Although the recent upheaval is unfortunate, it offers us a reminder and a prime opportunity for transformation. We can designate fixed areas for mobile stalls, implement time-based leasing, and establish more sites without disrupting traffic. The uncle beams with a smile, his face reflecting admiration, seemingly impressed by Fong Chen's insights. Fong Chen chuckles. Uncle, I am merely sharing my personal opinions. Please do not take it to heart. Your views are quite reasonable and interesting, the uncle responds with a smile. In conversations with ordinary individuals, he typically encounters laughter and flattery regarding the capital's economy and praises from Mr. Chu's wise guidance. Rarely does someone like Fong Chen candidly assert that the capital's economy is struggling. As the uncle gazes at Fong Chen with a hint of appreciation, he ponders for a moment before handing him a silver business card. We seem to share a good rapport. Let us dine together sometime. Chu Xinghe? Fong Chen glances at the name on the card, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the uncle has already exited the restroom, leaving Fong Chen scratching his head, bemused by the surreal discussion about the capital's development occurring in a restroom. Just then, he spots the seventh sister, Fong Jiran, emerging from the ladies' room, clad in the elegant white dress she wore during their earlier meeting in the office. Upon seeing Fong Chen, she pauses, then smiles. I was wondering where you had gone. Turns out you were just in the restroom. Ahem. Fong Chen chuckles awkwardly. The woman notices the silver card in his hand and exclaims, What is this? Fong Chen shrugs and hands it over. Fong Jiran glances down, and her face instantly lights up with surprise. A business card from Chu Xinghe? Did you meet Mr. Chu just now? Mr. Chu? Yes. He is the father of Chu Linger and the head of the Chu family. What? That unremarkable, lewd-looking middle-aged man was Mr. Chu? This greasy old man is the overseer of all commercial activities in the capital? You must be joking. Does such a big shot even need to smoke his own cigarettes? Fong Chen nearly coughs up blood. His preconceived notion of Mr. Chu, having learned of the Chu family's prominence, had painted an image of grandeur. However, that imagined figure crumbles in an instant. The esteemed overseer of all commercial activities in the Northwest is, in reality, a lewd, overweight uncle. Fong Chen feels as though his worldview has been utterly shattered by Mr. Chu's presence, pondering why a man of his stature would feign the demeanor of a novice. As if he couldn't afford a decent pack of cigarettes. A box of 100 yuan brand is a luxury for many, yet he can't believe Mr. Chu couldn't procure one. The image of that middle-aged man enjoying his cigarette flickers in his mind, causing Fong Chen's lips to twitch uncontrollably. Fong Jiran speaks of Mr. Chu with a reverence akin to that of others when they hear his name. Indeed, Mr. Chu, whose full name is Chu Xinghe, possesses a physique that has slightly succumbed to the ravages of indulgence, exuding an air of affluence. He sports a pair of black-framed glasses, presenting an image of elegance. Elegance? What a farce. Can one truly associate elegance with a greasy middle-aged man? Sister Chi, do not jest with me. Affluence? Have you ever encountered a person of such stature who cannot even afford a cigarette? Mr. Chu is utterly shattering my worldview. His appearance is quite jarring, rendering it difficult to behold. Were it not for Fong Chen's steadfast refusal to judge others by their looks, he might have initially perceived this man, clad in casual attire, as nothing more than a beggar attempting to infiltrate the gathering for a free meal. Here, keep this card safe. It is not merely a business card from Mr. Chu. It signifies your status as a guest of honor at the Chu family's gatherings. To my knowledge, there are no more than 5 individuals in the entire capital who possess such a prestigious Chu Xinghe card. Fong Chen was taken aback, having not anticipated the value of the silver card presented to him by Mr. Chu. Upon first receiving it, he had nearly assumed it to be a trivial card for a local swimming or fitness center. Here comes the second update, brothers. Even though our test has concluded, let us continue to urge for more updates. For those who cherish Sister Chi's book, do not forget to check in daily. As a struggling author, diligently perseveres in providing new content. Much love to you all. Chapter 67. The annoying young lady. Fong Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably, observing Fong Chen's expression. The woman playfully pinched the soft flesh of his arm and giggled. It's a fortunate thing that you have made Mr. Chu's acquaintance. Why the long face? It's nothing. By the way, Sister Chi, how does the Chu family compare to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Fong Jiran cast a puzzled glance at Fong Chen. Deep down, Fong Chen was aware that this question might seem rather foolish, but he was genuinely unsure of Mr. Chu's true nature. Naturally, the Chu family possesses a more substantial foundation. After all, the Chu family is part of the management elite, while the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, no matter how powerful, remains a business entity. It is evident who holds the greater influence between the two. Fong Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the Chu family is indeed so formidable, why does Mr. Chu not take action against the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Is it not said that most emerging industries look to the Four Seas Chamber for guidance? Wouldn't that disrupt the harmony of commerce? Fong Jiran paused, surprised that Fong Chun would pose such a pertinent question, one that truly struck at the heart of the matter. For a moment, she felt a flicker of joy, realizing that her brother seemed to be developing an interest in business affairs. With a smile, she explained, "This is quite understandable. Although the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has encompassed the majority of industries in the Northwest, attempting to challenge them would undoubtedly disrupt the entire business landscape of the region. Ultimately, everything is aimed at fostering economic development. You must understand that the world is not merely about conflict. It is about social relations. Even Mr. Chu, despite his position, must sometimes tread carefully. The Four Seas Chamber connects numerous ancillary industries, and any attempt to suppress them could trigger a chain reaction that might bring about dire consequences, potentially harming the economy of the capital and the entire Northwest." Listening to Sister Chi's words, Fong Chun realized that his previous understanding had been somewhat shallow. Indeed, while the existence of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce may hinder many emerging industries, it also provides stability for those dependent on its vast network. How naive of him to have overlooked this. "Shall we go? Do you know how to dance? Accompany Sister Chi for a dance and play the part of your boyfriend." Fong Jiran observed Fong Chen's distracted expression and playfully pinched his cheek. Fong Chun, upon hearing this, quickly regained his focus. Yes. There is no point in dwelling on these thoughts now. My conflict with Lu Chong has not escalated to a point that requires a total breakdown. Nevertheless, it is wise to be prepared. After all, Lu Chongqing gives off an impression akin to a lurking king cobra, poised to strike at any moment. As he approached the banquet hall, Fong Chun scanned the room, but could not locate the portly figure of Mr. Chu, likely hidden away somewhere. During the first speech of the evening, seating arrangements were determined by asset rankings, placing Fong Jiran and her peers at the forefront for as prominent entrepreneurs in the province. Even seasoned business veterans would think twice before challenging them. Sitting in the first row was a privilege reserved for those whose net worth exceeded billions. Lu Chongqing was still on stage delivering his speech, and the hall was enveloped in silence, a palpable stillness. As Fong Jiran and Fong Chun quietly returned, Fong Chun immediately felt a pair of hostile eyes upon him, prompting him to turn around swiftly. "What are you doing sitting next to me?" Su Ling pouted, a displeased expression adorning her face. "I wanted to ask you the same. Why are you here?" "I came in with Sister Chi, and she asked me to sit here." Fong Chun instinctively replied, nearly letting slip more than he intended. Fortunately, he caught himself just in time. Su Ling, internally scoffing, recognized that Fong Chun was not security for the illustrious Tianci Mingwei, but merely a case of unfortunate coincidence. Yet, this did little to quell her disdain for him. Fong Chun glanced at Sister Chi, who wore a mischievous smile as she observed him, and realized this was undoubtedly her doing. Fong Jiran mouthed to him, "You have now made Mr. Chu's acquaintance. There's no need to hold a grudge against a little girl like Ling. She's merely a child. As a grown man, find an opportunity to reconcile." Fong Chun found himself inexplicably understanding her lip movements, and he sighed in response. "Sister Chi, do you not sense the deep-seated animosity this girl has towards me? She seems entirely uninterested in reconciliation." However, Fong Jiran merely frowned, turning away to feign ignorance of Fong Chen's complaints. Fong Chun felt utterly exasperated, perplexed by Sister Chi's reasoning. To his left was Chu Ling, a lively and innocent beauty, while to his right sat the mature and alluring Sister Chi. The contrasting sense of the two women enveloped him, drawing the envious gazes of others. Yet, he could not forget that beneath Chu Ling, seemingly pure and innocent facade, lay a tempestuous little witch, feared throughout the elite circles of the capital. It is perhaps wise not to provoke her. However, human nature often dictates otherwise. The more one wishes to ignore another, the more the latter may seek to instigate trouble. Chu Linger prodded Fong Chun with her elbow, exclaiming, "Hey, it is a privilege to sit next to this stunning beauty. Yet you wear such a reluctant expression. What gives?" "Cough, cough. You're absolutely right, miss," Fong Chun replied, pressing his lips together in resignation. Observing Fong Chen's unwilling demeanor, Chu Linger scoffed. "How dare you brush me off after I initiated conversation? You insolent wretch, I could crush you." In an instant, A piercing scream erupted from Fong Chun, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoing throughout the hall. "Ah, what have you done?" The previously quiet venue was now filled with the sound of his lament, overshadowing even Lu Changqing's speech. All eyes turned towards the commotion. "Who is this fellow? I don't recall seeing him before," someone murmured. "Oh, I remember. He is the one who argued with young Master Lu at the entrance. Apparently, he was brought in by General Fong from Tianding." "Brought in by General Fong? Could he possibly be your boyfriend?" "Impossible. Fong Jiran is known to be a lesbian." "Nonsense. How could I not know my goddess's preferences?" "This young man appears to be a mere pretty face. Perhaps he is a kept man of General Fong?" "Indeed, that seems likely. If Fong Jiran were to discover today that she had brought Fong Chun to masquerade as her boyfriend, leading others to believe she had a penchant for keeping men, she might very well be infuriated." Lu Changqing's expression soured the moment Fong Chun spoke up. Fong Chun leapt to his feet, disregarding the astonished gazes around him, hopping about in pain. "Ouch! That Chulinger landed a kick right on my toenail." Indeed, it was the very spot one might accidentally bump against the table leg. The pain brought tears to Fong Chen's eyes. "Damn it, this little vixen." Chapter 68. Are you qualified? Fong Chun glared at Linger through gritted teeth, only to have the impudent girl stick her tongue out at him. "You see, now you understand my prowess, don't you? Weren't you quite the talker? Damn it." Fong Chen's face flushed crimson as he noticed Chu Linger preparing to kick him again. He swiftly dodged her blow. The first row of the audience erupted into chaos. Lu Changqing's speech was inevitably interrupted, his face darkening as he seethed inwardly. "You, Chen Fong, I was not seeking trouble with you, yet you dare to disrupt my speech." Lu Changqing descended from the stage, exuding an intimidating aura. The earlier banter at the entrance now seemed trivial, but Fong Chen's contempt for the distinguished guests and his disruption of the proceedings provided Lu Changqing with ample justification to have him removed. "Security!" Lu Changqing called out to those nearby, prompting many to silently pray for Fong Chun. Disturbing the order of the event was a serious matter, yet they all recognized the extraordinary relationship between Fong Chun and Fong Jiran. Who could forget Lu Changqing's obvious affection for her? Thus, when a woman brought a male companion to the evening's banquet, it was akin to slapping Lu Changqing in the face. Given Lu Changqing's temperament, seizing this opportunity to punish Fong Chun would be no surprise. Even members of the second generation of the capital could not help but cast anxious glances toward the first row, their hearts racing with concern for the young master. Fong Chen's eyes narrowed. Lu Changqing had likely awaited this moment for a long time. Sensing an opportunity to strike, he would not let it slip by. Suddenly, Fong Jiran stood, her bright eyes fixing on Lu Changqing. "What do you intend to do?" "What I want to do?" Lu Changqing smirked. "I've been waiting for this moment for quite some time. I've finally found the chance to make things difficult for this fellow. Mr. Chun, if I recall correctly, you were brought in by General Fong, yet you lack an invitation to our banquet. Are you aware of who sits in this first row?" Fong Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Lu Changqing to address the disruption directly. "Mr. Chun, do you only stand behind women?" Fong Jiran's face flushed with anger, ready to retaliate. Fong Chun gently pulled her back. "Allow me." With a slight smile, he asked Lu Changqing, "Pray tell, who occupies this esteemed first row?" Lu Changqing replied gravely, "Our seating arrangement for this evening's banquet is not merely based on seniority. It is determined by the magnitude of one's assets. The individuals seated here are titans of industry, none of whom hold positions in the first row. Mr. Chun, your presence here may be somewhat inappropriate, as you are merely a guest of General Fong." The implication was clear. Individuals worth millions or even billions had not been afforded such a privilege. How could a mere nobody dare to sit ahead of those esteemed? Fong Jiran's expression darkened. Lu Changqing's words hung heavily in the air, intensifying the atmosphere. What began as a personal conflict between Fong Chun and Lu Changqing had now escalated, drawing the ire of the other distinguished guests. Murmurs swept through the crowd. "Indeed, this fellow is merely an acquaintance of General Fong. Why should he occupy the front row?" They recalled how even the president of Huahai Bank, a colossal enterprise, lacked the privilege of sitting in the first row. Clearly, this young man was unaware of his own insignificance. Lu Changqing had not initially addressed Fong Chen's disruption. Instead, he had cleverly redirected the animosity towards him regarding his seat. How could a mere rookie, brought in by Fong Jiran, presume to disregard the esteemed company present? Was it because he was associated with Fong Jiran that he felt superior? Even those seated in the first row began to regard Fong Chun with disdain. Why should a mere youth presume to share their company? Do you think you're worthy? Noticing the escalating tension, Fong Chen's eyes narrowed as he maintained a stoic expression. And then what? Lu Chongqing surveyed the crowd with satisfaction, relishing the moment. And then? Mr. Chun, it is not my intention to criticize you. Merely sitting in the front row is a privilege in itself. However, this honor may elude you at present, for a wild chicken, even if it perches on a branch, cannot transform into a phoenix. Lu Chongqing suddenly shifted his tone, his words laced with a sharper edge. He was mocking Fong Chun for being blissfully unaware, comfortably seated in the front row despite his unworthiness. Fong Chun smirked slightly. Are you implying that I lack the qualification? Indeed, Lu Chongqing leaned forward slightly, their gazes locking in the air, an invisible tension beginning to simmer. Since you have stated it so plainly, Fong Chun retorted with a cold laugh, swiftly flicking his wrist. With a sharp sound, a silver card flew onto the table. Lu Chongqing was eager to see what Fong Chun could produce to validate himself. Fong Chun scoffed. Do you think this card qualifies me to sit in this front row? However, as Lu Chongqing's gaze fell upon the card, his expression shifted dramatically. The choosing a name card? A guest of Mr. Chu? Lu Chongqing exclaimed in disbelief. Who are you to Mr. Chu? As far as he knew, there were scarcely a handful of individuals in the entire capital who possessed such a card. Fong Chun chuckled coldly, tilting his head slightly. Do you think I should disclose where I acquired this? Do you suspect it was stolen? Upon seeing the silver name card, Chu Linger also lost her composure. Her youthful face filled with incredulity. As the biological daughter of Mr. Chu, she was well acquainted with the significance of the card. There were very few of these cards in existence, and with this one in Fong Chen's possession, the number of holders in the capital dwindled to a mere handful. Furthermore, those who owned such cards were all individuals of great renown. Yet, who was Fong Chun? In Chu Linger's memory, he was merely Fong Jiran's boyfriend, and even her esteemed sister Jiran had not managed to obtain one from their father. This alone spoke volumes about the card's value. Lu Chongqing's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The card represented an undeniable acknowledgement from Chu Xinghe, and his mockery of Fong Chun was tantamount to ridiculing someone whom Chu Xinghe had endorsed. In other words, was he not slapping Mr. Chu's face? Chu Linger could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Why do you possess my father's name card? Her voice rang out, drawing the attention of all the dignitaries seated in the front row. The Chu Xinghe name card? Most attendees had only heard whispers of its existence, but had never witnessed anyone actually possessing one. Who is this boy brought in by Fong Jiran to hold such a prestigious card? Fong Chen glanced at Chu Linger, choosing silence. Were it not for this stunning girl's incessant provocations, Lu Chongqing would never have had the opportunity to seize upon his flaws and challenge him. Although Fong Chun scoffed at the notion of engaging with a mere girl, he could not suppress a flicker of irritation. Hence he disregarded Chu Linger and turned his attention back to Lu Chongqing. What is it, young Master Lu? Why the silence? Lu Chongqing's face turned a shade of ashen, instinctively blurting out, Even if you possess this card, it signifies nothing. A despicable display of a small-minded individual relishing in his moment of triumph. Lu Chongqing cursed Fong Chun his heart, but what puzzled him most was how the latter had come into possession of a Chu Xinghe name card. Fong Jiran's eyes sparkled with delight. She had nearly forgotten that Fong Chun indeed held a name card for Mr. Chu. Just moments ago, she feared he might suffer at Lu Chongqing's hands. A cold expression crossed her delicate features. Lu Chongqing. Did your family not host this evening's banquet in conjunction with the Chu family? The answer is either yes or no. Yes, Lu Chongqing replied, his expression strained. With this card in Fong Chun's possession, it meant he was a guest of Mr. Chu, a person recognized by him. If even someone endorsed by Mr. Chu is deemed unworthy of sitting in the front row, does that imply that those of us who lack Mr. Chu's endorsement are equally unqualified? Lu Chongqing clenched his fists, his complexion pale. In his haste, he had misspoken, inadvertently granting Fong Jiran an opportunity to counter. Fong Jiran spoke coolly. Or is it that you're merely targeting Fong Chun, believing he has no right to occupy this front row? Are you not questioning Mr. Chu's judgment? In essence, are you not striking at Mr. Chu's reputation? Do you, Lu Chongqing, presume to elevate yourself above Mr. Chu? At a banquet organized by the Chu family, even a guest of Mr. Chu is deemed unworthy of the front row. This matter is merely a dispute between Fang Chun and Lu Chongqing. Moreover, it involves Mr. Chu. Even if Lu Chongqing wished to use the power of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to retaliate, he must weigh the repercussions. After all, while Fang Jiran was wary of Lu Chongqing's connections, such a conflict would unlikely provoke the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to support him. Lu Chongqing's expression darkened, as if shadows could drip from his visage. As Fang Jiran's words hung in the air, the room fell silent. Even the sound of a dropped pin could be heard. Fang Jiran's argument was impeccably constructed. Lu Chongqing's challenge of Fang Chen's right to the front row was, in fact, a challenge to Mr. Chu's discernment. A slap in the face to Mr. Chu himself. Even Chu Linger's expression was slightly displeased. After all, Lu Chongqing's questioning of Fang Chun's actions was, in essence, a challenge to her father's integrity. Lu Chongqing was sweating profusely. If he misstepped in his words now, it could irreparably tarnish his hard-earned reputation. Lu Chongqing truly was a remarkable individual. Ultimately, he gradually composed his facial expression and took a deep breath. Mr. Chun, I apologize. My previous outburst was impulsive. I do not possess the capability to provoke someone whom Mr. Chu regards highly, especially at this banquet co-hosted by the Chu and Lu families. Fang Chun gazed at him, internally lamenting. Even in such a scenario, this fellow maintained his composure. It was no wonder Lu's family groomed him as the next heir. He possessed remarkable depth and restraint at such a young age, which was quite extraordinary. Had it not been for Lu's somewhat narrow-minded disposition, Fang Chun would not have minded forging a friendship with him. Alas, perhaps fate had decreed that these two would always be at odds with one another. My apologies, everyone. A brief interlude. I am feeling unwell and shall take my leave, Lu Chongqing stated, suppressing his emotions, yet unable to bear the embarrassment of remaining any longer. With that, he turned and exited to the back. Simultaneously, a gentle melody began to play. Fang Jiran and Fang Chun exchanged glances, and the seventh sister spoke. Come, let's warm up. Accompany me for the first dance. Fang Chun nodded in agreement. After all, he had come tonight under the pretense of being Jiran's boyfriend, and dancing was certainly part of the plan. However, Fang Chun had never received formal dance training, so his movements were far from impressive. As Lu Chongqing departed, the atmosphere in the hall gradually became more vibrant, shaking off its previous stillness. Yet, many attendees regarded Fang Chun with a mixture of awe and scrutiny, for he had stolen the spotlight that evening. Not only had he made a profound impression on the elite at the entrance of the Tianzi Mingyue, exchanging barbs with Lu Chongqing, but he had also deftly navigated the chaos when Lu had seized the opportunity to question his right to occupy a seat in the front row. In no time, Fang Jiran's boyfriend had gained considerable fame, leaving a lasting impression on many influential figures. Receiving a prestigious card from Chu Xinghe was, in itself, a mark of distinction. Moreover, those like Tang Guangliang, who had had a brief interaction with Fang Chun before entering, felt a sense of pride, believing their aspirations to befriend the young master were indeed justified. The fact that Fang Chun had disregarded Lu Chongqing's status and even compelled him to retreat in public only underscored his exceptional standing. Tang Guangliang instinctively remarked, in truth, when I first met young Master Fang, I sensed his extraordinary nature, and I have a premonition that he will ascend to heights we can only admire. At this, the young master of the Qian family interjected sheepishly, Brother Tang, you initially mistook young Master Fang for a security guard. This caused Tang Guangliang to flush with embarrassment. As the lighting in the venue dimmed, Fang Jiran, with her delicate hands, took Fang Chen's arm and led him to the center of the dance floor. The spotlight illuminated them, accentuating Fang Jiran's exquisite beauty in the soft glow. For a moment, Fang Chun found himself entranced. His sister was stunning, making it all too easy for him to worry about his own prospects with women. With her captivating eyes fixed on Fang Chun, she finally could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Silly, you stepped on my foot again. My apologies. Throughout their dance, Fang Chun reveled in the soft, fragrant presence of his sister, akin to cradling a precious gem. Unfortunately, Fang Jiran bore the brunt of his lack of skill. Her brother's dancing was, to put it mildly, quite lacking. She cast him a pitiful look, leaving him feeling guilty. Finally, as the music concluded, Fang Jiran felt a sense of relief. She glanced at her awkwardly scratching head brother and remarked with a hint of resignation, Brother, I believe it is essential to find a professional dance instructor to teach you. Fong Chun chuckled nervously. He indeed had little dancing ability. Fong Jiran rubbed her temples and said, I'm going to the restroom. With that, she turned and headed toward the lavatory. Fong Chun, feeling somewhat disheartened, noted that his sister walked a bit unsteadily, realizing he had not been gentle in his movements. Hey! Fong Chun intended to find something to nibble on when a petite figure appeared behind him. It was Chu Linger, her rosy lips pouting as she gazed intently at Fong Chun with her bright eyes, asking, How did you obtain my father's prestigious card? After Lu Chongqing had stormed off with a dark expression, Chu Linger remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how this bothersome individual had managed to best Lu Chongqing not once, but twice. That alone was astonishing enough. Few dared to offend Lu Chongqing in such a manner. Despite the apparent setback for Lu Chongqing, those familiar with him understood that his temperament was as cold and venomous as a serpent, and the enmity between them was now firmly established. Given Lu Chongqing's nature, one could be sure that he would seek to reclaim his lost dignity in due course. Moreover, Chu Linger found it incomprehensible that Fong Chun had produced a card from her father. Although Chu Xinghe appeared to be an ordinary, middle-aged man, one could hardly underestimate the complexity of his position as the head of the Chu family. A prominent figure often concealed their true depth. Likewise, someone like Mr. Chu, revered by many, was undoubtedly proud. As his daughter, Chu Linger understood her father's high standards all too well. Earning his recognition and acquiring such a prestigious card was no simple feat furthermore. The card represented not merely status, but also the acknowledgement of Chu Xinghe himself. In other words, possessing this card rendered Fong Chun distinguished, allowing him to be treated as an esteemed guest by any business magnate he encountered. After all, he was deemed worthy by none other than Mr. Chu of the Chu family. As far as Chu Linger knew, neither Fong Chun nor Fong Jiran had received such a card from her father. Even though Fong Jiran was already a notable figure among young entrepreneurs throughout the entirety of Huaxia, at a young age, possessing assets worth billions, and even alleviating countless employment challenges faced by the entire capital, it is not an exaggeration to assert that Tianding has indeed stimulated the local economy of the capital. Such a successful young entrepreneur, yet he lacks the qualification to hold a prestigious Chuxing card, which implies the extraordinary status of others who possess it. Fong Chun cast a casual glance at Chu Linger. It was naturally given to me by Mr. Chu himself. How could that be? My father has issued only 4 of these cards, and you hadn't even heard of Chu Men before the banquet commenced. In a mere half hour, you somehow obtained a prestigious card. ISNT that theft. Let me tell you, this matter is not as simple as you think, as the saying goes. A common man is innocent, but possessing a precious item can bring trouble. Holding this card without the proper qualifications will only lead to your own misfortune. Chu Linger said earnestly, her delicate face uncharacteristically displaying a grave expression. Fong Chun was too weary to engage in further conversation with her. This little girl was indeed meddlesome, initially inserting herself into the conflict between Fong Chun and Chun Yaodong, and now even attempting to dictate the terms of his possession of this silver card. Her implication was clear. Fong Chun was unworthy of holding the Chuxing card. A flicker of exasperation crossed Fong Chen's mind. After all, he had received the card himself. He had not uttered a word, yet here was the daughter questioning and obstructing him repeatedly. It seemed he had indeed inherited the appearance of a soft target. Very well. Entertain yourself. I have no time to indulge you. Fong Chun had no desire to exchange another word with this youthful and arrogant girl, as her sense of superiority suggested they were not mere bystanders. Moreover, Fong Chun was not particularly fond of a woman exhibiting such an imperious demeanor. It left him with an impression of insurmountable barriers to communication. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. Chu Linger was momentarily taken aback, her exquisitely crafted face swiftly contorting into anger. Stop. What is your attitude? I am merely offering a kind reminder. She believed she had approached this boyfriend of the esteemed Fong Jiran with utmost amiability. Yet, her good intentions were met with disdain. This fellow, why was he so impervious to reason? The young girl stamped her foot in frustration, but it was not entirely fair to blame Fong Chun for disregarding her kindness. Chu Linger had left a rather unfavorable first impression upon their initial meeting. Moreover, upon discovering that this little girl was a top-tier figure in the capital, Fong Chun sought to avoid any conflict, not wishing to invite any inexplicable troubles upon himself. After all, who knows what mischief this little girl might conjure up with her suitors. Although Fong Chun was not afraid of trouble, he certainly detested it. If he could avoid it, he would. Feigning ignorance to the girl's voice behind him, Fong Chun continued his path toward the exit. When had Chu Linger ever been so disregarded? Even those suitors she had toyed with in the past had always complied with her wishes, treating her with utmost respect. How was it that Fong Chun regarded her with such contempt, as if she were a pariah? Stop, Chun Fong. If you do not clarify this today, I will tell my father you bullied me when I return home tonight. Just wait for him to come find you. Very well, I shall await Mr. Chu's invitation. Fong Chun waved his hand dismissively, utterly indifferent. While conversing with Mr. Chu, Fong Chun had sensed the latter's erudition and seasoned wisdom. Why was it that Chu Linger lacked the grounded demeanor of her father? Instead, she exuded an air of superiority that felt excessively ostentatious, compared to Mr. Chu's understated elegance. They were two polar opposites. Furthermore, Fong Chun perceived that Mr. Chu's insights were piercingly clear and profoundly enlightening, showcasing a deep understanding of the business landscape in Huaxia. Engaging in conversation with Mr. Chu was an opportunity for learning. The peculiar stares from those around them began to converge on the pair, many possessing a vivid recollection of Fong Jiuran's male companion. After all, Fong Chun had previously disregarded even Lu Chongqing's authority and had the audacity to flaunt a Chuxing card. As a guest of Mr. Chu, this status alone radiated an undeniable brilliance that was impossible to overlook. Initially, those who had dismissed him as merely Fong Jiuran's kept man now recognized that anyone able to obtain a card from Mr. Chu was undoubtedly his equal. However, the unfolding scene left many in astonishment, who did not recognize Chu Linger. She was the cherished daughter of Mr. Chu, a renowned little enchantress of the capital. Even Wang Jinda, who had yet to step into the upper echelons of society, could identify her at a glance. It was evident how esteemed and well-known Chu Linger was in the capital. Yet, what were they witnessing now? Chu Linger was entangled with Fong Jiuran's companion, who appeared decidedly disinterested in her advances. This young man was truly remarkable. Not only had he stood firm against Lu Chongqing, but he even dismissed the precious daughter of Chuxing without a second thought. Say, what do you think the relationship is between Chu Linger and this Mr. Chun? Someone inquired. Curiosity piqued. The next moment, a chorus of whispers erupted, for even if Chu Linger was notoriously headstrong, she would never cause a scene in public. Her upbringing forbade it. The words exchanged between the two, aside from Chu Linger's ambiguous remark about her father, were largely inaudible to the crowd. It seemed to imply that if he did not clarify matters, her father would seek him out. What could this mean? Was the little enchantress perhaps involved with Mr. Chen? Otherwise, why would she insist that Mr. Chu confront him? As the audience began to speculate about their relationship, it became evident that the implications held merit. Hey, did you hear? The venue was vast, and not everyone had caught Chu Linger's earlier statement, but as the two focal figures of the event, their interactions attracted the curious gaze of many eager onlookers. Thus, the tale spread from one person to another until it morphed into the notion that I never imagined Chu Linger had already been taken. What? You didn't know? Chu Linger approached Mr. Chun, demanding he take responsibility. And guess what? The little enchantress was left hanging, completely ignored. What nonsense! What connection does the little enchantress have with this Mr. Chun? Someone remarked, raising an eyebrow. No way, that's impossible. What is there that is impossible? Consider the words of Chu Linger. If you do not reprimand me, I will tell my father about our affair tonight. How would you interpret this? Good heavens! I never anticipated that Chu Linger would actually be entangled with President Fong's man. It is quite remarkable that a young lady like her could express such sentiments in a public setting. It seems that Mr. Chun possesses a certain allure over women. Otherwise, how could he have captivated this little enchantress to such an extent? I suspect their relationship has been ongoing for quite some time, and today, upon seeing Chun Fong enter alongside President Fong, she could no longer contain herself. Given Chu Linger's strict upbringing, one can only imagine the shock this incident has brought her. A young lady openly questioning someone in such a manner is indeed astonishing. Mr. Chun is quite a character. It is surprising that not only has he won over our city's commercial goddess, Fong Jiuran, but he has also managed to tame this unmanageable little sorceress. Impressive indeed. If only I possessed half of his charm, I would not be single at this moment. Many secretly shook their heads, as if witnessing flowers being planted in manure. feeling a twinge of regret. It is rather unfortunate for my goddess to have encountered such a scoundrel. I too have one foot in the highest echelons of power in the capital. If only my goddess would wait for me. Upon hearing this, many cast disdainful glances at the speaker, internally scoffing. With your demeanor, do you truly believe you could win over our goddess? You claim to be half in the upper echelons of the capital, but I suspect you are merely half in the coffin. The saying goes that the words of the people are formidable, and this seems to encapsulate that notion. A seemingly ordinary situation has become convoluted through the analyses of the onlookers. Some even speculate that Fang Chen's recognition by Chu Xinghe at such a young age, along with his possession of Mr. Chu's prestigious card, may well be due to Chu Ling'er. After all, in their eyes, the two have already established a relationship. Fang Chen strode confidently toward the exit, while Chu Ling'er fixated her beautiful eyes on his retreating figure, her exquisite face flushed with alternating shades of red. Tears inexplicably welled in her eyes. Deep down, she was aware that she had never directly confronted Chen Fang. She could not comprehend why he harbored such disdain for her. Growing up as the favored daughter, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, which had contributed to her somewhat headstrong nature. Yet, her earlier words to Fang Chen had been sincere, an earnest attempt to convey a warning to her sister, Jiran's boyfriend. There was no malice intended. She simply wished to understand why he possessed a card issued by her father, Chu Xinghe. She was genuinely looking out for him, so why was he ungrateful? Cursed be him. The more Chu Ling'er pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. She recalled Fang Chen's earlier remark about girls being bothersome and how, regardless of their beauty, no man would ever like them. Indeed, it seemed no one had ever truly cared for her. Even her suitors were merely seeking to ingratiate themselves for their own gain. Who could not see through that? It was solely due to her father's high position within the Chu family that she garnered any attention at all. Suddenly, the image of Fang Jiran linking arms with Fang Chen, radiating affection, flashed through her mind. Such adoration was something she had only ever witnessed in the eyes of her family. Could it be that if she, Chu Ling'er, had been born into an ordinary family, as Fang Chen suggested, no one would have ever loved her? Genuine affection was truly moving and deeply enviable. As Fang Chen disappeared from her sight, Chu Ling'er found herself inexplicably trailing after him. Upon reaching the door, Fang Chen sighed in resignation, reflecting on how this little girl seemed to possess a childlike disposition, forever basked in the light of adoration, her tail likely soaring high above. Having never experienced hardship, her world was but a tapestry of beauty and serenity, as if her father could shield her from any calamity. With someone like her, Fang Chen felt there was no common ground to share, nor did he intend to engage with her further. Just then, Fang Chen felt a sudden tightness around his wrist, a sharp pain shooting through him. He instinctively turned to see Chu Ling'er, petite and enchanting, having followed him unnoticed, biting down on his wrist with her delicate mouth, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Fang Chen could sense the girl was quite serious, as if she intended to take a piece of him with her. Her face flushed with color. Chu Ling'er herself was baffled by her reaction, seemingly motivated solely by a desire to retaliate against Fang Chen. Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Why aren't you pretending now? She gave no thought to the consequences of provoking Fang Chen. Perhaps she had never realized that he was not one of the ordinary scions of the capital S elite, nor would he feign gentlemanly behavior before her. Fang Chen was unperturbed. He held no reservations regarding her. Their earlier conversation had already made that evident. The searing pain in his wrist intensified as her soft bite showed no signs of relenting. Fang Chen struggled for a considerable time, yet was unable to dislodge the girl. Anger surged within him. I respect you as Mr. Chu's daughter, and yet you think I owe you any courtesy? In the next moment, Fang Chen brought his hand down sharply against the girl's arm. The sound echoed in the air, and Chu Ling'er, his pupils widened in shock, momentarily frozen, failing to release her grip. Seeing her unresponsive, Fang Chen raised his hand again. Another slap resounded. It must be noted that even in his fury, Fang Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he softened his grip, but his resolve remained firm. He soon realized that something was amiss. Chu Ling'er had finally let go, revealing a row of clear bite marks on his arm, slightly swollen and tinged with a hint of moisture. It was evident that the girl had bitten down with considerable force. Yet, the atmosphere grew tense, for Chu Ling'er had squatted down, weeping uncontrollably, her tears cascading like rain. Strikingly endearing. The sudden noise startled Fang Chun. He felt a sense of dread wash over him. This commotion would undoubtedly attract attention from within the venue shortly. Fang Chun forced a wry smile and quickly crouched down. You should leave. Chu Ling'er cried out in anger, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could this person dare to strike her? It was mortifying. Fang Chun, feeling somewhat disgruntled, touched the tip of his nose and said, "So, I truly am leaving?" His tone carried a hint of relief, as if he genuinely intended to walk away. Suddenly, Chu Ling'er lifted her small head from her knees, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Fang Chun. Why was he not following the script? He had treated her this way, yet he was now preoccupied with distancing himself from her. How shameless. Fang Chun, with a wry smile, offered, "Miss, I apologize. I was impulsive earlier. You could do as you wish, but could you please stop crying? Those people will be coming out soon, and if they see you like this, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River." Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Chu Ling'er's sobs ceased abruptly. Her delicate face fell, clearly concerned about her image in high society. Moreover, was Fang Chun speaking reasonably? What did he mean by saying he couldn't clear his name? She was a young lady, and he, a grown man, had the audacity to say such things? It was he who had struck her, taking advantage of her. How could he make it sound as though he had suffered a great loss? With a roll of her eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and she no longer displayed her previous arrogance. Instead, she appeared delicate and vulnerable. Fang Chun, still touching his nose, remarked, "If you maintain this demeanor, you might actually be quite endearing." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should cry all the time?" Chu Ling'er retorted. Squatting on the ground, her eyes filled with indignation, Fang Chun cleared his throat, realizing the flaw in his previous words. He rubbed his aching forehead and urged, "Please, get up. What will you do if someone sees you like this? Do you think I want to stay down here? You brute." Struck me with such force that I have no strength left to stand. Fang Chun was taken aback. Had he truly struck her that hard? He had no clear recollection, only a lingering warmth in his palm. His gaze inadvertently fell on Chu Ling'er again. Noticing that he was ignoring her, she lifted her head to look at him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and anger. "You are shameless, despicable. I will not let you off easily." Fang Chun was momentarily stunned, shaking his head to dispel any inappropriate thoughts. He found it perplexing that he was arguing with a young girl. His gaze lingered on her, and he felt a surge of heat in his stomach. He quickly swallowed his thoughts and extended a hand to help her up. Chu Ling'er bit down on his arm in retaliation. This time, Fang Chun did not resist. After all, he had struck her. So what harm was there in letting her have her moment? Why should a man bicker with a girl? Let her bite. For she had become considerably more subdued after receiving a couple of slaps. Her bite was merely an outlet for her embarrassment, and she dared not exert too much force, fearing he might retaliate again. Of course, Fang Chen's slaps were not light either. They had left her feeling weak and disoriented, as if she were suffering from a severe cold. Supporting her, Fang Chun smiled wryly. "You've bitten me and scolded me. Have you vented enough?" As a chaste young lady, having her bottom smacked by him was scandalous, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, Fang Chen's demeanor softened. Chu Ling'er glanced at him with a pained expression. "No, I'm not done. When I get home, I'll tell my father that you bullied me. Tomorrow, he'll come find you and make you pay." With her childish innocence, she spoke without a care in the world, picturing her father, a respectable man, confronting Fang Chun. Imagining a greasy middle-aged man chasing a young man down was absurd. Even if Mr. Chu were to seek vengeance, it was unlikely he would resort to such juvenile antics. Fang Chun shook his head, dismissing the ridiculous imagery and chuckling lightly. Seeing him laugh only fueled Chu Ling'er's anger. "You're still laughing," she scolded. Fang Chun quickly silenced himself, adopting a serious demeanor and acknowledging his faults. After a prolonged silence, the traces of tears faded from Chu Ling'er's face. Neither spoke first. Fang Chun was unsure how to comfort a woman, while Chu Ling'er remained indignant, fearing any misstep on his part would lead to another tirade. "Hey, I'm a bit cold," she finally admitted. The venue had been warm, but stepping outside had exposed her to the chill of evening air, and she had only brought one outfit. Fang Chun sighed, noticing the change in her tone, devoid of her earlier arrogance. He would not hold her transgressions against her, so he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Feeling the warmth of his jacket, Zu lange gemacht, you ungrateful wretch. I kindly warned you, yet you bullied me. When my driver arrives, I will have him deal with you. Fang Chen paused, recalling that despite her somewhat irksome attitude, Chu Linger had indeed considered his perspective. Perhaps he had misjudged her. As he looked at the trembling girl in the corner, disheveled and vulnerable, something stirred within him. This was likely the first time this pampered young lady had been brought so low. It hurts a bit, she said, her big watery eyes glancing at him, filled with a sense of injustice. Fang Chun fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Chu Linger seemed to harbor a fear of darkness, as the night fell swiftly in the northern region. By 8 o'clock, visibility was virtually non-existent. Fang Chun, could you perhaps keep me company and talk for a while? I'm feeling quite scared, she implored. Fang Chun sighed in resignation. What would you like to discuss? Chu Linger sniffled slightly, her voice tinged with trepidation. You've spanked me, leaving me too frightened to face anyone. And now, you want to even chat with me? I fear the dark. I rarely have a friend to converse with, and you've put me in this situation. Can't you spare a moment to talk? With a sense of helplessness, Fang Chun smiled wryly and sighed once more. He sent a message to Sister Chi, asking her to wait a moment. Before settling down beside Chu Linger and speaking for the first time, in the future, don't always present yourself as fearless. Even Mr. Chu cannot dominate the capital alone. A little courtesy and kindness when engaging with others will surely endear you to many. Chu Linger was momentarily taken aback by Fang Chen's unexpected admonition. I haven't done anything wrong. Yet, I watch my friends pair off while I inexplicably remain alone. It's been ages since anyone has engaged me in conversation. Fang Chun blinked in surprise, not having anticipated that this headstrong girl would reveal such vulnerability. Given Mr. Chu's high status, he likely had little time to attend to his daughter's feelings. The majority of Chu Linger's acquaintances were likely drawn to her due to her father's influence. Once she stepped outside the school environment, genuine friendships and love were scarce. Chen Fang, are you the only child in your family? Chu Linger asked, noticing his silence. Fang Chun met her gaze and contemplated, am I the only one? She likely intended to inquire whether he had siblings. If he counted the 7 stunning sisters bestowed upon him by that miraculous sign-in system, then perhaps he did have 7 sisters. However, from the memories restored over the past 3 days, he boldly conjectured that he was indeed an only child. More or less, he replied. I've always longed for an older sister, like Sister Jiuran. She is gentle and beautiful. Every moment spent with her brought me joy. Yet after she became a star in the capital, she grew busy. Honestly, it has been ages since we last met. A hint of longing colored Chu Linger's voice. As an only child enveloped in accolades, she often found herself devoid of true companionship. Perhaps Jiu Ran could be considered a friend, but as her career soared, the time available for Chu Linger diminished. Oh, if only Sister Jiu Ran were my biological sister, she sighed. Fang Chun rubbed his nose, his thoughts contrasting sharply with Chu Linger's. It was evident that she held a fondness for Jiu Ran, who was among the few genuinely concerned for her well-being. Fang Chun mused to himself, Sister Chi's charm is indeed remarkable, captivating all, regardless of age or gender. When I saw Sister Jiu Ran with an apparently ordinary boyfriend today, I instinctively felt the need to warn you. Yet you, without a hint of gratitude, chose to strike me instead, he said, suppressing a cough. Chun Fang, can we consider ourselves friends? Sure, he replied. To Fang Chun, friends were those who had weathered storms together, shared experiences, and engaged in mischief. However, when it came to friendships with the opposite sex, he found it hard to define. Since she had asked, he decided to go along with her sentiment. After a moment of silence, she delicately tugged at his sleeve and said, well, could we keep tonight's incident a secret? Huh? Fang Chun was taken aback. If my father were to discover this, he would undoubtedly hold you accountable. Moreover, if Sister Jiu Ran learned of your actions, she might sever ties with you. Since Sister Jiu Ran chose you, it indicates your exceptional qualities, though I may have underestimated you. However, should my father find out, it may lead to unfavorable consequences for you. I find it easy to converse with you, devoid of the distaste I feel when engaging with those wealthy heirs. Chu Linger pouted slightly. I consider you a friend. Let us treat today's incident as our little secret, shall we? Fang Chun was utterly stunned. You find it easy to talk to me? What have I said? Bickering? Retorting? Spanking? Do you truly consider this ease? He wondered if she was a bit peculiar. Despite having bullied you, You regard me as a friend? Am I somehow endowed with a magnetic charm that has ensnared this girl? Chu Linger playfully swatted Fong Chen's arm, and he reluctantly nodded. You are the one involved. If you wish for this to remain between us, I certainly won't go around broadcasting it. It would be rather unbecoming for a grown man to squabble with a young lady, especially after having spanked her. Moreover, she is the cherished daughter of Mr. Chu. Who knows what that greasy middle-aged man would do if he caught wind of this? It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, since Chu Linger wishes for peace. Fong Chen was more than willing to comply. All right, she giggled sweetly. Fong Chen looked at her with a bemused expression. I spanked you, and yet you still want to be friends? Especially with that silly grin. Are you perhaps a little infatuated? However, I have a request, Chu Linger continued. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen immediately shook his head in refusal. Then let it be, he said. He dared not acquiesce to requests, particularly those from women. Who could predict what whimsical demands this spirited girl might make? Fong Chen's stance was clear. While he acknowledged the spank was indeed his doing, if she sought to leverage it against him, that was absolutely unacceptable. You're so quick to refuse, even before I've stated my request. Clearly showing you don't regard me as a friend, Chu Linger protested, employing a familiar feminine tactic to whine. Fong Chen was left speechless and eventually said, All right, go ahead, and I shall consider it. Would you come talk to me whenever you find yourself free? Goodness, my dear young lady, do you truly not understand the propriety of male-female relationships? Just moments ago, you were worried that I would disrupt your relationship with Sister Gio, Ran, due to the spanking. This will once again prompt me to seek your company for a chat. Are you aware that your youthful appearance is quite alluring to men? Moreover, it seems you're somewhat of a delicate flower. Goodness, isn't this bordering on temptation? If Mr. Chu were to discover this, he might think I intend to use you to ingratiate myself with him, thus tarnishing the impressive first impression I have left on Mr. Chu. Fong Lianlian waved her hands in protest, shaking her head. No. You, my dear, I merely wish to ask you to keep me company for a conversation. Why do you refuse me? I have not made any unreasonable demands. Fong Chen sighed helplessly at her words. My lady, I am quite busy throughout the day, you know. How could I possibly have the time to accompany you? Chu Linger lifted her glistening eyes to meet Fong Chen's gaze and said, I didn't say you should seek me out when you're busy. I simply meant that when you find yourself with nothing to do, you could come and chat with me. It doesn't have to be frequently. Do you truly wish to reject me like this? Am I truly so bothersome?